Hey everyone, welcome to our channel, and thank you for your support. If there's a favorite novel on the channel and you want the next part, you're just one step away. Become a Patreon member and I can make it depending on your tier. Thank you for your attention.
Yame, the king of hell, explained that he and the other members of the 10 courts of hell could not enter the mortal realm. However, the Yin soldiers were not from the 10 courts, but were souls from various multiverses. They were manipulated like puppets and could perform some relatively simple tasks on behalf of the 10 courts. Having finished explaining his business, Luo Wei didn't intend to linger any longer, to be honest. Even someone with a body of steel would feel a chill run down their spine after spending too much time in the underworld. Too many dead people there made it unlucky to stay too long. So he bid farewell to King Yama and the bull-headed monster waiting outside the main hall, and returned through the portal he had come from. They returned to Earth after Superman left. Minotaur closed the gates of the underworld, and the door knocker flew into his hand. Minotaur retrieved the door knocker and returned to the main hall. At this moment, Yame, the king of hell, crossed his arms and put them inside his wide-sleeved robe. He stood in front of the mural, admiring the Monkey King fighting the dragon. Your honor, is he Superman, the center of this multiverse? Bullhead couldn't help but ask. Yama, the king of hell, nodded. Then why did he make an emergency landing in China? Shouldn't it have been a farm in Kansas? The bull-headed man was puzzled. Because this is a completely new beginning. And you're talking too much. This isn't something we should be discussing. King Yama raised his thick eyebrows, reprimanded Oxhead, and walked into the dark hall, disappearing into the darkness. Meanwhile, in a city in China, a prison specifically for holding serious criminals has several layers of security, with a watchtower at regular intervals after dark. The bright lights of the watchtowers constantly sweep across the surroundings, and heavily armed patrols can be seen everywhere below. Pei Zushin, there's a package for you. A bag of dried meat outside a tightly sealed cell. A prison guard pounded on the iron door, opened a small window, threw in an opened bag of jerky and knocked again, saying, "If you don't take it, I'll take it back. I'm coming." On the bed, Pei Zushin got up, picked up the dried meat from the floor with a puzzled look, and asked, "Who sent this to me? Who knows?" The prison guard muttered something to himself, then turned and left. Was it given to you by Zhang Si? Pei Zushin took the jerky, looked at it and smelled it. He found that it was just ordinary beef jerky. However, the prison guards had thoroughly searched the bag inside and out during the inspection, so there was no way there was anything else hidden inside. Strange, it shouldn't be Zhang Si. Pei Zushin shook his head. Zhang Si was a superhuman who had been transferred and imprisoned in a mysterious superhuman prison recently, while Pei Zushin was an ordinary person and was imprisoned in a regular hardened criminal prison. Given this, it was even less likely that anyone would send him anything. Whoosh, just as he was wondering, black smoke emanated from the beef jerky in his hand, hitting him in the face and making him dizzy. The black smoke floated in midair and condensed into a ghostly face. Pei Zushin, have you forgotten who I am? The ghost face spoke, its mouth full of fangs, and you could vaguely see a human face hidden beneath it. Kai Hun. Pei Zushin recognized the owner of the voice and immediately stood up. Trembling, Kai Hun, have you come to rescue me? Damn it. You managed to mess up something that was supposed to be foolproof. Kai Hun was furious, just as Luo Wei had guessed. Pei Zushin had been instructed by Kai Hun to steal the door knocker. It's not the little guy's fault, it's Superman. He stole the door knocker. Pei Zushin knelt on the ground and said in a trembling voice, "Foolish, knowing you're not strong enough. You still dared to provoke Superman in the end. You lost more than you gained, Devon, losing the jade." Kai Hun's voice came from the black mist. Its appearance could not be seen, but its gloomy tone made people imagine its angry and ferocious appearance. It seems that the jade was taken back to the superhuman prison by the self-strengthening department. As long as we find the prison, we can find the jade. Pei Zushin saw that Kai Hun remained silent, floating quietly in midair, seemingly lost in thought. Thinking it over, he quickly said, "Could you take the child out?" Staying in prison all day without seeing the sun, This is just a wisp of my soul, I can't take you out. You should stay here and reflect on your actions. Once I find the door knocker, I will come to rescue you. Kai Hun was a little impatient and interrupted him directly. Then before Pei Zushan could react, the black mist that had turned into a ghost face rushed into the exhaust pipe and disappeared, leaving Pei Zushan kneeling on the ground, looking up at the exhaust pipe above his head. His aged face aged even more in an instant. Underwater, China's superhuman prison. The prison staff canteen wasn't crowded because most people work different hours and eat at different times. Even though it was evening, many people were still working overtime. Omen sat down opposite Hua Xin with his tray and asked, Zio Hua, do you still remember Pei Zushan who snatched the door knocker in Sichuan and Chongqing last time? Yes, I interrogated him personally. Hua Xin asked in confusion, what's wrong? Is there some new development? She has been interrogating Yun Nan, a member of the White Triads, at the superhuman prison recently, but he refuses to disclose the White Triad's other targets. It's nothing. It's just that Pei Zushan said he wanted to obtain the power of the underworld. But he didn't explain where he learned about the door knocker and the underworld. I always feel that there is something fishy about this. Omen took a sip of soup and voiced his question. But when I was interrogating him, I didn't sense that he was lying. My intuition is usually very accurate. Except when it comes to Superman. Hua Xin put down her chopsticks and said, how about this? You go and interrogate Pei Zushan again tomorrow. As Omen spoke, worried that Hua Xin might feel uncomfortable, he immediately explained, it's better to be safe than sorry. Reviewing it once more might save a lot of trouble, okay. Hua Xin nodded, beep beeped. Suddenly the alarm bell rang in the canteen. The special task force members sitting next to the two women slammed down their chopsticks and rushed out of the canteen. In an instant the canteen, which was already sparsely populated, was almost empty. What happened? Hua Xin was stunned. This is a red alert, there is an enemy attack. As one of the prison's designers, Yumen naturally knew that the rhythm of the alarm and the lights corresponded to different situations. And the current situation was that an outsider had broken in. Beep beep beep. Seeing this, the two women stopped eating and quickly got up to check the situation outside. However, just as they were about to reach the monitoring room, the sirens stopped. The sirens that had been echoing throughout the prison gradually faded and eventually returned to calm, allowing the tense guards to breathe a sigh of relief. The alarm has stopped, the emergency has been resolved. Despite saying that, Omen still pushed open the door to the monitoring room, preparing to inquire about what had just happened. Reporting to Dr. Yumen, we detected some unidentified black energy approaching just now, but it has been dispersed and no other abnormalities have been found. The comrades in the monitoring room explained and played a surveillance video. It showed a cloud of black smoke appearing not far from the prison, but it dissipated as the laser beam shone on it. Tell them not to let their guard down. They might be superhuman, Euron looked grave. The superhuman prison has just been established. Someone found the location, which is most likely a superhuman criminal organization. There is no shortage of super criminals in China. Most of them are hidden in the shadows. This prison holds members of various super criminal organizations. Being targeted is inevitable. But that dark aura can easily get close, this worried Yumen. And she planned to upgrade the prison's detection system and redeploy patrol forces in the vicinity when she returned. But the people in the prison didn't know at this very moment. Far to the east coast, in an unnamed Taoist temple deep in the mountains and forests, a man dressed in black robes with a deathly pale face sat cross-legged on a futon, his hands on his knees, his eyes closed and his brows furrowed. Whoosh. The next second, a cloud of black mist flew in from the horizon and entered the man's body. He suddenly opened his eyes, gasped for breath. His face flushed and roared angrily, damn it. How could a mere mortal hurt me? Sitting on the futon was none other than Kai Hun's physical body. Many years ago, he had already seized a physical body. After all, when a person dies, their soul will gradually dissipate along with the death of the physical body. To stay in the human world for a long time, one must have a powerful physical body to maintain it. Master, what's wrong outside the door? A young man in his early 20s dressed in a kimono spoke Chinese with a heavy Japanese accent, giving him an extremely awkward appearance. Nothing. Kai-hun sat up straight, took a deep breath, and gently brushed his Taoist robe as he stood up. Thinking back to what had just happened, his face darkened considerably. Pei Zushin also fueled his anger a few months ago. In order to repair the token quickly, he had intended to find the door ring, borrow its power to repair the token, and absorb its power to improve his own cultivation. So he separated a wisp of his remnant soul, found Pei Zushin, and gave him a jade magic treasure to help him find the door knocker. However, he failed and the Zhejiang tribe took the magic treasure for nothing. Master, you're actually having a headache over the door knocker, aren't you? The young Japanese man noticed his frown and asked a question. Yeah, Superman stole the door knocker. Kai-hun did not hide anything. The young Japanese man in front of him was his disciple from many years ago. Moreover, he had also taken many other Japanese people as his disciples. That was 100 years ago. He was being hunted down by the underworld and the Chinese. He had no choice but to hide his aura and escape to Japan, where he built a Taoist temple and took on disciples to prepare for dealing with the underworld. Disciple begs master to give me a chance to retrieve it. The young Japanese man looked confident. Kai-hun's thought for a moment, then took out a tang sword from the cabinet behind him. He drew the sword, revealing its sharp blade, and swung it forcefully, producing a whoosh sound like the roar of a dragon and the howl of a tiger. Master, what is this? The young Japanese man was taken aback. This is the dragon's roar, a tang sword from China. It's very special, forged from meteorite iron from outer space and infused with special energy. It can easily cut through even steel. It will give you a helping hand. Defeat Superman but don't kill him, Chapter 56. Section 55, The Dead and the Japanese, Part 2. Autumn always evokes a wonderful mood. The bleak autumn wind of the withered grass and trees, and the fallen leaves covering the streets are full of melancholy. Throughout history, countless poets in China have used their pens to express their feelings, blending the atmosphere of autumn with their emotions. Yet, autumn can also be pleasing to the eye and bring joy to people's hearts. Beside the big tree during PE class, Luo Wei lay on a bench, basking in the sun as usual, enjoying the gentle autumn breeze and relaxing comfortably. Almost a week has passed since he returned from the underworld, but the token has not yet made any move during this time. He also went to the prison where Pei Zushin was located and found that the old guy had been transferred away by the self-improvement department. He learned from the prison guards that he seemed to have been transferred to the superhuman prison. And it was an emergency transfer in the past. It would have taken some time to complete the process. But Pei Zushin was taken away directly after an interrogation. In response, Luo Wei guessed that the Zhejiang tribe had most likely also noticed the existence of the undead Kai-hun, especially since Hua Xin was a telepath. So it was only a matter of time before she could extract Pei Zushin's words. Of course, it was also possible that Kai-hun had used some means to block Pei Zushin's memories. In the DC universe, such methods are not uncommon. In a chaotic world where mortals godstemons and aliens coexist, unexpected things will always happen. The fact that the self-strengthening division learned of the existence of the undead Kai soul was not a bad thing for Luo Wei. Currently, the token has not been able to sense the Kai soul. Perhaps the self-strengthening division can get some useful information from Pei Zushin. As long as he pays attention to the movements of the green snake, he can know the actions of the self-strengthening division. It's just that the self-strengthening division has few superhumans. It is estimated that apart from the green snake and Hua Xin, there are few other members with outstanding individual abilities. In the early stages, the self-improvement department was mostly composed of ordinary people who carried out dangerous missions one after another. Later, as the number of superhuman members increased, ordinary people were left to the second line, while superhumans took the lead, however. Besides the self-strengthening core, China also has another superhero team, namely the 10 Heroes, however. The 10 Heroes were active in the 1960s and 70s, and they are rarely seen in modern times. There are very few records about them, and few people know their stories or have heard rumors about the 10 Heroes. In fact, Luo Wei has never heard the legend of the 10 Heroes from anyone since he was a child. He even thinks that the 10 Heroes may not exist in this world. Old Luo watched the games. Suddenly Luo Wei heard Wang Zikai's shout. He opened his eyes and saw a red and blue soccer ball spinning and rolling to the side of the chair. The spot where he was lying was right next to the soccer field, a spot that was often visited by soccer balls, as always. He got up and kicked the ball high in the air in a perfect arc, like a crescent moon, straight into the corner of the goal behind the goalkeeper. Here it comes again, the crescent moon blade. On the field, Wang Zikai and the others were amazed. In all the time they had been playing football, this was the first time they had ever seen anyone kick such a curve. Luo Wei called it the crescent moon, but it wasn't his invention. It seemed to be someone named Beckham. Luo Wei should really go to the youth training camp to save the national football team. The national football team has not qualified for the World Cup for 2 consecutive tournaments. One classmate said, "It's only been 2 terms, what's there to be afraid of? There will be plenty of opportunities to gradually develop in the future. Come on, we are still young. We'll see the national football team achieve glory again someday." Wang Zikai waved his hand innocently, his face full of anticipation for the future of the national football team. Indeed, only 2 terms, wait a few more years, and you'll know that 2 World Cups isn't the limit. Luo Wei shook his head on the bench. He's so young. The Chinese national football team's limit is far more than 2 World Cups. Anyway, he never saw the Chinese national football team qualify for the World Cup again before he died. It seemed to have become a distant legend, just like an ancient Chinese myth, buzz after school. Luo Wei wanted to continue basking in the sun for a while, but the token hidden in his breast pocket suddenly trembled slightly. He quickly went to a secluded spot, took it out, and a few faint lights flashed across the token before disappearing. After a short while, the token returned to calm. "Did Yama give you a fake token? Why did it suddenly stop?" Luo Wei squeezed the token but saw no further movement. Could it be that the undead Kai Hun had just visited Green Vine City, or some nearby area? The token's search range seemed to be within a province, but Kai Hun left again after only a short while, or rather, Kai Hun is still in China, but has once again jumped out of the token's perception range. You should know that before this, he had been hiding for over 100 years, never letting the 10 courts of the underworld find any trace of him, and even outliving the last dynasty of China. After much deliberation, Luo Wei decided to take a trip around Green Vine City. If he was lucky, he might run into Kai Hun. With his super speed, traveling around half of China would be a piece of cake. But just as he was about to fly out of the city, a loud bang came from the direction of the city's commercial street, accompanied by the sound of vehicles colliding, the squelching of water from a fire hydrant bursting on the roadside, and the terrified cries for help from passers-by. How long has it been since anyone dared to cause trouble in the city? Luo Wei frowned since Superman appeared. No one has dared to cause trouble in the city center for quite some time. At most, it's just petty theft and robbery. No one has the guts to make such a big commotion because Superman's intimidating power has been deeply imprinted in the minds of criminals. Whoosh, without any hesitation, Luo Wei accelerated towards the city center. The cloak behind him emitted a deafening hiss the moment his body was launched, creating swirling vortexes that were clearly visible. "Don't move. If you move even one more time, I'll kill you all. Did you hear that? Damn it, you've got some nerve." Break their legs on a street. A silver van crashed into a black minivan, its hood popping out and billowing thick black smoke. There were also a pile of smashed tables and chairs, and a broken fire hydrant on the side of the road. It looked like the two vehicles had just been chasing each other on the street. A group of people rushed out of each of the two vehicles, wielding steel bars and machetes, their faces fierce and eyes bloodshot-targeting heatedly, ready to erupt into an even more intense conflict at any moment. Damn it, all of you, get to it, you've got some nerve. Each side had about 10 people, without saying a word. They brandished sticks and knives and charged forward fiercely, their menacing stances suggesting they wanted to kill each other. Bystanders all kept their distance, and some even called the police. But no one dared to intervene. In such a bloodthirsty situation, anyone who tried to stop them would likely get stabbed. Stop just as the two sides were about to collide. With a thump, a tall and imposing figure descended from the sky, landing in a superheroic manner. He slowly straightened his back, and his deep and extremely intimidating eyes swept across both sides, like a sharp sword pressed against the necks of the two groups of people, making them stand still and dare not move forward. Who gave you permission to cause trouble here? Luo Wei's voice wasn't loud or gloomy, but it gave people an indescribable sense of oppression, as if a huge rock was pressing on their chest. No. They provoked us first. They cut us off and chased us all the way here. We couldn't take it anymore, so we took action. The person in charge on the left immediately offered an explanation. Nonsense, you guys cut me off and caused a collision. My arm is scraped, damn it, my scalp is cut open. The person on the right rolled up their sleeve, revealing an extra scar on their tattooed arm in an instant. Tensions rose again, with both sides shouting insults and arguing loudly at each other, their weapons poised to strike, and their expressions gradually becoming agitated. Wait a minute, something's not right with you guys. Luo Wei was taken aback. He glanced at the eyes of these burly men and noticed that beneath each of their eyes was a wisp of barely perceptible black energy. That chilling energy writhed back and forth like a parasite, seemingly constantly provoking their emotions. Buzz. Suddenly, the token on Luo Wei's body trembled slightly and flashed with light. P.S. I have a request. Could you all leave a comment in this chapter? This book is still 50% away from reaching level 2 and breaking through to mainstream popularity, with about 1,000 readers if each of us leaves a comment. It can go up in no time, please support me. Chapter 57, Section 56, The Dead and the Japanese, Part 3. Kai Hun's. Luo Wei pressed down on the trembling token and scanned the crowd's eyes again. He noticed that a dark aura was emanating from their eyes, growing stronger and stronger until it almost filled their entire eyes. As this phenomenon occurred, everyone's expression became increasingly ferocious. You were the one who cut me off and you don't dare admit it. Bastard, under the influence of Kai Hun's magic, their emotions gradually spiraled out of control, and their hearts became extremely agitated. Calm down, everyone, someone is trying to confuse you. While trying to persuade him, Luo Wei used his super senses to search the nearby streets, but found no suspicious people. It seemed that Kai Hun had already left. It must be said that Kai Hun was both cunning and clever. He manipulated innocent people to create chaos, lured out Superman and then fought against him, all while remaining hidden in the shadows. Go to hell, Superman, get out of my way, don't get in my way. The burly man on the left gradually lost his mind and strode forward to shove Superman. Take your hands away. Luo Wei's gaze darkened as he slapped the burly man's hand away. Fuck you, enraged, the burly man swung his knife, his face flushed, aiming it at the tall Luo Wei in front of him. With a bang, the knife struck Luo Wei's hard shoulder. Kill him. The crowd that had been cursing at each other suddenly turned bloodshot, lost control and swarmed forward like hungry wolves, as if they wanted to tear Superman in the middle to shreds. Hey, left with no other choice, Luo Wei vanished in a flash, and a gust of wind swept through the crowd, causing everyone to faint and collapse to the ground. A moment later, Luo Wei reappeared. He didn't kill anyone, he just knocked them unconscious. After all, what these people did wasn't their own intention. They were just puppets of Kai Hun. Besides, the whole thing started because of him. Fortunately, after fainting, Kai Hun's magic seemed to lose some of its effectiveness. Hey, call an ambulance. Luo Wei pointed to the passers-by in the distance, who were hiding behind tables and chairs watching the show. He noticed that the passers-by looked somewhat frightened and pointed to the ground. Suddenly, the people who had been unconscious on the ground opened their eyes. Their eyes bloodshot and a black aura surged forth again. As soon as they opened their eyes, their bodies almost instantly rose to their feet in an extremely contorted posture, like zombies supporting themselves on their thighs. He's actually awake. Luo Wei noticed the group and saw that their eyes were vacant, and their life force was rapidly fading away. With a whoosh, their bodies swelled. Sharp claws grew from their fingertips, blood flowed freely, and they charged towards Luo Wei using all four limbs. Seeing this, Luo Wei flew into the air, while the crazed burly man roared past below. He sensed the several people who had risen again, and realized their hearts had stopped beating. They had become living corpses. They've actually become puppets, Kai Hun. To say I'm not angry would be a lie. Several vibrant lives were lost because of the Kai soul, and they were all in their prime with families behind them. Perhaps even the pillars of their families. Whoosh. Suddenly from the other side of the street, a figure wreathed in azure light rushed towards the group below, wielding a long staff. Upon reaching them, the staff swept across, and the out-of-control burly man, who had tried to block, was instead sent flying by the force of the blow. After several swings, the four out-of-control individuals staggered and fell to their sides. Their arms it presents as a deformed fracture. He's dead. The person who arrived was none other than the Green Snake. After defeating the four men, she strode over to them with her slender legs, only to find that their eyes had rolled back and they were lifeless. The little girl's face turned deathly pale. She had never intended to kill anyone. Fool, they're all dead. In midair, Lo landed on the ground, his supervision examining the four men's internal organs. He shook his head and said, "Their internal organs are all shattered. How could this happen? I didn't even use much force." Green Snake gripped the stick, having just reduced the force of his grip. "Idiot, didn't I say they were already dead?" "You didn't kill them." Luo Wei rolled his eyes at her. His little cousin really wasn't very bright, however. He discovered that only 4 people had undergone mutations. The others, who were in a coma, were not experiencing any special circumstances. They were simply in a coma. Oh. Green Snake reached out and checked the noses of the group to make sure they were truly lifeless. Justina voice came from her bracelet, Zioking. "How is it, Sister Ziohua, they're all dead?" Superman said these people died a long time ago. The Green Snake answered truthfully. Luo Wei glanced at Zio Qing, who actually called Hua Zin's sister instead of brother. He mentally complained and then reminded his bracelet. The situation is a bit complicated. This enemy is not so simple, better be careful. Superman, you don't need to worry about that. The Self-Improvement Department is an official organization and has its own judgment. What? Hua Zin's voice came from the other end of the bracelet again. But you, Superman, you are not an official. And you've done this repeatedly, Sister Ziohua. Stop talking. Superman has already flown away. Green Snake looked up at the figure disappearing into the horizon, feeling somewhat embarrassed for Sister Ziohua. Hua Zin was silent for a moment before slowly saying, "Zio King, wait where you are. The task force will be here soon. It is good." In the Huaxia superhuman prison, in a serious criminal interrogation room, only one ceiling light was on, making the room dimly lit and quiet. Pei Zushin was firmly locked to a chair with iron rings on his hands. Click, the door opened and Hua Zin and Dr. Omen walked in, followed by a young man in a black suit. He wore a pure white mask, revealing only his sharp eyes. "Pei Zushin, your master has sent someone again." Hua Zin sat down in the chair opposite Pei Zushin and stared at him as she spoke. Pei Zushin's wrinkled face showed his exhaustion. With deep dark circles under his eyes some time ago, he was transferred to the superhuman prison by the self-strengthening department and confessed everything about Kai Hun under intense interrogation. No hearing news about Kai Hun asked somewhat excitedly. Kai Hun is back again, has he shown up? You seem very happy that he appeared. Hua Xin's words made him immediately compose himself. Don't even think about it. Kai Hun didn't show up, but he still killed 4 people. Hua Xin slammed several photos on the table. Her expression grim. The photos showed 4 dead people with dark faces and black lines all over their necks, looking as if they had died with their eyes wide open. It was Kai Hun who killed him, not me. So what's the use of looking for me? Pei Zushan glanced at it, then immediately closed his eyes. Not daring to look any longer, tell us where he is. Standing silently at the back, the masked man spoke. I've said it many times, Kai Hun has always appeared in the form of black mist. I've never seen his true appearance, let alone know where he is. Pei Zushan said somewhat impatiently. Kai Hun is very cautious, he doesn't easily trust anyone. How could an outsider like me possibly know? After listening, Hua Xin and the other 2 exchanged glances. Then Omen changed the subject. In that case, let me ask you. Is Kai Hun's purpose this time for the door knocker? Yes. He longs for the power contained within the door knocker. Pei Zushan confessed truthfully that the torment he had endured these past few days was driving him to the brink of collapse. The door knocker is in Superman's hands. So Kai Hun will definitely go to Superman again. Hua Xin's expression was complicated currently. The entire self-improvement department is unaware of Superman's true identity, making it virtually impossible to find a breakthrough from him. Let me remind you, Kai Hun can't come in person. I think the one who caused the chaos was one of Kai Hun's disciples. Pei Zushan's words drew the 3 people's attention back. He continued. He once inadvertently revealed that he owns a Taoist temple. I don't know exactly where it is, but he said that the temple has taken in many disciples. Is he a Taoist priest? Hua Xin asked. I don't know. If so, he must be a heretic who corrupts the morals of Taoism. Pei Zushan became somewhat displeased at this point. You're no better off than him, colluding with him. Hua Xin said coldly. Pei Zushan remained silent and stopped speaking. Seeing that they couldn't get anything out of him, the 3 men turned and left. A short while later, the guards came in and took Pei Zushan back to his cell. The other side, Hua Xin and the other 2 returned to the conference room. It is now basically certain that the mastermind behind the chaos is Kai Hun's people, and their goal is the door knocker, which is in Superman's hands. Euron looked solemn. But we don't know where Superman is. The man in the white mask spoke slowly after hearing this. Hua Xin hesitated and said, It won't be easy for Kai Hun to snatch the door knocker back from Superman. We just need to try to find Kai Hun's whereabouts before then. Yuman nodded and said nothing more as night fell. On the old streets of the south of the city, a slender figure was chasing a thief. Because it had just rained, the air was damp, and rainwater was still dripping from the eaves. As the 2 ran, small waves were splashed up under their feet. Stop! The man in blue was panting heavily, feeling quite tired. This was the first time he had encountered such a fast-running thief. He had chased him for several blocks, but the thief showed no sign of slowing down at last. When they reached the 5th Street, the man disappeared into a dead end. Damn it, they can't escape now. Seeing this, King Yi quickly chased after him. The thief had his back to him, looking into the dead end, and was still holding the stolen wallet in his hand. Seeing that he didn't move, King Yi took a breath and said, Hey, hand it over, Rand, I'll let you off this time, hee. The thief turned around with a strange grin on his face, his mouth almost reaching his ears. Phew, I changed my mind again. If you hand over your wallet, you'll have to stay in jail for a few days. When King Yi saw the strange laugh, she shuddered and a strange chill ran through her. As he spoke, he lunged forward, his hands spreading out as Vist. But then they saw the thief across from them leap 4 or 5 meters high, do a backflip and land steadily behind the woman in green. What? King Yi's pupils contracted. Having also practiced, he naturally knew how difficult that move was. But he didn't expect the other party to do it so easily. Whoosh before he could turn around. He heard a whooshing sound coming from behind him. He quickly lay down and rolled to the side, only to be met with a sweeping kick from the thief that slammed into the alley wall, causing several bricks to fall off. Oh shit. Before King Yi could recover from her shock, the other party kicked her again, making a series of hissing sounds. The force was no weaker than before. The man in green had a solemn expression. He braced himself with his hands on the ground and threw his body backward. Boom! The spot where I was sitting in the crotch was kicked out and sand and gravel flew everywhere. Chinese kung fu is nothing special. The thief spoke with a heavy Japanese accent, Japanese. King Yi quickly got up, brushed off the mud from her body, clenched her fists, and lowered her body slightly to assume a fighting stance. Bang, bang, bangs. He was met with a torrential downpour of punches and kicks, each blow accompanied by a fierce gale. Every strike was delivered with a tricky angle, its power and force like a sharp sword. The mere force of the punches and kicks stung the skin. The man in green was forced to retreat repeatedly, and could only protect his forehead with his hands to prevent his vital parts from being hit. However, it seemed as if his opponent was toying with him, never hitting his vital parts, but only hitting the areas that were more resistant to blows, and constantly hammering them. Not a moment later, King Yi felt a tearing pain in every part of her upper body. He was well aware that the Japanese were toying with him, and after enduring for a long time, he seized the opportunity and suddenly punched the other man in the jaw. Go away, bang! He punched the Japanese man in the jaw, and the Japanese man in pain quickly stepped back, rubbing his jaw and saying defiantly, "Is that all?" Whoosh. The man in blue opposite him braced himself on one foot and kicked out 3 times with the other, creating a hissing gust of air. The Japanese man was surprised that the woman in blue could still exert force after being beaten for so long. He was unable to withstand the attack and was kicked in the abdomen, flying through the air and crashing into the wall. That's it, the woman in green swung her leg, put it away, and said with a cold laugh, "Those who understand the times are wise. Until we meet again." Seeing that his opponent was difficult to deal with, the Japanese man did not linger any longer. He got up, cupped his hands in greeting and ran out of the alley. Damn it. You think you can just run away from your peaceful life? Seeing this, King Yi quickly took off after him. The two figures reappeared on the street chasing each other, overcoming various obstacles, and weaving through various stalls and shelves, their footsteps echoing through the quiet street. Whoosh. However, just as the Japanese were running ahead, rushing forward, suddenly, a tall figure descended from the sky, blocking the Japanese man's path like a high wall. He crashed into it headfirst as if hitting a steel plate, and immediately fell to the ground, clutching his head and groaning in pain. "You're done for, kids, Superman is coming." Seeing that the Japanese had stopped running, King Yi breathed a sigh of relief, put her hands in her pockets, and leaned against the wall to catch her breath. "King Yi, why do you look so weak?" As usual, Luo Wei patrolled the surroundings before going to bed, but unexpectedly heard the sounds of fighting. "I chased him for 8 blocks and even got into a fight. How could that man who's almost 40 be so fierce?" The woman in green said irritably, then stepped forward and kicked the Japanese man on the ground, cursing, "You little brat, you think you can run away? Is he from Japan?" Luo Wei was surprised. He grabbed the Japanese man's hair, tapped him, and found that he really was Japanese, with a colonel-like air about him. Interesting, a Japanese man, Superman. The Japanese man's expression changed slightly when he saw him. "What, am I famous in Japan now?" Luo Wei was speaking at the time. Suddenly his expression changed, and he touched the token hidden under his battle suit. At this moment, the token began to tremble, and the trembling was very violent, generally speaking. As long as there is the aura of Kai Hun, the token will tremble. Just like the puppets we encountered this afternoon. Chinese letter, Chinese letter. Thinking it over, Luo Wei looked at the Japanese man and asked in a cold voice, "Are you from Kai Hun? What are you saying?" The Japanese are pretending to be stupid. But his gaze inadvertently swept towards Luo Wei's back. Behind Himatal's slender figure leaped out of the darkness. Soaring high into the air, his kimono fluttered in the wind. And the tang sword he held in the moonlight gleamed with a dazzling white light. It was blindingly bright. The moment the tang sword was drawn, swirling, clearly defined wisps of air rippled and spread, stirring up a cloud of dust. The blade was aimed straight at Luo Wei's skull. P.S. There's a bug on Kitty.com. The comments for chapters posted after 8 p.m. yesterday are currently unavailable. It should be fixed in a few days, however. The comments in this chapter can be seen in the backend. Thank you all for the comments on this chapter. There will be another chapter in a bit and I'll be posting 8.0 words today. As for the 10,000 words I mentioned before, I'll be able to reach that once I'm in better shape. I'm really sorry. Chapter 58, Section 57, The Dead and the Japanese, Part 4. The moment the tang sword was drawn, swirling, clearly defined wisps of air rippled and spread, stirring up a cloud of dust. The blade unleashed a dragon's roar as it sliced through the air, heading straight for Luo Wei's crown. Superman, watch out, King Yi had just shouted whoosh. Luo Wei's tall figure flashed and he soared into the air. His sharp tang sword slashed fiercely at the open ground, instantly cracking the floor tiles and creating several deep fissures. But the blade remained brand new and shiny. What about peoples? Chio Ren frowned and immediately scanned his surroundings, gripping his tang sword tightly before coming here. His master had told him that Superman was very fast and that he had to catch him off guard to win easily. However, he did not expect that even though he had been well concealed and completely hidden his aura, he still failed to complete the attack. Did Kai Hun send you suddenly? A deep yet powerful voice came from behind Chiao Hitch. Though not loud, sent chills down one's spine, idiot. Chio suddenly swung her sword backward, and out of the corner of her eye, she saw that Superman was indeed standing behind her. This time, the other party showed no intention of moving. Seeing this, Chio's expression gradually became ferocious. Before coming here, her master had said that this dragon roar tang sword was forged by a famous Chinese craftsman using meteorite iron from outer space, and could easily cut through steel. There was once a great general who wielded this tang sword and slew countless enemies on the battlefield, resisting thousands of troops and charging into enemy ranks 7 times with ease. Superman's mere mortal body could not possibly withstand the sharp blade of the dragon's roar. The moment the dragon roar was unleashed, a dragon's roar resounded, and it was as if a divine dragon was roaring in front of you. Powerful and fierce bang, however. Chio's fanatical expression abruptly stopped the next second. Her face instantly freezing. The knife is good. Luo Wei simply reached out and grasped the sharp blade. He calmly touched the cut. Finding no trace of injury on his skin, he said dismissively, "The knife is good, but unfortunate lithe person is not." How is it possible? Chio spoke a few words of Japanese, broken and intermittent. The Japanese are not worthy of using this sword. With a forceful tug, Luo Wei pulled the tang sword away from Chio's hand, spun it halfway in midair, and then the hilt fell back into his hand. He then looked at Chio and asked, "Tell me, where is Kai Hun?" "I do not know what you're talking about." Chio clenched her left hand and swung it forward suddenly. A ball of black energy gathered on her fist, resembling a ferocious demon face, roaring as it tried to tear apart and devour everything. The surrounding airflow was stirred up, creating ripples of air waves. Having trained with Kai Hun for many years, Chio Ren had long since learned how to use his inner energy. This punch was as heavy as 1,000 pounds, with veins bulging on his arm as he unleashed it with great force. However, as soon as he opened his mouth to roar, he felt a tearing pain on his left cheek. The huge force caused him to fall to the ground sideways, leaving a clear handprint on his face. Trouble. Luo Wei withdrew his hand and, looking down at him, questioned again, "Tell me, where is Kai Hun?" "I don't know what you're talking about." Chio lay on the ground, panting heavily, her face pale. She had been too confident, thinking that Superman wouldn't be too strong. We use the most direct method. But we never expected to deal with such an unreasonable person. Superman, should we call the police? This wasn't the first time King Yi had seen Superman so ridiculously powerful. But she still couldn't help but feel a little shocked. After all, the strength that Chiajin had just displayed would have cleaved her in two if it had been her own Tang sword. No need, I'll make him talk, as Luo Wei spoke. He looked at Chiaoho was lying on the ground and was thinking about using super hypnosis. What? Chio suddenly clutched his head, letting out a heart-wrenching scream. Veins bulged on his forehead, and thick black smoke billowed from his 7 orifices. He painfully tilted his head back and opened his mouth, spewing out an even thicker cloud of black smoke. Is this also your ability? Seeing how painfully he was crying out, King Yi couldn't bear to look at him. No, it's that Kai Hun doesn't want him to speak. Luo Wei shook his head, his eyes flashing with a faint crimson light. 2 beams of heat pierced through Chio's head. Ending his life, blood splattered from the exploding head, splashing onto the blade, but then turned into droplets that slid down and dripped onto the ground. It doesn't get stained with blood, it's a really good knife. Luo Wei waved it, then looked at King Yi and tossed it over, saying, here you go, you know how to use a knife, right? Give me. The woman in green hurriedly caught the machete, somewhat flattered. Such a fine knife, and it was given to her by Superman. I don't need it, this knife isn't even as strong as my hand. Luo Wei was in no mood, he had lost another clue about Kai Hun. Suddenly, he remembered that there was a Japanese man next to him. He turned his head and saw that the Japanese man was lying on the ground, looking slightly dazed with a pale face and lifeless eyes. He seems to have stopped breathing. The man in green robes touched the Japanese man's nose and found him dead. He shook his head helplessly, although he didn't know who Kai Hun was. Judging from Superman's expression, this guy was definitely not a good person otherwise. Superman wouldn't have shown such an expression after all. No enemy has ever made Superman take him this seriously in all this time. Suddenly he caught sight of something in Chio's pocket. His eyes lit up and he bent down to take it out, saying, this is his phone. This guy has already bought a plane ticket to Japan. You bastard. He even booked his return ticket for tomorrow afternoon. It seems he originally thought he was absolutely certain he could win you over. King Yi fiddled with her phone and noticed a message in Chio's phone, reminding her to register tomorrow. Where is this plane ticket from? Upon hearing this, Luo Wei took the phone and saw the address. His initially bad mood immediately improved. You think you can find that Kai Hun with just a plane ticket? The woman in green was puzzled. You don't understand. There's another piece of information here. Someone will pick him up from the airport tomorrow. Luo Wei smiled slightly. What do you mean? King Yi still didn't understand. Someone else was picking them up at the airport. What business was it of yours? Besides, you didn't even know them. Have you ever heard of super disguise? Luo Wei said unhurriedly, actually. Superman's super disguise is super hypnosis. As long as others mistake him for Chiajin, then wouldn't I be Chiojin? P.S. I will write about Japanese superheroes later. Based on the original work, Chapter 59. Section 58, Superman sweeps through Japan Part 1 at dawn. As the sky began to lighten, a light drizzle started to fall. Under the rolling dark clouds, police tape was put up at the damp and gloomy alley entrance, where several policemen stood with serious expressions and furrowed brows, taking notes. The first victim suffered a massive impact to the head, leaving a bloody hole. His brain was almost gone. The second victim had no injuries, and the cause of death is currently undetermined. However, the second victim is similar to the victim in the city center yesterday, with similar black marks on the neck and hands. There must be some connection between them. Liang Zhongping looked at the report and then at Hua Xin beside him. She was wearing a raincoat, and rainwater slid down the transparent fabric. A few drops of rainwater clung to her cheeks from the brim of her hat, but they couldn't hide her serious expression. Do you think Superman killed one of them? The burns on his wounds and the burn marks left at the scene are very similar to Superman's previous methods. Hua Xin examined the grotesque corpses and discovered that both bodies actually shared some characteristics similar to the 4 victims from yesterday. In other words, the true cause of death for these 2 individuals might be the Kai soul. The 2 were most likely there for Superman, but they didn't expect Superman's power to far exceed their previous expectations. However, Hua Xin couldn't be sure exactly what happened and could only make a simple judgment. Judging from the wounds of the first victim, I guess no one else could have done it. Having witnessed Superman's heat vision firsthand, Liang Zhaoping naturally immediately thought of him. Yes, keep this news from getting out, Hua Xin instructed. What? Are the higher-ups starting to pay attention to Superman's reputation? Liang Zhaoping asked casually, just do as I say. Hua Xin carefully examined the bodies and asked. They should be Japanese, they're wearing kimonos. Have you identified the deceased? We've already sent people to investigate. We found some identification information on the deceased, and we should be able to find it soon, Liang Zhaoping. And a short while later, Xiao Wang from the Criminal Investigation Team, who was in charge of investigating the identity of the deceased, rushed over with a report. Captain, the situation is a bit complicated. Xiao Wang's expression was serious. Don't be so secretive, just tell me. Liang Zhaoping shook his raincoat pocket, and rainwater splashed onto the A4 paper in Xiao Wang's hand. He took it and looked at it. Sure enough, the deceased were all Japanese. This makes things a bit complicated. When they applied for visas, they filled out forms saying they were coming to China for tourism. It's all right, the Self-Reliance Ministry will handle it. Besides, they have problems themselves. The chaos that happened in the city center yesterday might be related to them. Hua Xin also glanced at the document, but she didn't seem as heavy-hearted as Liang Zhaoping. Actually, that's not what I wanted to talk about. What I found out when I was checking Chio's information just now was that she booked a flight for this afternoon. And someone registered for that flight just 30 minutes ago. Xiao Wang took out another document and handed it to the 2 of them. The drizzling rain dampened the paper, but made the words on it stand out even more. Xiao Wang, why didn't you say so sooner, you idiot? Liang Zhaoping was furious and wanted to slap Xiao Wang across the face. But in the end, he still slapped him hard on the back of the head. He continued, how far is the plane now? Quickly contact the control tower. There's no time now. The plane would have flown out of our airspace in 30 minutes. And besides, this flight isn't even from our country. They won't be returning, Hua Xin shook her head, looking at the flight information written on the paper. How did that person get through security? Liang Zhaoping looked at Chio Blade on the ground with a puzzled expression. The real person was here. So how did that person get through security? China's airport security is very strict, and it is almost impossible to slip through unnoticed. Moreover, that person used Chio Blade's passport and ID card. You don't need to worry about this. I'm going back to headquarters first. The self-strengthening department will come and take over here in a while. Hua Xin frowned, her face grave. She turned and got into the black SUV once inside. She immediately dialed the number of the technical department of the self-improvement department and asked them to help retrieve the surveillance footage from Green Vine City Airport. She then went to a helipad, boarded a helicopter bearing the logo of the Ministry of Self-Reliance, and headed to headquarters during the journey. She also received a video from the technical department. After watching it, was filled with disbelief, because the surveillance footage clearly showed Chio's figure. She immediately dialed Dr. Eugene's number a moment later. Eugene's voice came through the phone. Do you have proof that Superman boarded the plane? What? Superman is no less capable than me in terms of mental abilities. I tried to explore his mind before and found it to be like a high wall that I couldn't penetrate even a little bit. In addition, I used super hypnosis in Sichuan and Chongqing, which is a mental ability. I suspect that he has other mental abilities or other superpowers. Hua Xin's tone was somewhat hurried, although she knew how unbelievable what she was saying was, after all. How could a human possibly possess so many superpowers? She was talking about Superman. After experiencing so much, Huazin has gradually come to believe that Superman possesses unparalleled superpowers and that he is constantly creating miracles, always bringing the world an amazing performance of his abilities. Thinking about it this way, Superman could be incredibly disguised, that's right. Huazin now thinks that Superman might be able to easily change his appearance. Even his Haito fools security and everyone else. After Huazin finished speaking and received no response, she asked Dr. Yuman, "Are you listening?" Omen's voice came from the other end of the phone. "This matter is a bit complicated. You come back first. I have already asked my superiors for instructions." It is good. Huazin felt helpless, knowing that this matter was no longer a simple supernatural event, and that Dr. Yuman had no right to make a decision on his own. And at the same time, on the plane bound for Japan, a seemingly gentle and refined Japanese man sat by the window, admiring the pure white clouds in the deep blue sky. "Chio, would you like some coffee?" Suddenly, a hot flight attendant asked. "Thank you, no sugar." Luo Wei, who was admiring the beautiful scenery, was taken aback when he heard someone call Chio Ren's name. He then realized that the person was calling him and immediately adjusted his expression to respond with a smile. "Of course I know, you never put sugar in your coffee." The pretty flight attendant smiled slightly and winked, sending a knowing glance. "Thank you." Luo Wei smiled politely, thinking to himself, "Chio is having a pretty good time, he's got some nerve. Even managing to hook up with a flight attendant. And now she's looking at him with such flirtatious eyes." Before leaving, the flight attendant made a phone call gesture to herself when no one else was looking. "Call." Luo Wei breathed a sigh of relief when he saw her leave. Outsiders saw Chio Blade, but he didn't have Chio Blade's memories. At most, he could only imitate her speech and behavior. Memories can't be imitated. If he met someone he knew, it would be easy for them to notice the problem. Fortunately, I didn't run into any acquaintances until I got off the plane, except for the flight attendants who occasionally gave me flirtatious glances. As soon as Luo Wei got off the plane, he went straight to the lobby to wait for the person who was there to pick him up. He didn't recognize the person, so he could only stand in the crowd and wait. However, he soon noticed that someone in the crowd kept looking around, glancing in his direction every now and then, with an uncertain expression, as if he was unsure whether he had found the right person. Luo Wei guessed that this person must be the one who came to pick him up, so he waved and called out, "Yumura, I'm here." Yumura is the name of the person who picked him up at the airport. It's the name of the contact he saw on his phone. "Chio, it really is you. I almost didn't recognize you without my glasses on." The speaker was a short young man in a kimono. He took out his glasses from his pocket, put them on, and looked particularly dazed. "Yumura, you can wear contact lenses. It won't affect your appearance." From Chio and Yumura's past information, Luo Wei learned that Yumura disliked wearing glasses because he felt that glasses sealed off his good looks and affected his ability to pick up girls. "I have dry eye syndrome and can't wear contact lenses." "Have you forgotten that?" Yumura said with a displeased look. "Sorry. Things have been giving me a bit of a headache lately." Luo Wei quickly rubbed his forehead, looking utterly exhausted. "Saga Superman is no pushover. He'll definitely give you a headache, but once you come back, Superman will definitely be defeated by you." Suddenly remembering something, Yumura looked around and asked, "Where are the four? Didn't he come back with you?" "Look at my memory. I forgot to mention that the four of them are watching Superman in China. My master told me not to kill him, so I captured him, and now the four of them are watching him." Luo Wei also saw in the message that Kai Hun didn't want to kill him. It seemed that he wanted Superman's soul or body. It was just a pity that Kai Hun's plan was going to fail. Thinking, Thish quickly said, "Let's go. Master is waiting for us." "Good, you have done another great service. Your master will definitely reward you handsomely," Yumura said enviously. The two took a taxi to the Taoist temple. Shankan chatted the whole way, and Luo Wei occasionally chimed in later. Worried about exposing his identity, he pretended to be asleep and ignored Shankan. While pretending to be asleep, Luo Wei was also thinking about whether the self-strengthening department had found the body at the alley entrance. When he left yesterday, he did not dispose of the bodies of the two Japanese people, because if the Japanese disappeared in China, it would be difficult for China to explain this to the outside world. Besides, Chio was a dangerous person who came with a mission. If he destroyed the bodies and there was no evidence, it would be difficult to explain the matter clearly. In addition, he left the body in the hope that the self-strengthening core would know that the Kai soul was in Japan, so that the self-strengthening core would also take action to avoid causing more casualties. Hopefully they can be smart, bright spot. Luo Wei thought to himself, but then someone next to me, who was from the village, suddenly reached out and patted the driver saying, "Uncle driver, turn left and park by the park." "What's wrong? The Taoist temple isn't over there, is it?" Luo Wei keenly noticed a change in Yumura's heart rate, which quickened considerably in an instant, and immediately realized that the Japanese man beside him might have noticed something was wrong. "Anchiyo, you forgot that you have to go that way to get to the Taoist temple." As Shankan was speaking, the car had already arrived at the edge of the park. He quickly opened the car door and got out. Glancing back at Luo Wei, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that Luo Wei had also gotten out. The two walked one after the other into the depths of the park's woods. They encountered many passers-by along the way, but the further they went, the fewer tourists there were. When they reached the depths of the woods, there was no one to be seen. "Yumura, don't leave. Let's talk here." Luo Wei stopped and spoke coldly. "Chio, what do you mean? What could be wrong with me? Aren't we in a hurry to get to the dojo? We'll be there soon if we just keep going." Yumura froze, turned around and forced a smile, leaving a cold, aloof mark on his forehead. His heart began to pound, as if it were about to leap out of his throat. "I can hear you. Your heart rate is very fast." Luo Wei pointed to his ear and said with a smile. Even though it was broad daylight, the smile was as cold as ice, sending chills down Yumura's spine. An extreme chill ran straight to the top of his head. "Chio, go to hell." Yumura's face instantly turned ferocious. He lunged forward with all his might towards Luo Wei, his left hand slightly bent, gathering a cloud of black mist that caused a gust of wind to surge. As expected, we were exposed. Luo Wei shook his head helplessly, and then disappeared from the spot in a flash. Yumura, who lunged forward, missed his target. His outstretched hand caused a gust of wind to rage, the surrounding trees to sway wildly, and leaves to fall with a rustling sound, scattering everywhere. As Yumura was searching for the enemy, he found his head being gripped from behind by a large hand. The hand's fingers were tightening, and the pressure on his head was causing him increasing pain. "Tell me where the dojo is." Lo's words were full of authority, sending chills down one's spine. "I can't say I'll die if I do." As soon as Yumura spoke, his pupils suddenly contracted, and a cloud of black energy burst forth from his eyes, surging upwards. Upon seeing this, Luo Wei behind him quickly released his grip and took a few steps back. Yumura swayed a few times, then knelt on the ground, looked up, and cried out in anguish, "Master, I didn't say anything. Spare me, spare me." Seeing this, Luo Wei shook his head without the slightest pity. Every disciple of Kai Hun must know what their master had done. Yet they still chose to join the Taoist temple. Such people do not deserve sympathy before Longan agony. Black gas spewed from his pores, and he completely lost his breath, collapsing to the ground with a blank expression. Unfortunately, the clues have gone cold. But Kai Hun's Taoist temple should be in this city or in the nearby mountains. Luo Wei sighed as he passed the corpse of Shankan. He noticed the empty expression on the man's face. Something seemed amiss. He leaned closer to sense it and said coldly, "The Kai soul devoured his soul, indeed. Kai Hun is a spirit of the dead, and he will stop at nothing to restore his own strength. How could he possibly be kind enough to take on a disciple?" It's just a matter of nurturing the cauldron. Afterwards, Lo did not stay any longer. After returning to his original form, he did not put on the Superman costume, but instead chose a windproof suit and flew into deep space. If the Japanese were to see Superman appear in Japan, it wouldn't be a good thing. It would only bring more unnecessary trouble. At least until he finds the Kaiso. Luo Wei doesn't want to be too conspicuous. After all, Japan also has superheroes. Being too conspicuous and attracting their attention would only create more trouble and complicate matters. Chapter 60. Page 59. Superman Sweeps Through Japan Part 2. In the brightly lit conference room on the top floor of the Ministry of Self-Improvement headquarters in Shanghai. With the curtains drawn, Men Huazin and several other senior executives sat around the table with solemn expressions. We have already communicated with Japan, and our self-strengthening department is preparing to send some people there to assist the Japanese. Old Wangan of the senior executives explained the situation upon hearing this. Huazin secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The fact that the Japanese had agreed to provide assistance meant that Superman's unauthorized entry into Japan would not have a significant impact. She then asked, does the Japanese side have any leads yet? Oh, yes. They investigated Chio's interpersonal relationships one by one, and finally locked onto a Taoist temple. They believed that the mastermind was hiding in the Taoist temple. Before coming, Lao Wang had contacted the Japanese side in advance and was very familiar with the mission. The Japanese side will take action tonight. You need to set off for Japan immediately and arrive before the operation. So fast. I think this matter needs to be considered carefully. After all, this enemy is very troublesome. He hasn't shown up even once from beginning to end. Hua Xin was surprised. She thought the Japanese would wait for the self-strengthening ministry before discussing countermeasures and plans together. However, they only gave a notification and did not seem to want to discuss with the self-strengthening ministry. This also made her somewhat dissatisfied, Zio Hua. Human standing nearby coughed lightly, reminding her to stop talking. Then he looked at Lao Wang and asked, did the higher-ups mention that Superman poses no threat? Now Superman is considered part of the Chinese superheroes. And with him around, tonight's operation will be much better. The higher-ups didn't give specific instructions, only telling us to send people to Japan on time according to the plan. The only problem now is which people we should select to participate in this mission. Old Wang didn't say anything else, and went straight to asking Men the most crucial question. Hua Xin couldn't help but look at Men. As a core member of the self-improvement department, she knew in her heart that the department was actually short of manpower. Even with special task forces, they are all ordinary people who have received special training, and it is obviously difficult for them to deal with powerful supernatural enemies. As for the self-strengthening department's superhero alliance, it is still in the preparation stage as far as Hua Xin knows. The superhero alliance currently consists only of herself, Green Snake, and the white-masked youth who appeared in the interrogation room yesterday, the latter of whom only recently joined the superhero alliance. They were personally recruited by Omen. As for Avery Ho, the speedster they originally wanted to recruit, she is now listed as a dangerous person. She escaped in Sichuan and Chongqing using her speed powers, and the self-strengthening department does not know her whereabouts. Thus, the self-strengthening department only has 3 outstanding members. I have my own arrangements. You don't need to worry about the personnel, Omen said. Okay, that's all for today's meeting. Meeting adjourned. Old Wang nodded and didn't press the matter further. Everyone has different areas of responsibility, and interfering in other people's affairs would only cause resentment and dissatisfaction. He didn't ask any more questions and announced the end of the meeting, after which everyone left one after another. Doctor, do you have a new plans? Hua Xin also got up and followed Omen to ask. Well, come with me, Yuman nodded calmly, then led her to the basement. At the bottom of the self-reliance department building, there is an underground base with an incredibly spacious preparation area where various vehicles and combat equipment are parked. Several figures were already waiting there, including a special task force from the Self-Strengthening Corps, fully armed and dressed in heavy combat uniforms. Ready for action, Hua Xin's gaze wasn't drawn to them, but rather to the other figures standing nearby. The first woman, whose curves were accentuated by a white bodysuit, was Avery Hue, whom she recognized. The second was Zhang Si, whose face resembled a ferocious crocodile. The last one, her gaze shifting downwards, was a black and white animal, a panda sitting motionless on the ground, seemingly devoid of any will to live. She looked at Yumen in disbelief and said, "Doctor, is this your plan?" Yumen nodded and introduced Avery Ho. "This is Avery Ho. You've met her before. She's a speedster, born in the United States and only recently immigrated back, so her name might not be very fitting for Chinese culture. This is Crocodile Man. No need for introductions, I know them all. I personally captured the last two." Hua Xin calmed down. She didn't think there was anything wrong with the speedster Miss He appearing here. After all, with the doctor's methods, finding Miss He would be quite easy. But what are the last two? One is a crocodile man. One is a panda. Although Hua Xin knew that this panda could talk, which was why she captured it. Can a talking panda really be a superhero? I didn't tell you in advance, so it might be a little hard for you to accept. But Crocodile Man Zhang Si and Panda Shichi have passed my test and are now qualified superheroes. Seeing her emotions, Yumen patiently explained. Do you know how valuable national treasures are? Giving them to my teammate is your honor, Shichi. The panda, sitting on the ground without saying a word, was immediately annoyed when he heard someone complaining. He was, after all, a national treasure panda. He was already working for free, and yet people dared to complain about him. PhD. Hua Xin was still a little skeptical. All right. The mission roster is now finalized. Hua Xin, Kingly Green Snake Zhang Fengshan White Mask, Avery Ho Speedster Zhang Si Crocodile Man, and Shi Chi Panda. Omen interrupted Hua Xin and directly announced the list. Then he patted her and whispered in her ear, Zio Hua, don't underestimate that panda. She will bring you a surprise. Wow, a panda. Just then, the white-masked youth arrived with the green snake. The moment the little girl saw the panda, she rushed over and hugged the fluffy panda. The panda was flattered and surprised, but it didn't forget to raise its eyebrows at Hua Xin, as if to say, see how popular our national treasure is. Now that everyone has arrived, it's getting late. We should set off. As he spoke, Omen gave Hua Xin a private instruction, Zio Hua, as the person in charge of the mission. Once you arrive in Japan, you must act in accordance with Japan's plans and mission. Do not cause any trouble. Hua Xin felt somewhat helpless, always feeling that the team was hastily put together. However, he nodded in response to Dr. Omen and led the team to the headquarters airport to board a plane to Japan. The self-strengthening department has its own airport and does not need to go to an international airport to board the plane. Japan neon lights in the bustling city in a crowded street. In front of a newspaper stand, Luo Wei leaned against the wall, holding a cup of hot tea and taking sips from time to time, while holding a newspaper in his left hand. The ultimate hero of Bushido, he looked at the newspaper. The headline read that a mysterious superhero had appeared across the country, cracking down on gang forces. Rumors said that this superhero was dressed in samurai attire and wielded a samurai sword. Some believed that the mysterious superhero was a samurai. Are you also paying attention to him? In the past few years, his activities have brought a lot of peace to Japan. At least the gangsters are not as rampant as before, and everyone's lives are much more stable. The newsstand owner, seeing him reading the headline, couldn't help but interjects, his tone full of respect for the mysterious superhero. Luo Wei put down the newspaper paraplued with a word and turned to walk towards an alley. He looks kind of familiar. The newsstand owner stroked his mustache, feeling that the young man from earlier looked familiar. Suddenly, he noticed a headline in the corner of the newspaper, China's Superman lifts an airplane. He looked at it closely and muttered, That young man from earlier does look a bit like Superman. However, quickly dismissed the idea after all. This was Japanese Superman could not possibly come here. Perhaps they are just similar. The two races live very close to each other. So it's natural that they look somewhat alike, Master. We have investigated Chio Ren's interpersonal relationships. Xiao Long believes that the Taoist temple he mentioned should be the Jingxi Taoist temple on Mount Roni Moon. Although Chio Ren is not a staff member listed on the official website of the Jingxi Taoist temple, Xiao Long checked the surveillance footage and found that he frequently enters the Jingxi Taoist temple. In the alley, the voice of the artificial intelligence dragon came through Luo Wei's headphones. Luo Wei nodded after being discovered by Shenkun. He guessed that Kai Hun had noticed something. So Shenlong began investigating Chio's interpersonal relationships in order to find out where Kai Hun might be located. Unexpectedly, they actually found him. It can only be said that Kai Hun underestimated the technology of modern society and did not expect that the surveillance would expose his location. "Master, are you going there now?" the dragon asked. "Of course, we need to finish this quickly." Luo Wei was too lazy to waste any more time. He wanted to get rid of Kai Hun as soon as possible. It was already past 7 p.m. His parents had left early this morning and said they would be back around 11 p.m. before he could go out to Japan. As for the green snake, the little girl was picked up by the self-strengthening department around noon, presumably on a mission which may be related to Kai Hun. "Master, do you need navigation?" Shenlong's Mandarin is very standard, with clear and accurate pronunciation. Yet it also has a touch of childishness and electronic tone. "No need. I heard the sounds coming from the Jingxi Taoist temple." Luo Wei shook his head, sprang into the air, and disappeared into the depths of the alley, leaving only a gust of wind and lingering dust. As if no one had ever been there. Meanwhile, in a secluded base in Japan, a conference room, a man dressed as a samurai sat at the head of a long table. His scarred face showed a solemn expression, and a black and gold mask was placed beside him. His hawk-like eyes swept over the people on either side of him. "What are your thoughts on this mission from Jingxi Taoist Temple?" The samurai spoke slowly, his deep voice slightly hoarse. The 5 people present were none other than the Japanese. The Superhero Association is a relatively new organization, so it only has 5 members, but each of them is a superhuman. "Fujita, are you talking about the Taoist temple on Mount Rani Moon?" A man with wings on his back looked at the warrior and said, "Jingxi Taoist temple is quite famous. It has a history of over 100 years. When my grandmother was still alive, she often took me to that temple. And before every exam, many people would go there to pray. It is said to be very effective. However, none of those effects have appeared on me. I dropped out of school after finishing high school. Haha, it seems that the temple only works on me. Shinji Nishimura, you should be glad. People often go missing in that area. Many people have mysteriously disappeared from Mount Rani, and their bodies have never been found." Samurai Fujita frowned, recalling the matter of Mount Rani. Many people believe that the missing persons are somehow connected to the Jingxi Taoist temple, thinking that someone in the temple is practicing evil arts, specifically capturing people's souls to practice their skills. I've heard some rumors, but no one's investigating them. Shinji Nishimura, the winged man, was puzzled. We've investigated and searched the Jingxi Taoist temple several times, but we still haven't found anything wrong. Because the number of missing persons has decreased in recent years. Because we have no clues or leads. And because of the prestige that the Jingxi Taoist temple has accumulated over the past century. This case has gradually been shelved. On the other end, a red-haired woman spoke slowly, her slender, white fingers spreading out as she spoke, with flames flickering faintly in between. "Hirano Sakurada, you seem to know a lot about him." Shinji Nishimura asked. "I once investigated the Jingxi Taoist temple, but unfortunately I didn't find any problems. Even the eyes of the people there looked so pure." The young man sweeping the floor had an innocent look on his face. Hirano Sakurada, with her red hair, speaks with a regretful tone, yet it exudes a captivating charm. However, your regret will be made up for tonight. There really is a problem with Jingxi Taoist Temple. The higher-ups have ordered us to turn the temple upside down without any conditions. Shinji Nishimura then asked, didn't China send people? When will they arrive? I've already gotten off the plane and I'm on my way. Samurai Fujita glanced at the clock on the wall and said, what are your thoughts on Superman A Silent? White-haired young man crossed his arms and said in a deep voice, today I checked all the airport surveillance footage and found that Superman got into a car. The taxi stopped by the park to drop off Superman and Yumura and then left. When I went to the park to investigate, I saw Yumura's body. But it shouldn't have been Superman who killed him. The characteristics on Yumura's body are similar to the information from China. And it also has black marks. Arai, why don't you tell us your thoughts first? The samurai Fujita looked at the white-haired youth, touched his black and gold mask and said, I think Superman is a potential threat. The white-haired young man, Arai, said. The Chinese side has said that Superman is also a member of the Chinese superheroes and poses no threat. He is our teammate and will play a key role in the mission. Shinji Nishimura frowned slightly, not quite agreeing with Arai's words. Superman's unauthorized trip to Japan is against the rules. And I don't think we can completely trust what the self-strengthening ministry says. We ourselves may not even be sure of Superman's true identity. So why should we trust him? Arai looked displeased and couldn't resist adding a sarcastic remark, Nishimura. Are you afraid of Superman after all? You've been talking about Superman lifting an airplane for days on end the other day. How could that be, Zara? If you keep talking nonsense, come and fight me one-on-one when we get outside. Shinji Nishimura slammed his fist on the table and stood up as if his hair had been standing on end. He then looked at the man in the rags who had never spoken before. The man was wrapped in gray rags all over his body, and even his eyes were not visible. He said, strip, say something, kindness. The man in the cloth strip nodded, responded, and then said nothing more. Even cloth strip thinks you're a piece of trash. When we get out of here, I'll beat you to a pulp and prove you right. Arai said sarcastically, okay, stop arguing. Samurai Fujita slammed his hand on the table. Frowning slightly in anger, Rand said, Superman is an outsider, Arai is right. We can't ignore him because Superman is also a potential threat. If Superman appears in the future, Arai and Bujo will be responsible for monitoring him. Dididi, the self-strengthening department, has arrived. The four of you should go out and greet them. Samurai Fujita's phone beeped and he glanced down at it. The four of them didn't linger and all left the meeting room. They knew that time was of the essence and the mission had to be completed tonight. The reason for choosing to act at night was mainly because there were fewer tourists at the Taoist temple. So innocent people would not be harmed. After everyone left, Samurai Fujita sat alone in the conference room. After a moment, a small door behind him opened, and a Japanese man in a black suit walked in, President. Fujita quickly stood up and said respectfully, Do you understand what I told you? You must get that token back. It might lead us to a more powerful force, and that will help you become stronger. The person in front of him was the president of the Superhero Association. He pushed up his glasses, the lenses reflecting a dazzling light, but also unable to hide the sharp glint in his eyes. I understand. But why involve the self-strengthening department? Fujita was puzzled. Dealing with Jingxi Temple was already difficult enough. If the Zhejiang tribe got involved, wouldn't it be even more difficult to get the token back in front of everyone? After all, even if the Zhejiang tribe was stupid, they could see the importance of the token and would definitely not let them get it back easily. If we don't let them get involved, it will definitely arouse suspicion. The Chinese are shrewd besides. With the self-strengthening core helping, the mission will be much easier. And this is Japan, so you have the initiative. You know what to do. The president pointed his fingertip at his temple. What about Superman? He's no pushover. Fujita recalled the various stories about Superman that came from China. Don't worry, Superman is strong, but not so strong that he is omnipotent. He has been more mythologized by the Chinese media. After all these years, China has finally produced a decent superhero. The chairman picked at his fingernails, looked at Fujita, and said, "You can't even handle Superman." "I can." Upon hearing this, Fujita lowered his head slightly, then looked up again. The chairman in front of him was gone. His gaze was solemn. He picked up the black and gold mask on the table, put it on, tightened the katana at his waist, and strode out of the conference room. The door slammed shut with a loud bang. The ceiling light swayed violently a few times, its light flickering on and off. P.S. These Japanese superheroes are original creations, because DC hasn't written many superhero stories about Japan. Of course, it could also be because they're too niche. I haven't seen them, I only read one Japanese comic. But the story is set in ancient times, when Japan was still embroiled in internal strife and war, which doesn't fit the timeline. So I didn't use any Japanese superheroes from the original work. Chapter 61060, Superman Sweeps Through Japan Part 3. Mount Rani is not a world-famous mountain, but it has a considerable reputation in Japan, of course. The most important reason is that a Taoist temple named Jingxi Taoist Temple was built in the mountains 100 years ago. Over the years, it has gradually made a name for itself in Japan. Not only local residents, but also many people from the surrounding areas and Japan would come to visit. It is said that the gods in the temple can protect people and bring peace. Therefore, Jingxi Taoist Temple is always crowded with people during festivals or important events. It was late at night, but the secluded path leading to Jingxi Taoist Temple was still bustling with people. Perhaps it had rained lightly, as the steps were damp and raindrops were dripping from the trees. Fearing that he would disturb the enemy, Luo Wei did not choose to fly instead. He followed the stone steps and walked through the secluded forest. Soon, he saw an ancient Chinese-style Taoist temple in front of him. Using his supervision to see through the building, he could tell that the layout of the Jingxi Taoist Temple was similar to that of Pei Zuxian's courtyard in Sichuan and Chongqing. Both were in harmony of yin and yang, divided into two poles, and the layout was neat and orderly. There was a stone statue standing in the temple. "Sorry, we have to close now. We can only let people out, not ins." At the entrance, a child stopped a couple. It seemed that it was too late and Jingxi Taoist Temple was about to close. Although Taoist temples look grand and elegant, they have regulated business hours and can't be open 24 hours a day. However, a mere doorman couldn't stop Luo Wei, especially since he had no intention of entering through the main gate. While the doorman and the couple were arguing, he had already entered the dojo in the blink of an eye. Interesting, after entering, Luo Wei carefully observed the structure of the Taoist temple again and found that there were no modern facilities inside. There wasn't even a power cord in sight. The rooms were lit by kerosene lamps or candles, which showed that the owner of the temple was very cautious. Just before entering, Luo Wei saw a rule at the entrance to collect electronic devices. Everyone entering the Taoist temple must temporarily store all electronic devices, including watches at the gatehouse. This phenomenon further convinced Luo Wei that the owner of the Taoist temple was Kai Hun, who was far more cautious than he had imagined. No wonder he had been hiding for 100 years without being detected by the underworld. If it weren't for the recent door knocker incident, Kai Hun could probably have continued to hide like this. On the surface, the Jingxi Taoist temple appears to have no problems. Luo Wei searched the Taoist temple thoroughly. There were Taoist boys resting in the rooms, and many tourists were walking out of the main hall. No one made a loud noise and the temple was quiet. The wind blowing the candles could be heard clearly. Jingxi Taoist Temple appears to be just an ordinary Taoist temple, sacred and serene, detached from worldly affairs. Each young Taoist priest seems kind and gentle, with no trace of hostility in their eyes. And even when tourists argue with them, they show no displeasure, but all of this seems too bizarre. The perfection of Jingxi Taoist Temple is precisely its biggest problem. Instead of rushing to search for clues in every house, Luo Wei chose to conceal his presence and reduce his visibility by standing in a dark corner. Even if someone walked by, they wouldn't notice that someone was standing in the corner. Until the swim after all the guests left, the young Taoist priests returned to their rooms to rest. Chatting and laughing, the Jingxi Taoist temple fell into silence. Only then did Luo Wei begin to move, however, just as he was about to go to the main hall to take a look. But then they discovered that a stealthy figure had also entered the main hall and was standing in front of the stone statue. Bowing repeatedly, suddenly the stone statue split in two, revealing a deep passageway, and strange runes were faintly visible on the statue. It's the kind of rune I saw in the underworld. Luo Wei recognized the runes. They were the runes engraved on the palace of Yama, the king of hell in the underworld. It was these runes that had rendered his supervision ineffective. Seeing this, he no longer hesitated. A second before the statue closed, he flashed into the air, transforming into a gentle breeze, and stepped into the main hall, following that figure into the deep passage upon entering. What was previously seen as soil beneath the Taoist temple using supervision turned out to be an extremely spacious underground chamber at the end of the passage, entirely constructed of stone bricks engraved with runes. The little boy who had just come in was slowly walking towards the depths of the passage, carrying a wooden box in his hand. Luo Wei followed closely behind, using super stealth to reduce his presence. Even if he was only half a meter behind Xiaotong, the other party would not notice him at all. Master, the pills you requested have arrived. The boy entered the underground chamber, opened the wooden box, took out a white porcelain bowl containing black balls, knelt on the ground, raised the white porcelain bowl, and said with his head down, "Disciple, why did you bring outsiders in?" From the deepest part of the secret room, in the pitch-black area, came a low hoarse voice. "Master, please don't scare me, even if I had 100 lives. I wouldn't dare bring any outsiders in." Upon hearing this, the child trembled all over, his head pressed tightly to the ground as he spoke. "Superman is behind you," Kai Hun's voice came again. What? As soon as the child turned around, a hand landed directly on his shoulder from behind, startling him so much that he immediately knelt down and didn't dare to move an inch. For a moment, the air in the secret room seemed to freeze. "Kai Hun, why hide? Come out." Luo Wei gazed into the darkness. He could clearly sense that there was no one there. But there was indeed the aura of Kai Hun in the secret chamber. As he spoke, his eyes kept scanning the surroundings. Haha. Superman, you are truly unruly, but unfortunately too foolish. Don't you think it's far too easy for you to enter the Taoist temple? A cloud of black mist emerged, forming a hideous ghost face that opened and closed its mouth to reveal terrifying fangs as it spoke. "Master, save me." When the boy saw his master appear, he immediately tried to get up, but found that it was as if 10,000 mountains were pressing down on him, and he couldn't move an inch. "You set up a formation here." Luo Wei scanned his surroundings and noticed that, without his notice, a strange black aura began to permeate the area and was constantly converging towards his location, while strange runes appeared in the area it covered. "Clever with Chio's deaths. I knew you would come to Japan and eventually seek out the Jingxi Taoist temple. So I set up an array in the secret chamber beforehand. I was originally thinking about how to get you in, but unexpectedly you came in on your own, saving me the trouble. You put in a lot of effort." Kai Hun's soul, shrouded in black mist, hovered in midair, speaking smugly. Indeed, after Chio Ren's death, Kai Hun guessed that Superman would definitely come to deal with him. So he set up a formation. However, he did not expect Superman to fall into the trap so easily. In addition, there was another thing that surprised Kai Hun. That is, Superman actually transformed into Chio Ren, confusing everyone and even almost deceived Kai Hun. If he had not discovered that Chio Ren's aura had been extinguished, he would have been deceived by Superman. "You really are a spirit that escaped from the underworld. Even the runes in the formation are similar to those in the underworld." Luo Wei observed the runes that appeared in the secret chamber, which were similar to those he had seen in the underworld. Even the layout patterns were very similar. It seems that before Kai Hun escaped from the underworld, he spent a lot of time secretly studying there. Heh, it seems you've already been to the underworld. Does Yama want you to bring me back to the underworld? Kai Hun's voice came from within the black mist, his tone full of disdain for the underworld. Luo Wei wasn't surprised after all. The underworld had been searching for Kai Hun for over 100 years without any results. So it was normal to be looked down upon. Even if it wasn't Yama, I would still come looking for you. You've killed so many innocent people, and you should pay the price for it if you want to catch me. You'll have to escape from this formation first. Kai Hun's dismissive words echoed from within the black mist. I forgot to mention. If you stay in the formation for 10 hours, even the most determined person will become a walking corpse with only a physical body. Whoosh! Just as Kai Hun finished speaking, two crimson beams of light shot out, striking the black mist. The heat vision pierced through and hit the ceiling. Causing a violent tremor, the beam of light came from Luo Wei, who was looking up, his eyes glowing red. White smoke billowing from the corners of his eyes. And he slowly said, your true form is not here, nature. Kai Hun looked smug and chuckled a few times. Good disciple, you stay here with Superman for 10 hours. Your master is leaving now. Master, don't leave me behind. The child cried and screamed. But in the end, he could only watch helplessly as the black mist dissipated, leaving only him and Superman behind. Don't waste your time in Kai Hun's eyes. You are nothing more than a grain of sand, which can be discarded at any time, and a new grain can be found at any time. After Luo Wei finished speaking, he ignored the crying child and turned around to start thinking about the formation. He tried to rush out at super speed, but it was as if an invisible force like a jelly barrier bounced him back. He punched the wall with all his might, but it was the same. The wall was like jelly that he couldn't break. Spells are just as troublesome as magic, Luo Wei frowned. If he had to say what he least wanted to encounter at this stage, it would naturally be warlocks and mages, because sometimes brute force alone was simply not enough to solve the troubles they caused. The formation set up by Kai Hun is the best example of this. He always preferred to use super strength and super speed, which were completely ineffective within the formation. These runes, similar to those in the underworld, also have their own rules. After several unsuccessful attempts, Luo Wei had no choice but to calm down and sit down to observe the runes displayed by the formation. His super brain kept recalling the runes he had seen in the underworld, trying to find a breakthrough. About half an hour later, the little child next to me stopped sobbing. He sat there alone, lost in thought, perhaps feeling like he was about to die. He muttered to himself as he ate the pill he had given to his master. However, the medicine was too strong, and it took him a long time to recover his normal appearance with a flushed face. Superman, don't bother trying. No one can break Master's formation. The child spoke broken Chinese with a strong Colonel accent. Luo Wei ignored him and had no intention of killing him. Not everyone in the Jingxi Taoist temple was guilty. Some were coerced, and the boy in front of him was no exception. He showed no signs of having cultivated thinking it over. Luo Wei continued to observe the array runes. Perhaps because he had been looking at them for so long, he seemed to understand the meaning of some of the runes and the reason why they were placed in that position. Sigh. I should have escaped sooner and not stayed in the Taoist temple. When the boy saw that he ignored him, he started talking to himself, so that's how it is. Suddenly Luo Wei, who was beside him, became excited, as if he had discovered a new continent. With a smile on his face, he began to use his fingers to carve runes on the floor. The hard floor against a body of steel and super strength was like a block of tofu, easily carving a string of runes into it. What are you doing? The child asked, glancing at the runes on the ground. They seemed familiar. So he looked at the runes on his master's formation and realized that Superman had rearranged them. He said speechlessly, it's no use. Only Master can understand the runes. Don't think you can break the formation by randomly messing them up. However, Luo Wei ignored him, so he stopped talking and sat alone to the side, eating the remaining half of the pilmaturing to himself, quietly waiting for death to come. In the wooden house deep in the secluded forest behind the Jingxi Taoist temple, the walls were covered with talisman plaques. It was these that blocked Luo Wei's supervision, preventing him from noticing that there was a wooden house in the back mountain. At this moment, Kai Hun was sitting cross-legged in the wooden house. He slowly opened his eyes and a satisfied smile appeared on his lips. Superman with a body of steel. He'll probably just be an empty shell by then. Kai Hun sneered, in fact. He knew more about Superman than anyone else, because he had learned about Superman's existence from Oxhead and Horseface in the underworld. Every universe has a Superman, and the Supermen in every universe are exceptionally talented. The vast majority of them represent justice, hope. And the future, their souls are purer than anyone else's. And the physical body is even more perfect. Kai Hun had long set his sights on Superman and made him his target for a physical body. He wanted to possess Superman's steel body, as a good body would greatly increase his cultivation strength. In addition, Superman's soul was a rare and precious object for cultivation. In order to obtain Superman, he did not hesitate to use Chio as bait to lure Superman into a trap, because he had long known that Chio was no match for Superman. And things turned out exactly as he had predicted. And it is developing in accordance with its own plans. Master, we are missing a disciple. The voices of disciples could be heard outside the door. I understand you may live. Kai Hun paid no attention. The Taoist disciples were like sand and stones scattered all over the ground. Every year, foolish Japanese people would run to Mount Luoni Yue to become disciples. By the time they discovered the darkness of the Taoist temple and wanted to leave, it was too late, because all their souls were held in Kai Hun's hands. Boom. But at this moment, a violent tremor came from the direction of the main hall of the temple, as if a major earthquake had occurred. Even the wooden house where Kai Hun was located shook violently, and layers of debris fell off the ceiling. The candles lit on the table also fell over and went out. Kai Hun frowned, suddenly stood up, and looked towards the dojo. What's going on? Chapter 62061, Superman Sweeps Through Japan Part 4. Kai Hun felt a violent tremor, pushed open the door to the disciple outside, immediately stepped forward, bowed slightly and said, Master, the noise came from under the main hall. Could it be from your secret chamber? Come with me to take a look. Kai Hun flicked his sleeve and leaped over the wall, carrying his disciple towards the main hall. At this time, many Taoist boys and disciples had gathered outside the main hall. Everyone's face was solemn. Most of them knew that something was hidden in the main hall. If something happened to the main hall, their master would probably hold them accountable. The main hall trembled violently a few times, but now it has fallen silent and returned to calm. The dust falling from the eaves tells them that there was indeed a tremor, and the cracks on the stone statues facing the door also prove this. Master, master, master. When everyone saw Kai Hun arrive, they all bowed their heads in worship, their foreheads covered in cold sweat. To outsiders, this master was highly respected and revered. But within the Taoist temple, no one was without fear, not reverence but dread. Flat body, Kai Hun landed in front of the main hall, examined the stone statues for a moment, then opened his palm and runes appeared. He muttered to himself, the formation is not abnormal at all. Was I overthinking it? Feeling uneasy, he checked the inside of the formation again and found that Superman and the Taoist boy were still sitting inside the formation, without moving at all. The two of them were just sitting there quietly. The formation continued to operate normally, and within 10 hours, the souls of any living being within the formation would be annihilated, turning them into walking corpses with only physical bodies. It must be that Superman tried to break the formation with brute force, which caused the tremor. Kai Hun breathed a sigh of relief, turned around and said to his disciples, you may all leave. There is nothing wrong in the main hall, Master. There is a group of people coming towards the Taoist temple from the foot of the mountain. They are fully armed and do not look like good people. Just as the disciples were about to disperse, the gatekeeper rushed in panting and kept pointing outside the gates. Everyone stopped in their tracks for many years. Whenever the Taoist temple was closed, almost no one would go up the mountains. This was an unspoken rule of Mount Liuoni Yue. Going up the mountain at night and disturbing the gods of the temple would bring divine retribution. As a result, Mount Liuoni Yue was incredibly quiet and peaceful after nightfall, as if it were a secluded paradise. Trouble has arisen again. Kai Hun walked out of the main hall. His brows furrowed as he looked at the gates. His eyes filled with displeasure suddenly. In full view of everyone, the gate of Jingxi Taoist temple was kicked open violently. The person had great strength in kicking it, and the solid wood gate was smashed to pieces. Wood chips flew everywhere mixed with powder. Filling the air, a group of people bathed in powder and dust strode into the Taoist temple. Leading them was a man in samurai armor, holding a samurai's trident wearing a black and gold mask. It's that superhero warrior, why are they here? The Taoist disciples recognized the people who had entered, and then looked back. There are a few more people behind them. They are all superheroes from Japan. Sir, what does this mean? Kai Hun stood on the steps in front of the main hall. His tone icy. Someone has accused Jingxi Taoist temple of human trafficking. Please come back with us. Samurai Fujita poses as a Japanese official. Fang issued the arrest warrant, his sharp gaze sweeping over the crowd. Are all Japanese people this direct, Jiangxi? The crocodile man behind couldn't help but whisper. Hua Xin didn't answer. She originally thought that the Japanese Superhero Association would at least discuss countermeasures with them. However, she didn't expect that as soon as she got off the plane and met with the Japanese, she was directly drawn to Mount Rani. The only interaction they had was during their self-introductions in the car, where they briefly discussed their respective abilities. Apart from that, she knew nothing about the Japanese Superhero Association's mission plan. Now, the Japanese have even stormed into the Jingxi Taoist temple to confront their enemies face-to-face. In Hua Xin's eyes was a foolish act, and that the Japanese did not respect China. Your Excellency, this is slander. Jingxi Taoist temple has been established for 100 years. All the abbots of the temple have been honest and upright and have done a lot of good deeds. If you don't believe me, go and ask the people what they think of Jingxi Taoist temple. Kai Hun's gaze was gloomy, and his left hand clenched slightly. I'm afraid you've been the abbot of the temple throughout the ages. Samurai Fujita also noticed Kai Hun's movements. He gripped the hilt of his sword with his right hand, and the blade reflected a faint light as energy was injected into it. Fujita, why waste your breath on him? Behind her, the red-haired Hirano Sakurada spoke her long, slender legs rising to the ground, her delicate hands waving, and a burst of crimson flames erupting, whoosh. The flames shone brightly, illuminating the dojo in the darkness, and the intense heat distorted the air. Seeing this, Kai Hun erected a barrier of black mist to block the flames while shouting, "Kill them in an instant." The Taoist boys and disciples who were standing still suddenly had black energy in their eyes. Their expressions turned ferocious, and they raised the long swords hidden under their sleeves and rushed towards the heroes. There were hundreds of people, and because everyone's eyes were filled with black energy, when they ran, it was as if they were stirring up layer upon layer of black waves in the dojo. The Japanese heroes immediately dispersed and began fighting with the people from the Taoist temple. Watch out, spread out. Hua Xin quickly told her teammates to spread out. The fight has finally started. Meanwhile, the green snake beside him had already gripped its long staff tightly. Seeing the battle begin, it moved with the lightness of the wind, its toes barely touching the ground as it leaped up, wielding the energy-infused staff and slashing fiercely at the charging enemy group. Bang! The Taoist disciples raised their weapons to block, but the huge impact made their arms numb and their bodies fall backward uncontrollably. So weak, the green snake repelled the enemy at the front. And as soon as it landed, the Taoist disciples opposite seemed to be provoked. They spewed black energy from their hands, wrapped it around their weapons and attacked again. The black mist condensed into a hideous ghost face, as if it wanted to devour everything. Seeing this, the green snake quickly conjured an energy barrier to block the attack. Let me help you. Crocodile Man Zhang Si was fighting an enemy to his side. After knocking one down, he picked up his machete to help. I'll do it, Zhang Fengshan, who had been silent all along, suddenly sprang up. His body rippled with a clearly visible aura as he stomped the ground. The airflow lifted his body up, and then he raised his hand and pushed forward. In the blink of an eye, a terrifying gust of wind swept through, directly shattering the ghostly face formed by the black mist, and knocking a group of Taoist disciples to the ground. Hua Zin, his ability, what is force? As the crocodile man Zhang Si felt the gust of wind hitting his face, he couldn't help but ask, control the wind. As Hua Zin spoke, her eyes searched for the figure of the Japanese man. She breathed a sigh of relief when she discovered that they were fighting with the people from the Taoist temple not far away, and that so far there were no problems. Then he looked at the front of the main hall, where Kai Hun was still standing. Kai Hun was a middle-aged man with a full beard, deep eyes, and wrinkles at the corners of his eyes that were the marks of time. He was wearing a Taoist robe, which gave him a sense of Taoist immortality. However, his face was gloomy and his eyes were full of ferocity, as if he had gone mad from practicing his martial arts. Zhang Si, cover me. As Hua Zin spoke, she stepped back behind the crowd. What do you want to do? Zhang Si, the crocodile man, was puzzled. Catch the thief first and capture the king first. Hua Zin only said one sentence before turning her gaze back to Kai Hun in front of the main hall. Her eyes, which were like clear lake water, emitted a faint blue light, and an invisible force locked onto Kai Hun, attempting to penetrate his mind. This is a tactic Hua Zin often uses. Her mental abilities may not be as strong as others in combat, but she can manipulate the minds of her enemies, thus rendering them unable to fight. Okay. In front of the main hall, Kai Hun was manipulating the disciples of the Taoist temple to besiege Ko Ying. Although the disciples usually looked awe and bowed to him, in reality, few of them were truly willing to risk their lives. Even if they did, it was only under his threats. At that moment, Kai Hun felt an invisible force constantly striking his brain. Trying to penetrate it, Kai Hun, being a spirit of the dead, was highly sensitive to matters of the mind. His gaze immediately fell upon Hua Zin, and upon meeting her eyes a fierce glint flashed in his eyes. It's you, whoosh, as he spoke. Black energy surged from his left hand, entangling the fallen machete on the ground, lifting it up in midair, and then violently flinging it towards Hua Zin. Hua Zin, watch out, seeing this, Zhang Fengshan, wearing a white mask, raised his hand and conjured a gust of wind to stop the cleaver flying towards Hua Zin. But it was to no avail. The cleaver, wreathed in black mist, ignored the wind resistance and hurtled straight toward Hua Zin. Hua Zin took a deep breath and rolled to the side. But the cleaver seemed to have locked onto her and changed direction, flying towards her at lightning speed. Just as the machete was about to strike her, a black and white figure leaped up, its mouth suddenly growing enormous. It swallowed the machete and the black mist into its mouth, chewing it vigorously a few times before landing and patting its belly with a satisfied burp. Hua Zin was still in shock when she looked at the figure she had swallowed with a look of astonishment. What are you looking at? Don't you know that another name for panda is iron-eating beast? The panda Shiki opened its mouth, revealing sharp teeth, but it was too fatso even when it showed its claws and teeth. It looked comically chubby, thank you. Hua Zin couldn't help but smile. Turning her head to look around, she realized that hundreds of Taoist disciples were now lying on the ground, some unconscious and others lifeless. On the other side, the samurai Fujita pulled his katana from a disciple's chest. The blade was stained with blood. He looked up, wiped the blade in, said to Kai Hun, Commander Ida, why don't you surrender? Ida Shangxi is Kai Hun's name in Japan, and also the name of this physical body. The original master's name was the same as what the samurai Fujita said. For many years, Kai Hun would choose a disciple to take over as the head of the temple, and then wait for the opportunity to possess another body. In this way over the past 100 years, he had changed several bodies without anyone noticing anything was wrong. Since Kai souls always choose orphans as their bodies, this will not cause any unforeseen complications. You have trespassed into my Taoist temple without permission. And not only have you killed so many of my disciples, but you also dare to slander me. Kai Hun's face was gloomy. The veins on his arms were bulging, and black blood flowed from his veins. His eyes were also filled with blackness, and the deep sky above his head was shrouded in dark clouds, obscuring the moonlight. Do it, without further ado. The samurai Fujita raised his katana and charged towards Kai Hun. The blade in his hand slashed fiercely at Kai Hun's skull, and after being infused with energy, a beastly roar resounded. Humph. Kai Hun remained calm and unhurried. He raised his left wrist and twisted it. The black energy gushing from his palm wrapped around Fujita's entire body like tentacles. And then he pulled hard bangs. Fujita was flung like a kite with a broken string, crashing into a nearby house where the walls collapsed and buried him. Fujita. The remaining 4 Japanese superheroes were shocked, but they reacted quickly and immediately attacked Kai Hun from both sides. Whoosh! Hirano Sakurada stretched out his hand and spewed out a burst of blazing flames. The dazzling flames like a fiery torrent, illuminating the surrounding dim space. Bang! Upon seeing this, Kai Hun's left hand transformed into a shield of black energy. Flames erupted from the shield, sparks flew, and billowing white smoke filled the air. Too weak. He remained calm and composed, gathering a black aura in his free right hand, attempting to strike Hirano Sakurada, a strip of cloth. Hirano Sakurada quickly shouted next second. The cloth strip man, who was originally standing at a distance, transformed into cloth strips, which rolled on the ground like tentacles a few times before arriving at Kai Hun's side. Several powerful cloth strips shot out and tightly wrapped around Kai Hun's right hand, as well as his 5 fingers, preventing him from making a fist. I am coming. The white-haired Arai rushed over, his left hand transforming into a large sword. He rose from the ground and slashed at Kai Hun, the blade emitting scalding white smoke. Beside Arai's feet lay the corpse he had just cleaved in half, along with the severed steel blade, demonstrating just how sharp the greatsword Arai conjured was. The next second, the broadsword slammed down on Kai Hun's back. Arai couldn't laugh anymore. He said in disbelief, "How is that possible?" Kai Hun was slashed in the back, but his back was completely unharmed. The blade cut through his Taoist robe but failed to injure his skin. Kai Hun turned to look at him, black energy surging in his eyes, and roared, "Get out of my way, all of you." Just finished speaking. A terrifying black aura erupted from his entire body, like an exploding atomic bomb. The resulting black cloud shot into the sky like a mushroom cloud, blasting the 3 people around him 10 meters away. Their bodies crashed onto the stone slabs of the dojo, cracking countless times in an instant. Black mist, accompanied by a gale, swept through the Taoist temple. Zhang Fengshan, wearing a white mask, quickly shielded Hua Xin and the others behind him. When the wind subsided, everything fell into a brief silence. The Chinese heroes stood still, refraining from launching any further attacks. Hua Xin was also stunned. She glanced at the pile of flowers on the ground. The 3 groaning figures looked back at the collapsed house. Less than a minute had passed since the real confrontation with Kai Hun. Of the 5 members of the Dongying Superhero Association, 4 had already fallen. Among them, the samurai Fujita had been buried in the collapsed house and had not moved since. He was probably in grave danger. Baka. Shinji Nishimura was sweating profusely as the last Japanese superhero fell to the ground. Before he could even make a move, all his teammates had collapsed. "Don't worry, we'll go together." Hua Xin comforted him in Japanese. then turned her head to look around again and again, belatedly realizing that someone had been missing the whole time. Where's Avery He? The speedster Avery Ho has yet to be seen. She was the key figure in this mission. Hua Xin had previously thought that she could use the speedster's speed power to win in terms of speed. There is a saying in China, in martial arts, speed is the only thing that cannot be broken. She seems to have disappeared when she entered the Taoist temple. Zhang Fengshan, wearing a white mask, was speaking. Whoosh, a gust of wind swept past them in a daze. They seemed to see a graceful figure running towards Kai Hun, kicking up a spray of sand and stones. It's Missy, she's here, Zhang sighed, the crocodile man noticed something. His sense of smell was better than anyone else's, and he immediately detected the scent, speedster. Kai Hun also keenly sensed that there was an extra person in the dote, who was constantly running around him. So he did not launch an attack rashly. As the man continued running, a tornado gradually rose around him, the wind raged. Sand and stones flew and thick dust filled the air. The wind was particularly stinging. The speedster's run blurred Kai Hun's vision. Let's do it now. Seeing this, Hua Xin spoke up, whoosh. The teammates around him were already prepared and rushed towards Kai Hun almost simultaneously. The green snake gathered green energy on its long staff. The crocodile man Zhang Si raised his broadsword, and cracks appeared on the stone slabs under his feet with every powerful run. While the white-masked Zhang Fengshan and Nishimura Shinji flew through the air and launched an attack from high above. Stop right there as the sandstorm intensified. Veins bulged on Kai Hun's forehead. He suddenly bent down and struck the ground with his palm, causing a wave of black mist to emerge and roll outwards. Ka-ka-ka, the stone slabs on the ground cracked, and everything in the black mist was being corroded and aged. Within seconds, the stone slabs turned into a pile of dust. Suddenly, a graceful figure appeared amidst the sandstorm. She fell to her knees, and the figure was none other than the speedster Avery Ho. Avery Ho clutched her forehead and collapsed to the ground, a sharp pain shooting through her head. The dust storm that had formed as she stopped running dissipated. She quickly shouted to her teammates, "Don't come any closer. There's something wrong with the black aura, late." Kai Hun's eyes were cold and sinister. He pushed forward with both hands at the same time. The black mist that had been sweeping across the ground rose up in an instant, towering into the sky and creating a tall wall of black mist that washed over the entire Taoist temple. It even continued to spread outward, washing over the entire Mount Luoni. The trees on the mountain swayed violently under the influence of the black mist, and the sound of the leaves rustling violently filled the air. In the blink of an eye inside the Taoist temple, all the Chinese heroes, including Hua Xin, collapsed weakly to the ground, their faces pale, as if all their strength had been drained. The green snake gritted its teeth and tried to get up, but the little girl found that she couldn't even clench her fists. The black mist from before had eroded her body, leaving her extremely weak. "You're far from capable of capturing me." Kai Hun coldly swept his gaze over the crowd and said with a sneer, "Cough, cough, what kind of monster are you?" Hua Xin coughed violently. She was absolutely certain that the abbot in front of her was not human, because when she tried to enter Kai Hun's mind just now, she did not sense any human presence, or even any living being. "You'll find out soon. When you do, please give my regards to King Yama." After Kai Hun finished speaking, he laughed. His laughter was particularly eerie and full of mockery. His laughter was like that of some kind of strange creature, as if the surrounding vegetation withered away in his laughter. Bang, however, at that moment, a loud noise came from the main hall behind him. Turning his head, he saw that the stone statue in the hall had completely shattered, with cracks splitting the statue in two. Kai Hun's pupils constricted in disbelief. How is this possible? The stone statues crumbled, which would mean the formation had been broken. But how could that be possible? He was stunned. Boom. The stone statue was struck and suddenly shattered into dust, revealing a deep passage. Then, a figure dressed in dark blue clothes suddenly flew out from it. Superman. P.S. There will be another chapter later. This chapter is over 5,300 words. I'll try my best to write 10,000 words today. Please support me. Chapter 63. Part 62. Superman sweeps through Japan. The end. Boom. The stone statues in the main hall shattered in two and collapsed on both sides. Kai-hun turned around in disbelief. Staring at the deep passage, Hua-Zin, who was lying on the ground outside the main hall, sensed Kai-hun's emotional fluctuations and couldn't help but look at the entrance of the passage, wondering what could have surprised Kai-hun. Bang. The next second Hua-Zin looked over. A dark blue shadow suddenly rushed out, causing dust to fly up and creating clearly visible ripples. Kai-hun, who was standing at the entrance of the main hall, didn't even have time to react before he was blasted away by the dark blue figure. Boom! Almost the instant Kai-hun was knocked away, a powerful vortex rippled outwards, as if shattering the air and leaving it fragmented. While thick dust and mist filled the surrounding area, Kai-hun crashed onto the dojo like an out-of-control airplane, the ground suddenly cracking open to create a deep crater resembling that of a meteorite impact. The earth trembled violently, the ground shook, and the entire temple seemed about to collapse and cave in at any moment. In front of the main hall, amidst the thick dust and fog, a tall figure appeared and disappeared. As he strode out and waved away the dust and fog, his true face was revealed to everyone: Superman. Hua-Zin recognized him at a glance. It was Superman. Overjoyed, she burst into tears. Only those who truly understood Superman and had fought against him knew that his appearance meant the tide of battle would turn. If even Superman couldn't turn the tide of a battle, then probably no one else could. He's Superman. Zhang Fengshan, wearing a white mask, coughed a few times and looked at the figure in front of the hall. His eyes were full of respect. He had heard so many stories about superheroes in China, and he could not hide his excitement at seeing one for the first time. Shinji Nishimura was equally shocked. He was the only conscious Japanese person present, while the others were now unconscious, including the samurai Fujita as a Japanese. Shinji Nishimura had seen many reports about Superman. Although Japan doesn't report much about Chinese superheroes, the videos alone were enough to show Superman's formidable strength. Seeing it with his own eyes now has further solidified Shinji Nishimura's image of a superhuman and fierce man. Everyone, are you all right? Luo Wei took a deep breath of the fresh air. After staying in the underground chamber for so long, the fresh air made him feel refreshed. Everything will be all right now that you're here. Hua-Zin bit her lip but still couldn't help but speak. However, after Kai-hun fell, she discovered that her body was gradually recovering. It seemed that the black energy was not a permanent injury. As long as the main body fell, the body of the person who was corrupted could recover. Boom! At this moment in the spacious Taoist temple, a figure shrouded in black mist slowly rose from the crowd in the deep pit. Its eyes glowed crimson. Its Taoist robe was filthy and tattered, and its sleeves were torn into strips. Superman, how did you do that? Kai-hun gasped for breath. He hadn't expected Superman to be able to break the formation. Then another possibility occurred to him. Did Yama teach you? He actually taught you the formations of the underworld. This thing is very simple. I learned it after just one glance. Luo Wei looked completely unconcerned. He wasn't bragging. He genuinely hadn't learned a single thing about formations from Yama, the king of hell. The knowledge of magical runes was entirely gained through enlightenment in underground chambers. If he really had to give his opinion, he could only say that the formation was too simple. Like high school math and physics, which he learned after just a few glances. Ridiculous. I spent a full 10 years learning formations by stealing their secrets. With red eyes, Kai-hun recalled how, in order to escape the underworld and have more trump cards in his hands, he spent more than 10 years secretly going to the main hall to learn array runes every day. He had suffered hardship and knew better than anyone how difficult it was to learn formations. Even if Yama, the king of hell, came, he couldn't possibly learn them in such a short time starting from scratch. He shook his head and said, fine. What harm is there in letting you show off your power before you die? Anyway, your time to die has come. Whoosh. He had barely finished speaking when a punch came hurtling towards him, so fast that it was invisible until it hit his face. He only saw the shape of the fist when it was almost upon him. Then everything blurred before my eyes, and my body fell backward again, crashing through the high wall of the Taoist temple and plunging into the dense forest. My body smashing through grove after grove of trees like a cannonball. Bang bang bangs finally. Kai-hun crashed heavily onto a small slope at the foot of the mountain, causing the ground to explode, shattering layers of rock and stirring up thousands of layers of dust. Like a mushroom cloud soaring into the sky. The huge sound of the fall echoed throughout Mount Rani. So much nonsense with his supervision. Luo Wei looked down at the mountains and found that Kai-hun, who was lying at the foot of the mountain, was not completely dead. His body was twisted and it looked like all his bones were broken. But he was not dead yet. Kai-hun was a spirit of the dead. And he was dead in the first place. This body was just a vessel for him. Seeing this, he swooped down determined not to let Kai-hun escape again. If a spirit without a physical body escaped, finding it would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. My God, is this real? This can't be real, can it? Shinji Nishimura shakily approached the broken high wall. Since the Taoist temple was located on the mountainside, he could see down to the foot of the mountain from there. Of course, the foot of the mountain is not usually visible because the trees block the view. But no, in the dense forest, a very deep ditch runs through the mountainside and leads straight to the bottom. Superman's punch just now used Kai-hun's corpse to open a new path leading directly to the foot of the mountain. This is Superman. Shinji Nishimura's hands trembled. Zhang Fengshen, who walked over alongside him, was also stunned and remained speechless for a long time. Wow, he's really awesome. Panda Shiki swayed his body as he walked over before finally managing to utter a single sentence. Cough cough with a bang. The houses next to the dojo collapsed, and someone pushed them aside. A figure staggered out from inside it was Fujita, the first samurai who had been knocked away. Fujita, are you all right? When Shinji Nishimura saw that he was still alive, he immediately ran over to help him up. But Fujita pushed him away. Where is that person? Samurai Fujita scanned the chaotic scene around him and found the area in ruins. He still couldn't find Kai-hun and asked anxiously. He's supposed to have a one-on-one fight with Superman at the foot of the mountain. Fujita, are you sure you're okay? Shinji Nishimura glanced at him with a strange expression. Because Fujita didn't seem to be injured at all. So why was he not coming out? It's all right. Wake up Hirano and Sakurada. I'll go down the mountain to capture the abbot first. You can follow me later. The samurai Fujita picked up his katana and ran towards the gate in a few strides. Wait for us. Seeing this, Huazin quickly reminded her teammates to follow. No. I order you to stay and keep an eye on these Taoist disciples. If even one of them is missing, your China will be held fully responsible. Samurai Fujita stopped Huazin with a single sentence. Because it had been clearly stated before they came that the Self-Improvement Department must obey the arrangements of the Japan Superhero Association. Since this was their territory, helpless, Huazin could only watch as the samurai Fujita left. He moved with incredible speed, leaping up and bounding down the mountains, stepping on the treetops. Sister Zaya Ohua. Fujita is faking. Wasn't injured at all. The green snake came over and gave a reminder. She had also practiced martial arts and internal energy cultivation. And with her superpowers, she could clearly sense that Fujita was not injured at all. Moreover, while they were confronting Kai-hun, Fujita had been lying under the collapsed building. His energy was activated. He was clearly not unconscious. I know he has a problem. Huazin nodded. She had long suspected that Fujita was lying, but she hadn't called him out on it. Then what are we still doing here? Let's go down and take a look. Crocodile Man Zhang Si interrupted. I didn't say I wouldn't go. Zhang Si. You and Zhang Fengshen stay here and watch over the disciples of the Taoist temple. Make sure they don't escape after they wake up. The rest of you come down with me. Huazin also felt that the Japanese were hiding something, so she decided to go down and take a look. Qingxi and the others were also happy to go down the mountain, as they didn't like being ordered around by the Japanese. All gone. Seeing that the Chinese had gone down the mountain, Shinji Nishimura quickly woke up the unconscious Sakurada Hirano and followed them down the mountain. At the foot of Mount Roni, there is a small river. The river flows down from the mountain and is mixed with spring water. Many locals come here to fetch water for cooking. At this moment, Kai Hun, whose body was riddled with broken bones and riddled with holes, used the black mist to carry the corpse to the riverbank. Followed by a gust of wind, Kai Hun stopped running away. "Come back to the underworld with me and you'll suffer," Luo Wei said slowly and deliberately. "Do you know why I had to escape?" "Because I am unwilling to accept this," Kai Hun hung his head. Because his cervical vertebrae had been broken after falling from the mountain, and he was moving entirely on black energy. However, his voice remained normal. "I was originally dead, although I died unwillingly. I suffered endless torment before my death at that time. I felt that death was death's, and there was no need for any more attachments. But when my soul was sucked into the underworld, I realized that the torment had just begun. In the underworld, my soul was alive and could think. This gave me hope again. Once there is hope and light, one will always want to crawl towards the light. The underworld's mistake was that it should not have taken me in. But this is not a reason for you to kill innocent people indiscriminately. Over the past 100 years, how many innocent lives have been lost at your hands?" Luo Wei shook his head. From the perspective of humanity and Earth, Kai Hun's method of increasing strength was too cruel and unforgivable. Kai Hun didn't say another word. His body was shrouded in black energy as he charged towards Luo Wei. And the attack was his response. Bang! Kai seeing this, Luo Wei decisively raised his hand and slapped Kai Hun. The moment his palm touched Kai Hun's already mangled flesh, the already broken flesh, his body suddenly transformed into a pool of blood, splashing everywhere. His flesh and blood turned into a blood mist, splashing into the pure river water. However, the physical body was gone, it turned into blood mist. But a soul flew out of the body appearing as black mist, and let out a maniacal laugh full of disdain. "Haha. You can't kill me, I was a dead man to begin with, yes." Luo Wei smiled without saying a word, a faint crimson light flashing in his eyes. Next second, he vanished in a whirlwind. Kai Hun looked around in surprise, searching for Superman's figure. But unfortunately, Superman's speed was even faster than the previous speedster. So Kai Hun couldn't see him at all. 2 or 3 seconds later, Superman reappeared in the same spot. "Pretend to be a ghost." Kai Hun noticed nothing amiss and gave a disdainful smile. "You just asked me on the mountain if I knew any underworld formations. Now look down around you and see what's there." Luo Wei said indifferently, "What do you mean?" Kai Hun was surprised after looking down and around. His eyes in the black mist changed, widening slightly as if he had seen something unbelievable. He saw runes appear on the ground, and these familiar runes formed an unfamiliar array that he had never seen before. "Damn it, you schemed against me." Kai Hun was both panicked and furious. He tried to fly upwards out of the rune circle, but found that there was an invisible force preventing him from leaving. His tone was chilling as he said, "As expected, Yama. The King of Hell taught you how to set up formations." Kai Hun was so certain because most formations cannot be set up in a short time. At least the formation under his feet was complex. And if it were him, it would take at least an hour. This is why Kai Hun believes that Superman set a trap for him. If people are not good enough, don't blame the uneven road. Luo Wei didn't offer any further explanation, even if he said the formation was set up in just a few seconds. Kai Hun wouldn't believe him. Besides, he didn't need Kai Hun's trust or praise. All you need to do is take it back to the underworld. Hateful. Kai Hun roared in resentment and flew upwards madly, trying to escape from the formation, but all to no avail. And he could not escape even a fraction of an inch. Moreover, he discovered an invisible force around him that was compressing the space, like a shrinking cage constantly tightening. "Don't bother." In half a minute, you'll be locked in a cage the size of a fist. Then I'll take care of sending you to the underworld so you can experience all the unique punishments there. Luo Wei glanced at the non-existent bracelet and said slowly, "No," as Kai Hun cried out in agony and begged for mercy. The formation continuously shrank the space, eventually turning it into a fist-sized white sphere, imprisoning Kai Hun inside. This also blocked the screams of Kai Hun. Then a token fell to the ground. The token was made of black gold, emitting a faint light and reflecting a bright luster. It was engraved with ancient Chinese characters, but obvious cracks could be clearly seen on the token. This should be the token that Yama, the king of hell, wants. Luo Wei grabbed the white sphere, then bent down to pick up the black and gold token on the ground. He found that the token was similar to the one that Yama had given him before, except that the characters engraved on it were different. The different characters should also represent different levels of authority. However, once the token breaks, it naturally loses its function. Superman, hand over the token, it doesn't belong to you. Just then footsteps sounded behind them, followed by a deep voice with a unique Japanese accent, and the sound of a blade being drawn. Drawing your sword at the sight of someone is not a good habit. Luo Wei turned his head and smiled slightly. "It's you, the famous superhero of Japana samurai. I've read about you in the newspapers, HMPH. Since that's the case, you'd better hand over the token." The samurai Fujita remained expressionless, speaking in a cool and indifferent tone, while simultaneously gripping his katana tightly with both hands and raising it to his chest. "Tusk, the last person who swung a knife at me is already reporting to the underworld. You'd better think carefully." Luo Wei didn't make a move immediately, after all. This was Japan, and killing someone here would inevitably cause some trouble. Besides, the other party's identity was not simple. He was a famous superhero from Japan. "Fujita, calm down. What are you doing? Don't you know who's on the other end?" In the distance, Shinji Nishimura led his group rushing over. He had witnessed the power of Superman's punch firsthand, and now seeing his leader confronting Superman, he was so frightened that he immediately ran over and shouted, "Sorry, Nishimura, I was told to take the token back with me." Samurai Fujita's eyes were cold, like a lone warrior seeking defeat, invincible in the world. From beginning to end, his gaze towards Superman was icy. Devoid of any emotion, then turned to Hirano Sakurada and the other two and said, "What are you three waiting for? Take the token." "What? The four of you planned this all along. Why didn't you tell me your plans?" Shinji Nishimura recalled how easily the four of them had been defeated by Kai Hun, and he knew something was wrong. The four of them were not as strong as Kai Hun, but they were definitely not that weak. It turns out they were faking it the whole time, and their purpose was obvious: to exhaust Kai Hun for Huaxia superheroes so they could then seize the token. "Sorry, Nishimura, you're too cowardly. So we didn't tell you the plan, but that's a good thing. Just watch from the sidelines later, alright?" With his white hair smiled, his expression full of mockery. "Fujita, you'd better explain yourself clearly. What exactly is going on? We came here to get rid of the abbot, so what is that token?" Hua Xin and others also arrived together. Hua Xin's face darkened as she questioned him. Her eyes filled with displeasure. She hadn't expected the Japanese to be hiding something. And from the conversation just now, she realized that the Japanese wanted to sacrifice Hua Xia Kang to kill Kai Hun and seize the token. Anyone would feel angry if they were used for no reason, let alone when the other party is Japanese. "I'm sorry, Miss Hua. There are some things I can't say due to special circumstances. But we must get the token back," as Fujita spoke. His eyes hardened, and he suddenly exerted force with his feet, unleashing tremendous power. At the same time, he shouted, "Hirano Sakurada, stop the Chinese. The rest of you come with me and take back the token." After saying, Thaith shot up like a cannonball, leaving a blur as he charged towards Superman, creating a small crater where he landed. Such explosive power is completely beyond the scope of normal human understanding. Furthermore, Compared to the previous battle against Kai Hun, Fujita is now truly showing his potential. Its true strength is more than 10 times greater than before. Yes, as the three responded, their bodies reacted. Hirano Sakurada was responsible for stopping Hua Zin and the others. As long as they were held back, Fujita would have enough time to seize the token, whoosh. However, she overlooked the fact that there was a speedster in Huixin's camp. Avery Ho, who flashed ahead of Fujita and arrived at Superman's side. She reached out to Lo and said, "Superman, give me the token." "They can't keep up with me." "Miss, get this straight, you're not as fast as me." As Luo Wei spoke, he neither dodged nor walked away. He could have simply left, since Fujita couldn't keep up with his speed. He could even have flown back to China in a short time. Back to Green Vine City. Gone home to take a shower and lie down, but he didn't leave. Instead, they turned their attention to the three Fujitas who were charging towards them. Out of control, seeing that Superman did not die, Fujita sneered, gripped his katana, and slashed down hard at him. The vortex created by the swing of the katana seemed to distort the air and shatter into pieces. With a single slash, the blade landed squarely on Luo Wei. When the katana falls, a terrifying gale rages forth. That's the wind of the blade. Only when wielded with extremely powerful force can such a phenomenon occur. The powerful wind caused the trees to sway violently. Fujita was very satisfied with this strike, because he had used all his strength and was determined to make the arrogant Superman pay a heavy price. To tell him that this was Japanot China, and no one would praise him banged just. When the wind stopped, Fujita's expression froze, because Superman's figure was still standing there, and the katana he held in his hand, which had struck Superman's shoulder, suddenly shattered with a bang. However, Superman's shoulder was completely unharmed. Even the clothes weren't damaged at all. I hate two kinds of people the most in my life. One is a petty person who doesn't know their own limitations, and the other is, bang, those who provoke me. Luo Wei gathered his strength in his fist and punched Fujita in the chest. To prevent Fujita from dodging, he used his free hand to firmly press down on Fujita's shoulder, making it impossible for him to move an inch. The punch was like a drill bit that shattered the armor, pierced Fujita's chest, and went straight through his heart. Fujita felt a pang of pain in his heart, and his vision began to blur. His once powerful body gradually lost its strength and became weak and powerless. As Luo Wei removed his hand, Fujita staggered a few steps and fell to the ground, his eyes wide open, dying with his eyes still open. Fujita. The other three stopped when they saw this, their eyes filled with disbelief. How could this be? Fujita couldn't even last a single round against Superman. Arai said in a trembling voice, "Run, run fast." The man in the strip took a deep breath, feeling Superman's gaze sweep over him. He was about to shout, but the next second his voice stopped abruptly. All that remained was a pile of tattered strips of cloth. The man in the cloth strip was affected by a supernatural event. His body was originally a long strip of cloth, but now it was torn apart soon. Arai and Hirano Sakurada were also targeted by the crimson gaze. They had almost no chance to resist, and as a gust of wind blew by, blood splattered everywhere. Scattered on the soil, 2 more bodies fell to the ground. "They're all dead." Shinji Nishimura was stunned and spoke in a trembling voice. Suddenly Superman's gaze fell on him again, and those eyes felt like a sharp blade piercing his heart, causing him to stop abruptly. "Give your companion a proper burial." However, Luo Wei didn't touch him. He simply said one sentence and then jumped away, leaving Shinji Nishimura alone to face the mess and the bewildered Hua Zin and the others. "Sister Zaya-Ohua, what do we do now?" Green Snake looked at the corpses on the ground. She hadn't expected Superman to be so brutal. In the blink of an eye, the 4 Japanese superheroes were lying in pools of blood. Thinking about it, looked at Shinji Nishimura and asked, "Sister Zaya-Ohua, should we take care of him too? Otherwise, we won't be able to explain what's going on here." "No, I won't tell anyone." Shinji Nishimura waved his hand, about to say something but then became dazed. as if his soul had been emptied and his eyes had lost their luster. Sister Zaya Ohua, you did it. The green snake was puzzled and, noticing the unusual state of his mind, couldn't help but ask, it's not me, it's Superman. Hua Zin shook her head. She didn't offer much explanation. But she knew that Superman had solved half the problem. Shinji Nishimura wouldn't reveal what had just happened. In his Izol, his teammates had died at the hands of Kai-hun. It wasn't Superman, Superman just came by. Furthermore, Shinji Nishimura was unaware of the token's existence. So the higher-ups in Japan wouldn't know who had taken it. Even if they questioned Shinji Nishimura, he wouldn't know that Fujita and the others had other plans. Because he only knew one thing: he came here today to deal with Kai-hun. And all 4 of his teammates died at Kai-hun's hands. Of course Kai-hun is already dead. And there is no way to verify anything. While exploring Shinji Nishimura's memories, Hua Zin discovered that Superman had just perfectly altered the memories of the Japanese. Flawlessly, without a single flaw. Even more perfectly than she psychic, Fujita Arai Hirano. Sakuradon Fujo, I've avenged you. Shinji Nishimura knelt on the ground, glaring angrily at the flesh and corpse of Kai-hun. Oh, let's go. Hua Zin didn't say much, but also used telepathy to tell Hua Zin and the others that no one should reveal the matter. Otherwise, they would be regarded as traitors. Finally, everything settled down, and ambulances and police cars arrived at the scene, surrounded the area and set up a cordon. The Japanese high-ranking officials stared at the 4 superhero corpses, lost in thought. They initially thought it was Superman who did it. But Shinji Nishimura said that Kai-hun killed his companion. After a series of lie detector tests, Nishimura's words were confirmed. Even if the Japanese felt there was a problem, they had no evidence. P.S. The next storyline takes place in America. 12,000 today. Who else? Ask for support. Chapter 64, Part 63, Superman's American Journey, Part 1. In a secluded mountain forest in China, Luo Wei arrived at an open space and took out the black gold token used to contact the underworld. King Yama had previously said that he would notify the underworld once he found Kai-hun. But he did not follow the original agreement and instead used the token after capturing Kai-hun. Because back then, Yama thought that Luo Wei couldn't deal with Kai-hun, since the other party wasn't a physical entity and wasn't as easy to deal with as previous enemies. Buzz Luo Wei gripped the black gold token tightly, causing it to tremble slightly. The token emitted a faint light and, after a moment, a wisp of black mist drifted from it, gathering in the open space in front of him in a vortex shape. As the black mist vortex spun, space twisted and shattered, tearing open a portal more than 2 meters high. Roar. A strange roar came from the portal. It must have been the ghost soldiers from the underworld. Luo Wei didn't pay much attention and went straight in. A few seconds later, a flash of white light appeared before his eyes, and what came into view was scorched black earth. Superman, we've been waiting for you. As soon as he emerged, the bull-headed man's enormous body stepped out of the darkness. This time he wasn't alone. Behind him followed an equally enormous figure, a horse-headed human with a huge halberd in his hand. It was none other than the underworld's guardian. Horseface, finding Kai-hun will take some time. You've been searching for over 100 years and haven't found him yet. You can't expect me to find him in a day. Luo Wei leaped into the air, his gaze level with that of the ox head and Horseface, and spoke slowly and deliberately. So you still haven't found Kai-hun? Neo too looked behind him. His eyes peering through the portal, he saw a forest outside, but couldn't sense any trace of Kai-hun or see any movement related to him. Somewhat disappointed, he said, well, Kai-hun has been hiding for so many years, so naturally he won't be found so easily. Who said I didn't find him? I just had a fight with him not long ago. Luo Wei took out the white spheritosted, and a slight smile appeared on his lips. This is. Oxhead and Horseface looked puzzled. They thought the white sphere was some kind of magical artifact, but after examining it carefully, they couldn't recognize it. They only felt that there was a tiny space inside the sphere. However, Minotaur quickly stopped paying attention to the white sphere and instead asked about Kai Hun, Superman. Do you mean you've seen Kai Hun? Where did he appear? Tell us. And perhaps sending Yin soldiers can help us track down Kai Hun. Yes, stop keeping me in suspense. Horseface was also somewhat impatient. He was a core member in the pursuit of Kai Hun back then. But in the end, he was tricked by Kai Hun and the matter was left unresolved, which left him feeling resentful. Don't rush, close the portal first. Luo Wei wasn't in a hurry at all. After seeing the Oxhead and Horseface work together to close the underworld portal, he touched the sphere which flickered with strange runes. Isn't this the array runes of Yama, the king of hell? When did you learn it? Oxhead and Horseface were astonished. Whoosh. Suddenly, a cloud of black mist emerged from the white sphere, as if it had been deprived of sunlight for a long time. The black mist rushed out wildly after it emerged. After rushing around a few times, the black mist stopped in front of the three people and condensed into a hideous ghost face, revealing scarlet eyes that revealed resentment and anger. Superman, you'll die a horrible death. During the time Kai Hun was trapped, he suffered greatly. Now that he was out, his eyes were immediately on Luo Wei, and he didn't notice the ox head and horseface behind him at all. Kai Hun, don't rush to scold me, look around and behind you. Luo Wei was not worried at all about Kai Hun escaping. Kai Hun had escaped from the underworld with the help of the token, but without the token would never be able to live. Moreover, no spirit in the underworld could escape the perception of the 10 courts. Is this the underworld? Kai Hun looked around at the familiar scene, but when his gaze fell on Oxhead and Horseface, these two mortal enemies who were both familiar and unfamiliar, he seemed to lose all his strength and suddenly fell to the ground. Kai Hun, ignoring the fact that Superman had learned the underworld runes, Minotaur decisively swung his halberd and struck Kai Hun fiercely. This halberd was crafted using special techniques from the underworld and engraved with runes, making it a weapon specifically designed to kill undead. Even before Kai Hun was touched, he felt a terrifying pressure. Kai Hun dared not be negligent and immediately transformed into a trail of black smoke. Fleeing into the distance, his halberd struck empty air, smashing a huge crater into the scorched earth. Kai Hun, you still want to run away? Just as Oxhead and Horseface were about to give chase, a figure appeared on the horizon, grabbing Kai Hun with one hand and squeezing it into a fist, as if it were grasping an ant. The person who arrived was none other than Yama, the king of hell. He seized Kai Hun, threw his head back, and laughed loudly, saying, I've been searching for you for so long. Your Honor, it was Superman who captured Kai Hun. Upon seeing this, Oxhead and Horseface hurriedly stepped forward to pay their respects. Oxhead recalled that the sphere held by Superman had runes unique to the underworld, and lowered his voice to say, My lord, Superman learned the runes of the underworld from somewhere. What's so strange about that? If Superman couldn't learn it, he wouldn't be Superman. As Yama spoke, he stuffed Kai Hun into his pocket. The pocket seemed to have a hidden secret, as it did not bulge after Kai Hun was stuffed in. He approached Luo Wei with a smile and said, Am I right? Yes, this array runes. When I was at the Kai Hun Taoist temple, he used an array to trap me, and I had to comprehend the runes to break the array. Luo Wei didn't hide it, mainly because he felt he couldn't hide it from Yama. The other party gave him a very unfathomable feeling, as if he knew a lot about the universe. Thinking about it, it made sense, since the other party could learn about many things in the universe and absorb knowledge from them by collecting the dead from the multiverse. Superman is always smart. How long did it take you? 3 days, 2 days. King Yama stroked his long beard and said, You've never been exposed to runes and scripts in the underworld before, so it's normal that it takes a while, 10 minutes. Luo Wei thought for a moment and counted it as 10 minutes. At that time, the runes he had seen in the underworld hall flashed through his mind, but he did not pay attention to them or try to understand them. It should not be counted from that time, cough cough. Upon hearing this, Yama coughed violently a few times, his hand trembling slightly. He waved it and said, "It's all right, it's all right. You are just as gifted as I am, 10 minutes." Oxhead and Horseface stared wide-eyed. It would take them half a year just to learn the underworld script and recognize all the runes. Yet Superman did it in 10 minutes. Moreover, according to him, as we all know, even the judge himself took more than a month to learn array runes. And that was only the beginnings, but your honor. How dare you tell Superman that you are gifted? If there's nothing else, I'll be going now. Luo Wei glanced at the time displayed on his combat suit. He had specially designed a clock on his wrist. And it was now 10:30 p.m. in Kyoto. I previously granted you a request, and you may now make it. Yamei, the king of hell, had not forgotten his previous words. I haven't decided yet, I'll come find you again when I have. Luo Wei shook his head. He had no need at the moment. Besides, how could he let the king of hell repay a favor so easily? Of course, he would leave it for another day. Very well, keep that token if you've made up your mind. Or if you have something to ask of us. Contact us through the token. Yamei, the king of hell saw through his thoughts, nodded, and did not take back the tokens. After a brief exchange, Luo Wei didn't linger any longer. Instead, he used the token to open a portal and return to his own universe. Of course, he also secretly tried to open doors to other universes. But unfortunately, it didn't work. It seems that this token is only connected to his own world. This left him somewhat disappointed, as the multiverse is quite fascinating. After returning to the mountains, Luo Wei went home without delay, washed up quickly, and went to sleep. His parents returned around dawn. From their conversation, it was clear that the two of them had gone to participate in work activities. Although it was a holiday, they still had to attend some work-related events occasionally. However, Qingxi did not return all night. She was probably in Japan, cooperating with the investigation. After all, the newly established Superhero Association in Japan had not yet officially appeared in front of the public, and 4 people had already sacrificed themselves, leaving only the weakest, Shinji Nishimura. The entire upper echelon of Japan was probably shaken. Luo Wei felt no sympathy for them, only that the Japanese had brought this upon themselves and were unlucky. If Fujita had arrived any later, he might have been gone long ago. However, he was not worried about the matter being exposed. As a core member of the self-strengthening department, Hua Xin understood the impact of this matter better than anyone else. If the matter were exposed, it would only put China in a passive position and give the Japanese an excuse. It was impossible for China to voluntarily tell the Japanese the truth. As for the other members of the self-improvement corps, Luo Wei was not worried. Those who were selected to join the self-improvement corps had undergone rigorous testing and control in terms of both psychology and ability, and would not disobey the arrangements made by their superiors. The next morning, Lo didn't wake up naturally. He was awakened by knocking on the door. Bang, bang, bang. Outside the door, Green Snake, who was used to walking barefoot with her slender jade-like fair toes, stepped on the blanket and knocked on the door with anticipation and excitement. She called out, "Little Wei, get up, watch the news." Luo Wei was speechless. When did Green Snake return? She came knocking on the door so early in the morning. Helpless, he pushed the door open and saw the little girl barefoot. He couldn't help but take a few more glances before asking, "What is it?" "Look at the news, big news." Green Snake smiled mysteriously, the corners of her mouth curving upwards, revealing shallow dimples on her cheeks, and eagerly pulled Luo Wei towards the living room. "What could make you so happy?" As Luo Wei was speaking, he was led to the sofa and pulled down to sit with Qingxi. The television was on. The screen was playing the morning news. Last night, our country dispatched Ko Ying to Japan to assist in the capture of evil forces, and the operation was a complete success. This helped Japan strike at the evil forces that had been hiding on Mount Roni Moon for many years. According to official Japanese sources, the abbot of the Jingxi Taoist temple on Mount Roni Moon has been there for many years. The news anchor spent the first half of the broadcast talking about the mission to Japan last night. as well as information about Mount Roni, the Jingxi Taoist templing the Kai Hun. After saying all that, the host brought the conversation back to the Self-Improvement Department's Superhero Alliance. Just this morning, the Chinese government, through its Ministry of Self-Strengthening, announced the establishment of the Superhero Alliance, a specialized organization dedicated to handling supernatural events and special cases. As the host spoke, a group photo of the Superheroes Alliance members was displayed on the large screen behind him. Hua Xin was standing in the center, with Crocodile Man and Panda on her left, and Green Snake and White Mask Zhang Fengshan on her right. However, currently apart from Zhang Si and the Panda, everyone else on the poster is wearing a mask, possibly out of concern that their private lives might be affected. However, Luo Wei, who was familiar with the Green Snake, could recognize the petite figure as her at a glance. "Look, that's me, aren't I handsome? It's a pity you can't come with me to the event. It would be much more interesting to see it live." Green Snake raised an eyebrow, her delicate face full of pride, her snow-white swan neck almost pointing to the sky, her beautiful peach blossom eyes fixed on Luo Wei, waiting for him to praise her. Why isn't Superman here?" Luo Wei, however, said something indifferent. "Hey, only little kids like Superman, you should like me. No, I mean you should idolize me." Green Snake was only 17 years old, so of course she craved the admiration of her peers and wanted to be recognized. Now that Luo Wei refused to praise her, she frowned and said unhappily, "I didn't say I don't like you. I admire everyone who is willing to give their all, whether they are superheroes or ordinary people. You are the same in that I admire." Luo Wei patted her head. "I'll just take it as your compliment." Green Snake was feeling smug when he suddenly remembered something and asked, "Little, why do you want to practice martial arts?" "Why do you ask so suddenly?" Luo Wei was surprised. "You have plenty of energy and bloods, much stronger than the average person. You must have a talent for martial arts. It would be a waste not to learn it. I can teach you. And then you won't have to worry about encountering danger when you go out." Although the Green Snake said this, she was genuinely worried that Luo Wei was too weak, or rather, that all humans were too weak. She was concerned that Luo Wei might encounter danger, just like Kai Hun, who always liked to target ordinary people. Although China is very safe, one should be prepared for any eventuality. If Luo Wei could learn self-defense martial arts, or even comprehend qi and transform from an ordinary person into a qi master, he wouldn't be unable to protect himself. Forget it. If you have so much free time, you should practice on yourself first. You haven't even mastered the control over your own abilities yet. Luo Wei felt a warmth in his heart, knowing that the Green Snake meant well. And he also reminded her that it would be best to train her control over her own energy first. After spending time with the snake several times, he discovered that the Green Snake had not yet fully mastered the energy within its body, and it would often become chaotic or unable to condense. "I'm serious, I really can teach you." Before Green Snake could say anything more, Luo Wei, who was in front of her, had already gotten up and gone into the bathroom. Sitting on the sofa, belatedly realized, wait a minute. How did Zio Wei know about my physical condition? Am I already that obvious? P.S. Just one chapter to... I'll make up for it with 12,000 words tomorrow. I need to organize my thoughts on the American plot first, because it involves a lot of original stories and characters. Mainly the characters and how they should appear. Chapter 65. Section 64, Superman's American Journey, Part 2. Since the incident involving the Kai soul of Dongying, life has returned to normal. However, the Superhero Alliance of the Self-Strengthening Ministry has provided citizens with more topics to talk about after meals, especially when it comes to Superman and the Superhero Alliance. Many people believe that the government should invite Superman to join. After so many events, many people regard Superman as the top combat force of Chinese superheroes, and Superman has gradually become an inseparable part of many people's hearts. Someone even started an online poll asking whether Superman should join the Superhero League. The result was obvious. The support rate reached over 80%. A completely one-sided situation. The self-strengthening ministry has also discussed this matter. Naturally, they hope more than anyone else that Superman will join the superhero alliance. On the one hand, Superman's powerful strength has not only been demonstrated in China, but also deeply shocked the Japanese in the Kai Hun incident. However, unfortunately, apart from internal personnel, no one in Japan knows that Superman has been to Japan. Therefore, outsiders only know that the self-strengthening department assisted the Japanese in resolving the Kaiso, and that the Japanese sacrificed 4 top superheroes for this, at a terrible cost, which almost caused the fledgling superhero association to fall apart. On the other hand, the self-strengthening department knows that after Superman seized the door knocker, he also took the underworld token from Kai Hun. They currently do not know what Superman intends to do with these 2 items, which makes them wary of him. Judging from the actions of both Kai Hun and the Japanese, the token is undoubtedly a very important and extremely tempting item. Otherwise, so many people wouldn't be so eager to obtain it. The top brass of the self-improvement ministry hopes that Superman can explain things clearly. Doctor still not resting. In the laboratory of the Research Institute, at the headquarters of the self-strengthening department, Hua Xin walked in and saw that the lights were still on and Dr. Omen was standing in front of the computer with a serious frown on his brow. Not sleepy yet, Doctor. Yumen glanced at her and shook his head. Are you researching Superman? Hua Xin saw that the photos on the screen were all related to Superman. Some of them were photos of the Jingxi Taoist Temple and Chio Blade, taken from airport surveillance footage, which was exactly what Superman looked like in disguise. Omen nodded slightly and said, Zio Hua, you've had contact with Superman. What kind of person is he? I think he's still quite young and arrogant, and always acts on his own. He always has an extreme way of upholding justice. Without even thinking, Hua Xin blurted out that she was probably more familiar with Superman than anyone else, since she was the only one who had the most contact with him and had previously been in charge of investigating his identity. That was not what I meant. Omen shook his head. His short, milky gray hair looked vibrant under the lights, and his handsome sculpted face revealed a hint of worry. Doctor, are you worried that Superman will go out of control? Hua Xin saw through her thoughts and said, well, we still don't even know Superman's identity. His existence is like a time bomb. We have no idea when he'll explode. I might be being a bit hypocritical, Omen said worriedly. I really hope that China can become strong. While acknowledging the potential of superheroes, there was also some concern that overly powerful superheroes might be uncontrollable and could lead to a difficult situation. Hua Xin listened in silence. The problem the doctor mentioned was difficult for anyone to solve, especially since it was Superman back then. Seeing that she didn't speak, Omen didn't continue the previous topic. Instead, he said, Zio Hua, there's something they need you to do. Find Superman and find out about the door knocker and the token. Hua Xin wasn't surprised to hear about the task. It would have been surprising if the higher-ups hadn't mentioned it before, since the door knocker and the token were threats in themselves. Even if they couldn't get them, the higher-ups would still want an explanation. After receiving a new mission, Hua Xin didn't stay any longer and prepared to return to her dormitory before heading to Green Vine City, a city where Superman frequently appeared. Yumen sighed to himself and continued reading the report about Superman. In Green Vine City, more than half a month has passed since the Kai Sol incident. During this time, Luo Wei has been visiting other cities as usual, but he hasn't encountered any major cases, only minor ones. Even the major cases are already being followed up by official organizations, and he hasn't rashly joined in, as doing so might do more harm than good and could lead to some unnecessary sacrifices. As for the green snake, the little girl spent most of her time at home in the past few days. She didn't have to go to school, so she stayed at home and supplemented her knowledge of the modern world by reading books. She has been awake for some time now, and she knows some basic common sense about modern life. She can also recognize most of the characters, so she can at least live a normal life. Not long ago, Green Snake also started leaving early and returning late, and she always came back looking sickly or rather exhausted. It seemed that she was participating in training arranged by the self-improvement department. It makes sense after all. The self-strengthening department has established the Superhero Alliance, and in the future rate will definitely be a team operation. Therefore, a team tactical coordination is needed, as well as the improvement of individual abilities, especially for members like Green Snake, who are not proficient in controlling their own abilities. It is necessary to carry out systematic professional training. The Green Snake probably knows now that Social Security and housing fund benefits are hard to obtain, and those large sums of money every month are even harder to get. There's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. However, she still has time to rest on weekends. She doesn't have to train on Sundays, so on Sundays, she spends the whole day lying on the chair on the balcony and sleeps from morning to afternoon. When Luo Wei arrived at the balcony, the Green Snake was still fast asleep. Her fair face was slightly flushed in the sunlight, and she was as beautiful as a moon and as delicate as a flower. Serene and exquisite, however. The glistening moisture at the corner of her mouth marred her beauty. "Hey, wake up," Luo Wei patted her cheek. Sometimes he really wondered if the Green Snake was going to hibernate. Autumn in the south is usually not cold, but the temperature was really low today. People outside were wearing coats and long shirts. "Is it afternoon already?" Green Snake rubbed her bright, watery eyes and asked sleepily. "It's past 4 in the afternoon. You've been sleeping all day." Luo Wei held out his watch to her and asked Xiao Qing, "Are you going to hibernate?" "Nonsense, I'm a human, how could I hibernate?" As Green Snake spoke, he slapped his forehead and immediately jumped off the chair. Stepping down barefoot on the cold floor, I said, "I almost forgot about the important matter. Sister Xiaohua, you're still waiting for me." "Hey, are you going to training this weekend too?" Luo Wei was still thinking of finding a few opportunities to subtly teach Xiao Qing how to control her power. But he didn't expect the little girl to jump off the chair, put on her slippers and run out the door. No, it's something else. Before long, the Green Snake had run out the door, and the echo of her voice could be heard in the corridor. Never mind seeing her leave. Luo Wei decided to deal with the teaching later. He then changed into his battle uniform and went out. He figured it was boring to stay home alone, so he might as well go out for a stroll and maybe catch a few unlucky guys. Sure enough, Luo Wei was lucky. He encountered several battery thieves as soon as he went out. It wasn't just one gang but 3 groups of people. He caught 3 of them at once. "Superman, isn't today Sunday? Don't you get a day off on Sunday?" High in the sky, Luo Wei was holding 2 people in each hand. One of them looked down and felt dizzy. He looked up and shouted, "What do you mean?" Luo Wei was puzzled. There are many rumors circulating in the underworld that you usually don't come out on Sundays. You weren't there when we were stealing batteries last Sunday. The thief responded with a shout, his tone tinged with pride. "Damn it, you idiot, shut up." His accomplice kicked him, his eyes wide with shock. Someone had actually confessed, bringing up the crimes he committed last week. "You're quite honest when you get to the station. Remember to repeat what you just said." Lo smiled to himself, thinking that these guys were quite shrewd, having specifically figured out Superman's activity schedule and choosing to act when he wasn't around. He rarely goes out on Sunday afternoons, spending most of his time at home resting and spending time with his family. Even Superman is still human, and he has his free time. He can't be out fighting crime every day otherwise. What's the difference between him and a machine? But after hearing what this guy said, he decided to take some time to go out for a stroll on Sunday afternoons from now on. "We've arrived at the place where you'll have food and lodging." As Lo Ponderetta flew over the police station, carrying a few lifeless geese and landed in the backyard. It was afternoon and there was no one in the yard. But even if there were, They wouldn't mind Superman landing there, especially since he brought 4 prisoners with him. You 4 stay put, I'm listening. Lo left the 4 people behind and was about to leave when one of them breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing him leave. But then he saw Superman stop, and the others' hearts jumped again. However, Luo Wei wasn't targeting them instead. He turned to a corner and said, Miss Hua, do you really enjoy hiding like this? The 4 were puzzled and looked towards the corner. 2 figures walked out one after the other. The woman in front was tall with long, shapely legs. She said with embarrassment, sorry. You wouldn't have shown up if I hadn't been hiding. Sister Zaya, did you bring me here to find Superman? Green Snake yawned, looked at Superman and thought to himself that he should sleep a little longer. Besides, at this hour his cousin, no. Little Wei should already be cooking. And his aunt and uncle would be back soon. Zioking, be serious, Hua Xin offered her blessings. Then looked at Superman again and said, I have something very important to ask you. If you don't mind, we can talk upstairs, Ro. Luo Wei guessed that it must have been a high-ranking official from the self-strengthening department who sent Hua Xin to find him. Because this woman, like Liang Zhongping, had an extremely fast heart rate when facing him. Don't overthink it, it's not just being moved. It's trembling in your heart. The office on the 2nd floor was the same one they had visited before. When the 3 of them entered, a pot of tea had already been brewed, and the whole office was filled with the aroma of tea. You came to see me about the door knocker and the token. Luo Wei sat down on the sofa opposite Hua Xin and, without beating around the bush, directly stated the purpose of her seeking him out. Yes. The higher-ups take door knockers and tokens very seriously. Hua Xin breathed a sigh of relief. Superman's initiative in bringing it up meant that he was willing to discuss the topic. And only if he was willing to discuss it could today's conversation continue. She continued, I don't know if you're familiar with the legends of the underworld. Some time ago, our archaeologists discovered stories about the underworld in the ruins. According to the records, one can enter the underworld through a door knocker. And it's mentioned that one can gain great power from it. That token is the same. Stop, I know all that you're saying. Luo Wei interrupted, too lazy to listen to nonsense. You came to me to get them back, right? Yes. Because the door knocker and token cannot fall into the hands of those with ulterior motives. After what happened at Jingxi Taoist Temple and in Sichuan and Chongqing, you and I both know that the Japanese and the White Triads want them. And these 2 organizations are only a small part. There are many others who are eyeing them. Hua Xin was afraid of angering him, so she told him all the drawbacks in one go, if possible. I would also like to give you the door knocker and token, since they are of no use to me. Luo Wei took a sip of tea and patiently explained that he did this simply to avoid being bothered by the self-strengthening department, as that would be very troublesome. He continued, also, your intelligence is wrong. Entering the underworld will not grant you any power. And ordinary people who go in may never come out. This is all true, don't be fooled by Yama's smiling face. If someone doesn't have enough strength to trespass into the underworld, not to mention Oxhead and Horseface, thousands or even tens of thousands of underworld soldiers could overwhelm them. The underworld has no shortage of cannon fodder. They have collected countless spirits from multiple universes. So there are plenty of underworld soldiers and cannon fodder. Hua Xin hesitated. How do we know if what you're saying is true or false? The green snake, who had been silent and lost in thought, snapped out of it and said something. Believe it or not, I've explained everything I needed to. Besides, do you think I had any reason to lie? Luo Wei finished his tea in one gulp, stood up, and patted the green snake on the head. Little girl, go home early. After saying that, he disappeared from the room without looking back. Sister Zaya, do you believe him? Green Snake covered the spot where Superman had slapped her. The slap wasn't too hard, but it was incredibly humiliating. It was a pity she couldn't keep up with Superman's speed. Otherwise, she would definitely have slapped him back. Letter. Hua Xin remained silent for a moment before answering. Sister Ziohua, do we need to ask Superman again? The green snake rubbed its belly. Its eyes reddened with tears from a yawn. Its face clearly saying, I'm hungry. No needs, thank you for your trouble, you should go back now. Hua Zin dismissed the green snake and chose to return to the headquarters. As Superman said, he really had no need to lie because he had super hypnosis and could have easily altered the memories of both of them. But he didn't do that. In addition, Superman had no need to go against the self-improvement department. Everything the other party did from beginning to end was actually on the right side. And they did nothing threatening. The extremely high approval rating he received from the public was enough to prove this point. Or perhaps after experiencing so much, Hua Zin's mindset has gradually shifted from distrusting Superman to trusting him. Just like when Hua Zin went to Japan to participate in a mission. She breathed a sigh of relief when she learned that Superman was also there. Because she felt that the mission was guaranteed. Because Superman can always solve problems. P.S. First, fix the bug in the self-improvement department's rules. Otherwise, it just doesn't seem right that they ignore Superman taking the door knocker and token. Chapter 66, Part 65, Superman's American Journey, Part 3. The end of the first year of high school is fast approaching. And the year is drawing to a close. The weather is getting colder in December. And it's been almost half a year since Superman appeared. Green Vine City is the first city where Superman appeared. Has posters about Superman plastered all over the streets and alleys. Many people come here just to see Superman up close. Some cunning people have also seized the business opportunity and registered Superman-related products, starting to sell Superman figurines. They are selling quite well, and you can often see Superman figurines on the street or in the school. However, Luo Wei felt something was off, mainly because the Superman figure was made very realistically. Old Luo, isn't he cool? I just bought this Superman figurine yesterday. As a huge Superman fan, Wang Zikai naturally bought one as well. As soon as Get Out of Class ended, he sat next to Luo Wei and posed the figure in a Superman-style landing pose. It looks very realistic, Luo Wei looked at it and said. You know Superman lands like that all the time. Doesn't his knees get worn out after all? Landing like that is very unscientific. From a biological point of view, a classmate next to me couldn't help but say something. Get out of here, Superman can fly too. From a biological point of view, who can fly? Do you really think Superman is as weak as you? Wang Zikai interrupted him, saying with a disdainful look. Right, Lao Luo, he then looked at Luo Wei. His expression slightly taken aback. He held up the figurine in his hand, placed it parallel to Luo Wei's face, and compared them for a few moments before saying, damn. Luo Wei, I suddenly realized that you look a lot like Superman. Oh really? I'll be a Superman someday, thanks for your kind words. Luo Wei touched his face. His facial features were exactly the same as the figurine, which was why Wang Zikai had this illusion. However, he didn't care at all. There are plenty of people in the world who look alike. If you ever make a movie, you'd definitely be good at playing Superman. Wang Zikai said with a smile suddenly. A classmate walked in through the back door and called out. Luo Wei, the teacher wants to see you in the office. Luo Wei and Wang Zikai exchanged a few jokes before heading to the office. When they arrived, there were several unfamiliar students there, and a middle-aged man in a white shirt, wearing glasses and exuding a gentle and refined air, was sitting on the sofa. This is Luo Wei, the last contestant. The old teacher pointed at Luo Wei and said to the middle-aged man. He then introduced Luo Wei. Luo Weithais is Director Huang, the teacher in charge of taking you to the United States to participate in the competition. Isn't the competition during winter break? Lo remembered that he had agreed to participate in the competition. But the competition was during winter break, and he thought he would have to wait until next year. Here's the thing, we didn't have time to inform you. The organizers changed the date, and it's now temporarily moved to the 9th of this month, which is a week from now, Director Huang explained. You will be participating in a competition in a week. But don't worry, you don't need to take the final exams. Hearing this, the other students in the office were quite happy. Luo Wei simply nodded. He hadn't expected the trip to America to be brought forward. That place was not the America of his previous life. Moreover, the competition venue they were going to participate in was in the metropolis. Although the metropolis was not as dark as Gotham, it was not lacking in psychopaths who caused chaos. However, since things had come to this point, Luo Wei, there was no rejection either. A week later, Luo Wei boarded a plane arranged by the school, which was actually just an ordinary passenger plane. The school helped him book the tickets. He was not only a student from No. 3 middle school but also students from other schools. When boarding the plane, only a few seemed excited, while most remained relatively calm. This is because most students who can participate in the competition come from well-off families. While it is possible for children from poor families to achieve great things, it is even more common for children from wealthy families to succeed, as it represents the efforts of 3 generations. The flight from China to the United States took about 14 or 15 hours, and it didn't arrive in Metropolis until the next day. However, while it was dark in China, it was broad daylight in Metropolis, with bright sunshine and not a cloud in the sky. Isn't everyone saying that the air quality in the US is good? Why does it smell similar to that in China? After getting off the plane, Luo Wei and his group, carrying their suitcases, walked out of the airport one after another. A young teacher wearing square-framed glasses took a deep breath and said with a teasing and playful look in his eyes, "Xiao Chen, you talk too much nonsense. Hurry up and take the students to the hotel by bus." Director Huang patted him on the shoulder. "I thought they had private cars." "Look, everyone has private cars to pick them up." Chen Kyle raised an eyebrow, pointed to people from another school not far away, got into a minivan and drove away. "If you pay, I'll do it," Director Huang said in a cold voice. "Our school leaders get to fly in nice planes, but the principal is nowhere to be seen." Chen Kyle muttered to himself as he led the students onto the bus. Fortunately, the bus was going to the airport, and many passengers got off, leaving empty seats for Luo Wei and his group. Everyone should sit near the door so that it's easier to escape if something happens. Chen Kyle smiled and was the first to sit down on the chair by the door. "Xiao Chen, I really want to punch you. Can you please stop being so unlucky?" Director Huang was furious. Luo Wei found a window seat at the back. The weather in the metropolis was nice, but the North American sun made no difference to his skin. Soon the bus was full, with many passengers still standing. Only then did the bus driver start the vehicle and head towards the city center. The sponsor for this event is Metropolitan Telex Group, so the accommodations arranged are in a downtown hotel. It has to be said that Lex Group is very generous, providing first-class food, drinks, and lodging. This is actually normal, because another reason why Lex Group is willing to sponsor the competition is that they also hope to find some talent in the competition and recruit and cultivate them. After all, this is an international competition, and there will be no shortage of talent on the way. Director Huang glanced at Chen Kyle with his eyes. Chen Kyle understood and reluctantly stood up, walking to each classmate and whispering reminders. "Keep your phones and wallets safe, it's not very safe here. Also, once you get off the bus, don't wander around. Metropolis isn't Green Vine City, this place is dangerous." Chen Kyle kept giving instructions one after another. There was one reason for his impatience. He had said these things before boarding the plane, when he was full of enthusiasm. Then he said them again after boarding the plane. Then he said them again after getting off the plane. And now he was forced to say them again after getting on the bus. He gave instructions row by row, mainly about not making loud noises on the bus. Luo Wei was the last to be instructed because he was sitting in the last row. "Hey kid, why are you sitting so back? You'll be in trouble later. It's not easy to escape once the deed is done." Chen Kyle was as talkative as ever. Young people just love to spout nonsense, however. He stopped midway through his sentence when he heard Director Huang cough lightly. Continue by saying, keep your mobile wallet safe. Teacher Chen, please sit down. As Chen Kyle continued speaking, Luo Wei suddenly pushed him down onto an empty chair next to him. The force wasn't great, but he hadn't expected that Teacher Chen was so thin and weak. So he plopped down on the chair boom. My buttocks were hit directly by a car. Hiss Ro, what are you doing? Chen Kyle was displeased boom as they were talking. A runaway van suddenly appeared at the intersection in front of the bus. The van swerved and crashed into the bus. The driver didn't have time to brake and crashed into it. Both vehicles were traveling at 30 or 40 miles per hour. When they collided, the passengers standing inside the bus were thrown out and slammed to the ground. Even passengers sitting in chairs couldn't help themselves, banging their heads against the chairs, creating visible red bumps. The cars following behind the bus were caught off guard, and a series of rear-end collisions occurred, with screams filling the streets. Fake. My God, what happened? Inside the bus, the passengers, still shaken, looked up at the van whose hood had been blown open, billowing thick black smoke. Damn shit. The driver was also furious. He had paid for the car himself. He unbuckled his seatbelt, opened the door and got out, cursing all the while. But he hadn't taken more than a few steps when he immediately stood still and raised his hands. Several thugs got out of the vanach carrying a large, bulging bag, clearly indicating they had just stolen something. One of them raised a rifle, its dark muzzle aimed at the driver's head. Get back in the car at the same time. The people on the bus also noticed what was happening outside. Everyone realized what had happened and turned pale. Hiss a carjacking, Chen Kyle clutched his head, gritting his teeth to endure the excruciating pain, and asked Luo Wei, how did you know we were going to crash? Guess Luo Wei heard it at that moment, and he immediately changed the subject. Let's think of a way to get past these robbers first. Those are robbers, we can only wait for the police. When Chen Kyle saw the robbers already in the car, he immediately lost his spirit. He hadn't expected to run into robbers right after getting off the plane. He slapped himself several times. It's my bad luck. Hey, you at the back, don't move. I won't let you go even if you hurt yourselves. The black robber raised his gun and shouted at Chen Kyle. Then, he swept his fierce gaze over the surrounding passengers and said in a cold voice, now everyone throw out all your belongings, quick. Under the robber's intimidation, one dared to disobey, and they all threw their belongings out, not even daring to keep their Walkmans and cell phones with them. The robber looked at the loot scattered on the ground and nodded in satisfaction. But then he noticed the yellow-skinned boy at the back, who was wearing a bracelet on his wrist. He roared, and you kid, hand over your bracelet too. As they were talking, he noticed that the kid not only hadn't handed over the bracelet, but also had a duffel bag next to him and a cell phone in his left hand. Are you calling me? Luo Wei pointed indifferently to himself and asked. Although he said this, his indifferent tone made it seem as if the person standing in front of him was not a vicious robber, but a nobody who was not worth fearing. Chen Kyle panicked and quickly whispered to the boy, Luo Wei, what are you doing? Fuck, how dare you defy me? Seeing Luo Wei's indifferent expression, the robber became enraged and strode towards the boy. Footsteps sounded particularly jarring in the quiet carriage. Chapter 67066, Superman's American Journey, Part 4. Outside the buses, sirens blared. Several police cars and special police vehicles surrounded it from the front and back, quickly setting up a cordon and beginning to evacuate the surrounding crowd. Soon, police officers and special police officers who got off the bus surrounded it completely. An undercover police officer in a bulletproof vest got off one of the buses, raised a megaphone and shouted, listen up. People on the bus. We are from the Metropolitan Police Department. You are now surrounded, stop resisting immediately. Fuck, those bastards got here so fast, the assailant, who was about to snatch Luo Wei's backpack, stopped immediately upon hearing this and looked out of the car warily, only to find police officers all around. Boss, what should we do now? A younger brother looked at him nervously and asked. Don't worry, you'll have hostages. They won't dare to make any rash moves, the gang leader said, giving Luo Wei a vicious look. Kid, you are lucky. We'll deal with you later. He then put down his backpack, swaggered out of the car and got out, seemingly to negotiate with the police. He appeared calm and collected, showing no fear of the rows of black gun barrels outside. Seeing this, Chen Kyle breathed a sigh of relief and immediately slapped Luo Wei hard, saying, "Damn it, what were you doing just now? If the thug had been angered, he would have shot you dead. No, if he dares to fire, the police outside won't let them go." Luo Wei remained calm. He glanced at the contents of the robbers' backpacks and found piles of cash. This group must have just robbed a bank and was now cornered, forced to take a bus full of people hostage to negotiate. Stop talking nonsense and throw your things away. The thugs will definitely come after you again. These Americans don't like to reason. Chen Kyle was somewhat surprised to see his student so calm, but he still whispered a reminder. After all, this wasn't China, and these people held the truth in their hands. They wouldn't reason with you. Hey, if you say another word, I'll chop your head off, shove it up your ass, and throw it into the street so you can have a passionate encounter with a car tire. One of the guards, hearing Chen Kyle whispering, opened his mouth to rebuke her. Chen Kyle was so frightened that he stopped talking. His English wasn't bad, and although the other person's accent and grammar might have a bit of a regional accent, he could still understand the general meaning, even if he couldn't understand the words. His tone alone was intimidating, however. He still frantically tried to remind Luo Wei with his eyes to quickly drop what he was holding. Ignoring the teacher's gesturing, Luo Wei looked out the window to observe the situation outside. "Officer Mike, it's been a long time. I never expected to meet you again in this way. To be honest, I really should treat you to a drink at the bar. If it weren't for you last time, I wouldn't have been able to escape so easily." The gang leader got out of the car and swaggered toward the police officer who had called out to him. He was wearing a mask, but because of his well-developed facial muscles, you could see the mask twitching when he smiled. Seeing the assailant's arrogance and audacity in approaching, the officers raised their guns. Officer Mike, however, gestured for him to remain still and coldly said to the assailant, "It's you, having committed 2 crimes in 1 year. I won't let you get away so easily this time. Haha, stop talking nonsense. I'll give you 3 minutes to remove all police cars from the nearby streets and not set up checkpoints on the roads leading out of the city. If I see any obstruction for 6 months, I'll kill a hostage." The gang leader showed no respect to the Metropolitan Police Department, expertly stating his terms and beginning to threaten. 3 minutes, the countdown starts now. If you're even a minute late, you'll find a corpse on the streets of the Metropolitan. You Officer Mike's face was grim, and his colleagues behind him were gritting their teeth in anger. There is nothing more humiliating for a police officer than having criminals jumping around in front of him, yet being completely powerless to do anything about it. "Time has begun, you should hurry." The gang leader waved and, under the watchful eyes of everyone, returned to the bus. Inside the car, the hostages saw the criminals return unharmed, constantly provoking the police without sustaining any injury, and they immediately had a bad feeling. Director Huang and several students were already pale-faced. This trip to the United States had a bad start right from the moment they got off the plane. "You all better behave yourselves. Once you leave the city, you'll be able to return safely. No one will lay a finger on you." The gang leader paced back and forth in the carriage, his military boots stomping loudly, making the atmosphere particularly heavy and tense. He didn't forget to touch some of the prettier female hostages, pinching their cheeks and saying, "Little girls, did you hear that? If you dare to disobey, hee." "Boss, 3 minutes have passed. The roads outside are clear now, and we haven't seen any official vehicles at this moment." The subordinate stopped the ringing of his watch and looked outside. All the police cars that had surrounded the area had left, and there wasn't a single pedestrian or ordinary vehicle in sight. The gang leader immediately raised his gun, aimed it at the bus driver's head and said, "You Go drive the bus out of town, you know how to get there. The driver dared not complain at all, started the car and drove towards the road outside the city. Due to the collision between the bus and the van, the front hood was damaged, and it was inevitable that some noise would be made when starting the engine. But it was not a big problem and the car could be driven normally. A short while later, the bus drove away from the street. Mike, what should we do now? Half a minute later, a group of police officers came out of the alley. The one leading them was Mike, and the officers behind him looked at the departing bus and asked, "Send a car to follow behind." Mike's expression was grave. He touched his cigarette case, wanting to smoke but refraining from doing so, and continued to give orders. Notify the FBI task force to deploy multiple snipers outside the city. But don't fire yet, yes. The Metropolitan Police Department and the SWAT team were highly efficient. After the order was given, various departments took action, dispatching disguised vehicles to follow the criminals and prevent them from getting out of the car along the way or hiding the stolen money. After all, substantial evidence is needed to convict them of robbery. And some criminals would rather hide the stolen money and take it out after being released from prison 10 or 20 years later than hand it over. Meanwhile, after receiving their mission, the FBI task force also began to redeploy its forces along the main route out of the city. Police forces were deployed, and snipers were stationed within them to ensure the operation went smoothly. The FBI deployed its most elite task force to guarantee success. The ringleader, it's worth noting, had a criminal record. He had previously robbed a bank in the metropolitan area and escaped unscathed. Boss were about to leave the city at that moment. On the bus, the hostage's face was extremely grave, while one of the 5 criminals had already begun to celebrate. Focus, we haven't left the city yet, and everything is still uncertain. The gang leader was experienced and had seen it all. He casually lit a cigarette, his eyes revealing neither joy nor anger, and his gaze occasionally swept around the surroundings. Now the bus is driving onto the suburban road, with restaurants and hotels passing by from time to time on both sides. The hillsides on both sides of the road are gradually rising, and the number of cars on the road is gradually decreasing. With so much money, how many beauties could we sleep with? And how much fine wine could we drink? A young man pulled up his mask to reveal half of his black face, took out money from his backpack, and kept kissing it lightly backseat. Luo Wei glanced up at the thugs. Chen Kailuho was next to him, had given up on reminding the students to hand over their belongings. He just wanted to end this as soon as possible. Those thugs with rifles in front of him were really too suffocating. "Hey kid, I almost forgot about you." The gang leader noticed the yellow-skinned boy in the back seat looking at him. He immediately frowned and strode over, low. Chen Kyle quickly reminded him. Luo Wei remained unmoved. Sudden boom outside the right-hand car window. Gunshots rang out from the hillside. Flashes of light appeared. A bullet spun and pierced the car window, then hit the black thug who was forcibly kissing the banknotes, followed by several more gunshots. Several bullets piercing the car window in succession. Screams and screams erupted throughout the carriage. "Fuck, get down." The gang leader grabbed his wounded comrade and pulled him down to the ground. His eyes scanned the surroundings, and he soon noticed several flashing lights on the hillside, which were reflections from a mirror. With his experience, he immediately realized, there's a sniper. These untrustworthy bastards will pay for this soon. "Drive faster," the gang leader shouted at the driver, then immediately stood up and grabbed someone. Coincidentally, the person he grabbed was Director Huang, who was sitting by the back door of the car. "Leave me alone, I'm not Americans." Director Huang was taken aback by the sudden turn of events and tried to push and shove in response, only to be met with a punch. He was immediately stunned and dared not make another move. At that moment, the bus braked suddenly, and the body dragged for several meters due to inertia before coming to a stop, leaving 2 deep tire tracks on the road. "Who told you to stop the car?" the gang leader roared. "It wasn't me, the road ahead was blocked." The driver pointed ahead and saw several boulders that had rolled down the hillside. blocking the road and making it impossible for cars to pass. Vega. The gang leader cursed and began ordering his men to each grab a hostage. He himself grabbed Director Huang, slammed him against the car window and roared outwards. I'll give you more hostages. Give us one chance, let us go, or none of us will survive. Inside the carriage upon hearing these words, all the hostages trembled and huddled in their seats, not daring to utter a sound. The situation was now much more serious than before. Because the perpetrators, driven by greed, might actually open fire and kill. Mike, things seem a bit bad. Mike arrived on the hillside, and his men asked him questions. Tell the FBI not to fire. The perpetrators are a bit agitated right now. Mike was also getting anxious. He had just arrived when he heard the FBI firing shots, which was completely different from his original plan. Mike, do you think the FBI will listen to us? The subordinate touched his nose. The FBI was of a higher rank than the police department. So why would they listen to him? The FBI's unauthorized shooting was the best proof of that. Shet. Mike was about to continue. Boom. The sniper on the hillside pulled the trigger again, this time aiming at the gang leader who was closest to the car window. Whoosh! Unfortunately, the bullet grazed the gang leader's head and struck the backpack lying on the ground. Crazy. Mike's heart tightened. He knew that if the shot hadn't killed the gang leader, then the hostages on the bus would face torture at the hands of the devil. The other officers nearby couldn't help but sigh, some unable to bear the sight. Very well, you asked for it. Inside the car, the gang leader's eyes were bloodshot. He knew the FBI was going to launch a full-scale assault. And even if he didn't fire, groups of special forces would rush out from all around him in the next second. With a cold look in his eyes, he pressed the gun to Director Huang's temple and pulled the trigger sharply. Seeing this, the hostages around instinctively held their breath, because they might be next. As for Chen Kyle, his legs were so weak with fear that he closed his eyes tightly, not daring to look at his master's miserable state. Boom. In an instant, the bullet pierced the hot barrel and flew out at high speed. Just the gang leader felt a light breeze behind him. Then a sharp pain shot through his chest. The gun in his hand had a dented barrel, its parts scattered all over the ground, and he heard his comrade groaning in pain. Cough, cough. The gang leader coughed violently and staggered back a few steps. He noticed that the people around him were looking at him with shock, fear, and a bit of pity. He couldn't help but touch his aching chest. A bloody hole appeared in his chest, blood gushing out and soaking his chest, as if he had been pierced by a hard object. What happened? What just happened? Director Huang and Chen Kyle were stunned, and everyone else in the carriage looked bewildered as they stared at the several thugs lying in pools of blood. When Mike's men and the FBI task force boarded the bus, they expected to see a crazed criminal, but instead found the criminal's body. After the hostages were safely removed from the bus, the forensic doctor immediately examined the scene and briefly analyzed the cause of the criminal's death. The final conclusion was that he died from being pierced by a hard object. But it happened too fast. Who could do that? The Flash. Mike looked on incredulously. It shouldn't be the Flash. He's not that cruel, and he's not in Metropolis. The forensic doctor shook his head, equally deeply shocked. And then Mike was advised to check the car's security camera. But unfortunately, the camera had been out of signal since the carjackers hijacked the car. In the end, Mike had no choice but to hand the matter over to the FBI. But today's case would cause a sensation throughout the metropolis. But he didn't notice what was happening not far outside the bus, next to several police cars where the hostages were temporarily resting. Lo sat on the grass, glanced meaningfully at the bus, then lay down on the grass, looking up at the blue sky with a look of contentment on his face. But in his heart he was thinking, an ominous start. It seems that my trip to America is destined to be anything but peaceful. Luo Wei, why didn't you listen to me in the car just now? I had only been lying down for a short while when I heard Mr. Chen Kyle's indignant voice. He walked over, his face full of displeasure. If you had been less lucky, a bullet would have pierced your head long ago. Haha. Teacher Luo Wei was trying to show off but he failed, haha. Several classmates joked and teased each other. Teacher, the car to pick us up has arrived. Let's go back to the hotel. Luo Wei did not answer Chen Kyle's question, instead. He quickly shouldered his luggage and got into the police car responsible for transporting the hostages. However, he inevitably received a lecture from Chen Kyle and Director Huang in the car. The more timid Chen Kyle and Director Huang were in front of the thugs. The louder they were when criticizing and educating Luo Wei. Finally, after several twists and turns, the group finally arrived at the hotel and checked in. It was the Four Seasons Metropolitan Hotel, which is the Chinese translation. But this hotel is indeed one of the top-rated hotels in the metropolitan area. There was also a poster of Lex Luthor hanging at the entrance, because this is a property under the Lex Group. Chapter 68067, Superman's American Journey Part 5. As darkness fell in the metropolis, major newspapers released new reports and published their headlines. The bank robbery and carjacking that occurred that afternoon were undoubtedly the hot topics. Robberies were common in the metropolis, but what was truly captivating was the mysterious death of the perpetrator. However, the authorities believed it was the work of a superhuman, possibly a superhero passing through the metropolis who killed the robber in the train car. This conjecture has led many to think of the Flash, who is active in Central City. His speed makes it hard not to associate him with the character. But the brutal and bloody methods make it hard to believe that the Flash could have done it. Another chaotic day in the luxurious Villa Eve. Carrying a new newspaper and a document, swayed her voluptuous hips as she entered the study. The metropolis has never been peaceful. Lex Luthor took a sip of coffee, picked up the newspaper from Eve's hand, and started reading the headline. He frowned slightly. Metropolis has superheroes. I don't think I've ever heard of that. I guess he's not from the metropolitan area. Eve sat down on the table, her dress outlining her voluptuous curves. Then I guess the citizens of Metropolis are still waiting for their savior to rescue them from their misery. Lex Luthor smiled and was about to continue drinking his coffee when Eve stopped him. Don't drink it. Drinking coffee at night is bad for your health. Eve was somewhat annoyed by his bad habit, but seeing that he had stopped drinking, she continued. You have to attend the opening ceremony of the Mathematical Olympiad tomorrow. I know you're very busy. Ever since you got Superman's blood sample, you've been staying in the research institute and haven't even taken care of the company's affairs. But I can usually help you with the company's affairs. You have to attend the opening ceremony tomorrow, or I'll have to apply for leave. Lex Luthor hesitated for a moment but finally nodded. Okay. I will attend the opening ceremony. Don't look at me like that, I haven't become a demon yet. It's just that my research hasn't made any progress, which is driving me crazy. Is there something wrong with Superman's blood sample? Eve asked, puzzled. The blood was drawn on the spot, so I think there shouldn't be any problem. Lex Luthor shook his head, but he still couldn't find any connection between Superman's blood and ordinary people. The research reports at most proved that Superman was a human being more powerful than ordinary people. Aside from that, he didn't find anything else special. Perhaps Superman's DNA is just too complex for him to discover. That's what Lex thought, which is why he stayed at the Research Institute day and night, conducting research almost non-stop. Too tired. Take a good rest, it might give you some inspiration. Eve bent down and touched him. The two exchanged a glance, then embraced and went into the room. In the downtown metropolis at the Four Seasons Hotel, Director Huang and Chen Kyle were having lunch with a group of students. Ever since what happened that afternoon, the two teachers dared not let the students out of their sight for even a moment, and they had to keep an eye on them even while they ate. Especially since Director Huang was kidnapped by the criminals. He has not recovered yet and keeps looking around as if he is worried about being in danger. Seeing this, Luo Wei smiled helplessly. He shook his head. Luo Wei, what are you smirking about? I haven't settled accounts with you for what happened today. Director Huang launched into another lecture. Luo Wei directly blocked his voice. Director Huang said he was tired and stopped talking. After finishing their meal, everyone returned to their rooms one after another. Of course, before going back, they were inevitably given a lecture by the two teachers, who also reminded them to lock the doors and windows. After a long day, the students had no desire to sneak out and play anymore. The events of this afternoon had a significant impact on them. Their wonderful trip to the metropolis now seemed destined to be ruined. However, Luo Wei didn't intend to follow the rules and stay in his room to sleep. He planned to go out for a walk, fortunately. Each person had their own room, so he didn't have to worry about being discovered. Luo Wei opened the French windows and looked at the bustling city with its neon lights and traffic. He took a deep breath and listened quietly. He could hear many sounds around him, noisy laughter, crying, and cries for help. He could hear the whole city's commotion clearly. Metropolis is much more chaotic than Green Vine City. He disappeared from the room as he spoke, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared in an alley next to the large square. He walked out of the alley and along the street, passing through the bustling crowd, looking up. He could still see the words Daily Planet written on the large square. That was the newspaper where Clark Kent worked. In another universe, Superman might be working at this newspaper, constantly worrying about his performance. Superman needs results too. Otherwise, his meager salary wouldn't be enough to live in a bustling metropolis. Kent, looking at the Planet Japan poster. Ro couldn't help but mutter the word Kent. I thought to myself, maybe I should go see the Kents. To be honest, they are good parents after all. They raised Clark to be such a righteous person. Thinking it over, Lo left the main square and, taking advantage of the fact that no one was paying attention, sped off to Kansas. Metropolis wasn't actually in Kansas, but rather in Delaware along with Gotham. Interestingly, Metropolis and Gotham weren't far apart. However, the metropolitan area is still quite a distance from Kansas. And 16 years ago, he almost landed in Smallville, Kansas. That was the Kent's residence. Boom. However, just as Lo flew away from the metropolis and headed towards Kansas, a roar came from the boundless deep sky above, as if something was falling at high speed. Okay. Luo Wei immediately stopped and looked up, only to see a figure shrouded in green light appear before him in the deep sky. The figure seemed to be condensing some kind of special energy into a strangely shaped spaceship. But the spaceship had lost control and was falling at high speed. Under the spaceship's protective covering, Green Lantern rubbed his eyes and noticed a dark figure suddenly appearing in the distance. At first, the fog was too thick to see clearly, but as it got closer, he realized it was a person. He quickly shouted, "Hey, get out of the way!" However, the spaceship was falling too fast and it was too late. Just as they were about to collide, the man suddenly raised his fist and slammed it directly into the spaceship. The spaceship, which was traveling at high speed, was hit hard and instantly cracked in several places. The hull ricocheted and fell in another direction like a cannonball. On the other side was a bustling city that rivaled any metropolis. He's so easily defeated. Luo Wei looked at the rapidly falling spaceship with some surprise. He didn't expect it to be so fragile, smashed to pieces with just one punch. He thought he should hurry up and chase after it, lest he kill the person. Although he was somewhat cruel in the eyes of outsiders, he was not a tyrant and would never kill innocent people indiscriminately. Moreover, that green figure looked very familiar. I always feel like I've seen it somewhere. Wait a minute. As he was flying towards the spaceship, his supervision noticed a special light on the rooftop of a building in the far distance, in the direction of the city center. The light had a bat symbol on it. How did he suddenly fly to Gotham? Chapter 69068, The Extraterrestrial Object in Gotham, Part 1. Boom! A loud noise came from the slums of Gotham City, as if something had fallen from the sky and landed in an old neighborhood. Some people on the roadside saw a green light. Fortunately, no one lived in that area, so no one was unfortunate enough to be hit. However, the loud noise woke up many homeless people and gang members who were out having a night out. Nighttime was their paradise, but also their most fearful time. Ever since that urban legend, criminals have been on edge every time they go out. Now, the sudden loud noise made everyone afraid to approach. Fuck, what was that just now in an old building? Hal Jordan. The Green Lantern clutched his head and struggled to sit up. He felt a sharp pain all over his body. The spaceship formed by the Green Lantern ring had just been shattered by the mysterious man's punch. Hal Jordan shook his head and was about to stand up when he heard the sound of wind in deep space. He immediately stood up, supporting himself with his hands on the ground, and looked up to see a familiar figure flying towards him. He actually dared to follow me. Is he trying to provoke me? Upon seeing this, Hal Jordan's eyes flashed with a fierce light, and he gripped the light ring on his middle finger with his right hand, which immediately emitted a dazzling green light. Then, the green energy condensed into a missile with a bang. The missile suddenly burst out, heading towards Luo Wei flying in the air. Even though it was a product of the lamp ring, judging from the sound of its launch and its trajectory, this missile was practically indistinguishable from the real thing. Bangs! It happened just a second after the missile was launched. The figure high in the sky simply grabbed it with one arm and crushed it. The flames from the explosion looked like a firework being lit, and it seemed completely harmless. It looks like a big problem. Hal Jordan's face turned solemn. The light ring on his clenched finger glowed green again. Countless images flashed through his mind, eventually transforming into a giant arm, Green Lantern. In the air, Luo waved to disperse the thick smoke, watching the missile debris turn into green light and disappear. He recognized the figure below as Green Lantern, one of the main members of the Justice League. You know me. Upon hearing this, Hal Jordan immediately stopped his massive arm swing, which was about to extend. We don't think we've ever met before. The Green Lantern Corps is everywhere. But is there only one Green Lantern in the world? Luo Wei slowly flew down, his tone calm and without a hint of threat. They weren't worried about being discovered by Hal Jordan. Before he went out, he made himself a mask. The purpose is to avoid being mistaken for Superman when flying within the United States. If Superman were to appear in U.S. airspace, it would be big news for the whole world. Hal Jordan also sensed the friendliness of the person in front of him. Put away the power of the lamp ring, smiled awkwardly and said, "It seems that was a misunderstanding. I'm sorry, my friend, I mistook you for an enemy. No, I should be the one apologizing. My reckless punch caused this misunderstanding." Luo felt a bit strange. He didn't expect to run into Green Lantern on his way out late at night. Come to think of it, this was the first mainstream DC superhero he had ever encountered. Previously, the superheroes in China were not well known. Ha, Hal Jordan's awkward laugh. He laughed and punched himself flying. It's better if as few people as possible know about this. However, didn't mind and said, if I have the chance, I'd like to treat you to a drink. But I have other commitments to keep me on my mission. We'll meet again someday. Hal Jordan was in a real hurry. Looking at the mess around him, he didn't even bother to clean it up. He just waved his hand to make the dilapidated building look a little less wretched before turning around and flying away. Boomed, however, a smoke grenade was thrown from the rooftop of a nearby high-rise building, landing right in front of the two of them. It exploded instantly, emitting thick smoke that quickly spread and filled the area in front of them. Cough, cough. Hal Jordan immediately turned on his light ring, put on a mask, and looked around warily, clenching his fists as if ready to fight at any moment. Before you two leave, could you explain what just happened? In the thick smoke, a bang seemed to indicate that someone had fallen from the sky, accompanied by the sound of the zipline being lowered. The person did not emerge from the smoke after landing. Instead, stood there mysteriously, speaking in a deep voice. However, upon closer listening, it was clear that the voice had been specially processed. Gotham's freak, Hal Jordan joked. Just then Luo Wei, who was standing next to him, opened his mouth and exhaled a stream of air, instantly dissipating the thick smoke in front of him. Call the figure standing in the thick smoke was revealed. And it was a tall figure dressed in a black bodysuit with a hard rubber breastplate and various fancy weapons at his waist. The most conspicuous thing was that the person's chin was exposed by the mask. Probably for ventilation, yes, he was white. Bruce Wayne was a little confused. He originally wanted to maintain some mystery and give the two guys who had suddenly appeared out of nowhere and broken the peace of Gotham a bit of a shock. But he didn't expect that after he said just one sentence. The person opposite him, who was a head taller than him, would blow away the thick smoke. Oh, you're Batman. I always thought that was an urban legend. I've heard a lot of stories about Gotham legends, and they call you the Dark Knight of Gotham. Hal Jordan was somewhat surprised, but he also relaxed a bit. His opponent was also a superhero, and one who had been famous for a long time. So there was naturally no danger. Green Lantern, I've seen the news about you. Bruce Wayne recognized Hal Jordan, the famous Green Lantern. But he looked at Lowe for a while before asking, who are you? I am nobody. I'm sorry for causing trouble for Gotham. I should go now. Lowe was naturally surprised by Batman's appearance. But now was not the time to spend time with Batman. He planned to go to Kansas, then go back to his hotel to sleep, as he had to attend the opening ceremony of the competition the next morning. Batman squinted at Lowe, staring at him. The way Lowe looked at him was like that of an old friend he hadn't seen in years. Although the look was fleeting, it was still caught. Is there something wrong with this guy, Hal Jordan, who was standing next to him, interrupted his thoughts and said, don't go yet. Maybe you can help me with something. What's the deal? Luo Wei was about to leave but stopped when he heard this. If Batman had said that, he would have walked away immediately. But Green Lantern is different. Hal Jordan works for the Green Lantern Corps, managing a space sector, and everything he does is related to a cosmic crisis. Green Lantern may know more than I don't at this stage. He may be aware of some unknown crises. Just as Hal Jordan was about to speak, a siren blared from the end of the street not far away, indicating that a police car was approaching. He quickly said, can we talk somewhere else? Of course, if you don't leave, I'll have to leave. Batman spoke in a cold voice, then shot out a zipline with one hand, hooked it onto a rooftop, and lifted himself up in a flash to the roof. Why? I thought they would invite me for tea. But I read in the newspaper that Gotham people don't seem to particularly like Batman. Seeing this, Hal Jordan followed. Lowe followed closely behind. When he heard what Green Lantern said, he frowned. He felt like he had encountered a cheeky version of Hal Jordan. In reality, it seemed that the two characters were played by the same person. This Green Lantern was really talking a lot of nonsense. They are afraid of us. After reaching the rooftop, Batman continued jumping to another building. This doesn't seem like a good thing. We are superheroes, after all, Hal Jordan said, then looked down at Batman running below and lunged to grab his shoulder, saying, actually, I can take you flying with me. Boom, but Batman punched him, forcefully knocking Hal's arm away. Touch me. Bruce Wayne stood on the rooftop, looking down at the dimly lit streets and beyond that, at the bustling buildings. The honest lights reflected in his cold gaze. If you have something to say, talk it out here. Nobody will come. After you're done, you go back to your seaside city. Gotham is mine. Chapter 70. Chapter 68, The Extraterrestrial Object in Gotham, Part 2. Hey, the entire space sector is my territory. Hal Jordan said speechlessly that the sectors he mentioned were the 3,000 sectors that the Green Lantern Corps had divided the universe into. And he was responsible for managing the security of the sector where Earth was located. So Earth was naturally his territory as well. The entire spatial sector, Batman is puzzled. Green Lantern means that Earth is also part of his patrol route. There are thousands of Green Lanterns in the world who are responsible for patrolling the universe. Therefore, for better management, they have divided the universe into 3,000 sectors. Lowell, tired of listening to Hal's rambling any longer, quickly interrupted. Theme explained on behalf of Batman, and then looked at Hal, asking, what exactly do you want us to help you with? Here's what happened. I received an alert that there was an unauthorized item in Gotham City that came from outside Earth. Hal Jordan stopped talking nonsense and said seriously, "Outside Earth without permission." Bruce Wayne frowned, finding it somewhat absurd. He must be out of his mind to listen to a stranger talking about things beyond Earth. Moreover, he had never heard of the Green Lantern Corps before, and the mention of unknown organizations or entities always made him feel uneasy. It seems that something bad is about to happen in the future. "Hey, I'm serious," Hal Jordan saw through his thoughts. Clenched his fist, the lamp ring reflecting light, and waved his hand, instantly revealing a blueprint in front of him. Above is a map of Gotham with a large undulating circle on it, seemingly transmitting some kind of signal. Hal continued, "That thing is in Gotham. I'm not sure what it is, but it's not authorized to enter the sectors I manage. Can you find it?" Liu Wei had a rough idea of what it was, but he wasn't quite sure, so he didn't say anything rashly. "Do you believe him?" Bruce looked at Ro with suspicion, his eyes full of distrust. He had almost forgotten that this guy had appeared with Green Lantern. "If you're going to waste your time speculating here, why don't you go and see for yourself?" Lo naturally noticed the distrust in Batman's eyes, but he wasn't surprised. It would be a problem if the other party completely trusted him. Batman is always the most cautious person in the superhero series. He is undoubtedly the wisest man and always has a plan B, or even multiple plans in his pocket. This is because he does not completely trust anyone, not even his teammates in the Justice League. He is always worried that things might go wrong in the future, causing the Justice League to fall apart or turn into enemies. As a result, he keeps plans in his laboratory to deal with various members of the Justice League, including Superman even himself. That's right. Batman is so cautious that he even guards against himself. He worries that one day he will no longer be righteous and will fall into endless darkness. Therefore, he once begged Superman not to show mercy if that day comes, and even handed over the plan to deal with Batman to Superman Clark. Laid the way. Bruce Wayne pondered for a moment before looking at Hal Jordan and speaking. "I'm glad you're willing to trust me." Hal Jordan didn't have many thoughts on this. He simply believed that Batman trusted him, and that was all he cared about. "I feel happy." The three did not linger on the rooftop. Hal Jordan used the light ring to conjure a flying platform, which took them to the entrance of a sewer also in the slums. There were almost no streetlights around, to be honest. The government was reluctant to spend more money on the slums. The streetlights were all products from many years ago. However, the lack of streetlights also meant that there were no homeless people sleeping on this street. None of them wanted to attract too much attention. "It's so dark," Hal Jordan waved his hand, and the light ring lit up, illuminating several dilapidated streetlights. "What are your abilities?" Bruce Wayne was somewhat amazed by his abilities. "I don't know how to explain it, but just remember, Green Lantern can handle anything if he wants to, can do it." As Hal Jordan spoke, he pried open a huge manhole cover, completely unaware that Batman was secretly observing him from behind. "Are you sure this is the place? I don't see any threats or any other clues." Bruce Wayne began to speak. "Not necessarily. That thing might be hidden in the sewer." Lo countered that at the same time. His supervision penetrated the thick road surface, and he could clearly see a bright red light in the sewer. "Let's go downstairs and talk about it." Hal Jordan led the way into the sewers. The sewer was spacious enough to accommodate several people walking at the same time, but it smelled terrible. Fortunately, there were steps next to it that you could walk on. Even the stench couldn't stop Hal from talking. He couldn't help but ask, "Hey, you there. You haven't introduced yourself yet. What's your ability?" "Flight plus super strength." Luo Wei nodded and didn't say anything more. "No wonder. That punch of yours really hit me hard. But if it happened again, I wouldn't give you such a good chance." Hal Jordan suddenly realized, then looked at Batman and asked Batman, "What's your superpower?" "Flight. I can't fly." As Bruce Wayne walked, I scanned the sewers, his eyes constantly sweeping across his surroundings. displaying the demeanor of a seasoned detective. Super strength Hal patiently explained, "No." Bruce replied, "My hair, wait a minute. You're not just an ordinary person wearing a bat costume. Are you?" Hal Jordan had only seen Batman's story in the news. He only knew that there was such a legend in Gotham City. But he didn't know what kind of abilities Batman actually possessed. In his eyes, superheroes should all possess powerful superpowers. Bruce Wayne ignored him as if to acquiesce. "What the hell are you talking about?" Hal Jordan found it unbelievable. When he came to Gotham to look for unauthorized items, he had thought about asking Batman for help. But the other party turned out to be an ordinary person. Lowe stood by, smiling without saying a word. He wanted to see how Bruce would respond to Green Lantern. After all, Batman was never easily underestimated. "What's this ring for?" Bruce Wayne finally spoke, raising his hand to reveal a green ring. "My ring." Hal Jordan touched his hand and looked down. Upon discovering that his ring was gone and his battle uniform had been replaced with casual clothes, he was immediately surprised. "Damn it, how did you take the ring off?" Green Lantern's ring cannot be easily removed. Without its owner's permission, an ordinary person would never remove it in front of him. "I didn't see any button, so I'm guessing it's mind control." Bruce Wayne glanced at the gadget in his hand, then looked at Hal Jordan's, a contemptuous smile playing on his lips. "You weren't concentrating, a weakness, you." Hal Jordan was both ashamed and angry. And when he met Batman's gaze, he seemed somewhat dazed, as if he saw mockery in the other's eyes. He reached out in shame and anger, but the ring immediately flew back into his hand. "You won't get away with this again, no. Unless I decide I don't want to do it. Then it will never happen again," Bruce Wayne said coldly. "You really want to fight someone who can create anything?" Hal Jordan angrily put on the ring, his previously removed uniform now covering his entire body. His eyes filled with rage. "I'm actually worried that I might have guessed what you're thinking." Bruce Wayne's tone was unfriendly, but he showed no fear in the face of a powerful superhero threat. And his momentum was not weak. "You two be quiet." Suddenly, Luo Wei stood between the two men, placing one hand on each of their shoulders. Bruce and Hal tried to break free, but found that the guy was incredibly strong. They felt like they were being crushed by a mountain and couldn't move an inch. "Look over there." Luo Wei let go of his hand and pointed to the end of the sewer. The two looked over. A faint crimson light appeared at the end, accompanied by a strange sound of flowing water and a creaking sound, as if something was moving back and forth, occasionally stopping to smash something. Suddenly, the atmosphere in the dimly lit sewer became eerie. The three of them suddenly became serious. P.S. Only 2 chapters updated today. These 2 chapters might be a bit short, but I'll update more tomorrow to make up for it. The main issue is that the plot is moving too fast right now, with 2 superheroes appearing all at once, both of them famous figures. I need to sort out the later plot developments to avoid ruining the story. Chapter 7170, The Extraterrestrial Object in Gotham, Part 3. It sounds like something is banging on the wall. In the dim underground sewers, Hal Jordan conjured a shield with his lamp ring and cautiously walked toward the faint red light, the sound of walls being smashed gradually echoing in his ears. Bang, bang, bang. Was that a giant flying insect? As the three rounded the corners, a crimson light shone on Bruce Wayne's face. A few meters away, a humanoid creature with wings on its back and wearing armor was holding something and repeatedly smashing it against the wall. With each bang, bricks fell off the wall. The humanoid creature seemed unaware of anyone approaching, continuing to fiddle with a box in its hands. It was a red metal box like a cyberpunk-style artifact, and the crimson light emanated from it. Green Lantern. That must be what you mean by unauthorized things. Luo Wei, standing nearby, was taken aback. Just as he had guessed, the unauthorized object was indeed the mother box, a product from Apocalypse, and the humanoid creature holding the mother box was a kind of humanoid demon from Apocalypse. Some people may not be familiar with Apocalypse, But they must have heard of Darkseid, the Dark Lord who strikes fear into the hearts of all beings in the universe. He has conquered several worlds. Some people think that he is an abstract concept from a higher dimension, and that the Darkseid that people see is not the real Darkseid, but may just be an avatar of him. There are very few enemies in the universe that are worth his personal battle. I think Bruce Wayne gripped the weapon at his waist, not daring to act rashly, his eyes fixed on the humanoid monster. But Hal Jordan didn't care about that. The thing was right in front of him, and he didn't want to waste any time. So he strode straight toward the humanoid demon. He added, "I guess the guy holding that thing must also be considered an unauthorized creature." Buzzkai suddenly, the humanoid demon abruptly turned its head to look at Green Lantern, its eyes blazing with endless fire, and its entire body instantly burst into flames, filling the air with a visible heat wave. "Hey, don't go over there, something's not right with it." Upon seeing this, Bruce Wayne's expression, and he immediately reached out and grabbed Green Lantern. Bang! The next second, the humanoid demon's muscle fibers exploded like a bomb, the terrifying impact spreading outwards. Accompanied by a heat wave, the entire passage was swept up, and flames shot into the sky, completely illuminating the dim passage for Darkseid. In the distance, one could faintly hear the strange cries emanating from the humanoid demons that had exploded, showing no fear of death, only a resolute determination to die careful. Hal Jordan reacted extremely quickly. Years of training had given him superhuman reaction speed. He raised his hand and conjured a huge safe, encasing Lowe and Batman together. Terrifying flames raged and washed everything away. Cough cough as the firelight died down. Only thick dust lingered in the air. Hal Jordan removed the sapphire, revealing a drug mask on his face, while Bruce Wayne behind him was bent over, coughing violently. "It wants to kill us." Bruce Wayne paused for a moment, then spoke in an icy tone. "Because its task has been completed, it naturally does not. It would have spared us, but it didn't expect that its self-destruction wouldn't have killed us." Luo Wei strode over and glanced at the charred humanoid demon on the ground, which still emitted a foul stench, the smell of burnt flesh. However, he only glanced at it briefly before looking at the mother box on the ground. He bent down and picked it up. The scalding hot mother box in his hand felt extremely hot, but the temperature was still quite comfortable in his palm. "Hey, be careful, we're not sure if this thing is dangerous." Bruce, is seeing yet another reckless person, couldn't help but offer a reminder. After all, Green Lantern's recklessness just now almost blew himself up. To be honest, an explosion like that would have been enough to destroy a truck. The underground sewers are now somewhat unstable after the explosion, and dust keeps falling from above. It's not dangerous. This thing is a bit like a computer, an alien computer. Lowe remained completely calm, holding it up to Bruce to show him, and even playing with it in his hand for a few moments, without showing any sign of danger. An alien computer. Bruce was puzzled and reached out to take a look. As soon as his hand touched the mother box, the glove was immediately charred black by the high temperature. He immediately pulled his hand back. "Are your hands made of steel? It's so hot." "Of course, this thing is all metal. After such a huge explosion, it would be strange if it wasn't hot, Batman, you see. It's really hard for an ordinary person to become a powerful superhero without superpowers." Hal Jordan was smug. His lamp ring conjured a large hand, which picked up the mother box in his place. Then, he reached out and swept the mother box with the lamp ring. "Huh, what's going on? The light ring isn't responding." He scanned it once, but the light ring didn't react at all. So he scanned it a few more times, but still there was no reaction. This made him frown and his expression turned serious. "I don't even know where this lamp ring comes from." "Your boss might know." Bruce Wayne recalled that the Green Lanterns were a legion, and there should be a leader above them. No, the lamp ring was made by the Guardians. What the Guardian knows, the lamp ring also knows. So even if you ask the Guardian, you won't find out the origin of this thing. Hal Jordan shook his head. The knowledge contained within the lamp ring came from the records of the Guardians. The fact that the lamp ring was not responding meant that even the Guardians probably didn't understand its origins. This is precisely why he looked so serious. Because the unknown often carries danger. And they don't know exactly where the danger lies. You are joking. Bruce Wayne was speechless, but his mood was also heavy. The humanoid creature he had just encountered looked extremely dangerous. And it was clear that it was after the mother box. If he couldn't figure out the source of the mother box, how could he deal with the new crisis that was about to emerge? This is the mother box at this point. Lowe finally spoke up to explain, you can think of it as a supercomputer. A living machine in layman's terms. The mother box is indeed a supercomputer. Its computing power surpasses that of any device on Earth because it can not only calculate formulas, but also calculate and rearrange molecular structures, and even create energy fields and control the mind grid. The mother box contains endless energy, enough to destroy an entire planet, moreover. Collecting all three mother boxes can open a sonic boom channel, allowing teleportation to any corner of the universe. This is precisely why Steppenwolf steals the mother box in the movie version. He hopes to use the sonic boom tunnel to send the humanoid monsters to Earth so that he can achieve his goal of ruling the planet. Some say that the mother box can destroy the Earth, and the surviving humans will be turned into humanoid monsters. Chapter 7270, The Extraterrestrial Object in Gotham, Part 4. How do you know? Hal Jordan was slightly taken aback and looked at Rowe. Even with the blindfold on, he could sense the scrutinizing gaze in Rowe's eyes. Sorry, I forgot your code name again. Bruce Wayne was also cautious, keeping a few steps back. He hadn't forgotten that Lowe's identity among the three hadn't been revealed yet. Green Lantern was a famous superhero, but Lowe had never appeared in the newspapers. You can choose to trust me or not. As for the code name, it's not time to tell you yet. Lowe had no intention of revealing Superman's identity. Besides, if Superman suddenly appeared in the United States, not only would the authorities find out, but if Lex Luthor found out, who knows what kind of trouble that brilliant guy would cause. I won't trust someone of unknown origin, but this thing, which you call the mother box. I'd like to hear your information about it, Hal. The Green Lantern put down the mother box and asked, since you know about it, then you must know who is coming to find it, Nano. Unfortunately, I can't be sure who we're about to face either. But I can only remind you both that you'd better be prepared. The dangers attracted by the mother box are far beyond your imagination. Rowe was telling the truth. He couldn't guarantee who this would attract. It could be Steppenwolf as a bunch of humanoid demon minions. Or even Darkseid the Dark Lord, to be honest. He wasn't in much better spirits than Bruce and Hal. It had only been his first day in America since he got off the plane, and he'd already encountered a series of unpleasant events. It felt terrible, as if his very presence had triggered some strange cosmic upheaval. Before confirming whether what you said is true, I think we should find a place to study it properly. The mother box, let's call it the mother box for now. Hal Jordan scanned the mother box again with the light ring, but still received no response. He frowned slightly and decided to analyze the internal structure of the mother box first. I have a place that is suitable as a testing ground. After a long silence, Bruce Wayne spoke his deep, slightly hoarse voice giving off a mysterious and profound feeling. Lowe did not refuse, because his understanding of the mother box was only superficial. He only knew some of its functions, but had never actually touched it. He thought it better to follow Green Lantern's suggestion and analyze the structure of the mother box first. Perhaps he could find some clues, such as whether the box itself transmitted some kind of signal that Darkseid on Apocalypse or Steppenwolf's humanoid creature could sense. In the original story, the mother box emitted signals that alerted the Apocalypse to its existence, which led to the invasion of Earth by the humanoid demons and the outbreak of a great war. If you can, Lowe wanted to prevent the war from happening. At least not now. He didn't want to face Darkseid yet, as he didn't have much of a chance against him at this stage. Click in Gotham City passing through a hidden building. You arrive at an old basement. Stepping inside and turning on the lights. The spacious interior comes into view, containing several oddly shaped vehicles and some equipment used for scientific research. Is this your base? Hal Jordan looked around and complained it's too old. Like an antique, this is my old base. It was when I first became Batman. I haven't been here for a long time. Bruce Wayne wiped the dusty tabletop with his gloved hands, then went to a piece of equipment covered with a heavy cloth. Pulled it hard and dust flew up, exposing an old machine tool to the light. Seriously? You want me to use it? Hal Jordan frowned, clearly dissatisfied with Batman. After all, the place looked too dilapidated. But that made sense. Batman didn't fully trust him. So naturally, he wouldn't take him to the real Bat base. He waved his hand and said, "Never mind. I'll just use the lamp ring, Buzz." As soon as he finished speaking, the light ring turned on, and several green-looking devices and large green lights appeared one after another in the basement. "Hey, mysterious man," Hal Jordan looked at Ro. "I don't know your code Nemiso, Mysterio is fine, right?" "Randoms." Luo Wei didn't pay attention and placed the mother box on the equipment. "We'd better stay away, it might emit radiation rays." Or something like that. Bruce Wayne had changed his outfit sometime during the day. He was wearing a radiation protective suit, still in a bat-like design, and always sporting a pair of bat ears on his head. "Don't worry, the mother box is harmless to us." Lowe scanned it with his supervision and found no trace of radiation or harmful substances. He also noticed that the inside of the mother box was very cloudy and he couldn't see through it. So he looked at Bruce and asked Batman, "Can you detect if the mother box carries any special signals?" "Can." Bruce wasted no more time and decisively set up a device to begin detecting the mother box. "Hey, you should be asking me." Seeing that Ro was ignoring him, Hal Jordan looked sad, even though he himself had some knowledge in this area. However, it didn't bother Batman's, because this guy without superpowers was very professional when he got into action. No less than the researchers he had seen when he was in the Air Force. Perhaps Batman is also a scientist, did he soon after. Bruce frowned. The device in front of him emitted a notification sound, and his gaze toward the mother box became complicated. "What happened?" Lowe keenly sensed his emotional fluctuations. The guy's heart rate suddenly quickened a few beats. Though he tried his best to hide it, it was still noticed. The mother box is indeed sending signals out of the universe. Bruce took a deep breath and tapped on the keyboard. "And right now, there might be something following the signal." "Searching all the way here, what do you mean?" "Intruders have arrived." Hal Jordan tilted his head back and gripped the light ring tightly in his hand. "I heard it, there are a lot." Luo Wei was also stunned, listening carefully to the roars coming from nearby and the sound of wings flapping in the sky. The sounds were like insects flying and making a constant squeak. Squeak squeak a sound, and they are flying towards Gotham City in a massive, overwhelming manner. "Get out first." Bruce Wayne immediately removed the mother box, took off his protective suit, and turned to run out of the base. Clearly, he didn't want the base to be discovered or destroyed by alien creatures. Seeing this, Lowe and Green Lantern quickly followed. I followed Bruce all the way to the rooftop. "Standing here, you can enjoy a panoramic view of Gotham City at night. The scenery is magnificent, with the bustling city lights shining brightly. Just on the horizon, a group of creatures with glowing red eyes were flying towards this place. They occupied the city's skyline, instantly plunging the entire city into an eerie atmosphere." Chapter 73. My God, are they a bunch of humanoid monsters? On the rooftop, Hal Jordan gazed at the horde of monsters surging in from the horizon. The sheer number of red eyes, at least 100, according to a rough estimate, made his expression grave. This was, after all, the city's center, Gotham City, a densely populated area, leaving aside whether they could keep it a secret from ordinary people. Such a large number of monsters could very well harm the citizens. They're after the mother box. Let's lure them to a less crowded place first. Lo didn't want the humanoid monster to attract too much attention, mainly because he didn't want the existence of the mother box to be known by the US government. Given the nature of the Americans, if they knew about the mother box, it would likely cause unnecessary trouble. Another point is that he is unsure if Steppenwolf is on Earth. Steppenwolf is also a very difficult enemy, whose combat prowess has been demonstrated by having single-handedly fought half of the Justice League. Why half? Because Steppenwolf was defeated by Superman. However, the current Lo is not the adult Superman who has been nourished by the mother box. So to ensure everything goes smoothly, it's best to find out the situation first. Well, come with me. Bruce Wayne turned and ran towards the outskirts of Gotham City. Of the three, he was the one who least wanted a major battle to happen in Gotham. Even though the citizens of Gotham City didn't really like Batman or this Legend of the Night, he was still willing to protect Gotham City. Lo naturally understood Bruce's thoughts. Bruce was definitely a mental Gothamite. Much like Lex Luthor. Lex Luthor was a mental earthling who would never allow anyone to threaten what he valued. Whoosh, a moment later, a green aircraft carrying 3 people flew towards the outskirts of Gotham City. On the other side of the horizon, the humanoid demon that had just entered Gotham City sensed that the mother box was moving away and became somewhat agitated, increasing its flight speed on the streets below the city. Many passers-by noticed the strange figure flying high in the sky, its eyes emitting an eerie red light. However, it was moving too fast to see clearly, and people simply regarded it as a bird or beast and did not pay it any attention. During the journey, Bruce was originally standing on the edge of the aircraft. When he reached a street corner, he used a zipline to hang from a tall building and jumped suddenly into a dark street. "Where are you going?" Hal Jordan wanted to stop them, but seeing the humanoid demons closing in from behind, he didn't go down with them and continued flying towards the outskirts. Suddenly, the sound of an engine came from the dark street below. "Is it Batman?" Hal Jordan was puzzled. Lo looked down and saw a Batmobile suddenly rush out from the darkness below, drifting across the road and leaving clearly visible tire tracks. "Hey, it's the Batmobile." Hal Jordan was amazed and quickly lowered the flight altitude, landing on the Batmobile. Although he was a pilot, it did not affect his appreciation of cars, especially the modified Batmobile. He had seen it once in the newspaper, but the photo was too dark now. Seeing the handsome car up close, with its perfect muscle lines and outlining an eerie curve, and the all-black paint, it was like a bat in the night. Full of mystery. "Hurry up and catch up." Bruce waved from the window at the same time. Batman stepped on the gas, accelerated to 100 mph, and disappeared from the road in the blink of an eye, causing many residents around to stick their heads out and curse. In the air, Lo and Hal Jordan on the aircraft smiled helplessly. Then each took off carrying the mother box, and their figures flashed and disappeared. In the country city, in a vacant meadow, a Batmobile was parked, with 3 tall figures standing beside it. One of them held a cube in his hand, which was constantly emitting a faint red light, as if summoning something high above the 3 of them. Hundreds of humanoid demons swooped down, the sound of their wings flapping echoing across the flat ground. "Here they come." Lo bent down slightly, assuming a fighting stance. He didn't intend to use his heat vision to shoot down the monsters from a distance, because Superman's heat vision was too famous and had become a signature superpower in the eyes of many media outlets. He had used it many times before, and the newspapers had mentioned it more than once. If he used it, was worried that Bruce would find out, or that others would see it. He didn't want to see news of Superman appearing in the United States and igniting the entire world forum. Do they have any special features? For example, weaknesses or any other special abilities? Bruce jumped into the Batmobile before closing the door. He asked a question. "I am not sure." Whoosh. After Luo Wei finished speaking, his figure flashed and transformed into a strong gust of wind, rushing towards the humanoid demon attacking from the sky. "Wow, he's so fast." Hal Jordan was astonished. He hadn't even seen the mysterious man's movements before he was sent flying. Keep in mind that his speed was not weak either. And this guy was obviously much faster than him. Boom. Just then, several humanoid demon corpses fell from the sky and landed in front of Hal. The corpses all had huge holes and bloody wounds in their chests, indicating that they had suffered great blows. Look up again in midair. Luo Wei's figure weaved through the horde of humanoid demons, delivering precise punch after punch to their bodies. The immense impact pierced through their chests, and some even had their wings violently torn off. The humanoid demons, rendered incapable of fighting, plummeted to the ground one after another. It took less than half a minute in the blink of an eye. More than half of the hundreds of humanoid demons high in the sky had been crippled. Inside the Batmobile, Bruce Wayne squinted. Watching Lo fighting in the air, his brows were furrowed, and he felt that he had seen this mysterious figure in the air somewhere before. A person with such great power should have appeared in a newspaper or on a video platform. Perhaps as a mysterious figure, Bruce looked at the man more and more familiar. But he couldn't quite place who he was, however. He was certain that he had read about this guy before. I think we shouldn't bother with this. This guy is too strong, Hal Jordan muttered to himself. Watch your back behind him. Bruce was watching Lo fight from inside the Batmobile when suddenly his control panel beeped. He quickly pulled the joystick, and the screen displayed the scene behind him. At this moment, hundreds of humanoid demonic creatures emerged from behind. It seems to have come from another direction. Not from the direction of Gotham City. Here, try this. Seeing this, Bruce didn't hesitate any longer. He pressed a button on the control panel, and a Gatling gun slowly rose from the top of the Batmobile, its black muzzle constantly rotating. Bang, bang, bang. Next second, the muzzle flashed with a dazzling light, followed by a barrage of bullets that swept towards the oncoming horde of humanoid demons. Roar for Darkseid, the humanoids roared, showing no fear, and charged towards the Bat chariot like madmen. Their ferocious ice-black and murky reflected a crimson light. The mother box from the chariot was their purpose for this journey. However, the fierce offensive quickly brought down the humanoid monsters at the front. Bullets rained down on the humanoid monsters, and their seemingly robust bodies were shattered under the barrage of bullets, with their limbs, face, and wings pierced through. Stimulate. Hal Jordan stood beside the Batmobile, feeling the intense heat emanating from the machine guns and the deafening gunfire. His face was full of emotion. It seemed that this bat without superpowers was not as weak as it appeared. But Hal was not to be outdone. He immediately used his lamp ring to conjure several machine guns, and several pure green people beside him raised the machine guns and kept firing at the humanoid demons in the sky. Imagination is your ability. Inside the Batmobile, Bruce saw this scene and a look of surprise flashed in his eyes. It would be a lie to say he wasn't envious. He certainly longed for the power to do as he pleased. It's willpower, as Hal Jordan spoke. His fist-shaped ring lit up with a green light, and a giant hand about 10 meters long appeared out of thin air. He waved the giant hand and slapped the humanoid demon hard. Bang! With that slap, the humanoid demon that had been hit by bullets but was not yet dead was now motionless. And the slap brought the fierce battle back to calm. Are you guys done on the other side? Luo Wei had also dealt with all the humanoid demons. He took a deep breath, slowly landed beside the chariot, glanced at the corpses scattered all over the ground, and raised an eyebrow. Not bad efficiency. You're more efficient than meckling so many by yourself. Hal Jordan turned his head and looked behind him. There were humanoid monster corpses everywhere. He didn't count them carefully, but there should be more than 200 of them. It seemed that there were far more than he and Batman had dealt with. I'm lucky, as Luo Wei was speaking. He frowned and turned his head to look to his left. This action also made Bruce and Hal Jordan serious. After what happened at the base, they felt that this mysterious man's hearing seemed to be far beyond that of ordinary people. And now he had most likely heard the enemy's movements again. What happened? Hal Jordan just asked. Boom. On the horizon, several tall figures rushed toward them. running at great speed with each leap. They made a loud noise and the ground shook violently. Is this also a humanoid demon? Bruce frowned. His gaze fell on several monsters that looked like titans, with fangs bared in their mouths and wearing special armor all over their bodies. These things were clearly not creatures from Earth. They have many races, Luo Wei knew. Humanoids are not just flying insects. There are many different kinds of them otherwise. Steppenwolf wouldn't have opened the sonic boom tunnel to teleport the humanoid army to Earth. I'll take care of them, as Luo Wei spoke. He clenched his left fist to gather strength. His calf muscles tensed and highlighted the muscle lines. With a bang, the next second his body shot out like a missile, kicking up dust and crashed into the oncoming big guy. Bang. Before Bruce and Hal could react, two huge men were sent flying, their massive bodies slamming dozens of meters into a small hillside with a deafening boom that echoed across the horizon, accompanied by flying sand and gravel. Like a mushroom cloud, where did he come from? Hal Jordan was amazed. He had never listened to a storybook about such a powerful person before, especially since this was the sector he managed. He stopped watching the show and strode towards another big guy. Thinking I'll go help him, hey? Bruce shouted, but Green Lantern had already flown past. His face was grave as he glanced at the monitor, which showed a tall figure rushing towards him at high speed from directly behind. Sir, do you need my help? The communicator, which had been silent until No finally picked up a deep, aged voice. No, I'll do it myself. Bruce refused the butler's request and turned the vehicle around to face the rear. Just like the flying humanoid monster before, this time it was also attacking from both sides. There was a huge monster right behind him, charging towards him on all fours. It was clear that the monster wanted to lure Lo and Green Lantern away before trying to steal the mother box from the vehicle. Come, Bruce squinted, but could not hide the determination in his eyes. He pressed a button, and a dark cannon immediately opened at the front of the tank. Click, a cylindrical missile appeared, and with a boom, it shot off, accompanied by a dazzling flash of fire and a wisp of white smoke, spinning as it hurtled toward the massive monster charging towards it. Boom! When the missile struck the monster, a dazzling flash of light and a deafening roar erupted instantly on the dimly lit plain. This was a real missile, and the sound was much louder than when Ro blasted the monster away. Even the thick smoke that billowed up was much denser. Fuck you guys, aren't you just making things worse? Hal Jordan was a little stunned to see Batman even using missiles. This was the outskirts of Gotham, not too far from the city. Few people would dare to use missiles on American soil. And Batman was one of the few not dead on Ro's side. He had already snapped off the monster's head and turned to look in the direction of the Batmobile. What do you mean? Hal Jordan hadn't quite grasped the situation. The missile's power was enough to destroy a tall building. No matter how strong that monster was, it was still made of flesh and blood and couldn't possibly face a missile head-on. However, if the missile misses, that's a different story. As Hal Jordan was thinking this in the distance, from the thick white smoke, a huge figure suddenly rushed out. It had no wounds on its body, obviously having just dodged the missile bombardment. The monster is now only about 10 meters away from the Batcart. Roar, the enormous monster, was well aware of this. Its gaze peering through the vehicle window, locked onto the mother box inside the tank. A crimson glow illuminated its ferocious face as it roared and stomped its feet on the ground, its entire body rising like a flying tank, while simultaneously raising its fists in midair. It crashed down on the Batmobile below. Its body alone was much larger than the Batmobile. This scene was no less than a mountain pressing down on it. Vega. Even the usually refined Bruce couldn't help but curse, looking at the shadow looming over his face. He disregarded everything else, pressed the button on his chair, and was immediately ejected from the cockpit butt. Unfortunately, the chair failed to eject him away from the chariot. He simply landed on the open ground next to the chariot. However, at this critical moment, behind it, a crimson beam of light shot out and pierced through the monster's massive body. Blood gushed from its chest like a fountain, splashing under Gotham's gloomy moonlight and soaking the soil. A few drops of blood splattered onto Bruce Wayne's astonished face. Chapter 74, Section 73, The Mother Box, Part 1, Chinese letter. The gloomy sky dissipated, and the bright moonlight shone down squarely on the earth. The massive body of the aerial monster crashed down with a spray of blood, hitting the bat-shaped vehicle below with a loud thud. Fortunately, the vehicle was made of bulletproof material, and the impact of the heavy object was not enough to damage it. At most, it only left a few dents. Bruce Wayne took a deep breath. The strong smell of blood in the air irritated his nose and mouth, and the scene in front of him further stimulated his nerves. He stood up and looked back with a complicated expression. "Oh, this scene is rather brutal." Hal Jordan flew over, pinched his nose and frowned, saying, "Mysterious man, I didn't expect you to have so many abilities. Sorry. I didn't want you to see such a brutal scene. But the monster was moving too fast at the time, and I thought a ranged attack would be more effective." Luo Wei shrugged. The incident happened so suddenly that he instinctively used his thermal vision. He hadn't expected the monster to be so fragile. His thermal vision alone was enough to almost cut it in half. Yes, beside him Bruce Wayne had been panting, had now calmed his breathing and become much more indifferent. In a deep altered voice he said, "What you just shot out wasn't a laser. Well, it's a different kind of ray. I can't explain it clearly. You may not have seen it before, but it's quite powerful." Luo Wei nodded. The light emitted by the thermal vision was indeed not a laser, but rather the light produced by the reflective layer behind the retina of his own eyes. That is why it was called the thermal vision. In the original comics, Batman had researched heat vision. He believed that Superman might have some kind of special light-reflecting organ growing behind his retina, and that it could use the energy stored in his body cells to launch ray attacks, with the power of the rays depending on the amount of energy stored. Furthermore, the heat vision is an organ behind the retina. After special reflection, heat vision is enhanced, resulting in reflected light that is more powerful than ordinary light. This is the reason for the scorching beam of light later, when Superman's organ became incredibly powerful. It was able to pierce through the earth beneath his feet. I think I may have seen something similar to yours somewhere. Bruce Wayne's voice was deep, his gaze fixed on Ro's eyes. Since Ro was wearing a mask, he could only judge his suspicions by observing those eyes, because the mysterious person in front of him was all too familiar. He must have seen him somewhere before. All right. Now we should think about how to deal with the mother box. The monsters have all been dealt with, but the mother box is still there, and I think even more monsters will be attracted here. Hal Jordan interrupted their conversation, then conjured a giant hand to move the corpses on top. Open the Batmobile and retrieve the mother box. Why don't you try conjuring something up and locking it up temporarily? Bruce Wayne looked at the monster corpses and remains scattered everywhere. He didn't want to experience another attack. If the number was much greater than before, he might not be so lucky after all. He had almost been crushed by monsters along with his tank. Cut into chunks, let me try. Hal Jordan closed his eyes slightly. Countless things flashed through his mind, and finally chose one of the boxes. He then clenched his fist, and the light ring emitted a green light, which enveloped the mother box the next second. The mother box was immediately put into the heavy box. The signal must be blocked. Luo Wei breathed a sigh of relief. He felt a faint fluctuation around the mother box dissipate, which should have been the electrical signal. Hold on. Bruce got into the car, took out a device, and after checking it up and down, he found that the device did not display a signal. He then nodded and said, "The signal is blocked." "Give it to me." No, I want to take it to the Guardian." Hal Jordan shook his head. "This thing can't be left on Earth without the Green Lantern Corps permission. You can't take it back. The outside world is probably full of humanoid demons now." Lo interrupted, explaining, "Besides, there are 2 other mother boxes on Earth. If the Apocalypse people find one of them, they can find the Green Lantern Corps headquarters. Since the mother boxes were previously connected, we might be able to use the connections between them to find the other two mother boxes. If Green Lantern takes it back, it will only cause more trouble. You have to know that the mother boxes are all connected. There are still two other mother boxes on Earth that have not been found. The Apocalypse people will not leave easily, therefore. We need to use the mother box we have now to find the other two and hide them. Only in this way can we avoid trouble. Where is the mother box kept? Hal Jordan rubbed his temples, feeling a bit tired. He had originally thought it would be a simple mission to retrieve unauthorized alien items. But things turned out to be far more complicated than he had imagined, involving a bunch of things he didn't even know about the lamp ring. I have a place, Bruce Wayne volunteered again. And the two men looked at him. Although the previous base had not left a good impression, it seemed that there was no better place to store the mother box at the moment. Gotham City, a hidden underground base, is spacious. The preparation hall alone is large enough to accommodate several fighter jets. There is indeed a high-tech fighter jet in the preparation hall. Parked in the center, in front of the fighter jet is a long and narrow run, which can take off into the sky at any time. The other facilities in the underground base are also brand new and understated, yet exude a high-tech feel. The open door on the right side of the lobby allows a clear view of the room filled with screens displaying surveillance footage from all corners of Gotham City. So you really do have a new base. Hal Jordan sighed, looking around. He had seen Green Lantern Corps bases before, but Batman's base was the best he had ever seen on Earth. Keep in mind that Batman was a civilian, not an official organization. Your base is pretty good. Luo Wei was also somewhat surprised. Batman's base facilities were probably not much worse than the Self-Reliance Department's headquarters. But he was even more surprised that Batman, such a cautious person, would choose to bring them to the base. I don't know what they're planning, Bruce led the two men to a huge box in the hall. After entering the password, the box door slowly opened with a click. He took the mother box from Hal Jordan's hand and put it. He went inside and then explained. This box can isolate all signal sources, so you don't need to worry about your abilities failing. Then you still want me to use the lamp ring? Hal Jordan was speechless. It turned out Batman had been prepared all along. Just in case, I don't want the enemy to know the location of the base. Bruce Wayne smiled just like Batman. Luo Wei thought to himself, so what should we do now? Go find the other two mother boxes, Hal Jordan asked. No, let's all go home and sleep first. It's already 11 o'clock, it's getting late. Luo Wei shook his head, glanced at the time, and realized that it was really inappropriate to go looking for the mother box so late. In any case, the humanoid demons wouldn't be able to find the mother box anytime soon. So he decided to go back and rest first. Besides, he has to attend the opening ceremony of the competition tomorrow morning. And he hasn't forgotten the purpose of this trip to the United States. It would be bad if someone found out that a student had gone missing in America. Good idea. Bruce hadn't taken off his mask or the voice changer yet. His voice was still low and hoarse. From Luo Wei's perspective, it's like having phlegm stuck in his throat. A pretentious and mysterious brooding guy. But it's worth noting that Batman and Bruce Wayne are not the same person. One is the glamorous rising star of Wayne Enterprises, while the other is a dark legend of Gotham. Some believe Bruce Wayne is the mask, while Batman is the true soul within. So is Bruce playing Batman, or is Batman playing Bruce? In that case, I'll be going now. I know the way. See you tomorrow. Hal Jordan trusted Batman and believed there was no problem with the mother box being stored there. So he simply said goodbye and flew away. You're not leaving? Bruce Wayne asked. Sorry, I'm leaving now. I just don't want to spend the night with a grown man. As he spoke, Luo Wei flew away. However, he didn't go straight back to Metropolis. He hadn't forgotten that he needed to go to Kansas to see the Kents. Although it was getting late, he still wanted to take a look before going back. It would only take a few minutes at most. After the preparation hall was empty, leaving only Bruce. A door on the wall opened and Alfred walked out. "Master, what's wrong?" Seeing his silence, Alfred asked. "When you look at that masked guy on the surveillance footage, does he look familiar? I feel like I've seen him somewhere before." Bruce Wayne turned to look at him and said, "Really? I don't have a strong impression of that. Perhaps you're just too tired, sir. You've been busy dealing with things in Gotham lately. And now you've encountered the alien incident." Alfred said reassuringly. Maybe Bruce Wayne said this, but he already had the answer in his heart: Superman. The mysterious man from earlier. No matter what kind of ability or height. Always reminded him of Superman, sir. The authorities have already sent people to the outskirts. They should have seen the corpses of those alien species. But I haven't had time to deal with them yet, Alfred said. It's all right, this can't be kept secret. As Bruce Wayne spoke, turned and walked out of the base. Returning to the manors. He wanted to go back and carefully read the reports about Superman to see if his judgment was accurate. At the same time, Smallville, Kansas, is a small town in the countryside that makes a living by farming. You can always see large rice paddies and many cornfields around the town. At this moment, in front of a farm, several middle-aged men and women sat around a campfire in an open space, eating barbecue with beer beside them, chatting and laughing. The firelight reflected off their faces, making them rosy-cheeked. But it couldn't hide the joy on everyone's faces. Mr. and Mrs. Cantor. Unbeknownst to him, Roe arrived outside the farm. He didn't go in but stood on the path by the farm fence, looking at the men and women sitting around the campfire. One of the kind and gentle couples made him feel good at first glance. "Excuse me, do you need help?" Kent spotted Roe standing outside the farm fence and, perhaps sensing the complexity of his expression, couldn't help but ask him a question. "Kent, what are you doing? This guy showing up here so late at night might not be up to any good." A friend standing next to me couldn't help but remind me. Kent, however, insisted on getting up and going to take a look. "No need, I'm in a hurry, I'll be going now." Lowe had no intention of going in. When he saw Kent coming over, he waved and strode away, leaving Kent with his wife in his arms. Watching Kent's departing figure, Lowe felt an emptiness in his heart. As if something was missing, Roe left the farm. "I'm preparing to return to the metropolis." Boom. Suddenly, a loud bang came from deep space. He looked up sharply and his pupils contracted. He saw a spaceship engulfed in flames breaking through the atmosphere. A very conspicuous symbol was visible on the spaceship. Look closely, it's an S. P.S. There will be another chapter later. Chapter 75, Section 74, The Mother Box, Part 2. Whoosh. In the deep night sky, a ball of fire pierced the silent void, plummeting towards the town of Smallville. Because some clouds obscured the moonlight tonight, the fire appeared particularly dazzling, like a meteor breaking through the atmosphere. That's the symbol of the L family. Along the roadside in the rice paddies, Luo Wei looked up. His superhuman vision allowed him to see at a glance that beneath the flames was a spaceship, and that the ship bore the S symbol of the L family. A symbol of hope. Upon seeing this, the first thought that came to mind was who was on board the spaceship. As Luo Wei thought, Thishi's body shot up like a cannonball, rushing towards the spaceship at full speed. The moment he took off, a deafening sonic boom echoed. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, Luo Wei's figure had arrived in front of the spaceship. The flames shone on his face, and the light became more and more dazzling as he got closer. Called to avoid attracting attention, Luo Wei exhaled a cloud of cold air, which blew on the flames on the spaceship, causing them to flicker violently. After a moment, the flames went out, and he suddenly reached out and grabbed the spaceship that had flown in front of him. His supervision also allowed him to see through the thick hull of the spaceship and into the interior. He paused slightly. It's a girl. Inside the spaceship, a sleeping girl came into view. She had delicate features, a high nose bridge, and a quiet and gentle demeanor. She wore a green and black outfit, typical of Kryptonian clothing, with the L family insignia on her chest. Looking at the interior of the spaceship again, Luo Wei felt it looked very familiar. Then it dawned on him that this spaceship was the same model that had landed there years ago. Luo Wei subconsciously uttered a name, "Is that Kara inside?" The sleeping girl seemed to hear someone calling her. Her closed eyes narrowed slightly, and her beautiful eyelashes fluttered inside the massive black and gold Arctic spaceship. In the main hall lay a charred small spaceship covered in snow. The steel exuded a chilling aura, though the snow gradually melted under the temperature regulation. Beside the spaceship, a young girl lay asleep on a bed. "Carl, do you think she is Kara Zoel?" Joel stood to the side and looked at Ro. Yuho was frowning and asked, "Yes, father, you should have met her before." Luo Wei nodded and said, "I have seen her before, but that was many years ago. Kara was very young then, but I still feel like I recognize her." Joel carefully examined the girl's appearance and nodded in affirmation. This girl, who was only 14 or 15 years old, was his brother Zoel's daughter and Ro's cousin. How did she end up on Earth and at the wrong time? Luo Wei muttered to himself. The timing is definitely wrong. If we judge from the previous plot, Kara should have come to Earth when I was in my 40s or 50s. Kara would have been 40 years old then. But due to her excellent and unique genes, she looks like she's only a teenager, but now Kara in front of me looks like she's in her teens. And she's actually in her teens too, wrong timing. Joel noticed his son's thoughts and asked in confusion. No, just something feels off. How did Kara suddenly get sent to Earth? And when was she sent here? Was Krypton destroyed when she arrived? Does Krypton still exist? Father, are you still alive? As Luo Wei spoke, he looked at Joel after saying this. He felt much less doubtful, because the universe he was in was not like the original story. So the plot would be different. Perhaps some of these changes would lead to a butterfly effect, causing the world to change. He firmly believed this. Because he himself was a special being, I do not know. Joel didn't answer the question again. Instead, he turned to look at the sleeping Kara and said, "Perhaps when she wakes up, she will tell you the answer you want. She probably won't wake up anytime soon." Ro scanned Kara's entire body, clearly seeing through her skin and tissues the flow of blood and every organ in her body. He shook his head and said, "There's something wrong with her body, probably caused during the flight. But it's not a big problem. The sun will give her strength. And I think she'll wake up in a couple of days." So who are you planning to have here?" Joel asked. "Of course I can't bring her back with me." Luo Wei shrugged, putting aside how Director Huang and Teacher Chen would react if he suddenly brought a beautiful woman back. Her status as an unregistered resident was already a huge problem. From now on, Kara's cousin will most likely have to live in the spaceship. However, this will not affect the Kryptonians. As long as there is sunlight from the golden sun, Kryptonians can survive anywhere, and may even become immortals before leaving. Lo arranged a room for Kara just to be on the safe side. He locked all the doors and reinforced the four sides with steel plates. He wasn't worried that Kara would wake up and smash the spaceship to escape, because the spaceship was dark and Kara, without sunlight, had no energy reserves and couldn't activate her superpowers. He did this mainly because he was worried that Kara would cause trouble in an unfamiliar environment. So it was best to make the most conservative preparations. After settling everything in, Lo returned to the metropolis at 5 in the morning. The bustling metropolis was still immersed in quiet sleep. The streets were sparsely populated and traffic was light, and entertainment venues were much quieter. Many passers-by were seen vomiting against the walls on the street. At this moment, a series of white trucks drove into the basement of the Lex Group building in the city center. Several workers in hazmat suits got out of the trucks, exchanged a few words with the security personnel, and the security personnel, with solemn expressions, immediately let them pass. The trucks disappeared into the dark end of the basement. You'd better make it clear to them that if they don't have a perfect reason to convince me, they will suffer the wrath of those who disrupt my research. In the basement, In the brightly lit lobby of the LexCorp Research Institute, Lex Luthor sat in a chair drinking coffee, his face grim. "You'll be satisfied. You have no idea how much I paid to get these things before they were willing to let Lex Group research them." Eve frowned at her charming face, revealing bitterness, clearly displeased that her boss didn't think highly of her. Click. At this moment, the Research Institute's doors opened, and a group of people pushed in large white boxes. The boxes were specially made to hold experimental products, and were airtight, preventing the virus from circulating with the outside air. "Mr. Luthor, you will be satisfied." A man in a black suit walked in with him. He smiled, clapped his hands, and the white box behind him slowly opened. The tempered glass was exposed, and inside the glass was a corpse. But this corpse made Lex Luthor stare wide-eyed. If Ro or Bruce were here, they would definitely recognize that the corpses were those of the Titan-like monsters they killed on the outskirts of Gotham City. It was precisely these corpses that caused Lex Luthor to let out a barely perceptible, eerie smile. P.S. I suddenly realized that I can't change chapter titles on Kidian. Come. Several chapters have incorrect chapter titles and numbers that I can't correct. Chapter 76, Section 75, The Mother Box, Part 3. In the mornings, the Metropolitan Museum of Art was bathed in clear blue skies and bustling with activity. Outside the Austin concert hall, cars were coming and going, including many small passenger vehicles with the Four Seasons Hotel logo. These were clearly the hotel's private buses, and many young men and women boarded them one after another. On one of the buses, Luo Wei sat in the last row, next to teacher Chen Kyle. Since yesterday's bus hijacking, he has been choosing to sit in the back because the front and middle are the most vulnerable positions. I almost fell asleep during the more than 1 hour opening ceremony. Chen Kyle stretched, revealing prominent dark circles under his eyes. The other students in the car also had dark circles. They were still not used to the American lifestyle. What a pity. I thought I would see Lex Luthor today. He is the future of Metropolis. Director Huang was also sitting in the back row, looking at the Lex Luthor poster outside with a regretful expression. Anyone familiar with the business world has heard of Lex Luthor's reputation as a self-made man. And the scientific research products developed by the Lex Group are changing the world. He's a very busy man, but he said he would come. And then he stood me up. I had to wait so long and hold my pee for an hour. Chen Kyle was somewhat speechless, then said, "But the host mentioned Lex Luthor, saying he's busy with research. Could it be that he has some new technology coming out?" When Lo heard this, he didn't think much of it. Given Lex's status, he didn't need to attend the opening ceremony of the competition. He only needed to let others know that he sponsored the competition and almost took care of everything. That was enough at that time. The Daily Planet of Metropolis and other major media outlets would mention Lex Group and praise his support for academia. Lex only cared about his reputation. He liked the feeling of being admired and the center of attention. However, he was somewhat curious about Lai Tu's scientific research. A little over a month ago, Lai Tu had taken DNA from him, the purpose of which was self-evident. Now he was most likely worried about researching DNA. That DNA sample is of no help to Levi. If Levi can decipher the blood sample summed, he will no longer need the ability to clone Superman. There may have been a major explosion in the suburbs of Gotham City last night. Beside him, Chen Kyle was browsing social media on his laptop. It was the most popular forum in the United States. One post mentioned that a huge explosion was heard outside Gotham City last night, and someone went to the scene and found that the ground had been cleaned up. But it still couldn't cover up the scorched soil, however. So far, the official departments have not mentioned it, obviously trying to cover it up. Zio Chen, that's Gotham City. It's normal for there to be some explosions. About 10 years ago, several high-ranking officials there died within a few days. I heard it was done by a guy who called himself the Riddler, and Batman took care of him in the end. Director Huang was clearly very knowledgeable about some things in the United States, and he spoke with great enthusiasm. Many students gathered around him, mainly because it was something that happened more than 10 years ago. At that time, internet communication was not well developed, and many things could not be transmitted to China. Batman has only become well known in China in recent years. What happened to the riddle maker in the end? Was he killed by a bat? If Batman is caught, shouldn't he be sentenced to death? Chen Kyle said Batman is Gotham's Dark Knight. He has caught a lot of criminals. I didn't expect that he started carrying out justice more than 10 years ago. You mean the Riddler? He's not dead. He's probably still in an asylum. I think it's called Arkham Asylum. And Batman has arrested him more than once. After director Huang finished speaking, he also felt it was outrageous. It was unbelievable that such a heinous criminal could still be alive. Gotham has a lot of lunatics. Upon hearing this, everyone unanimously gave the same assessment: a madman. Gotham City has been plagued by a series of insane crimes, each more outrageous than the last. If I were Batman, I would have killed the Riddlers long ago. Anyway, nobody knows who Batman is. It's been over 10 years and nobody knows. One student couldn't help but interject. What nonsense are you talking about? Everyone sit back down. Director Huang angrily rebuked the group and made them all sit back down. Batman is a madman too. Lo listened the whole time, but he didn't say anything. He just muttered to himself. Only by becoming a madman can you better deal with the madmen of Gotham. Just as only by understanding the corruption of Gotham can you govern that city well. After the opening ceremony, Director Huang led everyone back to the Four Seasons Hotel. Due to the carjacking yesterday, they were basically unable to go out and move around freely, and the original activities were cancelled. Everyone could only study and exchange ideas in the hotel. However, since all the contestants were staying in the same hotel, and the hotel was large with many facilities, there were many activities in the hotel, as long as they did not leave the hotel and did not violate the rules. The teachers turned a blind eye. However, Lo was the only one who didn't follow the rules. While everyone else went to participate in the hotel's activities, he made an excuse to stay in his room alone and then left the hotel for Gotham. He hadn't forgotten about the mother boxes. There were still 2 other mother boxes missing. It would be best to find them before the apocalypse people made their move. Otherwise, things would become troublesome, Mr. Luther. This guy is not a creature from Earth. I have compared the genes of all the organisms stored in the database and have not found any matching species. I think it might be an extraterrestrial life form, and its brain, after being dissected, shows that its intelligence is not low. The armor it wears is also enough to indicate that it may live on a planet with an extremely advanced technological civilization. Inside a laboratory at Lex Luthor's Research Institute, a man in a white lab coat and oval glasses is explaining to his boss. Lex Luthor, the monster corpse displayed in the center of the laboratory. Humans, it's a species from an extraterrestrial civilization. Lex Luthor frowned, realizing that things seemed more serious than he had imagined. He turned to Eve and asked, Eve, where did you get it? According to U.S. officials, a massacre occurred yesterday on the outskirts of Gotham City. When officials arrived at the scene, the ground was littered with the corpses of monsters. These species, which have never been seen before, are giving the authorities a headache. Eve truthfully stated that LexCorp's position in the United States was far greater than outsiders imagined. It was not an ordinary business enterprise, but rather involved in other connections. Obtaining an alien corpse was also. It is precisely because of this relationship. Lex Luthor remained silent, staring at the monster's corpse. He recalled that when the mysterious red dot appeared in the Arctic, he had said it was some strange species on Earth. Not an alien creature, but the monster before them. After a series of verifications, proved that extraterrestrial beings really exist and that they have already arrived on Earth. Unbeknownst to humanity, arrived on Earth, and a fierce battle took place in the suburbs of Gotham last night. Why did they come to Earth or something else? Lex Luthor frowned even more deeply and asked. Who killed these freaks? Batman's Green Lantern and another unfamiliar figure. Eve thoughtfully took out a tablet, which displayed a blurry video with three indistinct figures. She explained, most of the surveillance cameras in Gotham City had some problems last night, due to signal interference, which made the video a bit blurry. However, you can still tell from this video that these two are Batman and Green Lantern. They are both exceptionally gifted superhumans. Lex Luthor took the table, examined it carefully, and finally his gaze fell on the tall figure of the mysterious man. He vaguely felt that the man looked familiar. I feel like I've seen this man somewhere before, Luthor. You've met too many people, there will always be overlaps. Eve put the tablet away, pointed to the monster's ugly corpse, and said, how are you going to deal with it? Just a heads up. The authorities are currently worried about alien species. They don't want to wake up one day to find aliens descending from the sky. She paused and then said, however, I think those superheroes will step up and solve these problems. Those superhumans. Lex Luthor rarely refers to Batman and Green Lantern as superheroes in private. He prefers to use the term superhuman, he said coldly. If they can be the saviors, we can't I be one. Eve was stunned for a moment, clearly not expecting her boss to say such a thing. Mr. Luthor, I have a bold idea. The middle-aged man standing nearby seemed rather excited upon hearing this. Say it, Madison. Lex Luthor looked at him and said, perhaps we can make good use of this monster's genes. They can make us stronger. Madison, the middle-aged man, stroked his beard, his expression full of excitement. Make good use of genes. Lex Luthor looked at the alien creature's hideous corpse. A thought popped into his head and he smiled, saying, genes plus genus, good idea, Madison. P.S. Just to clarify, there will be no cloning involved. I will absolutely not clone a Superman to cause trouble for the protagonist. I'm saying this in advance to avoid getting flamed. Also, thank you to Novel Reader Wants to Try 100 Herbs and MISS Chinese Letter for their generous donations. I haven't been checking the data much lately, and I was surprised to see such generous donations. Thank you all so much. Chapter 77, Section 76, The Mother Box, Part 4. In Gotham City at a secret underground base, a black-clad figure takes an elevator directly to the basement. When the door opens, two figures are already waiting in the preparation hall. You're too late. It's lunchtime for middle school students. When Bruce Wayne saw Ro finally arrive, his deep voice revealed his dissatisfaction, clearly feeling that Ro didn't take the Mother Box incident seriously enough. Sorry for keeping you waiting. Luo Wei was also somewhat helpless. He couldn't just abandon the competition. Let's get down to business quickly. Hal Jordan yawned, feeling bored and sleepy. After numerous tests, I discovered that the Mother Box contains unimaginable energy. It's like a compressed star, and if all the energy inside were released, it would probably be enough to destroy the entire Gotham City. Bruce Wayne led the two to the computer, listing his research and tests on the Mother Box. His tone was one of astonishment. After a pause, he said, the Mother Box is exactly as you said, it's a supercomputer. In my comprehensive analysis of the Mother Box, I discovered that its external structure alone is unimaginably complex. The civilization that created this thing is technologically far ahead of Earth. He paused, his tone becoming even more incredulous. 3 or 4 civilizations, excuse me, but to be clear, the alien civilization that created the Mother Box might be at level 3 or 4. This is because the Mother Box possesses space jump technology. It can open a teleportation channel in some way, but I don't understand how it works yet. However, understanding this is enough. You really are a scientist. Hal Jordan was stunned. He had spent the whole morning with Batman and hadn't figured anything out. But Batman had said a lot of things after listening. Luo Wei frowned inwardly, marveling at Batman's wisdom. After all, analyzing the Mother Box was no easy task. Thinking about it, he nodded and said, you're right. The civilization that seized the Mother Box is far more powerful than we imagined. Since they are already so powerful, why don't they just attack Earth directly instead of choosing such a low-level method? There's only one possibility. The civilization that seized the mother box is facing restrictions, and they can't teleport their powerful army to Earth. Bruce Wayne continued his analysis, revealing that he was actually afraid when he learned of the alien civilization's invasion of Earth, as it was an unknown existence and brought unknown fears. However, he was even more worried that Earth would be destroyed. I don't know the current situation of the apocalypse, but their goal now is to find all 3 mother boxes. Those monsters from yesterday may appear all over the world today, searching for the whereabouts of the mother boxes. Luo Wei dared not draw any conclusions hastily, because the universe he was in might be different from what he had previously understood. If he made a wrong judgment, he might suffer more losses than gains. We need to find the mother box before the apocalypse. But where are the other 2 mother boxes? Hal Jordan, standing nearby, was puzzled. As the head of the sector, he knew nothing about the history of the mother box, not even the location of the lamp ring. Finding the mother box globally was much more difficult than finding a needle in a haystack. Batman, when you were testing the master boxes, didn't you find any connections between them? I remember there were connections between the master boxes. Luo Wei looked at the stored mother box. After a long period of settling, the square mother box no longer emitted light and returned to calm. Looking like an ordinary work of art, no. Only by deciphering the mother box can we find the whereabouts of the other 2. Bruce Wayne shook his head. I tried to decipher the mother box, but unfortunately, I couldn't. It's too complicated. If I had more time, maybe I could give it a shot. The mother box is far too advanced for Earth at this stage. With current technology, we haven't even explored the solar system, let alone completed space jumps. Mars remains an inaccessible territory for humanity. In the universe, humanity is undoubtedly like a lone ship adrift on the ocean, where a single giant wave could capsize it at any moment. What should we do now? Hal Jordan tapped the table, causing the lamp ring to glow faintly. He then conjured a toy and picked it up to play with it. Don't worry, I know where to find the mother box. As he spoke, Lo looked at Bruce and asked, can you look up main harbors? Where can I find the mother box? Bruce Wayne was puzzled, but he immediately took action and searched on the computer. In no time, he found information about Shin Harbor. Among the findings, some rumors about Xi'an Port were also found. According to these rumors, Xi'an Port was protected by the sea god which made this port, which relied on fishing for a living. Prosperous in the past decade, Poseidon. You don't mean for us to go find the legendary sea god, you? Hal Jordan leaned closer to the computer, looked at the information on the screen, and couldn't help but ask, well, let's not delay, let's get going. Luo Wei was too lazy to waste any more words. As for the matter of the sea god, once they arrived at their destination and found Sea King Arthur, everything would make sense. According to what he knew about the events, the mother box fell to Earth and was taken by 3 races, one of which was Atlantis, the race of Aquaman Arthur. They lived underwater and rarely came to land, however. Atlantis and humans on land had clashed before, but it ended peacefully in the end. Bruce and Hal exchanged a glance. The idea of going to find a legendary sea god gave them a somewhat unreal feeling. But in the end, they didn't say anything more and boarded their fighter jet to head towards Amity Harbor. The fighter jet was the one from Batman's base, a futuristic fighter jet with supersonic speed. It would only take a little over an hour to reach Met Harbor. Besides, Met Harbor is also in the United States, but it is located in the east, while Gotham City is located in the west. After more than an hour of flight, the fighter jet carrying 3 people landed on a high ground in Xi'an Port. The fighter jet uses hovering technology and can stop smoothly without an airport. In addition, the fighter jet has a stealth system and cannot be detected by radar. Wayne Group's private satellite played a key role in this. Is this Xi'an Harbor? Hal Jordan was the first to disembark from the fighter jet. A gust of cold wind hit him, causing him to instinctively hug himself tighter. Even with his superior physical abilities, he still felt the cold, especially at this high altitude, where the howling wind was biting. Chinese letter. Yes, let's go to the town and ask. Lo also disembarked from the fighter jet and changed his face shield into a mask during the flight. He then flew toward the town below the highlands. It was a town perched on a cliff end from the highlands. One could see the entire town. The town was close to the coast, and the eastern climate often brought strong winds that whipped up huge waves that crashed against the shore, as if the waves might engulf the town at any moment. In addition, the year-round overcast skies and dim lighting made it feel like a gloomy and oppressive place, as if it were the end of the world. He knows this place very well. Bruce Wayne also used his wingsuit, spreading his bat wings and gliding to catch up with Ro. From Ro's eyes, he could tell that the other man seemed to be very familiar with the Harbor of Grace and knew where to find the legendary sea god. As predicted before long, thanks to his exceptional emotional intelligence, Luo Wei chatted with the locals and learned about the whereabouts of the sea god. He was then led by a group of people to a tavern. The tavern was bustling with activity, as many locals were drinking and chatting. However, when Luo Wei and his companions were brought, their expressions turned strange and cautious after hearing what the guide said. It wasn't that Ro and his companions were dressed strangely. Bruce and Hal had changed into down jackets and wore hoods to cover their faces for ease of movement. Such clothing was common in Shin Harbor. Are you sure they're good people? Hal Jordan tilted his head and whispered between Lo and Batman. Are you afraid that a group of ordinary people will hurt you? Ro chuckled, waved, and ordered 3 drinks, pushing them towards Bruce and Hal, both of whom waved them away in refusal. Click. A few minutes later, the tavern door opened and a tall, robust figure like an ancient Greek giant walked in with his head down. Only after entering did he straighten up, and everyone in the tavern turned to look at him. It must be him, my goodness, he's very strong, Hal Jordan said in a low voice. What exactly is your purpose in coming to see me? Arthur Curry strode up to the group, pulled out a chair, and sat down. His tone was rough and arrogant, and his naturally deep voice carried an air of authority. He continued, if you've come here for some sea god, you're likely to be disappointed. There is no sea god in the world, and those rumors are unbelievable. Are you Arthur Curry? Ro sized up Arthur Curry, the big guy with half-human, half-Atlantean blood. Unlike the rugged appearance in the movie, he was rather handsome, with short blonde hair and a resolute look in his eyes and brows. However, had a big beard and dressed casually, making him look a bit sloppy. It is indeed me. If you have believed the rumors, then I'm sorry. There is no sea god here. If you want to cooperate with the fishing industry in Sean Port, I am willing to act as a bridge for you. I am the guardian of the Sean Port Lighthouse, and the people here are willing to give me face. Arthur Curry drank a glass of strong liquor, which warmed him up and made his face rosier. Judging from his voice and the wrinkles on his forehead, he was probably in his 30s or 40s, which fit the legend of the sea god that had been circulating in Sean Harbor for over a decade. Even Ro's father once told this story. No, we are not interested in fisheries, Harjo. Seeing that Luo Wei was delaying getting to the point, Dan couldn't help but interrupt. Bruce Wayne remained silent, watching quietly. Then why have you come? Arthur Curry looked puzzled, and his hand behind his back unconsciously clenched slightly. Arthur Curry, take us to Atlantis. Luo Wei stopped beating around the bush and directly stated his purpose. Atlantis. Bruce and Hal Jordan were both stunned and looked at Ro. Wasn't Atlantis a legend? That place was an underwater kingdom, however. If the sea god really existed, then the existence of Atlantis seemed reasonable. Boom. However, Arthur Curry, who was sitting in the chair, suddenly turned grim and flew into a rage, standing up and throwing a punch at Ro. Hey, what are you doing? Bruce Wayne reacted quickly, but Arthur Curry punched him hard, knocking him down along with Hal Jordan. Subsequently, Arthur Curry's gaze locked onto Ro. Who exactly are you? Take me to Atlantis and I'll tell you. Luo Wei had just finished speaking. Arthur Curry's big fist came swinging down suddenly, with a clear target to smash down hard on Ro's head boom. Inside the tavern, everyone was watching the show. They all knew how formidable Arthur Curry was. He had been exceptionally talented since childhood, possessing extraordinary abilities in strength. This young man who had provoked Arthur was going to suffer. Boom, however, the next second. Ro simply stretched out his handand with lightning speed. Everyone only saw a blink of an eye before his hand was instantly placed on Arthur Curry's chest. And then he pushed him hard, bangs. Arthur Curry was thrown backward, crashing heavily against the tavern wall, overturning tables and chairs, leaving the floor in a mess. P.S. There will be another chapter later. Probably very late. Chapter 78, Section 77, The Mother Box, Part 5. Inside the tavern, a deathly silence fell. The excited expressions on the faces of the spectators who had been watching the show earlier froze, clearly frightened by the sudden turn of events. At this moment, the tall and burly Arthur Curry was frowning and grimacing. He had been pushed so hard that his body had smashed through the tables and chairs and crashed into the wall. And a sharp pain was shooting through his back. Hey, don't move. A fellow who had been watching the show pulled a long gun from under the table, pointing the black muzzle at Luo Wei. You bunch of outsiders, go back to where you came from. You'd better put the gun down. Luo Wei turned to look at him, his tone full of warning. Seeing this, Bruce Wayne realized something was wrong and quickly stepped between the two. Spreading his hands to signal them to separate hands, said, "Hey, Arthur Curry, if you're willing to take us to Atlantis, I'll pay you whatever it takes. What are you doing? Do you think she's so easily bought off?" Hal Jordan was speechless. The other party had already made a move. And you actually wanted to bribe them with money. Did you have a lot of money? Bruce Wayne turned to his two companions and said, "Don't be impulsive, let me handle the problem." He took a breath and stepped forward to help Arthur Curry up. The other man was clearly intimidated by Ro and did not refuse. So he stood up. Ro didn't make things difficult for him anymore. After all, he had come to ask Arthur Curry for a favor. And the other party had no ill intentions. He was just very grateful to Atlantis. How could a bastard child from an underwater kingdom, who had suffered so much humiliation, possibly like an underwater kingdom? I can take you to Atlantis, but I have two conditions first. You have to convince me with money. And that amount is not small. Arthur Curry waved for his friend to put down his gun. His eyes filled with coldness and disdain. Name your price. Bruce Wayne raised his head slightly and looked at Arthur Curry, who was a head taller than him. $200,000. Arthur Curry made an outrageous demand, which made the people around him laugh, some even whistled, thinking that the price would scare Bruce away. 200,000, Hal Jordan was taken aback. Although 200,000 seemed insignificant compared to the information in the mother box, it was a considerable sum for him, who had grown up in a poor family, no problems. Bruce was about to write a check. Arthur Curry was taken aback and quickly said, "Hey, wait a minute, I've changed my mind. $500,000. Wait, you've already said 200,000. Hal Jordan was unhappy, saying, "How can they ask for such an exorbitant amount? Do they really think Batman is an ATM that can keep giving you money?" "Let him keep pretending," Roa, standing nearby, calmly pulled Hal back, smiling without saying a word. If this amount could scare Bruce away, then Gotham City's economy would have collapsed long ago. "No problem," Bruce Wayne nodded in agreement again. $1 million. Arthur Curry refused to believe it. Could he really pay $1 million? "Okay, $1 million is your price. I will sponsor another $1 million for Amity Harbor, making it $2 million in total. Take it to any bank in Gotham City and someone will take you to withdraw the money." Bruce Wayne took out the check, stuffed it into Arthur Curry's hand and put it away. Zhu Bai glanced at the people still standing around and asked, "What's the second condition?" The pub was quiet. Some people came over to take a look and questioned whether it was a bounced check, but Bruce told them to call Gotham City's largest bank to inquire. They were told that the check was cashable for $2 million, and the pub became even quieter. All right, your sincerity has touched me. My second condition is that you come with me. It's not convenient to discuss it here. Arthur Curry gasped, clutched the check to his pocket, bid farewell to his friends in the tavern, and led Roe and his group to the house by the lighthouse. This house, located next to the lighthouse, is subjected to the relentless ravages of the sea wind every day. Its exterior looks old and dilapidated, and the windows creak incessantly when the sea wind blows through them. What are you going to Atlantis for? Aquaman Arthur Curry sat on the living room sofa, opened the refrigerator door with his left hand, took out several cans of cold beer and drank them in large gulps, his Adam's apple bobbing. You tell me. Bruce Wayne looked at Roe, signaling him to explain. You're so rich, why do you support him? Arthur Curry chuckled and teased. Aren't you all hot wearing masks and such thick clothes? I'm sorry, my identity is special. Bruce Wayne shook his head. He didn't want others to know his true identity for the time being, even though his actions just now might arouse suspicion. He couldn't reveal it yet. Arthur Curry, your mother is the Queen of Atlantis, and your father is the lighthouse keeper of Mercy Harbor. Lowe spoke up and sat down opposite Arthur. His words clearly made Arthur stiffen, his expression showing complexity and wariness. Don't worry, I'm not here to cause you trouble today. I'm here to resolve the trouble. Afterwards, Lowe told Arthur Curry everything about Apocalypse and the Mother Box, emphasizing that the other party was after Earth and that the Apocalyptians' ultimate goal was Earth. Why should I believe you? After listening, Arthur Curry's expression turned serious and he quickly asked a question. There are countless ways I could get you to talk, not just having Batman use money to persuade you. Luo Wei said slowly. You Aquaman Arthur Curry paused for a moment. He knew how powerful Roe was. That push had been very strong. In a one-on-one fight, he might not have been a match for this guy. However, he caught a crucial piece of information and looked at Bruce, asking, You're Batman? All three of you are superheroes. Ah, Bruce nodded. Hal Jordan, standing behind him, eagerly reached out his hand and said with a smile, I'm Green Lantern. He then looked at Lowe and said, As for him, that's a secret for now. The main problem was that he himself didn't know Roe's identity. But if he said he didn't know him, Arthur Curry would definitely become suspicious and refuse to cooperate with them. I believe you, but finding Atlantis won't be easy. They don't welcome humans, and they certainly don't welcome superhumans like you. Arthur Curry stood up and walked towards the door. The moment he opened the door, an endless gust of wind rushed in, washing over everyone's faces. It was icy cold, but Arthur was wearing a thin white shirt and seemed not to feel the biting wind. Then he walked to the shore outside the house. About 10 meters below was the sea, probably an extension of the lighthouse into a deeper area. The water below was deep and dark, and he could vaguely see fish darting around in the rolling waves, eventually forming a circle as if preparing to welcome someone's arrival. However, if you want to come, then follow me. Arthur Curry turned to look at them, then took a deep breath, leaped forward head first, and traced a perfect arc in the air before plunging heavily into the water with a plop. The fish went wild, circling him joyfully. We'll follow. Hal Jordan reacted quickly, immediately using his light ring to conjure a submarine which enveloped Roe and Bruce, and they jumped into the water together, following behind Arthur Curry. Together, we dived into the deep, vast ocean. The transparent submarine allowed us to see the outside world, the rolling waves, the shimmering fish swimming around us, a truly breathtaking sight. P.S. The reason why Aquaman believed the main characters will be explained in the next chapter. Chapter 79, Chapter 78, The Mother Box, Part 6. The deep Atlantic Ocean, a region never before explored by humankind, is home to the legendary lost underwater city of Atlantis. At this moment, Luo Wei and his two companions aboard a submarine followed Arthur Curry into the deepest part of the Atlantic Ocean. Atlantis, did it really exist? Bruce Wayne was somewhat skeptical. In his early years, he had traveled far and wide, learning many martial arts and accumulating a vast amount of knowledge, but he had never heard of Atlantis. Everything is possible. Hal Jordan, however, believed that there were some magical races on Earth. During his training with the Green Lantern Corps, he had come into contact with some strange races that were scattered in various corners of the planet. They were not the mainstream on the planet and did not often expose themselves to the world. Instead, they lived a peaceful life in the shadows. Hey, mysterious man. Hal Jordan noticed that Lowe was sitting in the back, silent, only occasionally admiring the underwater scenery. Remembering something, he slowly asked, How did you know that Atlantis drank Arthur Curry? All along the way, you seemed like a prophet, knowing everything and knowing which step we should take. Upon hearing this, Bruce Wayne also turned to look at him, a similar look of doubt flashing in his eyes. It wasn't that he didn't have the same questions as Green Lantern, but he simply didn't voice them. The reason was simple. He and Green Lantern knew nothing about the Mother Box, while this mysterious guy seemed to know a great deal about it. The reason he never raised any questions was precisely because they needed Ro to find the Mother Box and resolve this crisis. Even though there were risks involved, the benefits outweighed the risks, and he was willing to take that risk. Moreover, given Lo's strength and understanding of the Mother Box, if he wanted to seize the Mother Box, he wouldn't need two outsiders who knew nothing about it. You doubt my identity, yet you're still willing to come with me. Upon hearing this, Lo glanced indifferently at Hal Jordan. Because I know nothing about the Master Box. Hal Jordan smiled helplessly. We're almost at Atlantis. Put aside your doubts and suspicions, or this organization will be dismantled from the inside out without the apocalypse even needing to come. Luo Wei stood up and patted his shoulder lightly, then walked to the front of the submarine. Through the transparent glass following Arthur Curry's figure, he saw the dark sea ahead gradually brightening with a faint light. Further ahead, parting the layers of sea fog, an underwater neon city came into view. The city's buildings were strangely shaped, some mushroom-shaped, some blocky, all radiating bright colors like jellyfish. Above the city, there were floating ships flying by, and on the underwater road surface, there were some huge mechanical devices moving. A cyberpunk-style underwater kingdom, Bruce Wayne was filled with emotion. He could tell at a glance that the city's technological level was definitely no lower than that of any country on land and might even be stronger. Their technology seems to be much more advanced than ours. Hal Jordan was mentally prepared, but seeing this scene still surprised him. This is quite astonishing, considering that humanity has always believed itself to be the most powerful race on Earth, superior to any other race in terms of technology, civilization, order, and dominance. But now, the technological level displayed by this legendary lost underwater kingdom has clearly shattered my previous worldview. Atlantis's technology was thousands of years ahead of that on land. They had already solved the energy problem and developed unlimited energy many years ago. Luo Wei explained to the two of them. Atlantis were actually human beings, but they lived in the sea for many years and evolved in a completely different direction, giving rise to the underwater races we know today. Their unlimited energy comes from a six-sided stone, the magnetite, located in the center of the Sun Palace, which can absorb sunlight and convert it into energy. Unlimited energy. Bruce Wayne listened and muttered to himself. Boom, boom. Outside the submarine, Arthur Curry knocked on the glass, signaling Green Lantern to shut off the submarine's engine. Then, with his powerful arms, he lifted the submarine and dragged it towards Atlantis. When they entered the city complex, the environment changed dramatically. A protective layer outside the city isolated it from the seawater, making the city as dry as the land. Come down. Arthur Curry lowered the submarine and a group of armored soldiers ran over to salute him. He waved for the soldiers to leave. Are you their king? Bruce Wayne was surprised and puzzled. Then why don't you like hearing about Atlantis? Because someone once tried to start a war between Atlantis and humanity, I am very sensitive about this. Arthur Curry explained. Upon hearing this, Luo Wei realized that the Arthur Curry in front of him did not hate Atlantis. He was now the king of the underwater kingdom and was clearly a middle-aged sea king. Please follow me. Arthur Curry didn't waste any more words and led the three of them to a palace. Along the way, many people would bow to him when they saw him. When they arrived at the palace, the main hall was empty, with only one figure standing there waiting. Arthur, are you talking about them? Vico's gaze swept over the three of them, his sharp eyes revealing caution. Yes, all three of them are land-based superheroes, Batman, Green Lantern, and one more, Mysterio. Arthur Curry nodded, then turned to the three and introduced him. He is my mentor's close friend, Vulko. He paused for a moment before explaining, the reason I agreed to bring you to Atlantis is not for money, but because you mentioned that someone is trying to steal the Mother Box, and it has been having some problems lately. As he spoke, Arthur Curry looked at Vic, signaling him to continue. Vico understood and said, you have a Mother Box. Yes, we found it in the Gotham City sewers. There was also a humanoid monster there at the time. In addition, we later killed two more groups of humanoid monsters. Luo Wei didn't beat around the bush and told the truth. However, he deduced from Aquaman Arthur's words that the problem with the Mother Box in the Underwater Kingdom was most likely related to the apocalypse. The apocalypse might have already sensed the existence of the Mother Box. They did come. Vico's expression was complicated. You mean the apocalypse? Hal Jordan pressed for an answer before Bruce could. Yes, we expected that too. Vico nodded solemnly and explained. Back then, Paradise Island, Atlantis, and humans, the three races, fought against Darkseid together and finally defeated him. The three Mother Boxes left behind were stored in the hands of the three races respectively. The apocalypse came this time and they are after the three mother boxes. Hal Jordan remained silent, feeling somewhat frustrated that even those on Earth knew about the mother box, while the lamp ring knew nothing about it. Didn't you bring the mother box with you? At this moment, Vico noticed that the three men were empty-handed and frowned. No. Lowe shook his head and explained that the mother box was safely stored in Gotham City and would not be found by the apocalypse at present. However, Vico's expression didn't improve at all. Instead, his brows furrowed even deeper and he said coldly, "Do you think Earth's technology can block the mother box's signal? Even Atlantis couldn't do it. P.S. There will be another chapter later. Chapter 80, page 79, The Mother Box, Part 7. When we left, we were certain that the signal from the mother box was isolated, and I used copper and nickel to wrap it, which theoretically can completely isolate the signal source. In addition, I confirmed this during the test." Bruce Wayne immediately offered his explanation. However, Luo Wei, standing beside him, frowned and fell into deep thought, remaining silent and instead looking at Vico, waiting for his explanation. "Do you know how far the distance is from Earth to Apocalypse? For humans, that distance is infinite. Apocalypse is not even within this universe. But even at such a great distance, the Apocalyptians can still detect the existence of the mother box. Copper and nickel alone are simply not enough to completely block the signal source of the mother box. As an older generation of Atlanteans, Vulko had a good understanding of Apocalypse. In addition, the Atlanteans were one of the main forces fighting against Darkseid, and there are detailed records of this in history. Moreover, in the past few days, the mother box has been acting strangely, so he specifically reviewed the content related to the war from that year. Batman, your base." Hal Jordan looked at Batman and saw that the other man's eyes were extremely gloomy. "Return to Gotham now." Bruce Wayne was worried about the base being destroyed and the mother box being stolen, but he was even more worried about the old man who had been with him for many years in the base. As soon as he finished speaking, he decisively dialed the phone number of his butler, Alfred. Boom. Suddenly, the moment the call connected, before a foo on the other end could even speak, a deafening roar and violent tremors came from the palace of the underwater kingdom. "Sir, are you all right over there?" Hearing the roar, Alfred mistakenly thought his master had met with misfortune, and his tone suddenly became tense. "I'm fine, you need to leave the base immediately." Bruce Wayne was speaking. Boom. The violent shaking and deafening roar came again, and for a moment the entire underwater palace seemed to be shaking. The people standing in the palace felt the floor beneath their feet tremble. Was it an earthquake and tsunami? Hal Jordan was puzzled. No disasters ever occur in the underwater kingdom. Aquaman Arthur Curry and his mentor Vulko both looked up and peered out the window. They could vaguely see ghostly figures flitting across the sea. That's a humanoid demon. Luo Wei recognized them at a glance as humanoid demons from Apocalypse. They seemed to have appeared through some kind of passage, because even his supervision couldn't hear them flying in. The only possibility was that they had used some kind of technology to reach the underwater kingdom. Now he heard a series of roars, accompanied by the screams of the people of the underwater kingdom and the angry shouts of the guards. Outside, chaos and riots were gradually breaking out. "Damn it, the mother box." Vico's expression was grave. "Vulko, you go organize the guards and deal with the humanoid monsters. I'll guard the mother box." Aquaman Arthur raised his trident, and a golden light emanated from its tip, accompanied by a soft ringing sound. The entire ocean seemed to churn and surge, and the once arid underwater kingdom instantly pour in endless seawater. Even the palace was flooded with endless seawater, filling the entire space. The humanoid demons that were flying high in the sky outside were instantly washed away and fell to the ground. Whoosh! The next second, Aquaman Arthur's eyes narrowed, and like a megalodon, he swam swiftly towards the mother box. Follow. Taking advantage of the gap when the seawater was about to reach his mouth, Luo Wei launched himself forward, his body transforming into a sharp sword as he followed the Sea King. Behind them, Hal Jordan used his light ring to conjure a submarine and took Bruce with him as they followed. Guru on the other side of the underwater kingdom, a series of bubbling sounds rang out, and two figures arrived one after the other in front of an underwater ruin. It was a ruin surrounded by 8 divine pillars, and in the middle of the pillars was a shrine. On the shrine, a square mother box was floating, and its radiance illuminated the dark ocean. Fortunately, Roe and Arthur Curry were among the first to arrive, and no suspicious figures appeared in their vicinity. Aquaman Arthur, seeing the empty space, planted his trident beside him. Even in the seawater, the trident remained firmly in place, and a barrier formed around him, partially isolating the seawater and giving him space to speak. "They haven't found this place yet. Perhaps they should move the mother box somewhere else." "No, he is coming." Luo Wei, however, was not as calm as he was. His eyes searched his surroundings and he heard a slight fluctuation in his ear, so subtle that an ordinary person would hardly notice it. What? Arthur Curry was taken aback. He looked around and saw that the slight ripples in the seawater were normal and there was nothing unusual. As the Sea King, he knew that no movement in the sea could escape his notice. Whoosh. However, just as he grasped the trident and prepared to explore the surroundings, a muffled sound came from behind him. A tall figure, its long shadow cast by the light of the mother box, loomed over Arthur Curry's head. Looking down, he saw that the figure was holding a huge axe and was slashing down at him fiercely. Fake. Arthur Curry's pupils constricted. He drew his trident, immediately twisted his thick waist and raised the weapon with both hands. Bang, the axe then cleaved into the trident. With the added force, the impact generated tremendous shockwaves, causing ripples to spread across the surrounding seawater. The weapons in their hands were also numb from the vibrations. Arthur Curry looked up and saw a strange man standing in front of him, 2 or 3 meters tall, with a huge build, wearing silver-white armor and a fierce and malevolent face. He exuded a powerful sense of oppression, like the white light reflected on the blade of an axe, making people tremble. Steppenwolf not far away, Luo Wei recognized the tall man at a glance as Steppenwolf, the vanguard that came to Earth. Bang. Arthur Curry had barely exchanged a glance with Steppenwolf when the wolf kicked him in the groin, sending him hurtling backward like a cannonball. He crashed into a pillar in the ruins, causing visible cracks to appear on the pillar behind him. Ah. The Steppenwolf's ferocious mouth curled into a contemptuous arc as it swung its giant axe, once again unleashing its full power to cleave Arthur Curry, who lay fallen against the pillar. The axe blade sliced through the seawater, creating ripples. Whoosh. However, before Steppenwolf could swing his giant axe, a figure appeared beside him, grabbed his wrist holding the axe, and clamped his strong arm so that he could not move at all. The figure's empty left fist slammed into Steppenwolf's abdomen, sending him flying more than 10 meters until he crashed into a stone pillar before stopping triumphantly. Is he also an apocalypse person? Arthur Curry got up somewhat awkwardly, gripped his trident, parted the seawater in front of him, and asked. Ro nodded and looked at Steppenwolf. Okay. At this moment, Steppenwolf, clutching his throbbing abdomen, used his axe to push himself up and looked at Ro as well. His eyes held a mixture of astonishment, surprise, and more than anything, burning anger. Clearly, he hadn't paid much attention to Luo Wei before, because the Sea King of the Undersea Kingdom was the most troublesome opponent. But now a stranger had suddenly appeared, whose strength even surpassed his own, which inevitably surprised him. P.S. I was supposed to write another chapter last night, but something came up and I didn't get back until very late, so I went to sleep. I'll make it up today. Chapter 8180, The Mother Box Part 8 Gulu. Wasteland Axe pushed himself up to his feet, glaring at Ro. He tried to speak, but unfortunately he couldn't because he was underwater. Whoosh, Aquaman Arthur's trident fell, its tip piercing the soft seabed. The trident then unleashed a burst of air, whipping up white waves. Within 100 meters of him, all the seawater was blocked, creating a land space about 100 meters in size on the seabed. What are you doing? Ro looked at Arthur in surprise. Didn't this guy know that Steppenwolf was very strong in land combat? I want to hear what he has to say. Arthur Curry stood up straight, arms crossed, the trident beside him, the wind ruffling his hair. It's you, I recognize you. Perhaps the clearing water made Steppenwolf's vision clearer, allowing him to recognize Ro. Yesterday, it was you in Gotham City who stole the mother box. Since you know that, you still dare to come to the underwater kingdom. Lo did not launch an attack rashly. After all, Steppenwolf was not weak. This guy only suffered a bit of a setback in the movie version, but in the original comics, his personal ability can be said to be top-notch. Otherwise, he would not have been able to become one of Darkseid's generals. Ha, Earthling, you're too arrogant. Steppenwolf said dismissively, placing the giant axe in front of him and resting his hands on it. He spoke slowly and deliberately. The mother boxes originally belonged to Apocalypse. I came here only to retrieve them and exchange them with their owners. Return it to Darkseid. Lo uttered that name that terrified countless people. I never expected you to know Darkseid or that the monarch existed. That is an immense honor for you. As he spoke, Steppenwolf's turbid gaze was fixed on the mother box located in the very center of the ruins. His fingers gripped the handle of the giant axe slightly, but he slowly said, in the vast universe, Earth is but a grain of sand, a speck of dust. Therefore, by handing over the mother box, you will receive unparalleled glory. Supreme glory, you value glory in killing. The war Darkseid waged back then caused countless deaths. The glory you think you brought is something we despise. Arthur Curry was familiar with this history, and hearing Steppenwolf's self-righteous words ignited a fire of anger in his chest. Self-righteous earthlings. Steppenwolf chuckled and shook his head, his eyes suddenly turning gloomy. Whoosh, next second. The Steppenwolf, who had been standing there as steady as a rock, suddenly lowered his body slightly, stomped his feet on the ground with force, and his tall body moved like a mountain, shaking the earth beneath the sea. He charged towards the mother box with his giant axe in hand. Stop! Arthur Curry reacted swiftly, immediately pulling out his trident and stretching his arm. Instantly, the surrounding seawater surged towards Steppenwolf, the massive amount of water carrying immense pressure crashing down on Steppenwolf. Bang! The immense pressure struck Steppenwolf, sending his running body flying backward with the swift current of the sea. That was Arthur Curry controlling the flow of seawater. He spread his 5 fingers, and the flowing seawater continuously washed over Steppenwolf's body, the armor rubbing together with a strange sound carrying with it. The pebbles grazed my face as if trying to tear it apart. Call. Steppenwolf felt the sharp seawater constantly washing over his armor, making a slap 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 sound. His expression became serious. After all, the ocean was Aquaman's domain, where he could utilize schools of fish and even some dark matter. So he gripped the giant axe with both hands, holding it to his chest, and the axe blade emitted an energy that condensed into a protective shield. After resisting the rapid current, my body gradually stabilized, and my feet landed on the soft sandy bottom of the seabed. Whoosh. However, before Steppenwolf could land, Ro charged over and crashed into him head-on. Unfazed by the sharp giant axe, Ro pushed forward with both hands, sending Steppenwolf flying towards the sea. Bang, not a moment later. The calm sea was shattered by 2 figures rushing out from below. The moment they rushed out, they caused huge waves to surge into the sky. Huge waves crashed onto the sea surface, just like a tsunami had just occurred. Damn it. High in the sky, Steppenwolf saw the sea receding into the distance below and tried to push Lo away, but found he couldn't move at all. So he gritted his teeth and swung his head out hard, smashing it into Luo Wei's face. Bang. However, when his head hit the metal, it felt like hitting a steel plate. A sharp pain shot through his head, accompanied by a muffled thud. This is not a rational behavior. Face to face, Ro spat, his sharp eyes fixed on Steppenwolf, and retaliated by slamming his head against it. Bang! As his head pounded against Steppenwolf, Ro instantly released Steppenwolf's hands. Whoosh. In an instant, the shockwave from the headbutt swept across the area, and the clearly visible airflow dispersed the surrounding clouds and mist. The released Steppenwolf, its massive body transformed into a cannonball plummeting downwards. It had no time to react, for it was seeing stars. The headbutt from Ro was no less powerful than a missile strike. Whoosh! When Steppenwolf recovered and tried to adjust his falling body, he opened his eyes and saw Lo swooping down from above. Raising his long, thick thigh, Ro kicked the Steppenwolf hard in the stomach. It was as if Ro was using his leg as a blade to slash, and in a daze his thigh became a blur. Bang! Another deafening sound echoed through the sky, and visible air currents appeared, transforming into a wave of air that swept across the heavens. On some ships far away, the crew heard a strange noise. Those who didn't know better might have thought it was a torpedo, but it was actually just a Superman kick. Cough, cough, cough. At this moment, Steppenwolf's body plummeted, falling back into the sea as fast as it had gone up into the sky. Unfortunately, Ro had no intention of letting Steppenwolf off so easily. Just as his body was about to fall back to the sea, the boy's figure appeared below him in an instant and kicked him in the waist with gravity. In midair, Steppenwolf was like a football in midair. After being hit by the force, it was instantly launched into the air and soared into the sky. Bang! At this moment, if you look from a distance. Suddenly, a figure kicked the tall figure in midair away, then instantly reappeared in the air and swooped down towards the tall figure with lightning speed. This speed caused gusts of air to surge, and the straight body, like a missile, crashed down on the tall figure again. In an instant, the towering figure could no longer withstand the immense force. Losing all weight, he swept across the vast sea, the waves created by his rapid fall turning the calm surface into a turbulent sea. He then crashed headfirst onto a deserted island. At the moment of impact, the ground trembled, the rock layers beneath the surface were ripped up, and a thick column of dust and sand rose into the air. In a daze, the entire deserted island trembled violently, as if it could not bear the weight and was about to be pierced through. My God, is that the mysterious man? In the distance, Bruce Wayne and Hal Jordan, led by Arthur Curry, arrived at this sea area one after the other and happened to witness this breathtaking scene. Was that a nuclear explosion kick? Hal Jordan was stunned for a long time before he finally managed to utter a single sentence, even though he was usually a chatterbox. It would be very dangerous if he lost control. Bruce Wayne gazed into the far distance and gave his assessment once again, which also stemmed from his most genuine thoughts. P.S. There might be one more chapter, it'll be a bit late, so please read it tomorrow. Don't wait up, sweet dreams. Chapter 82-81, The Mother Box Part 9, Powerful people can bring peace to the world, but they can also bring destruction and danger. Aquaman Arthur's upper body floated on the sea surface, the enormous force from the deserted island causing waves to surge and constantly slap against his resolute face. That's why people are afraid of us. Bruce Wayne empathized with the situation, as the citizens of Gotham also disliked Batman. Perhaps it was because his methods were too brutal, instilling fear in many people, even deeply affecting the victims. Every day, Wayne Enterprises news outlets and media organizations publish news about Batman, always describing Gotham's Dark Knight Batman with violent and bloody imagery. After witnessing Rowe defeat Steppenwolf, the three wasted no more time and went together to the deserted island where the dust and mist had not yet dissipated. Bang, at this moment, Luo Wei descended from the sky and landed beside the three of them. In front of them was a deep pit in which the tall Steppenwolf lay. The huge impact had already shattered his armor, and one of his horns had been broken off when he headbutted him. Blood flowed from his face. "My God, are your clothes completely dry?" Hal Jordan noticed Rowe's dry clothes and touched his own soaked battle suit, knowing that they had just taken a trip to the underwater kingdom. Upon hearing this, Bruce Wayne also observed Rowe's dry clothes, his brow furrowing slightly, but he remained silent. "You're a bit weak." Rowe ignored the talkative Hal, stood at the edge of the pit looking down at Steppenwolf. His words reflected his surprise. Steppenwolf's strength was not as great as he had imagined. After all, the opponent had even killed Wonder Woman in the original story, but Steppenwolf in front of him was easily defeated. Perhaps the current Steppenwolf was not as strong as he was in that period. "Ahem, Earthling, you're very strong." In the deep pit, Steppenwolf used his axe to support himself and slowly got up. A tearing pain instantly shot through his body, stimulating his nerves. However, he only frowned and the pain was gone in an instant. He looked at Rowe without any fear. Steppenwolf, as a powerful being among the new gods of the universe, is also Darkseid's vanguard and military commander-in-chief. He has witnessed countless wars and experienced countless killings. A mere Earthling would not make him show fear. "It looks like you won't be able to take the mother box this time." Hal Jordan, quick to speak, preempted Rowe, raising his left hand adorned with a light ring. The ring emitted a pale green light, and in the blink of an eye, 4 huge cannons appeared out of thin air around the pit, all aimed at the Steppenwolf in the pit and continuously accumulating energy. At the same time, a green barrier also surrounds the pit, preventing the Steppenwolves inside from launching a surprise attack or taking the opportunity to escape. "You're from the Green Lantern Corps. No wonder you couldn't get the mother box last night." "So there are Green Lantern Corps members on Earth. If I'm not mistaken, it was your guardians who discovered the mother box." Steppenwolf showed no fear, stood up straight, and made no attempt to resist. He knew he couldn't handle the 4 people in front of him. Even just Rowe was giving him a hard time. "Sorry, you need to. Since I obtained the Guardian's permission beforehand, I didn't need to go through all that trouble to find the 3 unauthorized boxes." Hal Jordan said coldly, "Don't kill him yet, this guy still has some use." Bruce Wayne quickly spoke up. "You want to use the interrogation methods you use to deal with criminals in Gotham on a new god who is immortal and indestructible? That simply won't work." Aquaman Arthur said speechlessly, "It would be fine if it were an ordinary person, but the person in front of me is Steppenwolf. How could he possibly submit to the interrogation methods of a mortal?" So he raised the trident in his hand, and the weapon instantly glowed with a faint light as a surge of energy gathered at the sharp tip of the trident. "Don't bother, just kill him, Darkseid will just resurrect him." Luo Wei, who was standing nearby, reached out and stopped the 2 of them. These words drew the attention of the 3 men to Rowe. Bruce Wayne asked incredulously, "You're saying he'll come back to life?" "Yes, Darkseid's power is far beyond what Earthlings can imagine. Reviving a dead being is a piece of cake for him." To be honest, Darkseid, who had conquered countless multiverses, possessed abilities and methods that, like his status, made countless people tremble. Darkseid's proud Omega Ray could annihilate living beings in the universe and also bring the dead back to life. In the original story, Steppenwolf died but was resurrected by Darkseid, and his strength became even greater after his resurrection. Upon hearing this, Bruce Wayne felt his worldview being challenged once again. First aliens, now aliens again, and even the ability to resurrect the dead, something that only existed in legends. It was unbelievable. However, after a moment of surprise, he asked, "Then what should we do?" "Imprison him on Earth." Aquem and Arthur glanced around at the vast ocean and continued, "If you ask me, killing him would be easier. If he comes back, we'll just kill him again. Naturally, I don't want to imprison him on Earth. I have a better place." Luo Wei smiled mysteriously, and under the bewildered gazes of the three, he took out an ancient black and gold token, the aura emanating from which sent chills down their spines. "What is this?" Hal Jordan instinctively reached out his light ring and scanned it up and down. The ring immediately indicated that the item was not authorized. Another unauthorized item. He paused, then slowly said, "This thing was also done without permission." Bruce Wayne and Aquem and Arthur also had strange expressions. The man in front of them, Ro, had too many secrets, as if he was always shrouded in an impenetrable fog. "Ah." Luo Wei nodded calmly, and a golden light shot out from the token, condensing into a teleportation portal in the open space in front of him. A few seconds later, a howl came from the depths of the portal, eerie and unsettling, like a sleeping ghost awakened from the abyss, sending chills down the spines of Bruce and his companions. "You're planning to lock Steppenwolf in this door?" Bruce swallowed hard and asked, seeing Ro nod, "If Steppenwolf escapes, it will be dangerous too. No one can escape from inside." Luo Wei only replied with one sentence and waved. With a wave of his token, the portal that was originally in front of him moved to the front of Steppenwolf and unleashed a powerful suction force, sucking the wolf in directly without giving it any time to react. After doing all this, Lo followed him into the portal, while Bruce and the other two outside stopped in their tracks, not daring to go in with him. "Where does this door lead?" Hal Jordan asked warily, raising his light ring to check, but received an unknown result. The token and the portal were both unknown, which meant that even the Guardian did not know of their existence. Bruce and Arthur Curry did not answer but waited for Ro to come out. About 5 minutes later, Ro came out, but Steppenwolf was nowhere to be seen. "Green Lantern, don't worry. Steppenwolf can only come out if Darkseid comes in person, and don't worry about the token. Aren't there plenty of things the Green Lantern Corps doesn't know?" As soon as Lo came out, he noticed Hal Jordan looking at the token and gave a brief explanation. He didn't choose to kill Steppenwolf because he knew Steppenwolf would definitely be resurrected by Darkseid. Rather than letting him make a comeback, it was better to just lock him up in the underworld. Yama, the king of hell, had no objection to this. He even expressed his liking for the Steppenwolf's soul, noting that its wild, unruly, and flamboyant personality had forged its powerful spirit, which Yama greatly admired. Just after Steppenwolf was sent to the underworld, Yama, the king of hell, couldn't wait to imprison him, and he didn't care at all even though he knew that Steppenwolf was Darkseid's man. Luo Wei guessed that this might be because the underworld, like Apocalypse, exists outside the universe and is not worried about being threatened by humans. "Mysterious man, if possible, I think it would be more appropriate to file a record." Hal Jordan couldn't help but say that, in fact, as long as something is tested and found to be safe, no one will care once it's registered without permission. Diddy, at that moment, Bruce Wayne's communicator rang. He quickly answered it, interrupting Hal's questioning. "Afu, have you left the base?" Bruce asked. A series of panting breaths and static crackled from the other end of the communicator before Alfred's aged voice came through a moment later. "Sir, there's a problem. The monsters are here. I didn't have time to get out and now I'm stuck with the mother box." "Shet." Bruce was getting agitated and immediately folded the communicator and said, "No, ignore the mother box. Leave the base immediately. They're after the mother box." He quickly added, "I've already notified Robin to come pick you up. It's no use. The humanoids will kill everyone in the base. And now that the Steppenwolf has been captured, the humanoids are probably in complete chaos. They might launch a massive attack on the city's humans." Lo warned that even if Alfred didn't take the mother box, the humanoids wouldn't let the old man go. The humanoid army that had lost its leader was now in complete chaos. They would start attacking humans like headless flies, since their original goal was to conquer the Earth, and the humanoids were obsessed with conquering the Earth. The reason is simple. Darkseid has conquered countless planets in the universe, even striking fear into the hearts of the multiverse, but he has never conquered Earth. The fact that Darkseid's loyal humanoids, while shouting "Long live Darkseid," were also thinking about quickly reclaiming the mother box and taking over the Earth. Bruce's attention was drawn to Ro's words, but a loud bang came from the other end of the communicator. His expression was grave. "Afu, you must leave now." Alfred was not only the butler of Wayne Manor, but also Bruce's only relative and last kin. Now, the explosion over there was like a steel needle, piercing Bruce's heart at all times. However, on the other end of the communicator, apart from the sound of the explosion, there was no longer any echo of Afu's aged voice. It seemed that the other side had been engulfed in flames. accompanied by the sound of a humanoid demon flapping its wings. However, just as Bruce was about to angrily smash the communicator, Lo grabbed him with one hand, gave him a slight smile and said, "Don't worry, he's fine, leave it to me." Bruce was taken aback. He was met with a gust of wind and a thick cloud of dust. Ro, who had been standing in front of him, had vanished without a trace. He's very fast, probably close to the speed of light, maybe even faster. Sometime during the day, a testing device appeared in Hal Jordan's hand, but it couldn't detect Lo's running speed. It only displayed a string of numbers, 9999. Get back to Gotham quickly. Bruce Wayne was in no mood for anything else but to get back to Gotham as quickly as possible. Things were unfolding exactly as he had predicted. The humanoids were launching a massive attack on the city. No problem. Hal Jordan didn't hesitate any longer, conjuring a supersonic plane and taking Bruce to Gotham City. As for the fighter jet parked at Amity Harbor, it was temporarily left in the custody of Arthur Curry's men. Arthur Curry did not go to Gotham City for the time being. He needed to return to the Undersea Kingdom first to relocate the Mother Box to a safe place. Although Steppenwolf, the vanguard commander of the Apocalypse Party, was now imprisoned, the location of the Mother Box was no longer safe and had to be moved. In addition, the Undersea Kingdom had been under heavy attack and he needed to return to appease the people. And at the same time, in Gotham City, even though it was broad daylight, the sky was gloomy, as if shrouded in a gray curtain, filled with a sense of oppression and suffocation. Pedestrians hurriedly stepped into the puddles by the roadside, and the splashes of water did not stop them from walking. Boom. Suddenly, a deafening explosion occurred in a bustling area of the city, causing nearby streets to tremble and thick clouds of dust to rise into the sky. Passers-by, whose faces had been expressionless until now, showed expressions of fear. Look, what's that? My God, it looks like something is hovering in the sky. Are they birds or giant bats? They have wings. Could they be Batman's handiwork? Passers-by shrank back in fright at the sound of the explosion, but quickly looked up again. They saw strange figures circling in the thick smoke-filled sky. They spread their wings, their roars echoing, and their numbers were increasing as they gathered in the smoke-filled sky. What's in that place? What's up high in the sky? The citizens of Gotham all stopped in their tracks and looked up, completely unaware that a terrible battle was about to break out in the city. All police departments and government agencies in Gotham City were alarmed by the explosion and the swarm of monsters hovering in the air, and began dispatching troops to the explosion site. At this very moment, high above the thick smoke, an underground base was blasted open with a huge rift, and winged humanoid demons swooped down and crawled into the rift. In a corner of the underground base, an elderly figure was huddled up. The aftershocks of the explosion seemed to have injured him. His calf was pierced by broken debris, and his expression was contorted in pain. Before he could move, he hid in a small room in the underground base. Roar. A humanoid demon descended from the sky and landed in front of him. Its turbid eyes locked onto him, and it opened its ferocious maw, revealing sharp fangs with drops of saliva dripping down. P.S. 4,000 words combined into one. Chapter 83, Part 82. The Mother Box, Part 10, Roar. After the massive explosion at the underground base, the lights in the entire preparation hall flickered, exposed circuits were torn apart, emitting blinding sparks, and the air was filled with a pungent smell of burning. A humanoid demon nearly 2 meters tall stood where the sunlight streamed through the rift, its fierce eyes locked onto Alfred in the corner, its open jaws revealing sharp teeth. Do not come. Alfred took a deep breath, enduring the excruciating pain in his calves, and stood up, leaning against the wall. He pulled out the revolver from his back and aimed it at the humanoid demon's eyes. In his youth, he was a powerful figure in Gotham City. Although he is old now, he is not so flustered as to lose his grip on the pistol when facing the humanoid monster. However, the stinging pain in his calf has weakened his brain nerves, causing a dizzy spell. Roar for Darkseid. The humanoid demon roared and lunged at the old man. Its outstretched wings with sharp steel claws on the sides scraped across the ground as it lifted them, producing a series of ear-piercing screeching sounds and a burst of dazzling sparks. Bang, 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 fake. Alfred couldn't help but curse and decisively pulled the trigger. His uninjured left leg stomped the ground, throwing his body onto the open space beside him. The bullet fired from the revolver pierced the humanoid demon's eye. The humanoid demon roared in pain as it slammed its head against the wall. The angry roar echoed throughout the underground base and gradually spread outwards. Puff, puff. In an instant, more humanoid demons flooded into the underground base, and they immediately spotted Alfred hiding to the side. Damn! Alfred endured the excruciating pain and tried to continue fleeing in the other direction, but the injury to his calf prevented him from making any further movements. The wound had already been torn open even more when he dodged the first humanoid monster. By now his back was soaked with sweat, and he had even bitten his lip until it bled in order to bear the pain. Roar on the other side, a dozen or so humanoid demons swarmed towards them, brandishing their steel claws. They were so close that one could even feel the gale force winds they generated. Alfred sighed, closed his eyes, and quietly awaited death. Whoosh. Suddenly, a figure fell through the gaping hole in the underground base with a bang, followed by a blazing beam of light that sliced all the humanoid demons in half at the waist. The crimson light shone on Alfred's face, and because of the close proximity, the heat emanating from the light hit him, causing his pores to open slightly and the temperature in the air to rise rapidly. Alfred listened to the sounds of piles of body parts hitting the ground with a thud and felt the blood flowing over his hands. He unconsciously wiped his hands, opened his eyes, and asked in surprise, "You are that mysterious person? Okay, Batman will be here soon. I'll take you out first." When Lo saw that Alfred was still alive, he breathed a sigh of relief. Alfred could be said to be Batman's mentor, not only in fighting, but also in life, guiding Batman step by step to become a legend in Gotham. It is good. Alfred realized that with something like this happening at the underground base, it would definitely be exposed. If he stayed, the residents of Gotham City would probably know about the Batman tomorrow. He has become a knight errant. Lo Wei possessed a Fu and flew out of the rift. Before leaving, he took a special look at the box where the mother box was stored and found that the box had been torn open and the mother box was nowhere to be seen. It was probably taken away by the humanoid demon just now. So he sped up, smashed through the gap in the base, and brought the humanoid demons that had gathered there. He first took a Fu to a safe place and used his thermal vision to stop the bleeding and treat the wound. "Go quickly, someone will come to pick me up." The person Alfred was referring to was Robin, whom Batman had contacted before and who was also Batman's latest assistant. Whoosh! Lo did not respond, but flew towards the swarm of humanoid monsters in the distance. Batman's underground base was actually located in a rather remote area, not in the city center, but in a place far from the docks. There were not many people there usually, and most of the time it was a place frequented by workers, thugs, and gang members. At this moment, a dense cluster of humanoid demons gathered high in the sky, and some humanoid demons were running on the ground. This caused panic in the surrounding area and naturally alerted the gang members. They stood guard in front of their warehouses with weapons in hand, ready to shoot any humanoid demons that approached. For a while, screams and gunshots rang out throughout the area, flashes of bright fire appeared, and smoke gradually filled the air. Boom. Suddenly, a spinning cannonball shot out from a tall building, striking the dense humanoid demons in the air. The force of the cannonball shattered several of the humanoid demons. "Ha ha ha, fuck die, you ugly thing." Inside the high-rise building, a group of gang members were high on drugs. One of them was carrying an RPG, and his companion was reloading it for him. They had no idea what the consequences of their actions would be. Roar. The humanoid demons are not mindless monsters. They are an orderly, civilized, and highly intelligent race. Now, seeing their kind being brutally murdered, their anger has been completely ignited. The swarms of bees rush into the high-rise buildings and begin attacking the surrounding citizens, forcing more people to join the war. Gotham is indeed simple and honest. Lo returned to the airspace above the underground base and was stunned to see the Gotham citizens taking out guns and fighting the humanoid monsters. As expected of the city with the highest crime rate in the world, if it were 10 years ago, the Gotham citizens could have overturned the Gotham Police Department when they fought. The Joker once demonstrated to the citizens how to make the police department surrender and even put on a live show in the station. But what about the Joker? Ro suddenly remembered that there was such a person, but he didn't have much time to think about the clown because all the humanoid demons around him were rushing towards him. Each of the humanoid demons had a fierce and ferocious expression on its face, as if it wanted to tear Ro to pieces. The information communicated to the humanoid demons was the same. They seemed to know that Ro had captured the wasteland wolf, which enraged the group of humanoid demons. Boom! However, their anger and ferocity were insignificant in front of Ro. A single scorching beam of heat cleaved the horde of humanoid demons in two, scattering fragments of their bodies across the ground, blood gushing and splattering, staining the houses beneath the earth where people were hiding. The person watching looked out the window at the blood, which was pitter-pattering as if it were raining blood. "Ewu, ewu, who is that?" The sound of sirens came from the bridge not far away, and a dozen police cars sped over. In one of the cars, Chief Gordon looked at the brutal, unfamiliar figure in the distance with shock, confusion, and a hint of worry and fear. "Director, if we don't even know you, how could we possibly know you?" The driver in front said that after all, most people in the department and even in Gotham City know that Gordon knows the superhero Batman. Whenever there is a major crisis, they can always see Batman's lights shining in the dark night sky of Gotham. Gordon didn't say anything. After receiving a phone call, he immediately told his men to stop the car. "Let's stop, this is not something we can handle." The subordinate didn't refute it. It was obvious that the call came from above. Moreover, looking at the horde of monsters flying all over the sky, he knew that this was not something the police could handle. After all, this wasn't a criminal investigation but a war. Whoosh. Just as Gordon and his group stopped, a green rocket on the horizon broke through the thick clouds and entered the skies above Gotham City, crashing directly into the monster horde. After passing the monsters, the rocket instantly disintegrated into green light and scattered. Two figures fell from the sky, one of whom immediately grabbed the other, who had spread his bat wings, and landed on the rooftop of a tall building. Batmobile. Gordon recognized his old friend at a glance and wanted to go over and ask what had happened, but the monsters made him give up the idea and he could only wait for the army to enter. At the same time, on the rooftop of the high-rise building, Bruce and Hal Jordan landed. Bruce folded his bat wings, panting heavily, his face still showing some shock. "You can build rockets. Of course, nuclear weapons are fine too," Hal Jordan chuckled. He had turned the spaceship into a rocket earlier because he found it too slow. Luckily, he had some knowledge of rockets. Huff at this moment, low, high in the sky, noticed the two's position. After killing several humanoid demons around him, he landed next to them and said with a smile, "You guys are pretty fast." When Bruce Wayne saw him, he took a deep breath, extended his hand in gratitude, and said, "Thank you, Alfred is safe. Need not." Lowe waved his hand. It was quite novel to receive Batman's thanks. However, he could sense that Bruce's feelings towards him had changed. Bruce was no longer as indifferent as before. Previously, Bruce had always been wary and vigilant towards him, but now that feeling had faded. He continued, "The mother box was taken away." "Where do you think the mother box will be taken?" Bruce took a breath and looked at his base, the gaping hole in it, a pang of heartache in his eyes. Another base was gone. The Steppenwolves are now imprisoned and the humanoids are leaderless. They may have returned to their lair, but for now, we need to deal with these humanoids first. Without a leader, the humanoids can't cause any trouble. Luo Wei glanced at the humanoid demons circling nearby. His strength had intimidated these monsters and they dared not approach rashly. "We need to deal with these first, then go find the mother box. The lair of the humanoid demon is easy to find. As long as they are within the Earth's borders, the lair of the humanoid demons cannot be hidden. Furthermore, as Luo Wei said, humanoid demons without a leader are not a threat at all. However, that is not a threat to superhumans. But if humanoid demons are scattered all over the world and persecute humans, then it will be a bit troublesome." Lowe's idea was to take advantage of Gotham City within the United States to eliminate all the humanoid monsters, preventing them from escaping the United States and threatening other countries and possibly even China. Bruce nodded, agreeing with him. Rather than finding the mother box, he was more interested in dealing with the humanoid monsters to prevent Gotham City from being destroyed. Roar. Just as they were talking, below the high-rise building, three enormous humanoid monsters, resembling gorillas but measuring 3 or 4 meters in size, were the same group of monsters they had dealt with the previous night. They were now charging madly towards the 3 people on the rooftop, using both their hands and feet. "I'll deal with those 3 first." After speaking, Luo Wei leaped down and swooped down towards the 3 giant humanoid demons below. He locked onto the humanoid demon in the middle and rammed into it, grabbing one in each hand and slamming all 3 demons into the ground. Boom, bang. In an instant, the earth trembled violently, a huge vortex of dust and mist rose up, the ground collapsed and caved in, and sewage gushed from the underground sewers. Whoosh. In the blink of an eye, Luo Wei stood up again and delivered 3 consecutive punches, sending the 3 giant humanoid demons flying and destroying several warehouses. The entire city area resounded with a tremendous roar. My God, doesn't he get tired? Hal Jordan was shocked to see that Rowe was still unleashing tremendous power without any sign of weakening. It's worth noting that Lowe had previously fought Steppenwolf in the Atlantic Ocean. The scene and the commotion caused the sea to surge and the deserted island to tremble violently. Afterward, Lowe flew across almost the entire United States back to Gotham to rescue people without taking any rest during the process. But now, Luo Wei still shows no signs of fatigue, as if he can fight on forever. Call. Bruce shook his head in dismay, then spread his bat wings and glided towards the base. Meanwhile, the humanoid demons circling in the air, seeing that Roe had left, began to besiege Hal Jordan and Bruce. Fortunately, Bruce returned to the ground as quickly as possible, thus avoiding being shot down from midair, which gave him a fright. Go to hell. Hal Jordan, on the other hand, was excited. He conjured up a huge laser cannon and kept bombarding the humanoid demons in the air, shooting them down one by one. Perhaps it was Roe who gave him the motivation, making him feel excited as well. Seeing this, Bruce Wayne was not to be outdone and began to deal with the humanoid monsters. As for Alfred, he had already asked Robin to take care of him. However, it didn't last long. The sound of helicopter engines came from the horizon. It was very loud and there were many of them. Looking up, I saw about a dozen, all of which were armed helicopters dispatched by the military. After the armed helicopter entered the city airspace, it began strafing the humanoid monsters, even ignoring Hal Jordan and Bruce below, shooting them as well. The concrete floor was riddled with holes and the floorboards around my feet were burning hot. Hey, Hal Jordan's eye. With lightning speed, he conjured a giant shield that blocked the strafing fire from the armed helicopter and said angrily, "Shit, we're superheroes, why are they attacking even superheroes? Ha, I told you before, they fear us." Bruce couldn't help but smile at Green Lantern's naivety. Then, seeing the armed helicopters suppressing the humanoid monsters, he said, "I'm going to the base." What? Hal Jordan was puzzled. Without a word, Bruce jumped into the gaping hole above the base and disappeared from everyone's sight. Whoosh. On the other side, Lowe dealt with 3 giant humanoid monsters and came to Hal Jordan's side, ignoring the armed helicopters that were constantly firing overhead, letting the bullets whiz past him. "Let's go, the military is here. Let them handle this. We're going to the humanoid monster's lair." Seeing that the powerful humanoid demons were gone, leaving only a bunch of weaklings, Lowe didn't bother wasting time and told the Americans to deal with it themselves. He asked, "Where's Batman?" "I'm coming, run." A hook flew out from the tier in the underground base and Bruce climbed out, shouting for the two to run. Boom! While Lowe was stunned, he used his super vision to look at the base. A missile was detonating below. He realized that Bruce was going to blow up the base to avoid being come after. He immediately twisted his waist, preparing to take Bruce and Hal away. There were no other survivors nearby, except for the armed helicopters high in the sky. Because Lowe was using super speed, everything in his eyes became extremely slow. All people and objects, even the missiles detonated in the basement, seemed to be frozen in place. Buzz, however. Just as Rowe grabbed Hal and was about to grab Bruce, another hand appeared beside him, and that hand had already grabbed Bruce. Following the hand, one could see a man wearing a special tight-fitting all-red battle suit with a lightning bolt symbol on his chest. The man was wearing a helmet and was looking directly at Rowe, but it was not hard to see that his eyes were full of fear and astonishment. Whoosh, next second. In the blink of an eye, the two transformed into afterimages, creating a sonic boom as they ran towards the outskirts of Gotham City, leaving behind the detonating missiles that destroyed the entire underground base. The man in the all-red combat suit left trails of lightning wherever he went. This chapter contains 4,500 words. Happy Dragon Boat Festival, everyone. Chapter 84, Part 83. The Mother Box XI in Gotham, a city near the docks. A sudden explosion overturned the concrete, shattered the underground sewers, and caused a large amount of sewage to gush out. Fire hydrants also burst and water sprayed like a fountain. The entire deep space was shrouded in black smoke like a thick black cloud. The massive force of the explosion and the intense heat wave caused a dozen or so armed helicopters in the sky to sway violently and nearly flip over, but fortunately, the aircraft quickly stabilized. However, the humanoid monsters closer to the explosion point fell one after another. Coupled with the machine gun fire from the armed helicopter, the ground was littered with the corpses of humanoid monsters. There were very few monsters left in the group, with only a few scattered ones fleeing away. The chaotic Gotham City finally enjoyed a brief period of peace. Thick smoke filled the air and the metal shell casings on the floor were still warm, with wisps of white smoke drifting through the air. "General, it's all taken care of. Batman and his crew just disappeared. The armed helicopters didn't capture any footage of them." Meanwhile, on a bridge not far from the battlefield, several armored vehicles and jeeps were parked, and a sergeant looked at the general standing next to him. General Rodri did not answer, but instead kept his eyes fixed on a collapsed warehouse area through his binoculars. The warehouses appeared to have been hit by a massive impact, collapsing completely and leaving visible cracks all over the surrounding ground, resembling the site of a meteorite impact. "Those 3 are dead." Colonel Rhodes paused for a moment before speaking and pointing to the warehouse. Everyone around knew that the three he was referring to were the giant humanoid monsters that had previously resembled gorillas. The sergeant nodded in affirmation. We just sent people to scout, but they didn't find any signs of life. Who is that guy? General Rodri muttered to himself. Who? The sergeant was puzzled. I've never seen the guy who killed those three monsters. General Rodri's face was grave. He was certain that he had never seen this guy in the news, and he had never been seen in the United States before. After all, if such a powerful person were to actually appear, how could he not know? Even Green Lantern knew that this guy was from outer space because government agencies had previously participated in some of the Green Lantern Corps operations. He might be a newcomer. The sergeant paused for a moment before speaking. Perhaps we should recruit him. There's a plan to establish an American superhero alliance. General Rodri muttered to himself, then stopped talking about the previous topic and turned to order his men to clean up the battlefield. He then looked at some of the footage he had previously taken, which showed Ro hammering three giant humanoid monsters and the other side cutting a group of humanoid monsters in half. Another powerful superhero has appeared. In a secluded forest on the outskirts of Gotham, a fierce wind swept through, causing the trees to sway violently. In the blink of an eye, four figures appeared in a clearing. One of them had streaks of golden electricity still clinging to his body. He stomped his shoes hard, sending up wisps of white smoke, the soles of his shoes radiating intense heat from the high-speed running. Extremely hot. Bruce Wayne gasped for breath. The high-speed journey had felt like a time machine ride, and he was still somewhat shaken. He braced himself on his knees to catch his breath before looking up at the person beside him and saying, "Thank you. Shit, who are you?" He looked up and was stunned because the person standing next to him was not Luo Wei, but a stranger dressed entirely in red, including his helmet. He immediately moved a few steps back and pulled out a bat dart. Call. Barry Allen the Flash took a deep breath and seeing Batman pull out a dart, immediately spread his hands and said, "Mr. Batman, I mean no harm, I am the Flash." The Flash. Hal Jordan listened, frowned and thought carefully, then suddenly laughed and said, "Ah, I remember now, you're the guy who claims to be the fastest in the world. I've seen your news interviews. Are you the Flash?" Bruce Wayne remembered that there was indeed such a person, but he remained vigilant and glanced at Ro. "Don't worry, he's not in danger and he's a good teammate. You can choose to trust him." Lo began to explain, while also feeling somewhat surprised, not expecting his first meeting with the Flash to be so sudden. He then extended his hand to Barry Allen in a friendly manner, saying, "He's Batman and this green-clad guy is Green Lantern. You can just call me Mystic for now. Hello." Barry Allen gave a rambling explanation, making gestures with his hands from time to time, saying, "Sorry, the situation was a bit urgent just now. I had no choice but to try to take Batman away from you. Mainly, you know that missile was about to explode, and I just wanted to get Batman away as quickly as possible." "Fine." Luo Wei waved his hand. "This is the first time I've met another superhero, and I've heard so many stories about the Dark Knight. Batman, you are a living legend." Barry Allen, still unable to contain his excitement as he looked at the living Batman standing before him, rubbed his hands together and said with a smile. He then looked at Luo Wei, his face full of surprise. "You are the fastest person I have ever seen besides me, of course." Hal Jordan, who was standing next to him, was eagerly waiting for the Flash to praise him after he finished praising the first two. However, he saw the Flash glance at him, hesitate for a long time and then not say anything. "All right, young man, we don't have time to listen to your nonsense." Bruce interrupted the Flash, turned to Ro and asked, "Do you know where the humanoid demon's lair is?" "Yes, I've been listening to it the whole time. Their disgusting growls are echoing in my ears." Luo Wei pointed to his ear. He had tracked the humanoid demon that stole the mother box from the very beginning and followed it all the way to its lair. He even figured out the general layout of the humanoid demon's lair. He vaguely heard the cries of hostages, but unfortunately, the lair had special equipment from Apocalypse that affected his super hearing. However, he was certain that the humanoid demon seemed to have taken some hostages and was preparing to do something. After all, the humanoid demons knew that their leader, Steppenwolf, was imprisoned. If they just sat there and waited to die, they would be doomed. Now they would most likely launch a counterattack. They couldn't wait for Apocalypse support. That place was countless light years away from Earth. Otherwise, Steppenwolf wouldn't have wanted to open the sonic boom channel to establish communication between Earth and Apocalypse. "You have very good hearing." Barry Allen was curious. He spoke very quickly, just like his superpower. Before anyone could answer, he continued, "Should we learn about each other's superpowers? That would make things easier in battle." Barry Allen has almost complete trust in Batman because the other is Gotham City's famous superhero, the Dark Knight, a true hero who has protected Gotham for over a decade, made headlines countless times and is a prominent figure. But he was unaware that Batman, Green Lantern, and the stranger Lo possessed superpowers. Newspapers rarely elaborated on the abilities of superheroes, usually just mentioning them briefly. Sorry, Flash, let's get down to business first. I'll save my self-introduction for the celebration party. Lo patted him on the shoulder, signaling Hal Jordan to conjure a fighter jet and head towards the location of the lair. Hey, wait for me. What are we going to do? Save the world, fight aliens? Were those monsters that appeared in Gotham City aliens? Barry Allen, his eyes wide with amazement, watched the three board a fighter jet that appeared out of thin air. He looked at Green Lantern and said, "Your superpower is doing whatever you want. P.S. I'll post one chapter this morning and there will be another update tonight. Happy Dragon Boat Festival to everyone, wishing you all good fortune and good health." Chapter 85, Section 84, The Mother Box Part 12. In a sparsely populated desert in the United States, the area was shrouded in dark clouds. Not long ago, a towering structure resembling a volcano filled with lava rose from the desert, emitting a red glow that almost covered the entire sky nearby. The dense, blood-red clouds and intense heat filled the air, permeating the space. The desert soil turned scorched and burning hot, immersing everything in a suffocating atmosphere like a living hell. Is this hell? Four figures appeared on the mountain not far from the nest. Lo stood at the edge of the mountain, listening to Barry Allen's mutterings, and said in a deep voice, "That's the Apocalypse lair. How long has their hideout been here? Why hasn't the government taken any action? They should have discovered this much trouble long ago." Bruce Wayne frowned and said unhappily, glancing at the scorched earth. He quickly noticed some scattered houses near the lair. "There's a small town right next to the lair. The crying I just heard must have come from the town." Luowei also noticed that in the town next to the nest, in the scattered houses, he could vaguely see figures huddled in the corners. He went on to explain, "The Apocalypse used some means to block the signal, and I think that's why they didn't get detected by the government." "Okay, what should we do now? Rescue the hostages first." Barry Allen was eager to try, rubbing his hands together, ready to charge out. It was his first time working with a superhero, and he couldn't wait to show off. "You can handle the rescue tasks, I'll go retrieve the mother box." After saying this, Lo immediately took off and flew towards the humanoid monster's lair that soared into the sky, leaving Bruce and the other two to deal with the hostage situation. "Hey, do you guys have any plans?" Barry Allen asked Batman, then looked at Hal Jordan, who was removing his light ring and inserting it into a portable device. He asked in bewilderment, "What are you doing?" "Charge." Hal Jordan slowly replied that the energy of the lamp ring was not unlimited and needed to be recharged periodically to prevent a power outage during combat. "Let's go rescue people first, follow me." Bruce waved and leaped toward the town, his outstretched wings allowing him to glide with the wind toward the town. Now he had to rescue all the hostages before Ro caused the humanoids to riot. Based on his previous experiences, he knew that the humanoids were not unintelligent and that they were fully capable of taking hostages. However, Ro had explained before he arrived that the humanoid army, having lost its leader, the Wasteland Wolves, was not a significant threat overall. They were leaderless and disorganized and were prone to infighting. Destroying their lair would essentially cut off their escape route. Bang! As they pondered, an explosion occurred high up in the nest ahead, sending a dozen or so humanoid figures flying like cannonballs, smashing through the thick rock walls. The nest, which had been like a tower, broke off at one end, scattering rock fragments everywhere. The sudden commotion also startled the dormant humanoids in the nest, and for a moment. From the once peaceful lair, hordes of humanoid demons surged forth, densely gathering in the sky. "Looks like that guy is a tough one." Below, Barry Allen, running, saw the collapsed nest and his eyes showed a mixture of amazement and excitement. Having a powerful teammate always makes one feel excited. Whoosh! Thinking this, he transformed into lightning and ran towards the town. Several streaks of electricity swept across the houses, and in the blink of an eye, he had brought several survivors to safety. To the opposite. At this very moment, inside the lair, a lurking figure heard the explosion above and the constant roars and flapping of wings of the rampaging humanoid demons. Her brows furrowed, revealing a hint of displeasure and anger, and she subconsciously tightened her grip on her shield and longsword. She then continued walking toward the location where the mother box was stored. Humanoid demons flew overhead from time to time, but none of them noticed the woman lurking below. Roar. Above the lair, hundreds and thousands of humanoid demons roared, their scarlet eyes filled with rage, as they pounced on Ro in the sky. Faced with an enemy that had come to their doorstep, they had completely lost their minds. and some were even willing to detonate their bodies as bombs, trying to tear Ro apart. Unfortunately, the repeated self-destructions failed to harm Lo in the slightest. Instead, the nest was blasted to pieces and gradually crumbled and fell off. There are really a lot of them. Looking down into the nest below, Luo Wei saw humanoid demons surging out like swarms of mosquitoes on a summer night, continuously flying in from below the nest. Facing the enthusiastic humanoids, Luo Wei showed no mercy. His eyes flashed with crimson light, gathering into a dazzling brilliance. Two crimson beams of light surged forth and swept across the horde of humanoids. The excess crimson rays even severed the upper half of the lair. From a distance, it looked as if an aurora had suddenly appeared in the deep sky, tearing apart the gloomy, blood-red expanse and dispersing much of the dark clouds. Boom, pat pat pat. Thousands of body parts fell, landing beneath the scorching nest, their flowing blood evaporating at a visible speed upon contact with the charred earth. Call. After taking a breath and dealing with the humanoid demon blocking his way, Luo Wei used his supervision to pinpoint the number of layers in the nest where the mother box was stored, and then swooped down. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at the floor where the mother boxes were stored, but the mother boxes placed in front of him made him pause slightly. Why are there two? Ro was surprised to see two mother boxes in front of him. He hadn't expected the humanoid demon to be so efficient. If he hadn't imprisoned Steppenwolf and allowed his plan to proceed as scheduled, he probably would have collected all three mother boxes by now. Whoosh. Suddenly, before Luo Wei could reach for the two mother boxes, a graceful figure pounced from the right. She was light yet fierce, and her speed and strength were astonishing. Get out of my way. The woman's lithe body floated in the air as she extended her long, powerful leg and kicked Luo Wei hard in front of her, aiming straight for his temple. As the body swept through the air, the heat wave in the air stirred up turbulent air currents. However, just as he was about to kick Luo Wei, the other party reacted extremely quickly, grabbed the woman's long leg and threw her away violently. Hiss! The woman's face was grave. She had no time to react and was thrown out until her back slammed into the wall, causing the rock to crack. However, she managed to adjust her body in midair and land on her feet, even though she had been thrown around. She gritted her teeth, raised her spirited face, looked at Luo Wei, relaxed her shoulders to relieve the sharp pain in her back, but her face showed no emotion whatsoever. Wonder Woman, Luo Wei turned his head and looked over. The right side of the person he had just thrown was slowly lowering, and he could see the woman's appearance clearly. She was dressed in ancient Greek-style clothing, tall, with three-dimensional and heroic features, and her eyes exuded majesty. Wonder Woman's appearance startled him for a moment, but he quickly came to his senses. The other mother box must have been stolen from Amazon by the humanoid demons, which explained why Diana was here. Trying to get close to me won't make me go easy on you. Wonder Woman Diana glanced at the mother box, which was still in the same spot, breathed a sigh of relief, bent down slightly, and swung the sword of Vulcan at Ro. Chapter 86, Part 85, The Mother Box, The End Whoosh. Diana lowered her body slightly, holding a round shield in her left hand and the sword of Vulcan in her right. She stomped her feet hard on the ground and leaped up, charging towards Ro. With the woman's power amplifying it, the sharp Vulcan sword cleaved with such force that it created a whistling wind. Boom! To Diana's surprise, just like before, Lo reached out and firmly grasped the Vulcan sword that was slashing down. This longsword, which was powerful enough to cut through subatomic particles, was held in his hand with nonchalant ease. Wonder Woman, calm down, we are not enemies. Luo Wei took a deep breath, forcefully snatched the Vulcan sword from Diana's hand, and with a wave of his hand, the longsword flew out and embedded itself in the rock wall beside him like a bullet. He couldn't help but rub his palms together. His hands were somewhat numb from Wonder Woman's slash. Who are you? When Diana saw that the sword of Vulcan was easily disarmed by him, the vast difference in their strength immediately calmed her down. She knew better than anyone the power of that sword strike, yet the mysterious man in front of her had been able to catch it with ease. As for the superheroes, I'm only responsible for taking our mother box. As for your Paradise Island, you're on your own. I don't want to have any more trouble in my hands. Lo explained calmly that he certainly wouldn't take away the mother boxes that Paradise Island was responsible for. It was best to store the three mother boxes separately. If they were all placed in one place and the island was attacked, wouldn't that allow the apocalypse to collect all three mother boxes without lifting a finger? I'm sorry, I acted impulsively. Diana glanced at the mother box and noticed that there were two on the altar, but she still didn't completely let her guard down. After all, the power of the mother box has captivated countless people. Besides the apocalypse, many on Earth also yearn for its power, and she couldn't guarantee that Ro was one of them. Whoops. As the two confronted each other, a gust of wind swept into the floor, stirring up dust and mist that filled the air, and lightning flashed and surged in the space. A man entwined with a red lightning bolt, supporting himself on his legs with both hands, panted, "I'm late." There are quite a few survivors in the town. I ran around the town several times, but thankfully there were no casualties. Are you the Flash? Diana recognized the man in front of her as the Flash, and an incredulous smile appeared on her lips. She was also beginning to believe in Lo's superhero identity. Looks like you weren't lying. And Green Lantern, buddy, you're really fast. Hal Jordan flew in through the tier in the nest and landed next to the group. Of course. Barry Allen smiled smugly. I wasn't talking about you, I was talking about the mysterious man. Hal Jordan's lamp ring conjured instruments that detected the entire lair, revealing that very few humanoids remained, with only a few still clinging to life in corners. This made him even more impressed with Ro, saying, "You alone almost wiped them all out. Stop talking nonsense, take the mother box and get out of here. Batman is still waiting for us outside." Lo walked to the altar, picked up the mother boxes, tossed one to Hal Jordan and the other to Diana, saying, "Keep these safe, don't lose them again. Don't lose it again." Diana took the mother box. After thinking for a moment, he said, "Could you give me a ride? It's quite far from Paradise Island. That beautiful woman wants to come with us." Barry Allen whispered in Ro and Hal Jordan's ears. This earned him a glare from Hal Jordan. Hal then looked at Ro, not rushing to respond, seemingly waiting for Ro's answer. Random. Lo agreed, but he didn't believe Diana's words. With that woman's abilities, returning to Paradise Island wouldn't be any slower than taking a fighter jet. But he still agreed, because he could tell that Diana seemed to have something to discuss, and besides, she was a qualified superhero, so having one more person wouldn't make a difference. Upon exiting the lair, Bruce Wayne had been waiting for quite some time. Behind him was a fighter jet, the same jet that had been parked in Sean Harbor earlier. Not long ago, this jet fighter flew here using autopilot. "Batman, this is Wonder Woman, you should know her." Lo introduced Diana to Bruce. "You can call me Diana, the code name sounds strange." Diana laughed and said that unlike other superheroes who deliberately hide their identities, she has always revealed her identity since entering modern society. "The plane said I had planted a bomb nearby." Bruce Wayne glanced at Diana before boarding the fighter jet. He was already familiar with Wonder Woman, this Amazonian, and what she had done was no secret, so he didn't interrogate her. The group boarded their fighter jets and left the skies above the nest. The nest, which had just returned to peace, was shattered by a violent explosion. The bombs that Bruce had placed destroyed the nest and also killed the humanoid monsters that had managed to hide. The once towering nest collapsed into ruins in the explosion. As for other matters, they are no longer superheroes' business. Let the US government handle them. So, you've assembled a temporary superhero team just to fight off the Steppenwolf invasion. Inside the cockpit, the fighter jet was in automatic flight mode. The group sat in their respective seats. After listening to Barry Allen's explanation, Diana was somewhat surprised by their teamwork. To organize a super team of outstanding individuals in such a short time with such high efficiency is, frankly, quite rare. Capable people are rarely willing to follow orders. Diana asked again, "Where is Steppenwolf?" "I waited for him all this time before coming to the lair, but there was no sign of Steppenwolf there either. The humanoids look very chaotic." She paused for a moment and continued, "Actually, this is Steppenwolf's second time coming to Earth. The first time he invaded Earth, it was to eliminate the Earth's guardians. This time he is obviously here for the 3 mother boxes. If Steppenwolf's whereabouts cannot be found, he will come back again. This guy is very resilient and he will not stop here." Lo nodded slightly. Steppenwolf had betrayed Darkseid, and those who betray the Dark Lord never have a good end. Therefore, Darkseid wanted Steppenwolf to conquer 150,000 planets or find the 3 mother boxes to atone for his sins. The second condition is obviously easier to fulfill. "I've only been here for less than 3 hours, you'll have to ask them." Barry Allen, who was standing next to him, pointed at Ro and the other two and shut up. Diana watched silently. Luo Wei and Batman are clearly the key figures in this team, yet they haven't uttered a single word so far. "I have imprisoned Steppenwolf." Luo Wei only spoke slowly when he saw that Luo Wei's gaze was directed at him. "How is that possible?" "Where did you imprison Steppenwolf? Within the United States?" Diana was somewhat incredulous. Steppenwolf was no weakling. Even though he had lost to Paradise Island, the strength he displayed had caused the Amazons and Atlanteans to suffer greatly. The underworld, another dimension. Luo Wei spoke truthfully, saying that the underworld was no secret, and many people in China and Japan knew about it. Previously, the Japanese had even longed to enter the underworld to draw upon its greater power. Seeing Diana's worried expression, he said, "Don't worry, Steppenwolf can't escape and Darkseid will have little threat to him either." These words are not a joke. There are many mythical worlds and organizations in China, including the Underworld and the Heavenly Court, which are real. The Monkey King is also real. He even defeated Darkseid's army. When the King of Hell said he was not afraid of Darkseid, he was not joking or boasting. He was really not worried. Besides, Darkseid could tell the difference. He would never expend so much effort to deal with the underworld just to save a Steppenwolf. Bruce noticed Diana glancing in his direction. He took 5 glasses from the cabinet, poured some red wine, and then said, "I choose to believe him." As he spoke, he took a sip of red wine and asked, "But you, Diana, what brings you here? It's gone now, you've solved my problem." Diana shook her head. She had originally come along to deal with Steppenwolf, but now Steppenwolf was imprisoned. So the crisis brought about by the apocalypse can be said to have been resolved. "Oh, may I say something?" Barry Allen couldn't help but speak up, and everyone looked at him. "Should we give this team a name?" "Sorry, you can choose the name yourself." "I'm going back now." Diana picked up the mother box, shook it, indicating that she needed to go back to deal with it. Then she walked to the hatch, pressed the switch, and the hatch suddenly opened, a strong gust of wind swept in, and the wine glasses on the table fell to the ground. The woman faced the 4 men, smiled with her back to them, lay down and jumped out of the fighter jet, quickly disappearing into the vast sea of clouds. "She's so cool." Barry Allen was mesmerized, his eyes filled with adoration. "Buddy, put away your fascinated eyes, she's an old lady." Hal Jordan slapped his head and closed the hatch, shutting out the biting wind outside. "She might like younger, more attractive men." Barry Allen paused for a moment, then said, "She's 5,000 years old, and every man in America is a young heartthrob to her." Hal Jordan had investigated the Amazons, and the Green Lantern Corps had information on them, so he naturally knew about Wonder Woman Diana as well. "Then let's go back and put the mother box away first." Bruce Wayne ignored the conversation between the red and green figures, turned to look at Ro, and placed his hand on the mother box, the thing that had nearly plunged Earth into an epic war. Ro leaned back in his chair and breathed a sigh of relief. The matter of the apocalypse had been temporarily settled, which made him feel much more relaxed. At least Darkseid hadn't come and Steppenwolf was imprisoned. For the time being, there shouldn't be any major events that would threaten Earth. As he gazed at the vast sea of clouds under the azure sky and the arcs of airflow created by the fighter jet's wings, his mood improved. Upon arriving in Gotham City, the fighter jets took them to a secluded suburb. On the seemingly ordinary ground, an underground entrance split open, and the fighter jets flew into the underground entrance to a hidden underground base. This underground base is somewhat like a cave structure, with several floors arranged in a multi-level layout. Compared to the previous base in the urban area, this one contains more high-tech equipment, more tanks and fighter jets, and a wall full of guns. Heavy gift crab, you have another base. Hal Jordan disembarked from the fighter jet and looked at the high-tech interior of the base. His eyes were filled with shock. He finally understood why Batman treated $1 million like dirt and kept giving Aquaman more money, because Batman is definitely not short of money. "My God, this is a high-tech bat cave." The Flash, Barry Allen, traverses the cave at super speed, sometimes sitting in the driver's seat of a vehicle, sometimes admiring the construction of firearms in front of a wall of weapons, and sometimes standing in front of a locker full of batsuits, looking at the wall full of suits. However, he soon noticed a smaller suit and asked in confusion, "Batman, is that your suit too? It's so small." "That's mine." Before Batman returned, a slender figure approached. His voice was childish, indicating he was a teenager. He wore a red battle suit on his upper body and black tights on his lower body, and his light steps suggested he had some training. "This is Robin, my assistant." Bruce Wayne introduced the boy to everyone. Robin is his code name. His real name is Jason Todd. Bruce then walked up to the 3 men, his back to the high wall behind him, which had a huge bat symbol on it. He removed his hood, revealing a face weathered by time, with resolute eyes that still held the dangerous air of a hunter in the jungle. He was the first to remove his hood and said calmly, "Everyone, let me introduce myself. My name is Bruce Wayne. Perhaps I did something abrupt, but after this incident, I think there shouldn't be any barriers between us. A true team should trust each other." When Lo saw Bruce reveal his identity, he immediately realized something was wrong. This guy had probably been prepared to reveal himself all along. Because of the Apocalypse invasion, Bruce knew that there were threats outside of Earth, and that an organization was needed to fight these threats. The prerequisite for establishing an organization was that teammates had to trust each other. The head of Wayne Group, Barry Allen became even more excited and quickly took off his helmet. Barry Allen, I'm from Central City. Hal Jordan, I used to be a pilot. Hal Jordan also took off his light ring, revealing his true appearance. In fact, he never intended to hide it, and exposing his identity was not a threat to him. Everyone removed the helmets that concealed their true faces, leaving only Ro wearing a mask. All eyes involuntarily fell on Ro. Okay. Luo Wei took a deep breath, removed his mask, revealing an Asian face with a three-dimensional quality that gave off an innate sense of fortitude and justice, making people feel at ease at first glance. You can call me Superman. Chapter 87-86, Supergirl Kara Part 1, You Can Call Me Superman. After taking off his mask, Lo put it in his pocket. Bruce, seeing this face, secretly breathed a sigh of relief as if he had already guessed this. He didn't show too much surprise, but instead politely extended his hand. He smiled and said, Superman, welcome to America. You guessed it already, didn't you? Lo sensed Bruce's heart rate, which was normal and did not fluctuate much. Combined with Bruce's previous behavior, he knew that the old fox in front of him had probably guessed his identity long ago. Bruce's decision to remove his helmet and reveal his identity was, to a greater extent, a test of Ro's character. He wanted to know whether he could trust the Superman from China. This was also one of Batman's tests. Why is it considered one of the tests? Lo felt that saving Alfred earlier was another test in Bruce's mind, and fighting against the apocalypse was also a test. After experiencing so many things, Bruce gradually developed trust in Lo, although not much, since Bruce could not completely trust anyone. But it was enough for him to take off his helmet in front of everyone and reveal his identity. Well, you use too many Chinese idioms when you speak, and your abilities are exactly the same as what's said in the news. It's hard for me not to think in that direction. Bruce Wayne smiled amicably. Are you that Superman from China? Barry Allen, standing next to him, spoke with a subtle tone, revealing surprise. He was clearly incredulous at Lo's identity. With the advancement of information and communication technology in recent years, news about Superman had naturally reached the United States. As a seasoned internet user, he was very familiar with Superman. Are there any other superheroes in this world besides me? As Luo Wei spoke, he seemed to remember something and could only say apologetically, however, I'm sorry, I'm afraid I can't tell you my real name. I believe in you, and I'll let you know one day. Hal Jordan began, grabbing Lo's thick arm and nodding. You truly deserve the title of superhuman. You seem to never get tired. From this morning until this afternoon, Superman has been fighting non-stop with almost no rest. What he has done is almost the result of the entire team's efforts. The amount of work that Hal, Jordan, and the other two have done is far less than what Superman has done alone. Everyone, let's get back to the main topic. The threat from the apocalypse has made me realize that there are many potential threats beyond Earth. Therefore, I want to establish a superhuman team to deal with any unforeseen events that may occur in the future. Bruce Wayne interrupted the conversation and spoke his mind. He took a breath and continued, You are undoubtedly the best candidates, but whether or not to join is a matter of personal choice. Lo had long guessed that Bruce still harbored the idea of the Justice League. Now, after experiencing the threat from the apocalypse, Bruce naturally spoke out about his thoughts. Don't underestimate the Justice League now that it has few members. In the future, the Justice League will grow to a size of dozens of people, with other superheroes from all over the world and even the universe joining the organization. Let it become the most powerful and well-known superhero league. However, it's important to clarify one point here. The Justice League and the Justice League of America are two different superhero alliances. The former serves Earth and the universe, while the latter serves more of the U.S. government, though it also fights against alien invaders. Some members of the Justice League have also joined the U.S. Justice League. Simply put, the American Justice League and the Chinese Justice League belong to the same category. However, both are recognized and certified organizations, and their existence is justified and indispensable. Regarding Bruce Wayne's proposal, I'll join. Barry Allen agreed without hesitation. The invitation from Batman, the legendary figure, coupled with the concept of the superhero alliance, was enough to fascinate him. He even considered finding a way to recruit Wonder Woman. I'll join in too. Hal Jordan thought about it and agreed to join. Although he is a member of the Green Lantern Corps, it does not prevent him from joining superhero organizations on Earth, and the work of the two organizations will not conflict with each other at all. Seeing that both of them agreed, Bruce Wayne finally looked at Ro, who hadn't spoken until now. As for Robin Jason Todd beside him, he had already tacitly agreed to join the Justice League. The others also looked at Luo Wei. Seeing all eyes on him, Luo Wei looked slightly helpless and said slowly, "Unfortunately, I've always preferred to be alone." Hearing this, Bruce Wayne and his companions were slightly disappointed. "Don't be so disappointed. If the Justice League has something they can't handle, I'll come." Lo refused to join the Justice League mainly because he didn't want to be bound by its rules. As for things that the Justice League couldn't handle, if they really happened, they would definitely be major events that could threaten Earth. Even if the Justice League doesn't ask for his support, he will still come. "I understand you." Bruce patted him on the shoulder. It was obviously a difficult task for an American organization to win over a Chinese person. The others present understood some of the reasons, so they didn't try to persuade Luo Wei and began to deal with the mother box. Finally, after discussion, the mother box was placed deep within the bat base. To prevent a repeat of the previous situation, Bruce temporarily covered it with a thickened special metal to block signals and sent someone to contact Harbor of Mercy to inform Aquaman Arthur Curry, hoping that the other party could help place the mother box. After all, Atlantis's technological level far surpassed that of land humans by thousands of years, and the Atlanteans must have the means to shield the mother box's signal. What happened next was no longer related to Ro Barihar. Bruce would handle the follow-up issues, since he was the most professional in this area, having cleaned up the messes he made while upholding justice for many years. "I think this team should have a name." After the incident, Barry Allen was still agonizing over the team's name. His delusional tendencies were far greater than anyone else's. "How about we call it the Justice League, the League of Justice?" Luo Wei said it casually. "Good name." Bruce Wayne raised an eyebrow the name made. His heart trembled as if there were some unseen connection between them. "It's getting late, we should go." Luo Wei glanced at the time. It was already evening. He still had to go back for competition training. It was during the competition period, and if the teacher found out he was missing, he would probably turn the metropolis upside down. "I send you." Bruce then instructed Jason Todd, his adopted son, codenamed Robin, to arrange Barry Allen's battle suit, which he had just designed specifically for Barry. Jason Todd. As Ro watched the two people, one old and one young, talking, some things came to mind, things related to Robin Jason, things that were also Bruce Wayne's lifelong pain. It once plunged Bruce into extreme anger and darkness. "Let's go." Bruce Wayne noticed Ro's expression but didn't take it to heart, leading him into the elevator leading to the ground. Drip, drip, drip inside the elevator, the sound of chains rattling could be heard. Neither of them spoke, making the elevator car exceptionally quiet. "Did you catch the clown?" After a moment, Luo Wei couldn't help but break the silence. "Gotham stories are popular in China too." Bruce Wayne was also surprised by this question. He paused for a moment and said with a hint of helplessness, "No, he's very difficult to deal with. You've tried to catch him many times, but he always manages to escape." Lo said, "Yeah, he's a crazy psychopath, self-righteous and arrogant, who once thought he was the master of Gotham." Bruce Wayne became more talkative when the Joker was mentioned. "You know him well, but you don't even know the Joker's real name." Luo Wei said slowly. These words startled Bruce Wayne. He knew the Joker better than he knew himself and better than he knew his adopted son Jason. But as Ro said, he still didn't know the Joker's real name. Ding, the elevator doors opened, revealing a magnificent manor. It wasn't Wayne Manor, but rather a brand new manor that Bruce had built to cover up the Batbase. "The Joker is a mental patient. He may not even know who he is." Bruce Wayne's answer seemed somewhat forced. "No, he's more clear-headed than anyone else, and you have a weakness, Bruce." The first time Lo called Bruce's name, "What do you want to say?" Bruce stepped out of the elevator, looked at Ro, and met his gaze. "Pay more attention to Jason Todd. You said the Joker is mentally ill and doesn't know his own name, but he probably does know Batman's name, and that's enough." After leaving behind a few words of advice, Lo turned and flew away, leaving Bruce Wayne, who stood there for a long time with a solemn expression and complicated eyes. Bruce probably didn't know why Ro said that. Because only Lo knew that Robin Jason Todd would soon die tragically at the hands of the Joker, which became a lifelong torment for Bruce Wayne. Batman failed to kill the Joker, allowing him to escape time and time again, ultimately leading to Robin Jason falling into the Joker's trap and being beaten to death with a baseball bat. In the somber atmosphere, Batman Bruce holds Robin, who is covered in blood. Jason, standing silently in front of the ruins, has become another classic still frame in DC Comics. Lo's reminder to Bruce was to prevent a repeat of the tragedy. Whether Bruce can understand or change the course of the story depends on Batman's actions. The final choice rests with Batman. Or rather, the choice has always been in Batman's hands. Leaving Gotham, Lo traversed a thick sea of clouds, passing by the site of the previous major battle in Gotham. Officials had begun clearing the battlefield, and the corpses of humanoid monsters were being removed from the scene one by one. He also discovered that the corpses of 3 giant humanoid monsters were placed separately in other transport vehicles, seemingly destined for different destinations. Luo Wei didn't take it to heart. He returned to the hotel in the metropolis. When he arrived, teacher Chen Kyle had been knocking on the door for a long time. The other party had come to inform him to go to the training class. There wasn't much time, so he had to take a quick shower. Although he wasn't dirty, it was a psychological habit that he always had to take a shower after a battle to feel comfortable. What followed were several hours of training. The class didn't end until 10 p.m. When Luo Wei and his classmates left the classroom, some people were still in the classroom. It can only be said that even foreigners have their share of internal competition, and things are not as peaceful as they seem on the surface. In response to this situation, Director Huang originally asked Luo Wei and others to strengthen their review, but unfortunately their schedules were already chaotic, so in order to get enough rest, he could only let the students go back to sleep. Call. Back in his room, Luo Wei collapsed onto the bed, took a deep breath to relax. He felt that today had been more fulfilling than ever before, but it was also the most tiring day, a mental one. The appearance of the apocalypse undoubtedly means that a series of major events will follow, and today's events are merely the beginning of all of them. Luo Wei's sixth sense gave him a vague feeling that a greater danger would befall him in the near future, but he did not yet know what it would be. The other party might be hiding in the shadows, or it might not have even begun to emerge yet. You can only take one step at a time and see one step at a time. As Luo Wei muttered to himself, he glanced at the bright moon in the sky and suddenly remembered that he had forgotten something. Kara. He sat up abruptly, forgetting that his cousin Kara was still in the Arctic. P.S. I made a mistake earlier. Kara is the protagonist's older cousin, not her younger cousin. Thinking of this, Luo Wei originally planned to go to sleep, but he still got up, changed into black clothes, flew out the window, and in the blink of an eye, he merged into the night and disappeared on the skyline of the metropolis. A short while later, in the same dark Arctic, the black gold spaceship was covered by thick snow. Lo opened the hatch and hurriedly walked in, where he was greeted by the projected image of Joel. I thought you had forgotten about her. Joel breathed a sigh of relief when he saw him arrive. I was a bit busy today, I almost forgot about her. Luo Wei smiled and briefly explained the situation with the apocalypse. Darkseid is a very dangerous man, he won't give up easily, you need to be prepared. Joel listened and said with a solemn expression. As Rose spoke, he walked towards Kara's room and he could hear the sound of something crashing. The sound of the walls clanging was also noticeable, as the spaceship's interior was made of metal. He couldn't help but ask, how long has she been awake? It's been more than half an hour and she's been smashing the wall the whole time. I can't go in to explain to her. Joel said. Luo Wei wasn't surprised by his cousin Kara's behavior. Anyone would feel flustered waking up in an unfamiliar environment. He didn't delay any longer and quickly opened Kara's room door. The moment the dark door opened, a slender figure rushed out, raising her weak fist. Her posture was very standard and her steps were rhythmic, indicating that she had practiced. But the girl had only rushed out a few steps when she collapsed to the ground. She was too tired and hungry, and her body simply couldn't support her making any large movements. Kara slumped to the ground, looked up at the tall, handsome figure in front of her and asked coldly, Who are you? I am Kal-El. Rose smiled and extended his hand to her, his gaze sweeping over Kara. She had exquisite features and, like almost all Kryptonians, possessed perfect genetic makeup, making her incredibly attractive. This gave Ro a very good impression of her. Of course, the most important thing was that Kara was a Kryptonian, which naturally gave him a sense of goodwill, the goodwill of being of the same race. Kara Zoel paused. The name sounded familiar, but her long slumber and lack of sunlight made her somewhat sluggish. However, Kara quickly remembered, You are Joel's child. Yes, that's me. When Luo Wei saw that she remembered, he reached out and helped her up. Kara Zoel, welcome to Earth. P.S. There will be more in the early morning. You guys go to sleep first, watch it tomorrow. Say something. I originally planned to update a 4,000-word chapter at midnight, but I've only written a little over 2,000 words so far. The plot isn't finished yet, so I don't think it's very meaningful to publish it. I'm too tired, I'm going to sleep now. I'll get up around 10 am to write and update around 1 or 2 p.m. I'm really sorry. Chapter 88087, Supergirl Kara Part 2. You've been on Earth for 17 years. Kara sat cross-legged in a chair, a blanket draped over her shoulders, holding a cup of coffee in her hands. Her pretty face looked slightly gaunt, a result of the long journey in space and the lack of sunlight, but it did not diminish her exquisite features in the slightest. Ah, Luo Wei nodded and handed her a piece of bread. The coffee and bread were just bought. There was nothing edible on the spaceship. Her cousin's body had not yet activated its superpowers, so she still needed to eat to maintain its functions. Carla, I remember you were about 10 years older than Carl, but you look much younger than Carl now. Joel, standing nearby, looked at his niece and couldn't help but say something. It's a long story, Uncle Kaio. This part of your experience shouldn't have been recorded, memories of the eve of the disaster. Kara looked pained and lost in memories, telling Ro and Jorel what had happened before Krypton's destruction. The L family, a major family on Krypton, has many enemies who launched an offensive against them on the eve of the Kryptonian catastrophe. Kara's parents were forced to give her away to the Phantom space. Kara, who was in the Phantom realm, witnessed the destruction of Krypton, but she could only watch helplessly. More than a decade later, not long ago, Kara was finally freed from the Phantom realm. Seeing the destroyed Krypton and the fragments scattered in the vast void, Kara was heartbroken. She longed to continue living on Krypton, but she had no choice but to go to Earth, the destination her father had set for her before sending her into the Phantom realm. Earth was also the most suitable planet for Kryptonians to live on. Your father did his best. This is the fate that Krypton cannot escape. Joel patted Kara on the shoulder, the projected arm passing through her shoulder, but the sorrowful expression on his face was so real. Kara, don't be too sad. Earth will be your second home from now on. That's what I'm saying, Rose said, trying to comfort him. Ah, Kara nodded, continued drinking her coffee, and took another small bite of bread. In that case, it explains why your appearance hasn't changed. Everything in the illusion space is static, and your age doesn't change over time. Jorel explained that he was very familiar with the Phantom space. After all, as a famous scientist on Krypton, studying the Phantom space was part of his curriculum. Suddenly, the mention of the Phantom space reminded him of someone, and he couldn't help but ask, have you seen Zod? Drew Zod? Kara recalled what had happened over the past decade or so. General Zod, after killing you, was imprisoned in the Phantom realm. I don't know how many years he will be imprisoned, but Zod is very unwilling. He seems to want to revive Krypton after he gets out. Jorel had no memory of being killed, but when he heard that he had been killed by Zod, he was neither surprised nor emotionally affected. The conflict between the two on Krypton had already escalated to the point of near war, and the fact that the Life Codex was injected into their sun and sent to Earth further enraged Zod. Life for Zod, the Codex was undoubtedly the most important thing. It was the only thing that could revive Krypton, even if it was the decaying Kryptonian civilization that was being revived. Zod didn't care, he only wanted Krypton. Joel sighed and continued, Zod won't give up so easily. Once he gets out, the first thing he'll do is come to Earth, and the person he'll be looking for then will definitely be you, Carl. He looked at Ro with a slightly complicated expression. You need to be prepared. Zod is an experienced general who has expanded Krypton's territory into countless star systems. He is a supreme general. Yes, I know. Lo knew better than anyone that General Zod was a potential threat, but he hadn't yet figured out how to deal with this veteran who had been forced into the role of a villain by his class. Carl. After finishing her coffee, Kara's complexion became much rosier. What, you want more bread? Seeing that she had finished her bread, Luo Wei mistakenly assumed that his cousin was still not full. No, I'm full, I just want to go out and soak up some sun. They say that Earth's sunlight can make Kryptonians stronger. Kara yawned but couldn't hide the anticipation in her azure eyes. I'm sorry, it's a bit late today, how about tomorrow? Luo Wei glanced at the time. It was already past 3 a.m. They were currently in the Arctic polar night with no sunlight. If they wanted to absorb sunlight, they would have to go to the Eastern Hemisphere, which was too far and they couldn't stay there for long. Ro dared not leave Kara there alone. If something went wrong, it could cause other trouble. Okay. Seeing this, Kara had no choice but to agree. Being unfamiliar with the place, she didn't dare to run away on her own and could only follow her cousin's arrangements. Leaving the Arctic. Lo returned to the Metropolitan, lay down and slept for a few hours, then got up to participate in the competition, which lasted until nearly noon. Fortunately, the competition content was very simple for Luo Wei, and the teachers in charge of the team were not demanding of him and kept a low profile. As long as the results were good, most teachers would turn a blind eye and not be too strict. So after the end of the trip, Lo went to the Arctic and took Kara to a deserted island in the Atlantic Ocean. The island was far from the mainland, with no ships in the surrounding waters and no flight paths in the air. For Kryptonians, the light on this deserted island is undoubtedly the most comfortable and abundant. The sky is cloudless and the boundless expanse of sky is as blue as the sea below. Looking out, heaven and earth merge into one. Call. Kara stood on the beach with her arms outstretched, the seawater lapping against her fair toes, the sunlight shining on her entire body. Every cell in her body began to boil, frantically absorbing the sunlight she had never felt since birth. This wonderful feeling captivated Kara. The warm sunlight gradually eased the soreness in her joints, as if an invisible hand was massaging her entire body and eliminating all pain. So amazing. Kara opened her eyes in disbelief, touched her rosy cheeks and noticed that her face was no longer thin but gradually becoming normal and full. She raised her eyebrows, a smile playing on her lips, revealing shallow dimples on her cheeks. Turning her head to look at Ro, who lay motionless on the beach, she said, "Carl, what was it like when you first sunbathed?" Bye. Upon hearing this, Luo Wei slightly opened his eyes, thought for a moment, and then said, "It feels very comfortable, more comfortable than ever before. It's as if the shackles binding me have been broken, the heaviness has disappeared, and the power that should have appeared within me has been awakened. Yes, your father once said that Krypton is like our prison, and the Kryptonians have never been released. I didn't know that before, but now I finally understand what it means." After Kara finished speaking, she bent her knees slightly and tried to jump up, mimicking Ro's flying posture with her hands, but she failed to fly and almost fell to the ground. "Haha, cousin, you're too impatient. You want to learn to fly, but it won't happen that quickly. At least wait a little longer." Seeing his cousin's comical actions, Luo Wei couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Carl, be polite to ladies." Kara also felt that her actions were too ridiculous, and she pursed her lips awkwardly as she spoke. "Take your time, your abilities will soon become apparent." As Lo spoke, he suddenly thought of Zod. After Zod came to Earth, he awakened his superpowers in a very short time. You know, it took Superman more than 10 years to discover those abilities. Could it be that Zod is exceptionally gifted? Regarding this matter, Ro did not believe that Zod's talent was superior to his own. He believes that the reason Zod was able to awaken his superpowers in such a short time is largely because Zod is very old and most of his genes have been perfected, which allows him to absorb the power of the stars more quickly. In addition, Zod has a lot of combat experience, which may also be the reason why he awakened his superpowers so quickly. On the contrary, her cousin Kara couldn't awaken her superpowers in a short time because her body's true age was only 16 or 17. After entering the phantom space, her body didn't grow and her genes didn't evolve. Therefore, compared to Zod's performance when he first came to Earth, Kara was naturally inferior. To put it simply, Zod already had the rudiments of superpowers within him at that age. It's important to understand that superpowers are instinctive for Kryptonians, not a mutation. Instinct is hidden within the Kryptonian human body, and the energy of the star is the key to awakening instinct. General Zod already possessed all the instincts, and all he needed was the key to activate them. Kara's physical condition is similar to Ro's. Her instincts haven't fully developed yet, so it takes much longer to activate them. "All right, Kara, it's getting late, we should head back. We'll come again tomorrow." Seeing that it was getting late, Lo called Kara and took her back to the Arctic spaceship, while he himself returned to Metropolis. So next, during the competition in the metropolitan area, every day he would take Kara to the island to sunbathe. During that time, he would leave Kara alone for a few hours while he himself would return to Green Vine City in China to make a public appearance. This was to prevent Superman from disappearing for too long and arousing suspicion. After all, Superman had never been absent before, and if he suddenly disappeared, it would inevitably cause some negative consequences. Time passed day by day, and the Metropolitan Games were drawing to a close. In the final days, Lo went to Gotham City to see Bruce Wayne. After dealing with the Mother Box with the Atlanteans even developed a new device to shield the Mother Box's signals. However, it consumed a lot of energy and required a continuous injection of energy. Fortunately, the Atlanteans used magnetic stone, so this drawback did not cause them too much trouble. The intelligent Bruce Wayne, through his interactions with the Atlanteans, has learned a great deal about advanced technology and has begun developing a new batsuit. Especially after the Apocalypse incident, Bruce has become even more passionate about scientific research, fearing that he will not be able to cope with future events with his current abilities. Lo had anticipated this situation. The cautious Batman always prepares countless alternative plans for himself. He is never satisfied with just one. Lo guessed that Batman might have started researching the weaknesses of the Justice League and Superman, fearing that these powerful superhumans might go out of control. The reason Bruce had this idea was that he knew better than anyone else that even the strongest person could lose control, because he had teetered on the edge of losing control countless times. Those things were very likely to happen at some point in the future, and he had to have a backup plan. And the day before the competition ended, my cousin Kara has also made great progress. Carl, I can fly. High above the deserted island, Kara soared in the blue sky, arms outstretched like a joyful seagull flying through the air. Be careful, don't fall. Ro looked up at Kara in the air. She wasn't flying very steadily yet, but she could fly, just not freely. Don't worry, I'm exceptionally talented. Kara raised her snow-white neck, hovering in the air. As soon as she uttered those words, her body lost gravity and plummeted downwards. Hey! Upon seeing this, Luo Wei quickly went to receive it. Fortunately, at the last moment before landing, Kara took off again, her light body barely a fist's distance from the ground. Carl then took a deep breath and slowly lowered his feet to the ground. Seeing that she was all right, Luo Wei said speechlessly, "You arrogant cousin," enough said. Be careful. It was the first time I learned to fly, and the feeling was amazing. Even if I crashed, I felt it was all worth it. Kara didn't care. During this time, she had gained super healing abilities and her body had become incredibly strong. Even if she fell from outer space, she would be fearless. Buzz wow when the two talked. The once calm sea surface was now turbulent, with wave after wave, layer upon layer, constantly rising into a towering wall of waves like a tsunami. Whoosh. Accompanied by a fierce sea wind, the giant waves, after blocking out the sky, did not fall but instead remained suspended in midair. Kara heard strange noises and saw bizarre sights before her which made her wary. Don't be nervous, we're on our own. Luo Wei remained calm, looking in the direction of the giant wave. A figure slowly walked out. It was a tall, handsome man with short hair and a resolute face. He held a trident and said with a smile, "Superman, do you guys come here to train your troops every day? Arthur, are you done with Bruce?" Luo Wei looked at Ysurkur. "Yes, I just finished it today." He also invited me to join the Justice League, and I agreed. However, he told me that I didn't agree, which I find a bit of a shame. Arthur Curry chatted intermittently. As he spoke, he noticed Kara, seemingly amazed by her appearance, and asked with a slightly surprised tone, "She's your sister, cousin." Ro noticed Arthur's expression and couldn't help but remind him, "Forget about it. Trying to seduce her is much harder than mating with a school of fish." "Fuck, where did you hear that rumor? I never do such a thing." Arthur Curry's face darkened. He then pulled a communicator from behind his back, tossed it to Ro, and said slowly, "Bruce gave this to you. He said it would make it easier to contact you later." Communicator. Lo knew that Aquaman had come specifically to find him. Otherwise, Aquaman would have arrived long ago if he had been wandering the Atlantic for so many days. He took the communicator and noticed an S symbol on it, which was the Al family symbol and also the one on Superman's chest. Bruce is quite thoughtful. Shit, he made me a trident logo. I thought it would be a bit innovative. Arthur Curry took out his communicator, which had a trident symbol on it. He then put it away and, without lingering, winked at Kara, said goodbye, and plunged into the sea. As the giant wave receded, his figure disappeared into the boundless ocean. He's disgusting. Kara waited until the person had walked away before uttering a single sentence. He couldn't help but ask Ro, "Does he really mate with fish?" "I don't know, maybe after all he's the king of the sea." Luo Wei laughed and said that he didn't actually know whether Aquaman had mated with the fish or if it was a joke or a true story. But what posture should Neptune use when facing a school of fish? Stop thinking about it, let's go back. Ro stretched, pulled Kara along, and flew towards the North Pole towards the setting sun. During the flight, he thought about whether he should get Kara an identity, as staying in the North Pole indefinitely wasn't a good idea. But where should we assign Kara? The United States is definitely not an option. Let's stick with China. After all, Kara is unfamiliar with the area and it's safer for her to stay with us to avoid any trouble. P.S. Sorry for the late update. Chapter 89-88 Superwoman The End. The Metropolitan Mathematical Olympiad ended as scheduled. Of course, most of the time was spent studying, and only a small part of the time was spent taking the exam. About half a month had passed. With the end of the year approaching and New Year's Day just around the corner, Luo Wei and his group were finally able to return to China. Most of the students were reluctant to leave. After all, they had been in the metropolis for so long without having a chance to properly enjoy themselves and experience the local customs and culture before having to leave in a hurry. On the contrary, Chen Kyle, as a teacher, seemed even more impatient than the students. He couldn't wait to go back. Although he received a lot of bonuses and subsidies as the teacher in charge, the carjacking incident still bothered him. He couldn't wait to return to China and kept muttering about Superman. Perhaps during his time in the United States, teacher Chen had been hoping to receive Superman's protection, unaware that Superman had always been by his side. The return flight was in the afternoon, but in the morning, Rowe and his team had to attend the closing ceremony, an awards ceremony. Rowe's team won first place. Those questions were child's play for the Kryptonians with their super brains. Rowe didn't seem particularly interested when accepting the award. The biggest achievement of this trip to America was undoubtedly imprisoning Steppenwolf and preventing the Apocalypse invasion. Of course, almost no one outside knew about these events. Even the US government only knew it was an alien invasion, but they had no idea which side it was. The US government did consider investigating Batman's identity to understand the reasons behind it, but ultimately did not do so. In any case, the invasion of the Apocalypse brought them many benefits, allowing them to further understand the extraterrestrial species. Getting back to the boring closing ceremony, watching a group of American kids singing songs about their country's oil industry on stage, Lowe almost fell asleep. But the last person to give a speech kept him awake. That man was none other than Lex Luthor, Lie 2. The competition lasted for about half a month and Lie 2 didn't even show his face once. However, no one dared to complain. As a sponsor and the winner of the Metropolitan Tomorrow's Choice, he was an extremely busy person and simply didn't have much time to participate in the competition. The fact that they appeared at the closing ceremony was already a great honor. Interestingly, Lex Luthor was in a good mood and even shook hands with the winning team, Rowe's group. It was this close contact that allowed Rowe to discern from Lex Luthor's micro-expressions that Luthor was in a good mood, seemingly having achieved another great success in some area. Lowe had considered whether to go to the Lex group since his supervision would make it easy to see the entire building. However, he ultimately decided against it. If Lex noticed, it would be a loss. He knew that if Lex noticed, his intelligence would quickly lead him to the conclusion that it was Superman who was fighting against the Apocalypse humanoid demons. So after the closing ceremony, Luo Wei didn't have any other activities until he boarded the plane in the afternoon and flew for about 10 hours before returning to Green Vine City Airport. The school sent a bus to pick up the students. They were then escorted to their doorsteps, and Director Huang informed everyone that they did not need to go to school before the start of the next semester, as the final exams were coming up soon and Luo Wei and his group would not need to take them. I am back. In the old town, in an ordinary apartment building, Luo Wei pushed open the door and habitually called out. The living room was cold and empty without a sound. He didn't hear anyone at home and thought that his parents must have gone on a business trip and hadn't returned yet. Today was Friday, and Green Snake was probably at the self-improvement department's training. Perfect timing, let's take care of Kara's matter. After returning to his room and putting away his luggage, Luo Wei began to think about arranging an identity for Kara. In fact, it would be very simple for him to arrange an identity for Kara in the database. Because the artificial intelligence Dragon previously created using Kryptonian technology could easily infiltrate China's information database, but the difficulty lies in how to reasonably explain Kara's identity. If someone appears out of nowhere, no one will suspect them in the short term. But as time goes on and Kara gets involved in more and more things, complications are bound to arise. Kara must be given a legitimate status so that she can stay in China for an extended period of time. What status should we give her? Luo Wei pondered that if Kara joined the self-strengthening department, then there would be no need to worry too much about her identity. The self-strengthening department could explain everything with just one file. However, that is obviously impossible. Involving the self-strengthening ministry would only make things more complicated. If the self-strengthening ministry knew that there were aliens in China, they would turn the whole country upside down. No one would think that the appearance of an alien race within their own territory would be a good thing. That's the reality, because it would make them feel very insecure. Luo Wei stood by the window, gazing outside for a long time. Suddenly, an advertisement for a real estate agency on a street in the far distance caught his attention. Study Abroad Consulting Company. Upon seeing an advertisement for a shady real estate agency, an idea popped into his mind. Have you learned Chinese? A few hours later in the evening in an apartment building, Luo Wei brought Kara back from the Arctic. It was her first time in China and her first time experiencing Earth's social environment. She was full of curiosity about the outside world. I stood by the window, scanning the outside scenery with my supervision. Learned. Kara said in a slightly awkward accent, Chinese is actually quite simple. That's very simple for us, but it wouldn't be easy for other foreigners to learn. When Luo Wei saw that she had learned it, he breathed a sigh of relief. Her Chinese didn't sound authentic, but it was enough. All right, what identity are you going to assign me? Before coming, Kara already knew the reason for the matter. Her cousin planned to arrange an identity for her to live in China. Earth, like Krypton, is an orderly and civilized society where everyone has their own identity. However, unlike Krypton, where identities cannot be forged because everything is arranged by the Codex of Life at birth, even a senator cannot change their identity. This system is deeply rooted in Kryptonian society. You are now an international student in China. Remember that. Here, take this file and read it carefully. Ro handed Kara a file. Kara took it and read it carefully, gaining a general understanding of her identity, an international student from the United States. The school he attended was Lo's third middle school. As for why Luo Wei wouldn't grant Chinese citizenship, the reason is simple. Kara's face doesn't look like that of a Chinese person, so there's no way to force a reasonable identity into her. To get a reasonable identity, everything has to be explainable. Therefore, the identity of an international student is the easiest to explain. Simply put, China and the United States are very far apart. All you need to do is create a fake identity for Kara in the United States, but not use it there, because Kara doesn't even exist in the United States. But it's different in China, because it's impossible for anyone to go to the United States to investigate whether Kara really exists. They only need to compare data with databases and find that the person exists, and that's enough. This is similar to some African blacks coming to China to work as foreign teachers. In reality, their education level is not high, but people are still willing to believe that as long as there is something to prove their black identity, who would go to Africa to verify whether this person exists. If Kara performs well enough in China, becoming a Chinese citizen in the future will be a very easy thing. It's reasonable. Luo Wei checked Kara's identity file and found no problems with the arrangement. There shouldn't be any issues, since his parents hadn't had any major problems when they registered his household registration. Besides, he has also brought a talent to China, a woman who will become a well-rounded warrior in the future. Kara can be considered a gifted individual in Krypton. Although his potential is not as high as Luo Wei's, he is still very talented, and his super brain alone means that his future is destined to be extraordinary. So, I'm sleeping here tonight. I'm going to get moldy from staying in this spaceship all the time. Kara was in a good mood. At least she wouldn't have to stay in the Arctic every day. As she spoke, she collapsed onto her cousin's large bed, her lithe body sinking into the soft blankets, her slender waist appearing almost too delicate to be grasped. No, if you sleep here, it won't be easy to explain. Luo Wei shook his head. He knew Kara was his cousin, but others didn't. If he were discovered, even jumping into the Yellow River wouldn't be an explanation. What's there to be afraid of? We're siblings. Kara seemed indifferent. In the first few days after arriving on Earth, she appeared rather frail and reserved, but in reality, she had a very outgoing personality and the mindset of a strong woman. And you want me to fly back to the North Pole? She rubbed her long hair in frustration, making it a little messy and hanging down in front of her pale blue, moist eyes. Clearly, she didn't want to stay in the boring Arctic spaceship any longer. The main problem is that she's been in the phantom space for over a decade and has had enough. She simply can't stand that environment anymore. It's driving her crazy. Little Wei, you're back. Just then, the living room door opened, and the light, nimble voice of the green snake came through. The little girl took off her shoes and ran towards the bedroom, appearing exceptionally joyful from the inside out. You could hear her skipping and hopping just from her footsteps. Don't come in yet. Looking at Kara, who was still lying on the bed, Ro quickly called out. Click, but the door opened the next second. Green Snake tilted his head, stared at the bed for a while, and slowly asked, Little Wei, who is this woman from the western regions? P.S. Just to clarify, the protagonist and Kara are impossible, otherwise I would get banned. Of course, Kara will not be given to anyone else just to avoid being scolded. Also, this fake identity thing is just for fun, it's all made up. I've never experienced it myself, it's all based on my imagination. In addition, the later plot takes place in China. As for the Justice League and major events, they will also be written about later, interspersed with each other. If I wrote it all at once, it would be too boring and I wouldn't be able to write many words. Finally, thank you all for your support. My subscriptions increased so much today, I'm so touched. Sobs Chapter 9089, The Kryptonians Call Part 1, Xiao Wei, who is this woman from the western regions? Green Snake was stunned when she opened the door, because Kara, who was lying on the bed, looked to be about the same age as her, but had a mature and dignified air about her. However, what stunned Green Snake was that Kara's hair was disheveled, and she was still lying on the bed. The afterglow of the setting sun outside the window cast a layer of rosy glow on her body, and her fair skin turned pink, making people's imaginations run wild. And Luo Wei was standing by the bed. Seeing this, Green Snake subconsciously wondered if she had stumbled upon Xiao Wei doing something wrong, and the corners of her delicate lips couldn't help but curl up. Xiaoking, you're back just in time. Seeing that the green snake was stunned, and then seeing that Kara was lying on the bed and showed no intention of moving, Luo Wei immediately explained, "This is Kara, a transfer student in our class." Fearing that the green snake might not understand, he added, "She's my classmate." "Hello, my name is Kara L. You can just call me Kara." Kara also sat up politely, extended her hand, and smiled as she spoke. "Kingly, that's my name." Green Snake was suspicious but also greeted her politely. Her beautiful peach blossom eyes swept over Kara, hoping to find some evidence of Little Wei's bad deeds from this beautiful girl. Unfortunately, we didn't see anything. But something felt off, so she whispered to Luo Wei, "She's just your classmate, Wei. You're not lying to me because you've done something wrong, are you? What are you lying to?" Luo Wei's expression was calm, his tone even without the slightest hint of panic. Mainly, there was indeed no need to lie. Kara was his cousin on Krypton, but in a few days they would become classmates. Oh, Green Snake nodded, but looking at Kara on the bed, she couldn't help but ask, "Then why is she lying on your bed with her hair so messy?" The Green Snake has been awake for several months, but it still can't understand some of the behaviors of modern people. For example, when it goes shopping, it often sees men and women hugging and cuddling, and they are dressed inappropriately, with very little fabric on their clothes. Some tall women wear clothes that are really small, like clothes for little girls. At first, she thought those people didn't have the money to buy them, but later she learned from Hua Xin that those extra small sizes of clothes were much more expensive than normal clothes. "Kara, get up quickly." Luo Wei touched his forehead speechlessly. This cousin of his was really cheerful. She was still lying down now. Thinking about it, she had the personality of a Kryptonian, which was very similar to that of Europeans and Americans. They were all the type who were quite open-minded. Therefore, Kara didn't feel that lying in a man's bed was a bad thing, and she didn't feel that there was anything wrong with it. "It's so boring." Seeing that Rose's expression was indifferent, Kara didn't continue. She supported herself with her slender white hands and sat up. "Xiao Wei, it's okay if you lie to me. Your aunt and uncle are downstairs and they're probably up now. You need to figure out how to explain it to them." The green snake by the door leaned against the door, yawned, and its delicate face gave off a harmless smile. "Xiaoking, your lying skills are really terrible." Luo Wei wasn't fooled. He didn't hear any noise from his parents downstairs, and not long ago his parents had said they wouldn't be coming back tonight. Otherwise, he wouldn't have. "Bringing Kara home would be difficult to explain to my parents if they found out. But if that simpleton green snake found out, I could easily fool him with a few words. If you cook me a big dinner, I promise I won't tell your aunt and uncle that you brought a girl home to do bad things." Green Snake wasn't embarrassed at all when her lie was exposed. Since Luo Wei and Kara had nothing to do with each other, she figured she might as well take advantage of them. "All right, consider this a welcome dinner for Kara." Luo Wei did not refuse. Come to think of it, since Kara came to Earth, the two haven't eaten together. Before Kara activated her superpowers, she would occasionally eat some bread. After her powers were activated, she relied entirely on absorbing sunlight to replenish her energy, no longer needing to drink water or eat. If all fairies were like Kara, then fairies really wouldn't know how to poop. "Far away. Since we've come to Earth, we should at least have a meal together." I don't know about other countries, but in China, even if a family doesn't eat together every day, they should still get together for a meal during holidays and festivals to make it more lively. As the saying goes, when in Rome, do as the Romans do. Luo Wei plans to invite Kara to try some Chinese cuisine. In addition, some of Kara's values need to be changed through these small details. A nation's lifestyle, customs, and festival practices can reflect its values and views on things. Take your time, there will be plenty of time in the future. What do you want to eat? In the kitchen, Luo Wei opened the refrigerator and saw a fridge full of fresh meat and vegetables. His parents had prepared a variety of dishes before leaving yesterday, knowing he was coming back. "I'm free to do it." Kara doesn't know much about Chinese cuisine. To be precise, she doesn't know much about many foods on Earth, and she doesn't even recognize all the animals. "I want to eat rabbit meat, you decide on the rest." The green snake licked its lips, revealing its sharp white teeth. "You're not human." Kara noticed the green snake's sharp teeth and subconsciously scanned the girl with her supervision, discovering some details in her body structure that were different from those of humans. "I am human, just a little different." Green Snake touched his sharp tiger teeth and said, "She is human, just not quite pure." Luo Wei began to explain, "Is she mixed race?" Kara was curious because there weren't any other races on Krypton before. Because of the Codex of Life, everyone had the purest Kryptonian bloodline. There will never be any deviation, which has allowed Kryptonians to retain their most original and purest bloodline. Not really, I'll explain later. Luo Wei knew he couldn't explain it clearly in a short time. The green serpent's physique and race were similar to those of Amazons and Atlanteans, except that these two races were obviously stronger and better adapted to life on Earth. On the other hand, the green snake race had already gone extinct on Earth many years ago, and in any case, Luo Wei had not seen any other snake people besides the green snake. Perhaps there are other races on Earth similar to the green snake who are not related to humans but still live on Earth. Ultimately, we are all Earthlings, just like the Atlanteans and Amazons, whose most representative figures are Aquaman and Wonder Woman in modern times. They maintain a peaceful relationship with humans and will also work together to resist threats from outside the Earth. The food is ready, come and eat. As darkness fell and the crimson sky sank into the horizon, Luo Wei filled the table with dishes, a total of more than a dozen. With the green snake around, there was no need to worry about not being able to finish them, or even whether there would be enough to eat. Kara was very curious about her first formal meal on Earth and tried every dish. During the meal, she mentioned the cuisine of Krypton, but since Green Snake was also there, she changed Krypton to some unknown country. Anyway, Green Snake didn't know anything about it, as she still couldn't understand a world map. In her words, being able to understand a map of China was enough. According to Kara, Kryptonian cuisine is not particularly abundant and is even somewhat monotonous. Perhaps this is because powerful races do not care much about gourmet food, but desserts are the most popular food among Kryptonians. Lo thought to himself, no wonder he also has a habit of eating sweets often. In the original work, Clark also liked to eat donuts and hamburgers and was definitely a sweet tooth. Therefore, adding sugar to tofu pudding is the right choice. Hiccup tilde. Half an hour later, only empty plates and bowls remained on the sumptuous table. Green Snake leaned back in his chair, patted his round belly, and licked the soup from the corner of his lips with lingering satisfaction. I am full. Looking at the mess on the table, Luo Wei couldn't help but marvel at Xiao Qing's appetite. Although he could also eat a lot because he had super digestion and super eating ability, allowing him to eat and digest like crazy, it was all for naught. Unlike the green snake, who has normal needs, she likes to eat a lot at once and then eat very little for the next few days. Of course, if her training volume increases, she will eat more, and she will eat even more for the next few days. Sometimes I really wonder if the green snake's strength comes entirely from calories, because her figure has always been on the thin side and there is no sign of her gaining weight. Karajai, would you like to stay at our house? Green Snake wiped the grease from his mouth and revealed a wicked smile. No, she doesn't live with us. Seeing this, Luo Wei dismissed the green snake with a few words, then took Kara out under the pretext of taking her home. The green snake also wanted to go out for a stroll, but Luo Wei refused. Not a moment later, Ro and Kara appeared on the top of a building in Green Vine City. The building was the tallest in the area, and people below would not notice the two figures on the top of the building under the night sky, even if they looked up. Carl, it seems you're doing quite well on Earth. Ka stretched and sat on the edge of the rooftop, her feet dangling in midair. The moonlight shone on her face, revealing a hint of sadness. Kara, you don't have to be so sad. Uncle Zoel certainly wouldn't want to see you like this. They sent you to Earth so that you could have a better life than on Krypton. Luo Wei comforted her, saying he knew his cousin was homesick and wanted to go to Krypton. Perhaps my longing for Krypton isn't as intense as Kara's or Joral's. But in the past, he would feel sad when he thought about his past life. Some people say that Superman has extremely strong self-control, so how could he be sad? But Superman is not a robot. He has humanity, and when he encounters touching events, he will naturally develop feelings. Kara secretly wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes and nodded. By the way, would you like to live near my house? I can arrange an apartment for you. Luo Wei suddenly remembered that the house next door had been empty for a long time and had been rented out. However, due to the rapid development of the new urban area in recent years, not many people were willing to rent in the old city, which resulted in the house next door remaining vacant. Now that Kara is here, it's perfect time to rent her. That would be perfect. Kara felt much better after hearing this. She was tired of the Arctic. Living in China and having to fly to the Arctic every day would be exhausting. Moreover, she found Earth very interesting, and living in Green Vine City allowed her to learn more about things on Earth. Then it's settled, whom you can stay at a hotel tonight. Ro no longer planned to send Kara back to the Arctic. Oh, and I forgot to mention, Kara's flying ability hadn't reached the level of superflight, so he still needed to take her each time. Kara readily agreed to the suggestion, and that evening she checked into a hotel in the old town. Before that, she bought some stationery, as she was going to school to register the next day. Meanwhile, at the self-strengthening core base in Kyoto, the group was working on a project, completely unaware that Superman had brought back a female superhero named Kara. At this moment, in the underground research facility of the base, a spaceship was placed in the hall. It was the same spaceship that had been stored in the superhuman prison, and it was now being taken out for a trial dismantling. Dr. Human, do you mean to charge it up and try to activate the spaceship? The middle-aged man turned to look at the young-looking doctor. Human, his eyes filled with doubt, clearly not understanding such behavior. Since we can't open it from the outside, we can only try to charge it and see if it will react in any other way. Besides, the research department has been trying to dismantle this spaceship for more than 10 years, but without any progress. Why not give it a try now? Euron looked at the spaceship with a complicated expression. More than a decade ago, she was just starting out when she joined the research on the spaceship. For many years, the authorities have been trying to dismantle it, but the spaceship's technology far exceeded their imagination. The materials used in it could not be destroyed even by bombs, so the dismantling has never been successful. This has made the authorities even more eager to acquire the technology of this spaceship. If they could disassemble it and learn from it, it would be a huge opportunity for China's aviation industry. Dr. Human, I'm just worried that if some of the spaceship's devices are activated, it might cause problems. The middle-aged man didn't dare to say too much. After all, the man in front of him who looked younger than him was actually much older. It's all right. This decision was made after discussions with those above, which is why I dared to do it. Omen reassured everyone that since it was something approved by the higher-ups, they wouldn't be held responsible if anything went wrong. Without further hesitation, a group of people in white coats began attaching various thick wires to the spacecraft and connecting them to equipment to record the spacecraft's status in real time. After doing all this, everyone put on protective suits and goggles and retreated into the observation room. Let's start. Euron spoke firmly. Buzz, the staff member, suddenly pulled the start lever, and the current instantly flowed into the spaceship along several thick lines, injecting energy. It was not electricity, but a special kind of energy that could be absorbed as long as it was attached to an object somewhat similar to the enchanting ability of the green snake. Therefore, it did not need to be connected to the spaceship's wiring. It only needed to conduct the energy to the surface of the spaceship to achieve wireless charging. Click. In the observation room, everyone in the Euron crew looked solemn and tense, their eyes fixed on the spaceship, on the lights at the front of the ship which hadn't been lit for over a decade. Sizzle suddenly, accompanied by a flicker of electricity, I heard a strange electrical noise. In the hall, the lights on the outer spaceship flickered a few times, and then gradually stabilized. The dazzling light shone on the faces of everyone in the observation room, illuminating their excited expressions. Inside the spaceship, on the control panel that was out of sight of the others, the S symbol representing the L family's faith lit up, and it kept flashing as if responding to something. P.S. Just one chapter today. I need to organize the plot outline for the rest of the story first. Chapter 9190, The Kryptonians Call Part 2. Inside the Research Institute's lobby, the slightly charred surface of the spaceship flickered with lights, like lightning reflecting off everyone's faces, making the micro-expressions on each person's face clearly visible. Doctor, it seems like it's a success. A researcher slowly began to speak. Don't stop, keep charging. Seeing the flashing lights on the spaceship, Yuman's eyes also revealed excitement, but he did not forget to tell his subordinates to watch what they ate while working and said, check the status of the spaceship and report any problems immediately. Upon hearing this, everyone dared not be negligent in the slightest and began to use the equipment to inspect the spaceship. The injected energy did not weaken at all. To prevent any emergencies, everyone wore protective suits. After all, what they were facing was a product from another planet. If it carried an unknown virus, it would undoubtedly cause them great harm. Of course, there was no virus on the surface of the spaceship, but they were worried that there might be germs inside. Moreover, after more than a decade of preservation, the spaceship is airtight and even gas cannot penetrate it. No one knows what is inside. When the spaceship crashed in China, was it an accidental crash? Or was it premeditated by its owner, with an unexpected event causing the crash during landing? It's important to understand that the spaceship wasn't detected by any Chinese agency when it crashed. Someone simply noticed an unusual meteor shower passing by. These signs clearly indicate that the spaceship's owner didn't want Earthlings to discover its existence. Currently, these questions can only be answered by dissecting the spaceship. However, it was this very spaceship that made the Chinese leadership realize more than a decade ago that there were not only humans in the vast universe, but also other advanced civilizations. Moreover, those advanced civilizations had already discovered Earth and humans. Perhaps extraterrestrial civilizations had come to Earth many years ago, but humans were too weak to know. However, now more than a decade later, extraterrestrial civilizations no longer seem to be a secret. Omen stood solemnly in front of the heavy glass window, gazing at the spaceship charging in the hall, his brows revealing complexity and worry. Because of recent events in the United States, news has also reached China. Not long ago, suspected alien species attacked Gotham City and several cities in the northern United States. They even appeared in the Atlantic Ocean. Later, they were dealt with by several powerful superheroes, including Green Lantern. Eugene knows about Green Lantern. Some people say that Green Lantern comes from an alien organization. This is precisely why the Chinese self-strengthening ministry has restarted research on this spacecraft. The crisis in the United States made the Chinese people aware of the danger, and they wanted to improve their exploration in the aerospace field as soon as possible. Doctor, we've discovered that the spaceship isn't absorbing energy, it's only temporarily activated. Furthermore, all parts of the spaceship are in a shutdown state, with only a small portion currently operating, and even that activated part has slowed down. At that moment, a staff member strode over and reminded them anxiously, "Can't you find the reason?" Omen frowned and quickly went to the equipment to check it. Sure enough, the spaceship had only been temporarily activated, and after a short while, after starting up, it is now gradually stopping. How so? She muttered to herself that she originally thought activating the spaceship was the first step to success, but she didn't expect to be so happy for long before she was given a cold shower. Now, even if the spaceship doesn't absorb and store energy, as long as it is kept running, it is still a good thing for the research department. However, it now appears that the spaceship was being forcibly shut down. Snap. Just then, the spaceship in the center of the hall suddenly flashed with sparks, and sparks flew everywhere. The thick lines connecting the hull to the ship also exploded and charred in an instant. The lights that were originally on went out, and the bright hall was plunged into darkness in the blink of an eye. Since the circuit that had just been connected to the energy of the research department was suddenly interrupted, the entire electrical system of the research department was paralyzed. Only the backup energy was used to power some important equipment and light sources. PhD. The staff members nearby, using the dim light, could see that Omen's face didn't show much expression, as if he had been mentally prepared. Let's try again once the energy is restored. Omen took a deep breath. She was used to this situation. Over the years, she had seen her seniors or peers looking at this spaceship with resentment. Seeing this, everyone waited for the power system to be restored and immediately tried to restart the spaceship. Unfortunately, they were not as lucky as before. Perhaps the spacecraft activated some kind of protective device and the spacecraft remained completely silent. Never mind, Yumen didn't let the project continue. Suddenly, she remembered something and quickly asked the staff member next to her, "When the spaceship is started, is there any signal transmitted?" No abnormalities were detected. The staff member shook his head. Seeing this, Omen had someone check it again to make sure there were no problems before proceeding with the follow-up matters. Only after the spaceship was resealed did she leave the research department, preparing to return to her office to report the project progress to her superiors. Many people were somewhat disappointed by the failure of this attempt. However, unbeknownst to everyone inside the spaceship sealed in the warehouse, the S symbol on the control panel was still flashing, and faint sounds could be heard. This formed an invisible signal that penetrated the thick steel plates and traveled into the vast space beyond the atmosphere. In that direction, countless stars twinkled, representing galaxies that humanity had never explored before. Each point of light might harbor unknown life. After a moment, the flashing symbol gradually went out. According to the school's arrangements, Luo Wei was not supposed to go to school this semester, but he still had to help Kara with her enrollment procedures because his cousin was unfamiliar with the area and the procedures, and he didn't feel comfortable letting her handle the enrollment procedures alone. However, Ro didn't use his real identity. Instead, he used super hypnosis to adopt a new one. To outsiders and acquaintances, Ro appeared to be an elder of Kara's, accompanying her to the school to complete her enrollment procedures. Under the influence of superhypnosis, no mistakes occurred, and all the procedures were completed in just a few hours. The school was quite considerate of international students. As Kara requested, she was assigned to Ro's class. However, Kara also had to wait. I can only formally enroll next semester because the school is approaching its final exams now, so there is no need to attend classes. After settling the enrollment matters, Ro took Kara to rent the apartment next to his own. He also took her to buy daily necessities and a few sets of clothes. Kara had been wearing the same outfit all along, which was sewn on the spot in the Arctic spaceship. As for rent and shopping expenses, with the AI Shenron around, there's no need to worry about money at all. In fact, even without AI, Lo Wei wouldn't have to worry about running out of money in the future. For Superman, money is really just an external thing, something that can be dispensable. The old suite had been uninhabited for years, with dust everywhere, cobwebs covering the corners, and clutter and dead plants piled up on the balcony. Fortunately for Kara, who has super speed, cleaning was easy. In just a few minutes, the old suite was completely cleaned, decorated, new wallpaper was put on the walls, green plants were planted on the balcony, and the clutter was thrown into the trash can downstairs. Perfect. Kara looked at the neat and clean house, her brows relaxed, and a faint smile appeared on her lips. She spoke with a smile in her not-so-fluent Chinese. From now on, this will be your home on Earth, and I'll be living next door so we can take care of each other in our daily lives. Luo Wei also liked the clean and tidy environment, and his mood improved a lot just like Kara's. Of course, you cook so well, I'll come over for meals every day. To be honest, you don't seem like a Kryptonian at all, you're more like an Earthling. Kara poured 2 glasses of water and handed one to Ro. Thank you. Luo Wei took the water and said with a smile, when in Rome, do as the Romans do. As time goes by, I'll grow to love this place. Earth is my second home. By the way, could we go back to the Arctic? I forgot to bring some things with me. When Kara remembered Earth, she took some personal belongings with her and left them in the Arctic. Okay, Luo Wei nodded in agreement. He wasn't particularly busy today and was prepared to spend the whole day with his cousin, helping her adapt to life in China. The two did not linger any longer and flew directly to the Arctic. Even during the day, their super speed allowed them to completely hide in the sea of clouds, and no one would have noticed that 2 figures were flying through deep space. Click. As Ro led Kara through the spaceship's hatch, they saw Joel approaching with a serious expression on his face. Father, what happened? Lo noticed the change in Joel's micro-expression. You've arrived just in time, the spaceship detected a signal not long ago. Joel led the way toward the control room. What signal? Luo Wei was puzzled but followed the man's footsteps. Carl, do you remember the spaceship that sent you to Earth more than a decade ago? The signal detected today came from that spaceship. Joel said in a deep voice. That spaceship has been activated. Upon hearing this, Luo Wei's expression instantly turned serious. He knew what was inside the spaceship, but given the Kryptonians' advanced technology, he hadn't previously believed that anyone could forcibly open the spaceship. Yes, but don't worry, it's only activated temporarily. After a while, it activated its self-protection mechanism and went back to sleep. Joel's words were like a reassurance. No one present knew the spaceship better than him. He was intimately familiar with every aspect of its structure. Luo Wei also breathed a sigh of relief. However, Joel's tone shifted, becoming more serious, and he said, but when the spaceship was started up, it received a signal, and due to the previous settings, the spaceship responded automatically. He paused for a moment, then continued. The one who sent the signal was also a Kryptonian. Father, are you suggesting that Zod sent that signal? Ro guessed the identity of the Kryptonian that Jor-El mentioned because almost all the Kryptonians except for Zod's group had died. Moreover, they are the only ones who can send signals to Earth. Yes, Zod is still alive and he may be released from the phantom space soon. That signal is the best proof of that. Joel spoke with a grave expression. Zod wants the Codex of Life. Kara looked at Ro with concern. He'll definitely come looking for you, Kara. Kara had lived on Krypton for over a decade, so she naturally knew that as long as the Codex of Life existed, a new Kryptonian civilization could be rebuilt. Zod had wanted to leave Krypton to build a new Kryptonian civilization in another star system, but this was stopped by the Council, which directly led to Zod's betrayal. Don't worry, Zod isn't scary, he's just too persistent. Despite being one of Zod's targets, Lo showed no sign of worry. He wasn't concerned about Zod. To be honest, I'm worried. His only concern was how the world would react when it learned that Superman was an outsider and how the Justice League, led by Batman, would react. That's what worries Ro. That's right, Carl, you don't need to worry too much. You've been absorbing stellar energy for longer than any Kryptonian in the universe. Even if Zod is highly adaptable, he can't defeat you. Joel was quite confident in his son and did not believe that Zod would become the biggest threat to Ro. Father, can you bring my spaceship back? Lo asked. I've been looking for an opportunity to get the spaceship back, but Superman himself can't be in the self-improvement department. Doing so would only arouse suspicion. Joel nodded. The spaceship has autopilot navigation. That's the function that sent you to Earth back then. I just checked it and none of the spaceship's components are damaged. It also has enough power to fly to the North Pole. Then let's start it. Luo Wei's idea was to fly the spaceship to the Arctic and store it there. Given the spaceship's speed, there's no need to worry about it being tracked. Besides, the spaceship has stealth capabilities and can easily hide itself. Currently, no equipment on Earth can detect it. Joel went to the main control panel and began operating the main unit connected to the spaceship. As long as he entered the command and the correct execution password, he could complete the remote control. After a series of operations, the coordinates of the spaceship were displayed on the screen. The constantly flashing red dot was the spaceship, and the second location was in Beijing, China. As expected, it's in the hands of the self-strengthening department. Luo Wei muttered to himself. Meanwhile, Joel has already carried out the orders. Snapped, sizzle. Meanwhile, in the warehouse where the spaceship was stored, the previously shut-down spaceship's engines suddenly started running with a click-click-click sound, and the lights at the front illuminated the dark warehouse. The fuselage slowly floated up as the engines ran. The warehouse where the spaceship was stored was not small. On the contrary, it was quite spacious. It was a separate warehouse, 5 meters high and 5 meters wide, enough to allow the spaceship to float in midair. The sound of the wind filled the entire space and blew onto the monitoring cameras in the corner. My goodness, third brother, why is the spaceship moving? In the monitoring room, a staff member responsible for monitoring the warehouse immediately noticed on the small screen that the spaceship had actually taken off. Report this immediately. The man called third brother slapped him on the head and hurriedly dialed a number. Damn, the spaceship suddenly started up. Could it be aliens? Chapter 92091, The Kryptonians Call Part 3, send men to seal off the warehouse immediately. I'll be there right away. A phone call from the staff on duty in the monitoring room made Omen, who had stayed up all night and was about to go back to his dormitory to rest, drop the file bag in his hand and stride towards warehouse number 1. Warehouse 1 is where the spaceship is stored, and now, Yumen has learned from a phone call that the spaceship has started up and is threatening to crash into the warehouse. She didn't delay any longer and rushed to the warehouse. At this moment, the guards who received the order had arrived at warehouse number 1 and were on guard around the area, evacuating the people around warehouse number 1. However, they did not dare to open the warehouse door rashly. Faced with an emergency, they did not dare to be negligent, especially since the spaceship inside the warehouse was in the startup state. If the warehouse door was open, the spaceship might fly out. Doctor, it's possible that residual energy from recharging the spaceship caused it to restart. Outside the warehouse, a researcher involved in the project explained to Euron. However, the spaceship did not absorb energy during the previous experiment. After listening, Yumen shook his head. This explanation was clearly completely different from the results obtained from the experiment. The spaceship did not absorb any energy at all, unless there was a mistake during the inspection of the spaceship that caused this phenomenon to be missed. Dr. Yumen, the spaceship is moving again. In the monitoring room, the staff stared intently at the screen. On the screen, a black gun barrel extended from the front of the spaceship that was suspended in midair, aimed at the gate directly in front of it. It was as if someone was controlling everything inside the spaceship. It's going to destroy Yumen. Seeing this, the other person immediately realized something was wrong and hurriedly warned, Doctor, get out of the way. Boom. Just as Yumen heard the warning and retreated a safe distance, the warehouse door was instantly melted by a blazing light from inside. The steel door turned into a pool of molten iron, and heat filled the air as lights illuminated the dimly lit warehouse interior. Be on alert, target spotted. In the passageway outside the warehouse, the captain of the guards raised his hand, signaling his men to surround the area. They were dressed in special combat uniforms and carried firearms as they cautiously encircled the area. Doctor, the spaceship is fully activated. The researchers around Yumen were looking at the monitoring data, which was from equipment installed in the warehouse that was constantly recording the spacecraft's condition. How can it be? Euron was stunned. During the previous experiment, they had tried their best but failed to start the spaceship. Instead, they had paralyzed the power system. But now the spaceship had not only started but was also flying and attacking automatically. Whoosh. Suddenly, a white shadow flashed out from inside warehouse number 1. The guards surrounding the passage outside reacted quickly and rolled to the side. Omen and the others also hurriedly turned to the side. They could vaguely see a huge white shadow passing in front of them. It was a spaceship. It rushed out of the warehouse door and stirred up a storm. Because the passage was built to facilitate the transportation of goods, it was particularly long and wide and led directly to the underground exit. Therefore, after bursting through the hangar door, the spaceship entered the passageway and following the long, narrow corridor reached its end. A burst of intense heat shot from the front of the fuselage, tearing a gash in the underground exit door. The spaceship then shot straight into the sky through the tier, its speed reaching. Amazingly, it disappeared into the thick sea of clouds in deep space almost in the blink of an eye, leaving only strong winds and resounding sonic booms echoing in the tunnel. It flew away. Euron and his group ran to the exit of the passage and looked into the deep space, but the spaceship was nowhere to be seen. For a moment, they were at a loss. Someone is controlling the spaceship. This is definitely not an accidental startup. Euron's expression was solemn, which was obvious to anyone. The spaceship's behavior just now clearly indicated that it wasn't started accidentally. It was obvious that someone was piloting the spaceship and successfully escaped from the base, flying away right under everyone's noses without giving them any chance to react. Even the air defense system failed to detect the spaceship's presence. It had been stored in the self-strengthening department's warehouse for over a decade, and everyone had studied it day and night for over a decade. But just now, in less than 3 minutes, the spaceship vanished without a trace. Moreover, the person who took the spaceship away was very likely the owner of the spaceship, that is, a being from outside Earth. With such an event occurring, China is destined to be restless today. Omen immediately returned to his office, reported the matter to his superiors, and began to have people search for the spaceship's whereabouts and flight path. Unfortunately, it was likely to be fruitless, for the simple reason that no radar in China had detected the spaceship's existence. Doctor who discovered the spaceship back then, in the office, a colleague couldn't help but ask Omen, the Luo family. As Yuman was speaking, he suddenly remembered something and muttered to himself, perhaps we can get some clues about the spaceship from them. Back then, the Luo couple's report upon handing over the spaceship only mentioned that during their vacation, the spaceship made an emergency landing. To avoid causing panic, they transported the spaceship back to the city and handed it over shortly afterward. Officials also sent people to the landing site, where the charred crater in the mountains proved that the spaceship had indeed made an emergency landing. However, no other clues were found, and the couple did not provide any further information. Now it seems that no one but them has actually come into contact with the spaceship. Thinking it over, Yumen dialed a phone number. In Green Vine City, on a congested road during the evening rush hour, the intersection was jammed with vehicles, and the sounds of horns and shouts echoed throughout. In one of the cars, Mr. Luo picked up his ringing phone and pressed the answer button. Hello, doctor. Yuman, what can I do for you? Hearing Omen's name, Huang Lucan, sitting in the passenger seat next to her, couldn't help but look at her husband. What? Are you sure you saw it fly away with your own eyes? As Luo's father listened to Omen's words, his expression suddenly became serious, and worry was evident between his brows. He listened to the phone call for a while longer, his expression growing even more somber. Then he sighed deeply and said, I'm sorry, we just happened to be at the crash site back then. We don't know anything about the origin of the spacecraft. Omen, you mean it's possible that the spaceship's owner has returned? I can't explain that either. I'm really sorry. If I have any leads, I will definitely report them immediately. After finishing his sentence, Mr. Luo exchanged a few more polite words and then hung up the phone. He sat in his chair in silence for a long time without saying a word until Huang Lucan, who was next to him, reached out and patted him. What's wrong? Dr. Yuman wants to know if you have a new project. Seeing his somber expression, Huang Lucan couldn't help but ask. No, the situation is a bit complicated. Let me pull over first. Seeing the car behind him honking and urging him on, Mr. Luo frowned and drove into an alley before turning off the engine. Then he turned to his wife and said, Do you remember that spaceship from back then? Remember. Huang Lucan nodded. She knew her husband was referring to the spaceship carrying their son. When they brought back Lo back then, they also brought back the spaceship. Later, they handed the spaceship over to the authorities because they had nowhere to put it and it wouldn't be of much use if they kept it. It might even affect Lo. Therefore, to cover up Lo's existence, the authorities only thought that what crash-landed on Earth was a spaceship. No one thought that it carried an infant. Now that infant has grown into an adult. That spaceship flew away from the base not long ago. Mr. Luo took a deep breath and said heavily, "Has someone infiltrated the base?" Huang Lukin had already guessed that the spaceship was gone from what her husband said on the phone, but she was more concerned about who had taken the spaceship away. No, it's in autopilot mode. Euroman believes that someone is controlling the spaceship, and that person is very likely on Earth right now. Or rather, the person controlling the spaceship is very likely not one person, it could be something else. Luo's father leaned back in his chair, looking somewhat weak, and finally uttered his last words. Omen thinks that the owner of the spaceship may have taken it away. How is that possible? That spaceship was. Little Wei, you also think Little Wei made it? Huang Lukin had barely spoken when she immediately shook her head in denial. It can't be Xiao Wei. He's only 17 and he doesn't even know his own identity yet. How could he possibly retrieve that spaceship? Luo Wei was only 17 years old. Moreover, he did not know his own identity, and it was impossible for him to retrieve the spaceship. Furthermore, remotely controlling a spaceship was not an easy task, and it was impossible for a teenager to do it. But who else could be his biological parents besides him? Mr. Luo was very reluctant to face this matter, but he had no choice but to. He sighed and said, "We should have told Xiao Wei the truth about his background sooner. We agreed to wait until he's an adult before discussing it further." Huang Lukin looked distressed and conflicted. She didn't want her son to get involved in these troublesome things, but reality made it impossible for him to avoid them. She frowned, and after a moment said, "What if the person who took the spaceship has nothing to do with Wei? It could be another organization that might have accidentally learned of the spaceship's existence. I don't know, but Serena is our child no matter what. Mr. Luo shook his head, patted his wife on the back, offered a word of comfort, then started the car again, stepped on the gas and said, "Let's go back first and wait until the higher-ups have investigated and found out what's going on." Huang Lukin could only nod, leaning back in her chair with a slight sense of weakness. Her gaze inadvertently fell on the Superman poster hanging on the building outside the window, swaying in the wind like rippling waves. In a daze, the figure on the poster looked unusually familiar. Nighttime Old Town Unit Building. Xiao Wei, get up quickly and call Xiao Qing out for dinner. Huang Lukin carried a plate of braised pork and placed it on the nearly full dining table, then called out to Luo Wei, who was fast asleep on the balcony. "I'm coming." Luo Wei stretched in a good mood. He hadn't found any kryptonite in the spaceship they retrieved from the self-strengthening department today. He and Kara had been fully armed, worried that the spaceship might be carrying kryptonite. Fortunately, after inspecting the spaceship thoroughly, searching every corner and crevice, they found no fragments of kryptonite. Don't blame Lo for being so meticulous. Even a Kryptonian who accidentally inhales kryptonite powder will become weak, let alone a complete piece of kryptonite. He had to be careful. "Mom, tomorrow is New Year's Day. Why are you making so many dishes tonight?" Luo Wei called over Green Snake and was immediately puzzled when he saw the table full of dishes. Although his mother was a great cook, she only made so many dishes during holidays. Today was a bit unusual. Tomorrow is New Year's Day. Wouldn't it be better to eat well for 2 days in a row? Huang Lukin handed chopsticks to him and Green Snake, a kind smile on her face, and said, "Eat more, don't waste food." Luo Wei stopped worrying about the issue and started eating. Although sunbathing could replenish energy, the delicious taste of food was something that sunlight could never replace. At the dining table, under the warm glow of the lamplight, the family was eating. Occasionally there was the clinking of bowls and chopsticks. Everyone remained silent, and the television volume was turned down to the lowest setting, emitting only the soft voice of a news anchor. "Xiao Wei, Xiao Qing said you weren't home this afternoon. Where did you go?" Suddenly, Huang Lukin, who was sitting opposite, spoke up. Upon hearing this, Luo's father, who was standing to the side, slowed down his grip on the bowl and chopsticks and looked up at Luo Wei. "Goo goo." Green Snake's eyes sparkled as she gulped down her juice and watched the show. She mistakenly thought that Aunt Huang was going to urge Luo Wei to bring the girl home to do bad things. "I didn't go anywhere, just next door. I helped my new classmate move some furniture and accompanied her for a walk around the neighborhood." Luo Wei sensed something was wrong but still gave a normal answer. "Your new classmate moved next door, how come you never told us?" Huang Lukin was puzzled. "I was just about to tell you this tonight. Kara is an international student. She just transferred to our school and is unfamiliar with the place, so she asked me to go with her to buy some daily necessities." It's true that Luo Wei went shopping with Kara in the afternoon. He then asked in confusion, "Mom, what's wrong? You're acting a bit strange today. You suddenly made such a big meal. Are you going on a business trip tomorrow and leaving Xiaoqing and me to spend New Year's Day alone?" Seeing that her son's expression was normal and he didn't seem to be lying, Huang Luqin breathed a sigh of relief and immediately explained, "What nonsense are you talking about? I'm just curious if my precious son has been going astray lately. He's been leaving early and coming home late, and he's been staying at girls' houses all the time. They just came to China and their parents aren't around, so I thought I'd help them out." Luo Wei smiled and said, "Zio Wei, why don't you bring Kara over to our house for dinner tomorrow? It's New Year's Day, so let her experience the Chinese New Year." Mr. Luo, who hadn't said much until now, suddenly spoke up. "Okay, Kara will be very happy." Without even thinking, Luo Wei agreed immediately. Dinner ended with a family conversation. Luo Wei volunteered to help clear the table and wash the dishes and told his parents to go back to their room to rest as they had just returned from a business trip. Mr. and Mrs. Luo naturally did not refuse their son's filial piety and returned to their room. It shouldn't be Serena Williams, he probably doesn't know about this. The first thing Huang Luqin said to her husband when she returned to the room, "Little Wei is still just a child." Seeing his wife's worried face, Luo's father comforted her, saying, "Don't worry too much. It's just a broken spaceship that flew away. It won't affect Zio Wei. Go take a shower and get some rest." Huang Luqin stopped talking about the spaceship and turned to go to the bathroom in the master bedroom. Sitting on the bed, Luo's father frowned and fell into deep thought, recalling when Luo Wei was young. Luo Wei originally looked like a white European, but later, it seemed that he was influenced by something and gradually evolved into a yellow-skinned person, and his appearance was similar to his own. Perhaps it's a talent of the low race. After all, they come from a mysterious and vast universe where anything can happen. Just what made Mr. Luo frown and ponder was that Kara, whom Luo Wei had mentioned at the dinner table earlier that day, seemed to be a European or American. Chapter 93, Part 92. Revenge, Part 1. On January 1st, the first day of the new year, Mr. and Mrs. Luo left early in the morning. They were going to visit their colleagues in the morning and would not return until the afternoon. They originally wanted to take Luo Wei with them, but they were refused. The main reason was that Luo Wei did not know the uncles and aunts they were going to meet. He would just sit on the side and listen to the elders chat. It would be better to stay at home. However, Luo Wei didn't stay at home for long before he was pestered by Green Snake and Kara, who wanted to take them out for a stroll and experience the New Year atmosphere. This was their first time celebrating the Chinese New Year. Although the Green Snake also celebrated the New Year in ancient times, the New Year in ancient times was very different from the modern New Year. Decorating with lanterns and colorful decorations is an ancient Chinese tradition, but in remote and impoverished areas, there are not many decorations at all, and even New Year activities are rare. The Green Snake lived in the mountains and rarely had any activities during the New Year. Nowadays, the modern New Year is undoubtedly full of novelty for young girls. And of course, more importantly, the streets will be filled with all kinds of delicious food on New Year's Day. Luo Wei originally wanted to stay at home, but when he met Qingxi's bright and charming eyes, he gave in and decided to take the two women out for a stroll. However, the old town was no longer deserted during the New Year, as there were more people during the New Year's Day holiday. Many people who went out to work returned to their hometowns to spend the New Year with their elders, making the atmosphere much more lively. There were many stalls set up in the small squares and streets of the old town, with festive red ornaments piled on the shelves. "Kara, what is your country's New Year like?" The Green Snake by the roadside looked curiously at the tall girl with fair skin and blue eyes in front of her. She was very curious about how foreigners celebrated the New Year. "We don't celebrate the New Year in our area," Kara explained, glancing around with curiosity in her azure eyes. "Do you Chinese celebrate the Lunar New Year every year?" Of course, it's not just China. I think most countries in the world celebrate the Lunar New Year every year. Listening to his cousin's somewhat silly question, Luo Wei patiently explained that there is no New Year on Krypton. Furthermore, unlike Earth, Krypton is not divided into several countries. In addition, Krypton's hierarchy is governed by the Codex of Life, which makes the cultural differences among Kryptonians not as great as on Earth. It is precisely because of fewer internal conflicts that Kryptonians have more energy to develop technology and expand their territory, resulting in countless colonies. Unfortunately, most of those colonies cannot be protected by the colonies because they are too far away from the home planet, and the rulers of the home planet simply cannot take care of so many of them. In fact, if the Kryptonians had been able to preserve their colonies, perhaps the destruction of their home planet Krypton wouldn't have led to their extinction. It can only be said that the Kryptonians took too big a step and simply couldn't manage so many colonies. They also didn't have a transportation system like Warhammer. Of course, even though Warhammer could connect colonies and nations throughout the entire galaxy, the dynasty still collapsed in the end. It's such a pity, there would be so much less fun without the new year. Green Snake sighed, feeling sorry for Kara. Perhaps small planets have their own advantages, there are fewer worries and life is less stressful. Kara remained silent for a long time before muttering, Krypton is a seemingly perfect civilized society, but the living environment on Krypton in the apocalypse is so oppressive and suffocating that it's hard to breathe. Green Snake didn't hear clearly, she had already. Attracted by the old man carrying candied hawthorns on the street, I ran over and begged to buy some. Ro, who stayed by Kara's side, patted her on the shoulder and comforted her, saying, It's all over now. Don't worry, I'm just reflecting on the fact that Krypton is something from over a decade ago for me. Kara pretended to be relaxed, let out a long breath, and then looked at Xiaoking, who was holding a candied hawthorn not far away, and said, I want to eat that too. You want some candied hawthorn too? Green Snake shook her head, licking the icy red candy coating with her tongue. She bit off 3 pieces in one go, her cheeks puffing out. She handed the remaining 3 pieces on the slip of paper to Kara, saying, Here, I'll eat 3. These are for you. No need, we'll buy another one. Luo Wei smiled and said, Zio Wei, you two can just buy one skewer. Green Snake's thought process was peculiar. Her delicate porcelain white face showed surprise and her mouth gaped slightly. So you're planning to eat with her? What are you thinking? I'm not eating. Luo Wei was speechless. He patted the little girl on the head and was about to take out his money to pay when a commotion arose from the dense crowd in the small square to his right. Why, don't run. Damn it, you dare steal my wallet. On the right, in the crowd gathered between the stalls, a figure stumbled out, followed closely by an old man shouting. Clearly, the guy in front was a pickpocket who had stolen the old man's wallet. However, no one dared to approach him rashly, and they all scattered in all directions because the pickpocket was also carrying a small knife, and everyone was worried about being cut. We have a job coming up. Green Snake quickly finished the remaining candied hawthorn, locked her eyes on the pickpocket, a slight smile playing on her lips, and clenched her small hands, ready to make her move when the pickpocket got closer. Whoosh. Suddenly, before the pickpocket could get close, Green Snake felt a breeze on her face. Then she saw Kara with her long legs take a few big steps and block the pickpocket's way. Damn it, are you looking for death? When the pickpocket saw that a teenage girl dared to stop him, he became enraged, brandished his knife, and threatened, Little girl, if you don't get out of the way, I'll stab you in the stomach. Kara, what are you doing? Green Snake was stunned. Kara actually charged straight at him. Are all foreigners this fierce? Seeing this, Luo Wei couldn't help but feel nervous. It wasn't that he was worried that Kara would get hurt, but that Kara might not know her own strength and kill someone, which would be a big problem. Young lady, step back quickly, I don't want your wallet anymore. The old man chasing the pickpocket was initially in a better mood when he saw someone come out to stop him, but when he saw that it was a girl who looked very young, he immediately tensed up. Shut up! The pickpocket glared at the old man, and seeing the crowd around him, he raised his knife and pointed it at Kara's snow-white neck, yelling at the people around him, Get out of the way or I'll cut this girl's head off. Don't be impulsive. The old man panicked. Zio Wei, hold this for me. Green Snake handed the slip of paper to Ro, preparing to rush up to save Kara, but before he could even take a step, he stood there stunned. Bang, what? Without a word, Kara grabbed the pickpocket's wrist, which was holding a knife, and slammed him to the ground with a powerful judo throw. The speed was so fast it looked like a windmill spinning, followed by the pickpocket's heart-wrenching screams, and the clear sound of bones breaking. Kara, be careful. Upon seeing this, Luo Wei quickly rushed forward and pulled his cousin away. I'm fine, he can't hurt me. Kara said calmly, I'm not worried about you. Luo Wei looked down and scanned the pickpocket on the ground with his supervision. He was relieved to find that the pickpocket had only broken ribs and an arm. Fortunately, the injury was not serious. Kara, do you foreigners practice martial arts too? Green Snake trotted over, her face full of amazement. I've practiced it too, we can spar sometime. Xiaoking, don't make things worse. Fearing things would escalate, Luo Wei quickly had Qing Shi take Kara away while he stayed behind. He briefly explained things to the old man and helped him call the police. Before the police arrived, he took the 2 women and left the scene. They couldn't stay in the old town square for the time being, so they had to go to the newly developed commercial plaza, where the flow of people was more than 10 times that of the old town, with heavy traffic and dense crowds on the streets and roads. Kara, little Kara, I'll call you little Kara from now on. The Green Snake kept circling around Kara the whole way because she could tell that Kara's movements were definitely trained. Her feet were much lighter than those of an ordinary person. Okay, Zio Ka is a nice nickname. Kara really likes the enthusiastic Zioking. She is actually about 40 years old, but she has a very cheerful personality, so Kara naturally enjoys being around the cheerful Zioking. Zioking, didn't you want to buy new shoes? Let's go to that store and take a look. If you like them, I'll buy them for you as a New Year's gift. Luo Wei interrupted the two women's conversation and pointed to the shoe store with the Jumpman logo across the street. It was a specialty store, and there were quite a few people trying on shoes in the store during the Chinese New Year discount sale. Hurrah! Green Snake nodded happily, grabbed Kara, and eagerly went into the shop. However, she was soon lured away by the sales assistant, completely captivated by the dazzling array of shoes, and forgot about Luo Wei and Kara. Kara, there's something I need to make clear to you. Don't easily reveal your abilities when you're out in the world. While Green Snake was away, Luo Wei took Kara to a corner and whispered, your simple action could cause you a lot of trouble. He wasn't making this up. Just now, Green Snake only glanced at Kara and could tell she had trained, and that was indeed the case. Kara had received professional combat training from Krypton since she was a child. To be honest, in terms of hand-to-hand combat, Ro might not even be able to beat Kara. After all, she has been studying in the Kryptonian simulation room for over 10 years and is very experienced. I'm sorry, it was just a moment of impulse. I won't do it again. Kara also realized that her behavior just now was inappropriate. After all, she had a special identity, and if she were targeted, it would bring a lot of unnecessary trouble. Be more careful next time. Ro understood his cousin's actions. The elf family members were all righteous, and she would do something to stop the pickpocket. To be honest, Ro was very happy because it proved that his cousin was a good person. Carl Lo, I want to be a superhero like you. As Kara spoke, she looked out the shop window. In the square in front of the high-rise building, there was a statue of Superman. He was in his signature flying pose. His tall figure was imposing, yet also gave off an indescribable sense of security. We'll talk again once you've mastered super hypnosis. This matter, Luo Wei didn't refuse but asked her to learn super hypnosis, which was a necessary means to hide her identity. What is super hypnosis? Kara was puzzled. She had heard about many abilities from Ro, but she didn't know what they were because she had never experienced them. I can't teach you, you'll have to figure it out yourself. Ro shook his head. Kryptonian superpowers can't be taught, they can only be developed by individuals who unleash their inner potential. As for whether every Kryptonian has the same abilities, Lo had no idea. All he knew was that Superman and Kryptonians were completely different beings. What are you talking about? The Green Snake, wearing new shoes, strode up to the two of them, her footsteps making a tap-tap sound. Carla asked me about Superman. She's never seen Superman abroad. Luo Wei remained calm and explained slowly. Kahai, I've met Superman and I've even fought alongside him. Green Snake took off her new shoes, her fair feet stepping on the tongues of the shoes. As she bent down to change into her old shoes, she said, actually, Superman is a very scary person. Is he scary? Kara was somewhat surprised and looked at Ro, who shrugged and didn't say anything. Yes, but he's only terrible to the enemy, he's cruel. Green Snake didn't dare to speak too loudly, because Sister Hua Zin said that if she met 10 people in Green Vine City, at least 7 or 8 of them would be Superman fans. And if she said the wrong thing, she would be attacked by the group. I haven't seen his cruel side. Kara listened and looked at Luo Wei curiously. She had never seen her cousin's fighting methods before, but judging from the Green Snake's expression, it didn't seem like he was lying. All right, Zioking, let's stop talking about Superman. Let's go get something to eat. I heard there's a really good rice cake place nearby. Luo Wei didn't let Green Snake continue. He originally thought Green Snake would praise Superman, but he didn't expect that Superman's brutal side had left such a deep impression on Green Snake. It's no wonder that the authorities never report on Lo's brutal methods in combat. The reason is simple. They are afraid of causing panic. On the way, Kara slowed down and watched the Green Snake happily walking ahead. The little girl had forgotten everything else when she heard that she was going to eat rice cakes. Seeing this, Kara couldn't help but whisper to Luo Wei, Carl, is what Zio Qing said true? Her voice was very soft. It was difficult to hear without exceptional hearing. Don't call me by the name Carl. I just deal with different people using different methods. As Luo Wei spoke, he yawned and strode to catch up with the Green Snake. Just as he grabbed the fast-moving snake, he suddenly looked up and gazed into the deep sky. Why aren't you leaving? Green Snake was walking very fast when she was suddenly pulled back, and her body was thrown against Luo Wei by the inertia. She rubbed the back of her head, saw Luo Wei looking into deep space, waved her hand and said, I'm talking to you. Something is flying from the sky. Luo Wei was speaking. Boom. In the sky, a figure appeared with flames rising from its feet, fully armed in a metal battle suit with a strangely shaped spear slung across its back. Its figure flew up to the commercial street and hovered there, eventually leaving behind plumes of smoke before hovering high in the air above the commercial plaza, looking down at the area below without moving. Who is that? Green Snake. She stared blankly at the figure in the air for a long time, but couldn't remember which superhero it was. She didn't seem to have seen this character in the book when she was in class at the self-improvement department. He is not a superhero. Luo Wei instinctively pulled the green snake behind him and looked up at the mysterious person who suddenly appeared in the air. He could feel the malice emanating from the other party. The other party clearly had ill intentions. Wow, is that a new official thing? Mayor or New Year celebrations this grand now? This is so imposing this could be considered a mecha. Get lost, mechs aren't that small, but armor is also a man's romance. Passers-by were completely unaware of this, and many mistakenly thought that the armored figures in the air were some kind of mascot or a new superhero. This is something out of science fiction. How could we possibly use armor to celebrate the new year? I have a bad feeling about this. Some people also felt vaguely uneasy. Bang, Zhai, suddenly a figure high in the sky launched a series of fireworks, blooming into beautiful sparks that illuminated everyone's faces. Happy New Year, everyone. From within the fully armed steel combat suit, a man's celebratory voice rang out, yet it carried a hint of mockery that made one feel extremely uncomfortable. The crowd below was also startled by the sudden fireworks, and they all stood there stunned, with no one joining the man in the armor to celebrate. I don't know what to do. The next second, the armored vehicle raised its left hand, aimed at the tall Superman statue in the center of the square, and then fired a shell that shattered the statue. Run, he's a madman, quickly open. Boom, the deafening explosion startled everyone who scattered in panic. Some were cut by the broken pieces of the statue, and screams and thick smoke filled the center of the square. Ha ha ha, run, run, everyone. In the air, a maniacal laugh echoed from inside the armor, as if reveling in people's fear of it. It didn't forget to swing its left arm again, blasting the shattered Superman statue once more. The already broken statue was reduced to rubble after the second impact, and Superman's once resolute face had been completely reduced to dust. Little Wei. Below, Kara patted Ro on the shoulder and gestured with her eyes that they were coming for him. Lo also noticed that the guy's eyes were filled with great anger when he was bombarding the statue, clearly indicating that he had a great grudge against Superman. But he didn't remember ever provoking such a guy. After all, he never gave a second chance to anyone who posed a threat, and he always went straight for the kill. You go back first. Green Snake didn't notice the exchange of glances between the two and tugged at them as she spoke, just saying, whoosh, next second. The armored vehicle swooped down from the sky, swept through the crowd, grabbed a frail child, kicked the child's mother to the ground, and then returned to the high sky. He grabbed the crying children and shouted, "You better pray that Superman comes soon or I'll kill one person every minute." Below, Lo's eyes were dark, his tone icy, and he reached for the bracelet storing his suit. So they really are after Superman. Chapter 94, page 93. A super couple, 6000 words. The streets and roads near the square were already crowded with people. Now the sudden situation was like a boulder crashing into the sea of people, stirring up huge waves. Fear and chaos spread instantly among the crowd. Everyone fled backward in terror, and the scene fell into chaos and out of control for a time. Zio Wei, let me take you away first. The green snake was bumped by a frightened passerby. She also withdrew her gaze from the deep sky and quickly tugged at Luo Wei, signaling him to leave quickly. As she spoke, she was enveloped in green light and floated up, taking Ro and Kara with her as they flew towards a deserted alley in the distance. The armored vehicle in the air also noticed this scene, but it seemed to be only interested in Superman and had no intention of paying attention to the other superhumans. Zioking, you can fly too. In the alley, Kara was put on the ground. She looked at the green snake in midair in surprise. She did not know that the green snake was a superhuman before and only thought that it was one of Luo Wei's sisters. Of course, I'm a superhero. Green Snake, feeling a surge of pride, immediately said, "Little Wei, you take little Ka and leave first." After saying that, she didn't linger and flew towards the armored vehicle above the square. At the same time, she dialed Hua Xin's number and informed her of the situation, asking her to dispatch a special task force from the self-strengthening department to protect the people. Upon receiving the call, Hua Xin immediately dispatched a special task force and the superheroes closest to Green Vine City to provide support. Although the owner of the armor was only targeting Superman, his behavior was undoubtedly that of a madman. And he might do something even more extreme, harming other civilians, which was the last thing the authorities wanted to see. Carl, you didn't tell me that Xiaoqing is also a superhero. Kara witnessed the bombing up close, but her expression didn't change much. Instead, she was very interested in Xiao Qing, who was the first superhuman she had ever encountered in the true sense. Now is not the time to talk about this. Luo Wei tilted his head back, his gaze piercing through the narrow space above the alley, just enough to catch a glimpse of the armored suits on the distant plaza. He frowned and said, "The armors are empty. There's no one inside, they're just machines." High above the plaza, inside the armored vehicle, there was no one. The sound was coming from a loudspeaker, indicating that the mastermind was being very cautious and had not been to the scene. At this moment, the Green Serpent was dealing with the armored warrior. Due to the dense crowd below, she did not dare to launch an attack rashly, fearing that she would harm innocent civilians. Turns out he's a coward who doesn't dare to show his face. Kara's superhuman vision allowed her to see the situation inside the armor clearly, and a contemptuous smile curled at the corners of her delicate lips. "Stay here and don't reveal your abilities." Luo Wei gave a brief instruction, then concealed himself in the shadows. He pressed his bracelet, and instantly his battle suit covered his entire body, the bracelet blending seamlessly with the sleeves. The next second his figure flashed and transformed into a whirlwind, vanishing from the spot in an instant. "Okay, I'll wait for you." Kara smoothed her flowing blonde hair, leaned against the alley wall, and prepared to enjoy her cousin's performance. "Little girl, I'm not in the mood to play with you. Let Superman handle this." A man's somber voice came from the armor, and the machine gun on his back slowly rose, warily aiming at the Green Serpent. "If he comes, you're in big trouble then." Green Snake said coldly, taking out the extendable staff he always carried and holding it horizontally in front of him. "It's not too late to stop now before we hurt anyone." "Sorry, Superman isn't coming, so The man appeared arrogant and nonchalant, but as he was speaking, the armor emitted a beep 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 alarm, an emergency alert. "What?" Whoosh. Before the armor could react, a gust of wind rushed from behind the Green Snake, swept past the little girl, and suddenly appeared in front of the armor. Then the true form of the gust of wind was revealed. It was the Red Cape, the tall and mighty Superman. He was more imposing than the previous statue in the square, like a god or a pillar of stability, instantly calming the chaotic crowd below. "Superman is here. It's saved. Superman, take this piece of junk apart." The crowd hiding behind the building nearby looked up and shouted at Superman in the pit, their voices less filled with fear and more with excitement. Witnessing Superman carrying out justice firsthand or facing a formidable enemy is exhilarating for them. Carl is highly respected. Kara slowly walked out of the alley and saw the people who had been fleeing stop and were excited. She could feel the people's enthusiasm for Superman. Moreover, people's eyes revealed awe. "Superman, you've finally shown up." High in the sky, the man's voice came from the armor again, his tone trembling with excitement and revealing fanaticism. "I don't care what tricks you're playing or what you're trying to grab attention with, but today is Chinese New Year, and I don't want to deal with a coward." Luo Wei didn't take action directly. What was in front of him was just an empty shell. Before finding the mastermind behind it, even dismantling the armor would be useless. The armor that was originally suspended in midair seemed to slide down its arm after hearing these words, as if the words had touched a sore spot for the man. His breathing became heavy, and instead of merely responding verbally, a blade extended from the side of his mechanical left arm as he coldly said, "You are indeed as arrogant as the rumors say. Disgusting." Whoosh. The next second, the left arm of the armor, propelled by the thrusters, slashed horizontally towards Luo Wei with a sharp blade, the mechanical arm moving so fast it became a blur. Boom. As the robotic arm swung its blade, a slit appeared in the right arm of the armor, revealing a missile aimed at Ro's abdomen. Click, instead of dodging, Lo grabbed the armor's mechanical arms with both hands and easily tore them off, exposing a large number of wires. The armor, now without its mechanical arms, retreated helplessly. Is it empty inside? The Green Snake behind her slowly opened her eyes. She had closed her eyes in fear when she saw Superman about to tear off his arms, but now she saw that there were no human arms under the severed mechanical arms, which meant that there was no one inside the suit of armor. She originally thought that the battle armor was like the armor of ancient times and that someone had to operate it. It seems that she was still too ignorant. "Superman, I'm not one of those mindless brutes. Don't even think about using brute force against me. You're facing a learned genius. It will prove." The armor flew backward a few meters, emitting a mocking laugh as if it were laughing at Superman for being a brainless brute. "Sorry, I've seen plenty of geniuses." Luo Wei remained indifferent, never looking directly at the other person from beginning to end, but instead glancing at the bracelet hidden under his sleeve. When he saw the bracelet flashing a faint yellow light, he slowly raised his head, smiled, and said, "You're the worst one I've ever met." "What do you mean?" The man vaguely sensed something was amiss, his mechanical eyes scanning Luo Wei, trying to find some problem. Whoosh. However, Superman rushed towards them, grabbed the head of the armor with his big hand, and the image seen by the mechanical eye instantly became blurry and finally lost its vision and went black. However, one could still hear a strong howling wind coming from the armored vehicle, along with a low, chilling voice. "Coward, you'd better put on your armor and hide somewhere else." Boom! At this very moment in a coastal city far from Green Vine City. In a secluded underground base, the space felt somewhat cramped and oppressive, but it was still filled with various equipment, and the warehouse contained many materials and parts, as well as a more advanced and high-level suit of armor. It was taller and made entirely of thick steel plates, looking both incredibly defensive and powerful. In the underground base, on the wall of the innermost room, there were news articles and posters about Superman. The man in the wheelchair pulled off his headphones, disconnected from his armor, and took a breath. "Impossible, he couldn't have found me so quickly. Su Zhao, don't scare yourself." Su Zhao took a deep breath, reassured himself, and put his headphones back on, preparing to let the armor self-destruct. But when he brought up the armor's location, his scalp tingled instantly, as if a dense electric current was running across his head. "He's here." Su Zhao stared intently at the armor's location. The location had changed from Green Vine City to another city in the blink of an eye, and was moving closer and closer to his city at an increasingly faster speed. "Superman actually found me. How did he do that? You know, even the authorities couldn't pinpoint my location in such a short time. Yet, Superman exposed me completely in less than half a minute." Su Zhao was only stunned for a few seconds when the armor's location had already entered the coastal city where he was located. Looking again, the armor's location had moved to the top of his head. Oh shit. Seeing this, Su Zhao didn't have time to think about how Superman managed to lock onto him. He quickly wheeled himself into the giant suit of armor displayed in the base's main hall. Click. The front hatch of the armor closed, the mechanical head emitted a faint red light, and all the mechanical parts on its body were in operation, indicating that the armor was functioning normally. Boom! Suddenly, the base ceiling shook violently as if it were a major earthquake. Countless debris fell and dust filled the space. With a crack, another huge impact followed, and the thick ceiling suddenly cracked open with cracks. The entire underground base shook even more, and the impacts came one after another, as if someone was constantly pounding the earth with their fists, making everyone's vision shake constantly. Damn. Seeing this, Su Zhao maneuvered his battle armor to leave. But just as he lifted his leg, the thick ceiling suddenly shattered, and a blazing crimson beam of light descended from the sky like a long sword, piercing the earth and sweeping across the path the armor was about to take. Bang. The crimson light destroyed the ground, lifting up layers of broken rock, and the floor collapsed under the pressure. Thick dust and fog billowed up throughout the entire underground hall. Su Zhao quickly maneuvered his battle armor, taking a few steps back. The massive fuselage swayed a few times due to the uneven ground, but was immediately stabilized. Bang! He had just stabilized the aircraft. A figure landed in the dust and mist, causing a gust of wind that dispersed the thick dust and mist. The owner of the figure slowly raised his head, with a faint crimson light still lingering in his eyes. "Got you." Luo Wei patted imaginary dust off his shoulders and strode toward his armor. Earlier in Green Vine City Square, he hadn't acted in a hurry because he was tracking down the mastermind. "Superman, I underestimated you." Su Zhao maneuvered his armor, looked at Superman with a gloomy expression, and raised his massive mechanical arm, revealing a black cannon muzzle. He grinned and said, "I originally wanted to defeat you in Green Vine City in front of the world, but you came to me yourself, so I can only take your corpse out and let the world remember me." A Chunabu middle school syndrome. Ro was taken aback. He had a feeling that this guy was somewhat fanatical about Superman. After all, he had noticed that the room across the street was covered with Superman posters and newspapers. However, I never expected that the other party's fanaticism would be so abnormal. Does this guy want to kill Superman to make a name for himself in history? No wonder he calls himself a genius. He is somewhat similar to Lai Tu, but unfortunately, he is far inferior to Lai Tu. Because Luo Wei saw the self-strengthening core insignia inside the armor, the materials used to build the armor were very likely stolen from the self-strengthening core by this guy in front of him. Haha, Superman, prepare to die. Su Zhao laughed wildly, raised the muzzle without hesitation and pressed the button on the control lever. A missile was about to fly out of the dark muzzle. A dazzling flash of light also illuminated the muzzle of the cannon. Boom. But the moment the missile was launched, Superman, who was originally standing opposite, instantly moved to the side of the missile and grabbed it. The missile, which had been launched at high speed, was now struggling wildly in my hand like a fish. Back to you. Seeing the little thing struggling, Luo Wei flung it back. Whoosh, grass. Su Zhao reacted quickly, immediately raising his mechanical arm, creating a crack, and using the special energy built into the armor to condense a protective barrier in front of him. Boom, bang. The missile explosion with its enormous impact caused the entire underground base to shake violently, and the armored vehicles hiding behind the protective barriers trembled violently. Thick dust and fog filled the surrounding area. Bang, cough, cough, cough. Su Zhao, still reeling from the shock inside his armor, gritted his teeth and gripped the control stick, preparing to fly out through the rift in the underground base. But when he looked at the mechanical screen of the armor, he saw Superman's figure break through the dust and rush straight toward the armor. Next second, bang, Lo crashed into the armor his fingers clenched into. The heavy steel plate lifted it up and sent it hurtling toward the road above. Using their armor as a road-clearing device, they smashed through the thick ceiling, soared into the sky, and arrived high above the city. Bang, bang, bang. Instead of flying upwards, Lo raised his hand and ripped open the steel plate of the armor, revealing the internal wiring system. He then continued to tear open the inner layer and casually ripped off the mechanical arm and legs, thus rendering the armor incapable of movement. He then opened the door to the armor, exposing the cockpit. Su Zhao huddled inside, looking at the extremely brutal Superman outside, his breathing becoming rapid. However, Su Zhao still showed no sign of backing down. His eyes were bloodshot as he stared intently at Superman until Superman grabbed him by the collar and lifted him up. He then burst into maniacal laughter. Superman, do you know what I'm doing this for? To be infamous for eternity. Luo Wei dropped his armor on the open ground below and looked up at Su Zhao. No, it's about being remembered in history. Su Zhao grinned and said that he wanted to be remembered in history. He had his eye on Superman for a long time and had been waiting for an opportunity to make the world remember him. Su Zhao smiled and continued, since you appeared, Green Vine City has been peaceful, but what if Green Vine City suffers heavy casualties now and Superman is powerless to help? What are you up to? Luo Wei noticed something was wrong and grabbed Su Zhao's hand tightly, questioning him. Cough, cough. Su Zhao coughed violently a few times but still grinned and said, I planted 3 bombs in Green Vine City and they're about to explode. You can't get to Green Vine City in time. With just one bang, tens of thousands of people will lose their lives because of you. At the same time, Su Zhao's words also reached the Green Vine City Plaza, which was far away at the same time. This was because the plaza's large screen had already been hacked, and the channel was connected to his microphone, so every word he had said earlier was broadcast throughout the entire plaza. The crowd still in the square was immediately thrown into panic, including members of the special task force who had rushed over. Is there a bomb? Upon hearing this, Green Snake's expression changed. She recognized what a bomb was. A horrific incident that had occurred in the old city had been caused by a massive explosion. Many people died. Miss Ching, don't worry, I've already sent people to start investigating. The task force leader immediately reassured him. No, he said, Superman can't make it back in time. The Green Snake said slowly, that means the bomb is about to explode. Sure enough, the next second, Su Zhao's chilling countdown came from various radio stations and large screens in the square. 10, 9, 8. Everyone evacuate immediately. Quick. As the countdown began, the task force started evacuating the crowd because they didn't know where the bomb was planted. It could be in the square, in the shopping street, or even somewhere else in the area. They can only try to disperse the crowd to avoid causing more casualties. At this moment, in coastal cities, many people also looked up at the 2 figures in the sky and many took photos to commemorate the occasion. 7. 6. Zhu Zhao was still counting down, his bloodshot eyes fixed on Luo Wei, but there was no fear in them. For someone like him, death was nothing to fear because tens of thousands of people will have to go to hell with him. Superman, hurry. Go save your citizens. Su Zhao counted for a while, then got bored and stopped counting down. Instead, he laughed coldly and said. Luo Wei remained unmoved, instead looking at him calmly with an indifferent gaze as if he didn't take him seriously at all. Haha, you're hopeless. Because you know you can't save them. Su Zhao had reached the end of his mental count. He laughed maniacally. Right now, Green Vine City must be filled with screams and wonderful explosions, but unfortunately I can't hear them. Diddy. Suddenly, Luo Wei, who had been silent all along, made a sound on his bracelet, interrupting Su Zhao's laughter. Then a woman's melodious voice came from the bracelet. "Carl, I did my best." The bomb was moved to a high altitude to detonate, but the air quality in Green Vine City may drop recently. "It's okay, thank you for your hard work." A faint smile appeared on Luo Wei's calm face. "What?" Su Zhao felt a chill run down his spine and vaguely sensed that something bad was about to happen. "I'll take you back so you can see it for yourself." As Luo Wei spoke, he lifted Su Zhao and flew towards Green Vine City. As for the battle armor, he left it to the self-strengthening department to handle, since some of the parts inside were from the self-strengthening department and they would be in big trouble. And at this moment, in Green Vine City, high above the square, plumes of black smoke billowed, mingling with clearly visible heat waves like rolling black clouds. The air was filled with the smell of gunpowder, and many media reporters had gathered below, raising their cameras to take pictures. Just a few seconds ago, originally, the bomb that was to be detonated in the city cluster was suddenly carried into the sky by a beautiful figure, causing smoke to fill the entire deep space. Cough, cough. Amidst the smoke in the air, a graceful figure flew out, wearing a Peking opera mask obscuring her features. However, those below immediately recognized that it was that figure who took the bomb, saving the city and its people from danger. The masked figure glanced deeply at the crowd below, then turned and flew away, disappearing into the horizon. "She is not Superman. That's a woman, of course not Superman, and Superman is in another city confronting that madman. She should know Superman and she can fly too. Could she be one of Superman's allies? That's so cool, a superhero couple. Also, Carl, is that Superman's name?" After the beautiful figure flew away, the crowd below instantly erupted in discussion. Everyone started talking about it because they were familiar with Superman and knew that it wasn't Superman who had taken away the bomb and saved them. But she was in contact with Superman. From the voices she heard on the criminal's channel, she deduced that she had spoken with Superman and that he had sent her to find the bomb. After much analysis, everyone still couldn't figure out her identity, but they did know that she was related to Superman. That's enough because she's also a superhero. In this regard, the media reporters were more frantic than anyone else. They began scrambling to report on these news stories, with some even starting live broadcasts to bring the first-hand account to the audience. "This station has an urgent news flash. A serious incident occurred this morning near the 5-star Commercial Street in Green Vine City. Fortunately, the mysterious woman retrieved the bomb, and it seems she has a connection with Superman. At the same time, in Green Vine City, in a residential building, several men and women sat chatting in the living room, occasionally listening to the news broadcast on TV. Is that Superwoman? This world even has a female superhero." A middle-aged man with white hair was eating sunflower seeds when he saw footage of an explosion on a TV show. When he saw the beautiful figure in the air, he couldn't help but sigh. "Old Luo, look." Upon hearing this, Huang Lucan, who was sitting opposite, patted Luo's father next to her. They had come to visit a colleague today and were chatting enthusiastically, but they were still drawn to the news. A superwoman who suddenly appeared. "This is too much of a coincidence. Is it really just a coincidence?" Mr. Luo frowned, his brows revealing a thoughtful expression, and his eyes, which had been filled with the joy of chatting, now held a hint of worry. "P.S. I wrote the wrong chapter title before. It should have always been The Call of the Kryptonians, since it was meant to introduce Zod. But yesterday, in a moment of impulse, I wrote Revenge. Now I can't change it, so I'll abandon it and rewrite it, mainly because I have OCD, and it bothers me to look at it again." Chapter 95, Chapter 94, Druzod 5000 words. Green Vine City. Today is New Year's Day. The commercial streets, squares, and surrounding areas that were bustling with people not long ago are now deserted. Teams in uniforms have sealed off the area and evacuated all the people. After the bomb crisis was resolved, the self-strengthening department and the authorities did not relax their efforts and continued to conduct a thorough search of the area. The events that had just occurred had left everyone in a cold sweat. If the bomb had exploded in this area, its power would have been enough to kill tens of thousands of people. Such a horrific incident made the authorities take it very seriously. All personnel who had been on leave returned to their posts to begin investigating the incident. It is important to understand how rigorous the screening of personnel is in China as the new year approaches. Everyone entering the city is subject to screening to some extent, as incidents often occur at the end of the year. However, even under such strict regulations, someone still managed to bring a bomb into Green Vine City and hide it near the busiest commercial street. Clearly, something went wrong. The severity of this incident far exceeds that of the bombing that occurred in the old city 6 months ago. If it weren't for Superman's timely appearance, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Another matter also sent chills down the spines of the authorities and the self-strengthening ministry. Judging from the armor technology displayed by the criminals, the technology they possessed was clearly beyond the reach of ordinary civilians. Zioking, what's the situation on the ground? On the commercial plaza, a helicopter landed, and several figures braved the strong winds from the rotors to step off the plane. Leading them was Hua Xin, who had come all the way from Kyoto, her brows furrowed in seriousness. She wore a pale yellow trench coat, not her Ministry of Self-Reliance uniform, suggesting she was on vacation. However, the unexpected situation forced her to put aside her personal life and return to work. No other information has been found yet. There should only be those 3 bombs, which have already been defused by the mysterious person who appeared earlier. Green Snake reported the situation methodically. After several training sessions, she had now mastered the basics and continued to recount the general events that had just occurred to everyone. Yes, I heard about the general situation when I came here. Hua Xin nodded, then looked at the broken Superman statue in the center of the square. The statue was now in ruins, with only an incomplete S visible and a crack in the middle. She looked away and analyzed briefly. This extremist is probably after Superman. He's using Superman's fame to make himself famous in history, or more accurately, infamous for eternity. But these kinds of extremists enjoy being in the spotlight. How perverted. Green Snake shook its body and looked at the broken Superman statue. I didn't expect that being famous as a superhero would actually attract people to come and provoke me. She swallowed, recalling Superman's brutality, and said, and the person she provoked was Superman. Green Snake racked his brains but couldn't figure out what kind of person would provoke Superman and even dare to dream of defeating him. Perhaps those people had only heard of him in Green Vine City but had never truly witnessed his power. Anyway, this behavior is incomprehensible, but the little girl suddenly felt much more relaxed because with Superman's brilliance, the attention of supervillains would be diverted, and probably no one would pay attention to other superheroes. She didn't want to be targeted. There's always someone who stands out few. Hua Xin breathed a sigh of relief, looking relieved. It's a good thing that there were no casualties or losses today. This kind of thing shouldn't happen again in the future. In fact, Hua Xin was also somewhat taken aback. Many people from the self-strengthening department and the government shared the same feeling as her. They never imagined that a renowned superhero would actually attract some fanatical extremists. This might be because they lacked any experience. After all, besides Superman, there wasn't another superhero as radiant as him. Of course, this is also Superman's good fortune, as he can enjoy the world's attention. And in China, there are countless heroes who can only stand guard at their posts in the darkness, bearing the burden for the people of China. They are the true heroes. Diddy. Hello, this is Hua Xin. The phone rang and Hua Xin answered it. After listening for a while, her expression suddenly turned serious and her brows furrowed. Are you sure the model number matches? Hua Xin listened to what was said on the other end of the phone, her face turning completely cold. She said, fine, immediately send people to thoroughly investigate this matter. There must be no negligence. Also, keep the news from spreading and don't let it get out. Sister Xiaohua, what's wrong? The Green Snake noticed her expression change and was puzzled. It seems Miss Hua knows about the armor. I was just thinking of reminding you. Just then, with a whoosh, a dark shadow loomed above the two of them. With a gentle breeze, a familiar figure in a red cloak descended from the sky and landed beside them, carrying a man who had fainted. The Special Forces members who had been on guard with their guns drawn upon hearing the commotion all paused for a moment upon seeing the figure, and then quickly put their weapons away. Superman. Hua Xin forced a smile, her gaze falling on Su Zhao, whom Luo Wei was carrying in his left hand. She said in surprise, you actually brought that guy here and he's still alive. That surprised me. There are probably a lot of cameras around here. I'm afraid that bringing you a corpse would have a bad influence. Luo Wei joked. There couldn't possibly be any cameras around here. No one would be so foolish as to secretly film in a heavily guarded area. The Special Task Force of the Self-Strengthening Corps is not to be trifled with. This man is called Su Zhao. He's in your hands now. As he spoke, he tossed the unconscious and bruised Su Zhao to the Special Task Force member beside him. The reason he didn't kill Su Zhao was because the other party had something from the self-strengthening department, which might be involved in other matters. Handing it over to the self-strengthening department was the best option. Looking at Su Zhao, whose face was bruised and swollen, Luo Wei added, he fainted during the flight. It has nothing to do with me. Hua Xin looked at Su Zhao's appearance, nodded slowly, and said to the special task force, "You guys go down first, I'll talk to Superman alone, Xiao Qing you stay. Every time we meet, we can't escape a question and answer session." Luo Wei didn't leave immediately, he knew. What does Dao Huixin want to ask? Was the person who defused the bomb your teammate? Hua Xin stopped wasting words and asked the question that had been on her mind during her flight to Green Vine City. She is a friend of mine, and she is not in danger. Ro affirmed that his cousin Kara was righteous and indeed had the makings of a superhero. He did not believe she was in any danger. The reason he was willing to stay and answer Hua Xin's questions was because Kara wanted to join the ranks of superheroes in the future. He didn't want the self-strengthening department to be hostile towards Kara, nor did he want Kara to have any negative news. He hoped that Kara could give China a good impression, and he also hoped that China could give Kara a good impression. Well, I believe you. Hua Xin did not question him but chose to believe him. If there's nothing else, I'll be going now. Happy New Year. Luo Wei knew that Hua Xin only asked this one question. The self-strengthening department needed to determine whether Kara was in danger. After all, the sudden appearance of a powerful superhuman was an extremely important matter. He then decided not to linger and turned his back to fly away. "Wait, Superman, is your name Carl?" Suddenly, the green snake called out to him, but the question she asked sounded somewhat childish, just like her voice, which was still quite immature. Whoosh. Such a pointless question naturally resulted in Luo Wei's figure disappearing into the city skyline, leaving only the green snakes and their companions looking up to see him go. Xiaoqing, don't ask questions unrelated to work next time. After seeing Superman fly away, Hua Xin turned to the green snake and said, "No, I just feel like the name Carl sounds familiar, like I've heard it somewhere before." Green Snake frowned and thought about it carefully. The name Carl didn't sound Chinese at all. She didn't watch European and American films and didn't know Carl, but it really felt like I had overheard it unintentionally at some point. "All right, you can go home now." Hua Xin did not blame her, nor could she bear to. She had only love for Qingxi, and naturally she couldn't bear to blame the girl for involving a teenage girl in such a thing. "Yes, Sister Xiao Hua, Happy New Year." When Green Snake heard that she could go home, she was overjoyed. She took off her temporary uniform and left excitedly. In the little girl's mind, the highlight of the day was not the sudden attack, but still tonight's dinner, because Aunt Huang said that she would be making a lot of good dishes tonight. Happy New Year. Hua Xin waved goodbye to the green snake as it left, then continued dealing with the scene. Another all-nighter awaited her. Green Vine City, Old Town, 3rd floor of an apartment building, room 1. Not long after Luo Wei returned home, his parents came back one after another in the afternoon. They had bought a lot of groceries and were busy in the kitchen. Luo Wei wanted to help, but they refused and told him to watch TV with Xiao Qing. They also invited his uncle's family, who lived in the north of the city, to have dinner later. Although they lived in the same city, they were quite far apart and could only see each other during holidays. The once quiet living room was now filled only with the sounds of the television and Xiaoqing crunching potato chips. It wasn't until her uncle's family of 3 arrived in the evening that it suddenly became lively. Her parents had prepared the dishes, waiting for the braised pork belly to steam, and then they sat in the living room chatting. However, as dinner time approached, Mr. and Mrs. Luo returned to the kitchen. Luo Wei initially didn't pay attention, but he heard a faint argument between the two. The voices weren't loud, but he heard them. Normally, his parents rarely argue. Luo Wei has rarely seen them quarrel since he was a child, let alone this year, which is New Year's Day. "Mom and Dad, is the braised pork ready?" Using the excuse of serving dishes, Luo Wei got up to go check on the kitchen. "All right." Luo's father was pushed by his wife, and he quickly wiped his hands and came out with a relaxed smile on his face. He said, "Xiao Wei, aren't you going to call your friend over?" "Okay, I'll go right away." Luo Wei was suspicious, feeling that his parents were acting strangely today, but during their argument just now, he only heard them saying things like "don't do that," and he didn't hear anything else. So he had no choice but to call Kara first so that his cousin and family could get to know each other better, since theoretically they were now a family. "Happy New Year, Auntie, just call me Kara L." When Kara met Law's parents for the first time, she showed no fear and even gave each person in the living room a Kryptonian hug. "Happy New Year, please feel free to sit anywhere." Mr. and Mrs. Luo were also clearly infected by Kara's enthusiasm, their faces full of smiles. "Xiao Wei, you're something else, you've managed to get a foreign girl." My uncle joked, "She's just my friend." Luo Wei raised an eyebrow looking at cousin Kara's enthusiasm, which almost made him think that she had known his family for a long time. Good friends, right? After speaking, the green snake smiled without saying a word, revealing shallow dimples on her cheeks. Her clear, lake-like eyes looked harmless. Zioking, eat more and talk less. Luo Wei put half a rabbit on her plate and shut the little girl up. After a brief exchange, most of the time was spent at the dinner table. In Luo Wei's memory, the adults probably talked more at the dinner table than after the meal, especially after they had drunk some alcohol. Overall, Ro felt the night was pretty perfect. He got everything he wanted and Kara got along well with her family. Moreover, perhaps Kara was too enthusiastic, and she was almost a perfect girl with excellent grades, high emotional intelligence, and a humorous way of speaking. She would often make everyone laugh at the dinner table, and her parents would keep putting food on her plate. In local dining, when elders put food on someone's plate, it is a sign of care and appreciation. In addition, Luo Wei suspected that Kara had specifically reviewed and studied Chinese culture. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to talk so much about Chinese things with Luo's parents. Although learning is a simple thing for Kryptonians whose brains have been developed, Kara's special trip to learn about Chinese customs and culture warmed Luo Wei's heart and made him happy for his cousin. It meant that Kara had accepted life on Earth. Finally, dinner ended. Kara chatted with Ro's family for a long time until 9 o'clock, when her uncle's family went home first, and then she prepared to get up and go home. At this moment, Huang Lucan, who was on the sofa, took a sip of water and suddenly said, "Little Vikala, you all need to be careful lately. What happened in the square today was really too dangerous." "That's right, I didn't expect there would still be people even after the new year. He was only after Superman to cause trouble. Luckily, Supergirl was there today, otherwise even Superman himself wouldn't have been able to handle it. Mr. Luo quickly chimed in, while his gaze inadvertently swept over Luo Wei and Kara. "Mom and Dad, you'll scare Kara. She's only been in China for a short time." Luo Wei was surprised that his parents suddenly brought this up. His uncle had already mentioned it once at the dinner table. "Zio Wei, your uncle and aunt are doing this for our own good." Kara said, looking at the couple with a smile, "We'll be careful, you don't need to worry too much. Green Vine City now has 2 superheroes, so it will be even safer in the future." Her words seemed to be addressed to Luo's parents as well as to herself and also served as a promise. After a brief chat, Mr. and Mrs. Luo didn't ramble on. Kara then went home. After Luo Wei finished cleaning up the dishes, and after his parents and Zio Qing went back to their room to sleep, he also went back to his room and flew out of the window to the rooftop of the apartment building. When Ro arrived, Kara was already waiting there, holding a bucket of popcorn in her arms. Her slender white fingers were still holding popcorn, stuffing it into her mouth while admiring the beautiful starry sky. "Would you like some popcorn?" Kara saw Ro come over and sit down beside her and handed him a bucket of popcorn. "No need, didn't you eat enough tonight?" Seeing the candy stuck to the corner of her lips as she ate, Luo Wei couldn't help but laugh and ask, "I'm full, but I just think the popcorn is delicious and I want some dessert. I made this myself, you know. Are you sure you don't want some?" As Kara spoke, she shook the half bucket of popcorn she had eaten. "Tasty." Ro ate a few, then asked, "Carla, what do you think of them?" "Your parents." Kara put down the popcorn bucket, her beautiful blue eyes looking at Ro, and said, "They are very kind people. They made me feel the warmth of family. The way they looked at me was like they were looking at a family member. Just like this planet, I have felt an unprecedented sense of ease these past few days without the oppression and suffocation of Krypton." She wasn't exaggerating. Luo Wei's adoptive parents had a warm look in their eyes that she could feel, the look of someone looking at family, which warmed her heart after losing her own loved ones. "It seems you intend to live a good life and look forward." Ro smiled with relief. Seeing his cousin Kara emerge from the shadow of Krypton's destruction and accept her future on Earth made him happy. "Carl, you're right, look ahead." Kara raised her head and looked up at the boundless sky where countless points of light gathered overhead like a vast sea of stars. Her current mood is like the boundless starry sea, more relaxed than ever before with less pressure. Luo Wei, standing beside her, remained silent, quietly accompanying his cousin as she admired the beautiful starry sky. 2 Kryptonians admiring the starry sky on Earth, yet they don't seem out of place at all. However, just as the two were admiring the starry sky, whether it was an illusion or not, a star in the boundless deep sky seemed to be particularly bright, constantly twinkling, as if it were being called. In a star field 100,000 light-years away from Earth, there is a distant star field that is almost turning into nothingness. Countless fragments of planets float there, like a graveyard of planets devoid of any life. In this void, a massive mothership appeared out of thin air. The mothership's main hall was silent and filled with a suffocating atmosphere, just as lifeless as the outside world. Sizzle after a long silence, the hall was filled with the sound of electricity, and then an electronic sound came from the loudspeaker. This is Black Zero, I am Carlel. The sudden sound made a burly man in the hall slowly open his eyes. His deep and fierce eyes revealed a look of sorrow. When he heard the voice from the loudspeaker again, his hand trembled slightly as he picked up the communicator and pressed the answer button. Carlel, I am Drew Zod P.S. Scattered Cherry Blossoms became the main sponsor of this book's monthly tickets last month. Thank you for your support and thank you to all the other big shots. I'm shamelessly asking for a monthly ticket. Thanks. Chapter 96, page 95, Zod's Conversation. Zod had never felt that time could pass so slowly. He was destined to be a general from birth. His family raised him to be a general, and he underwent extremely rigorous training from childhood to adulthood. His sensory and strength training was several times greater than that of his peers, which gradually made him stand out among his peers. On the day he came of age, he joined the army of Krypton. Following in the footsteps of their Kryptonian predecessors, they began to expand outwards, participating in every important battle, winning war after war, and acquiring countless colonies. Drew Zod was also quickly promoted due to his outstanding performance and gained his own army. From that moment on, Zod was more fanatical than anyone else. He spent his entire life in bloody battles. Sometimes he felt that time was passing so quickly that he hadn't been able to do more for Krypton, and before he knew it, he was middle-aged. However, as things changed, Zod was imprisoned in the Phantom Space and witnessed the destruction of Krypton, but he was powerless to do anything about it. After Krypton's destruction, the entire star system turned into a tomb, with ruins and desolation floating everywhere, devoid of any life. Zod was filled with despair and grief. In the years following Krypton's destruction, he led his men to search the entire star system and explore the Kryptonian colonies, but they could not find a single living member of his race. The once passionate general gradually grew cold-hearted. He lost all hope and could only silently gaze at the vast emptiness in the Starfield tomb, awaiting death. However, some time ago, Zod received a signal from Earth, a distress signal, sent by none other than Kal-El. Earth is a place 100,000 light-years away from the Kryptonian star system, incredibly far away, and Zod was unsure when the signal came from. But now that signal is coming again. Son of El. In the deathly silent hall, Drew Zod gripped the communicator tightly, holding the receiver close to his ear, listening to the familiar yet unfamiliar name on the other end. His voice was calm yet trembling slightly, making it especially clear in the empty hall. Yes, I am Carl and my father is Joel. Luo Wei's voice came through, though it sounded a little stiff, but as the signal fluctuated, his voice gradually became clearer. You are receiving a projection of my memories, perhaps from many days ago or even longer. But I want to talk to you. Your replies will be transmitted back to Earth and I can hear them. Are you still alive? Zod let out a long sigh. For so many years, apart from a few subordinates, he had not heard the voices of his people. Every time he went to explore the Kryptonian colonies, trying to find surviving Kryptonians, he only saw cold, ashen-faced corpses. Originally, such a powerful race in the universe was annihilated and scattered in an instant, and the huge planet was turned into ruins and fragments, and the former glory became a dead graveyard. Meanwhile, on Earth, extremely far from that star system, inside the Arctic black gold spaceship, Kara, who was doing sit-ups, saw the main control panel flashing and realized that Zod had received the signal. Carl, Zod has received it. Kara sat up and called out to Ro in the lab. Okay. Ro walked out of the lab, looked at the flickering light and breathed a sigh of relief. Zod hadn't refused to receive the signal source, perhaps they could still talk. A few days ago, on New Year's Day, Kara chose to live in the future, but she didn't forget Zod, so she reminded Ro, hoping to resolve the matter reasonably. Thus, this intergalactic phone call came about. More accurately, it was a cross-temporal dialogue. Because the person speaking to Zod now is not Ro and Kara themselves, but a memory image that records Ro and Kara's ideas and memories, similar to the images of Joel. The reason why it's impossible for the person to communicate with Zod is simple. Krypton is 100,000 light-years away from Earth. This distance is too far to achieve real-time communication. Even if one were to fly from Krypton to Earth, it would take a very long time. However, Luo Wei was not worried. The memory image was undoubtedly the same as the real person. He had incorporated his own ideas and some of his memories into it, and of course, his emotions and feelings were also injected into it. If he couldn't persuade Zod, then Lo knew that future war was unavoidable. Hopefully, he will make the right choice. Kara stared at the flickering lights, muttering to herself, at the same time, I haven't heard the voices of other tribesmen for a long time, I'm glad. Your tone doesn't sound bad. You haven't been hurt, have you? Zod sat up from his chair, his icy tone softening considerably. After a pause, he continued, Carl, I received your distress signal a while ago from that reconnaissance plane from the L family. I'm glad you still remember us. We're preparing and it won't be long. Uncle Zod, that's not a distress signal. Luo Wei's voice came through, and he knew that Zod was talking about the emergency device that the self-strengthening department had accidentally triggered. The spaceship, which was actually a reconnaissance aircraft, mistakenly thought there was enemy activity and sent a signal. It intended to intercept the enemy, but it was too fast, and the signal was obviously received by Zod. Now Zod has clearly learned of Earth's existence. Isn't this a distress signal? Zod's eyes darkened slightly as if he had guessed what Ro was thinking. He didn't continue the topic of asking for help but said, Carl, Earth is a perfect place for Kryptonians to live. I've read about it. Yes, she is perfect. Ro responded through the communicator, but she doesn't belong to Kryptonians. Carl, what are you trying to say to me? Zod's tone became much colder. General Zod, we do not want you to bring bloodshed. This time, a clear, crisp female voice came through the communicator. Who are you? Zod felt the voice was somewhat familiar. Kara Zol, General Zod, I know your thoughts. Conquer Earth, let the Kryptonians be reborn on Earth and turn it into a second Krypton. Kara took a deep breath. As a member of Krypton's new generation, she knew every famous general of Krypton and was naturally familiar with Drew Zod's character. This greatest general of Krypton in the new century will never allow any other civilization to exist near Krypton's territory, nor will he allow Kryptonian civilization to be trampled upon or encroached upon by others. Luo Wei, who was standing next to him, didn't continue speaking, but let Kara's cousin try to dissuade her. Kara herself needs to understand Zod. After all, the L family had clashed with the Zod family in the past, and enemies often know each other best. Call. Zod sat back in the large chair, not replying immediately but letting out a deep breath, his eyes gradually dimming as if he were regretting something. After a moment he replied, Kara, you were young and ignorant. You spent so many years in the phantom space. I forgive your ignorance and what you just said. Let's pretend nothing happened. General Zod, I am not ashamed of what I just said. The old days of Krypton cannot be repeated on Earth. You are just repeating the same mistakes. Perhaps in the near future, Krypton will still perish. You know this very well in your heart, and the people of the council have also told you this. Kara's voice came again, however, these words seemed to provoke Zod. He suddenly stood up and spoke into the loudspeaker with a hint of anger. Those people in the council are nothing but a bunch of mediocre people. They don't want Krypton to continue to exist. They let Krypton perish. They are not worthy to lead Krypton. And I have done so much, all for the people, for Krypton. Uncle Zod, the Kryptonians don't want to be reborn or repeat the same mistakes. What Kryptonians need is a fresh start. We should sit down and have a good talk. Ro sighed. He had long anticipated Zod's words. Zod's genes were designed to perpetuate Krypton and protect its people in whatever way was necessary. From his perspective, he wasn't wrong to do this. His goal was to allow Krypton to be reborn on Earth. But Zod never considered that doing so would only cause the Kryptonians to repeat the same mistakes in another place. As Jor-El said, the so-called rebirth would only cause the Kryptonians to suffer another terrible destruction. Shut up, Carl. You don't even know how to respect General Zod. Outside the mothership's main hall, a graceful figure pushed open the door and strode up to Zod. She looked at the flashing lights on the screen, which represented the signal source sent by Ro. Fiora, calm down. Carl has never lived on Krypton, so it's normal that he doesn't know Kryptonian etiquette. When Zod saw his deputy enter, he immediately interrupted her. I just wanted to communicate with you as a junior. I've heard your story. You fought for Krypton and were an invincible general. I consider you my uncle, not just an ally. Ro was certainly familiar with Kryptonian etiquette. Kara had taught him some of it and had told him to address Zod as General Zod, as that was Kryptonian etiquette because Zod was the supreme commander. Carl, you are a smart child. Zod seemed pleased with these words and continued, you want to talk. Uncle Zod, if you want Kryptonian civilization to continue, then let's really sit down and talk. I think you don't want the Kryptonians to suffer a second destruction, because then Krypton might not have another General Zod, and death will still be what awaits the Kryptonians. Ro's words left Zod and Fiora somewhat silent. Although they are genetically warlike and their minds are filled with war, they naturally also understood Ro's meaning and Jor-El's purpose in stopping the rebels. But they had no other way to resolve the cause of Krypton's destruction, yet they could not accept Krypton's demise. This led to the rebellion. Seeing the two remain silent, Ro continued, Zord, the people of Krypton can no longer live in oppression. The Kryptonian society of the past brought no happiness, only endless misery. You have seen how many people in the colonies and watchtowers died tragically in famine and passed away in their sleep. Krypton's glory was built on endless corpses. Uncle Zod, what do you want, Krypton or the people of Krypton? Ro paused for a moment before continuing. Krypton exists because of its people, Uncle Zod. You know this better than I do, and that's why you want the Life Codex. Your father also wants to revive Krypton. Zod remained silent for a long time before speaking, recalling his former friend. You and he are very similar. Jor-El and Zod share the same goal to revitalize Krypton, however their ideologies differ. I've talked to my father. He hopes you can come back to me. He also said you hate being lectured. I hope you won't hate me. Luo Wei spoke calmly and unhurriedly. Zod stared at the flickering dots on the screen, along with the time and distance required to reach Earth. He took a deep breath, stood up, and said, Carl, let's talk once we get to Earth. Talking. He then turned off the communication, cutting off the signal from Lo, and sat alone in his chair for a long time, frowning and deep in thought. General, do we really want to talk to Carl? Fiora asked in confusion. Then do we still need to search for the World Engine? The World Engine is a device that can reshape the environment of a planet, making it like Krypton. Simply put, it's a device capable of terraforming planets, an essential component for rebuilding Krypton, whose gravitational field is far superior to that of Earth. On Earth, every Kryptonian is a superhuman, but the environment of Krypton allows even those who can fly and burrow underground to become ordinary people. Yes, we need to get them to find the World Engine as soon as possible. Zod's reply was enigmatic. What about the two children from the L family? Fiora was still worried about Carl and Kara, who were both members of the L family. I will talk to them. The World Engine will give us a second option. After Zod finished speaking, he looked out of the huge skylight at the vast, boundless void, where countless planetary debris floated, among which he could also see some building fragments and corpses that were already as cold as ice. Among the owners of these corpses were many followers who worshipped him and submitted to him. He had thought of burying them, but unfortunately there was nowhere to bury them. Now, there was not a single habitable planet in this entire star field or even in the surrounding area. This place was like a tomb. Watching all this unfold, Zod's expression was complex. He removed his armor and muttered to himself, is it to revive Krypton or to revive its people? Not long after, on Earth, China had entered winter break, and Ro was urgently summoned back to the North Pole by Jor-El's communication. Kare went with him. Some time had passed since Zod received the signal. Ro and Kara listened to Zod's conversation with the images. Kara then looked at Ro and asked, do you think these problems can be resolved through conversation? I don't know. Zod's thoughts are hard to fathom, but in any case, since he's willing to talk, I'll certainly choose to sit down and talk. As he spoke, Ro looked at Joel and asked, Father, what do you think? Zod needs an opportunity. Jor-El nodded, agreeing with the conversation, but he still frowned and said, however, you should still be prepared. Zod is not someone who is easily subdued. He is even willing to sacrifice his life for Krypton. P.S. I'm not entirely sure how far Krypton is from Earth. Many people say it's 100,000 light-years away. Also in the movie, it seemed to take Druid a long time to receive Superman's distress signal. During that time, Druid even collected the World Engine and gathered a bunch of supplies and equipment. Chapter 97, Chapter 96, The Monkey King, the Great Sage Equal to Heaven. You came to me just to have a heart-to-heart talk. In the underworld in the Yama Palace, in the antique-style reception room, Yama was brewing tea. White steam filled the air and the aroma of tea wafted through the room. He took a sip of tea, put it down, and asked the young man opposite him who was also enjoying tea. I'm just curious whether you've seen what I did in other universes, like how Superman usually treats Zod. Luo Wei took a sip of tea and looked at the majestic Yama. A week had passed since his call with Zod, and Zod had not sent any further signals. It's clear that Zod is currently on its way to Earth. Before long, a mothership may appear on the heads of Earthlings. Jor-El, whose father is on Krypton, believes that they cannot let their guard down against Zod. Zod is an unyielding and meticulous individual who will never allow himself to be in a passive position. When Zod came, he may still have the idea of conquering Earth in his heart. He hoped that Lo could come up with a foolproof plan. What do you think of this tea? I've had it in this bamboo tube for quite some time now. Yama, the king of hell, did not answer. Instead, he took out a yellowish tea leaf from the bamboo tube, rubbed it, and smelled it again and again. Good tea, where did you find it? Luo Wei took another sip, letting it slide from his mouth into his stomach, which warmed his whole body, as if subtly and gradually restoring his body's various functions. This is the tea that the heavenly official drinks, so of course it's good tea. Drinking a pot of it every day can prolong life and allow ordinary people to live 1,000 years without illness. However, I cannot tell you how to find the heavenly official or how to find this good tea. King Yama shook his head, picked up the boiling water, and continued brewing tea. Thick white steam drifted in front of him before he looked at Luo Wei and said, "Just like some things I can't tell you, this violates the rules of the underworld. Unfortunately, you can only deal with Zod according to your own heart. Is it a secret that cannot be revealed?" Luo Wei was not surprised by this answer. People like Yama, who travel between various universes every day, have their own principles. I do not belong to any universe and cannot disrupt the development of your universe. King Yama took a sip of tea, exhaled a long puff of white breath, and after thinking for a moment slowly said, "Child, every decision you make will affect your future path. The choice of which way to go is entirely in your hands." "I see." Luo Wei didn't press the matter further and silently accompanied Yama, the king of hell, to drink tea. This tea truly had a nourishing effect on living beings. Although its effect on him was negligible, he could still feel it. If an ordinary person drank it, it might actually prolong their life. It would be even better if my parents could have a drink. How is it? Good tea, right? If you'd like to take some back with you, you can pack some when you leave. King Yama saw through Luo Wei's thoughts, smiled, stroked his beard, and said, "Anyway, there's no one to have tea with me. You can take it back if you want." "It's too expensive." Luo Wei shook his head, refusing to accept undeserved rewards. "If you feel this is inappropriate, then do me a small favor as a way of repaying me." Yama, the king of hell, put down his teacup, a smile playing on his lips. His smile on that imposing face appeared so kind without a trace of severity. "You said that if I could, I would do my best." Luo Wei smiled too. Old Fox really did have something to say, otherwise he wouldn't have been willing to take out the fine tea he had treasured for so long. "When you first came to the Yama Palace, did you remember the mural you saw at the entrance? It was the one of the monkeys that subdued the Dragon King." As Yama spoke, he pulled a book from under the table and slowly opened it. The first page depicted a monkey wearing magnificent armor with a pointed snout and hairy face. Although it looked somewhat ugly, its fiery eyes revealed an undeniable majesty, giving people a sense of indomitable spirit. "I know him, the Monkey King." Of course, Luo Wei recognized him. Before his transmigration, the Monkey King was the #1 male protagonist in China, decisive and ruthless, and never a saint. Seeing the Monkey King in the DC universe now felt like a lifetime ago. He has many names: Victorious Fighting Buddha, Great Sage Equal to Heaven, Monkey King, and Keeper of the Heavenly Horses. King Yama recalled the monkey's various titles, then sighed and slowly said, "But none of these matter. The monkey disappeared 1,000 years ago and no one knows where he went. You want me to help you find him?" Luo Wei pointed to the portrait in the book, thinking to himself, how could he possibly find a monkey that had disappeared for 1,000 years so easily? Moreover, what Yama sensed was merely an insignificant aura, which might just be a clone of the monkey or even a single monkey hair. In the DC universe, there is a superhero who was transformed from a single monkey hair and eventually grew into a superhero. "Don't worry, I certainly won't make things difficult for you. I've sensed the aura of the Monkey King wandering in the mortal realm recently. He's back, though his aura is very weak, but I'm certain that it's son Wukong." King Yama was absolutely certain that he had been staying in the Yama Palace for the past few days without going out, yet he could clearly sense the wandering presence in the mortal world. That aura was unforgettable, no matter how many years had passed. After all, the owner of that aura had once torn up the Book of Life and Death in the underworld, a memory that remained vivid. King Yama did not tell Luo Wei about this embarrassing incident. King Yama paused for a moment, then continued, "Just keep an eye out for me. I only want to know if the monkey is still alive." What happened back then? Why did the monkeys disappear? Luo Wei was curious. Of course, he knew that the Monkey King had been forced to leave due to serious injuries, but he was unsure whether the Monkey King in this multiverse was in the same situation. The monkey defeated Darkseid's army, and he was seriously injured as a result. King Yama finished the last of the tea in the cup, put it down, and placed the bamboo tube containing the tea leaves, covered it, tied a rope to it, and put it in front of Luo Wei. "Take good care of it and don't waste the tea leaves in this bamboo tube." He then added, "If the monkey is near you, I think with your super senses you should be able to detect it. It's quite special. I'll keep an eye out for you." Luo Wei didn't stand on ceremony and accepted the tea. This was perfect for his parents, who often worked late into the night and weren't in good health, frequently coughing at night. After a brief exchange, he didn't linger and planned to return to his own dimension. Before leaving, he also specifically, He glanced at Steppenwolf, the famous commander of Apocalypse. He hadn't been hanged. Steppenwolf was imprisoned in a deep dungeon in the underworld. The dungeon was 18 stories deep, but Steppenwolf was only imprisoned on the 13th floor. According to Yama, Steppenwolf didn't need the 18th level of prison. The 13th level was enough to keep him under control. Just like today's commander of Apocalypse, without Yama's permission, he could never return to Apocalypse unless Darkseid himself came. Obviously, that was impossible. No matter how powerful Darkseid was, he wouldn't risk coming to the underworld for a mere general. After leaving the underworld dimension and returning to his own dimensional world, Luo Wei heard faint television sounds outside as soon as he got back to his room. It must have been someone watching a period drama, with the sounds of clashing weapons and horses' hooves. "Kara, what brings you here?" He opened the door and went out and saw his cousin Carla leaning on the sofa, watching a period drama with a bored expression. She was wearing a white shirt today, which made her skin look even whiter than milk, and she was also wearing gold-rimmed round glasses, looking like a refined scientist. "Carl, where did you go just now?" Kara saw Ro come out of the room and pushed up her glasses in surprise, because she remembered that the room had been empty before. Perhaps Carl was too fast and she didn't notice. After all, her cousin's control over his abilities was much stronger than hers. "I went out for a while. I thought you would be at home reading today, so I didn't want to disturb you." Lo glanced at the other rooms to make sure no one else was home before saying, "From now on, just call me Little Wei. People outside know that Superman's name is Carl. I'm sorry, I just can't seem to break this bad habit of mine." Kara realized she had called the wrong name, slapped her mouth, and sounded apologetic. However, she soon had some doubts. But shouldn't heroes be respected? Even if your identity is known to the world, they should still maintain respect. "Kara, if the world finds out that Superman is Lo, I'll be in big trouble, and then the whole world will be watching my every move." Lo shrugged and voiced his concerns. "And my family will also be in trouble because of this, just like that fanatic from a while ago who wanted to kill Superman to make a name for himself in history. Becoming famous doesn't seem to be a good thing anymore." After hearing this, Kara also felt that it was not a good thing, especially since Superman also had an alien identity. If the world knew about it, would they still accept him? "You didn't come to me just to watch period dramas," Lo said. "Actually, there's something else. I learned super hypnosis and tried to hide my identity. Then I went out for a walk, and nobody remembered that the person flying in the air was Kara." Kara sat up straight and tried to demonstrate super hypnosis to Ro, making him blur his memories. "Kara, your super hypnosis doesn't work on me, but you learn very quickly." Luo Wei could naturally tell that his cousin had mastered super hypnosis. "Of course I know I'm not as good as you. You seem to have more talent in these areas. My advanced hypnosis is like a baby babbling in your presence." Kara was somewhat troubled. As her older cousin, she thought her talent was superior to Ro's, but after so much time to comprehend it, she still couldn't control her abilities as freely as her younger cousin. Perhaps Luo Wei's genes give him a talent in this area that far surpasses his own. Although your current mastery of super hypnosis doesn't allow you to hypnotize others at will, it's enough for now, isn't it? Lo guessed Kara's purpose in coming to him. "You want your cousin to help you become a superhero." Indeed, family members are always connected at heart. Kara's lips curled up slightly, and her jewel-like blue eyes revealed joy and anticipation as she stared intently at Ro. "Okay, I agree. Change into your battle suit and I'll show you around the daily life of a superhero." Luo Wei smiled. He knew he couldn't refuse his cousin. Like most members of the elf family, she had the blood of justice flowing in her veins. With such immense power, Kara would not be content to be an ordinary person and let evil go unchecked. "I love you, Carl." Carla gave him a hug and kissed his cheek. She then dashed home, leaving a somewhat bewildered Luo Wei. The boy had grown up in China and was still finding it difficult to adapt to the Kryptonian customs and etiquette. A short while later, Kara changed into the combat suit she had made earlier on the spaceship. It was an outfit extremely similar to Luo Wei's, a tight-fitting battle suit that outlined her perfect figure. Her abs were clearly visible when she exerted force. She wore a short skirt, specially designed so that it wouldn't expose her. Her long, straight legs were clad in tall boots, making them appear even longer. "Let's go." It was also the first time Luo Wei had seen his cousin in battle gear, and he couldn't help but admire her for a few more moments. "Follow me." After saying that, he flew out onto the balcony. Seeing this, Kara followed closely behind. The two were so fast that no one noticed them. The two figures darted out of the old apartment building, and in the blink of an eye, they had already flown into the boundless sky, breaking through the clouds and arriving above the thick sea of clouds, feeling the howling wind rushing towards them. At first, I only stayed in Green Vine City and didn't go to other cities. With his cousin Kara by his side, Luo Wei hovered high in the sky, overlooking the vast city below, and recounted his experience as a superhero for the first time. Later, due to an unexpected incident, I went to Sichuan and Chongqing. It was from then on that I gradually started to pay attention to the situation in other cities. I would only choose to go to other cities if there were serious incidents. Minor matters would be left to the officials to handle. Luo Wei smiled helplessly and said, "I'm all alone. It's impossible for me to travel all over the country every day. But now you have my help." Kara, leaning slightly back, floated in the air, drifting between Ro's sides, and asked, "Karen, how do you usually find criminals?" "Our ears and eyes are our radar." Ro pointed to his ear and explained, "But those are also troubles and nightmares, right?" Kara frowned, her mood dropping slightly, and said, "Little Wei, I have something. I didn't tell you about this. The reason I want to become a superhero is because a while ago, when I hadn't mastered my hearing, those sounds kept echoing in my ears, cries for help, screams of agony. They were like people seeking justice, and it made me very sad. You're in pain because you can't stand idly by, it's your sense of justice. I can reassure you," Luo Wei said. Then he looked down at the city buildings below, which weren't particularly bustling, his ears constantly listening to the sounds coming from below. "I heard cries for help, what about you?" "I heard it too. Little Wei, leave them to me." Kara was bursting with pent-up frustration. She wanted nothing more than to arrest all the criminals who had bullied her and give them a good beating. Of course, she couldn't just kill them indiscriminately. That was a rule set by Ro. However, according to Kara, her cousin had killed quite a few people. Go. As soon as Luo Wei nodded, Kara in front of him had already turned into a blur and swooped down toward the place where the cries for help came from. Seeing this, he was about to follow. Suddenly, a faint twitch came from between his eyebrows, as if a special fluctuation had entered his sensory range, and there was a mysterious power in the invisible air. From the shopping plaza. Luo Wei turned his head to look in another direction, towards the commercial plaza that had been sealed off some time ago. Because Su Zhao planted a bomb there, the area was sealed off for a period of time. It has now been reopened, but due to that incident, very few people are currently going to the commercial plaza. And the commercial plaza is precisely where the abnormal fluctuations were perceived by the supersensory perception. P.S. The plot of the Monkey King story will not follow the Monkey King comics, and some of the character designs will also differ. DC's portrayal of the Monkey King and the Little Monkey is too strange, and the plot cannot be used in web novels. I will rewrite a story about the Monkey King and the Little Monkey King. Also, I recommend a new book by my good friend, The Investigator of Everyday Life in American Comics. I recommend a new book by my good friend, The Investigator of Everyday American Comics, pen name, written Tea House, originally titled The Evil God Investigator of Everyday American Comics. The title is terrible just like mine, but the content is quite good. The protagonist's character is somewhat similar to Constantine, and the story begins with the ghost Spider-Man. The story revolves around the protagonist becoming a detective to investigate bizarre events and teaming up with various superheroes to fight evil. The book is similar to the horror style of Marvel Comics, leaning towards Cthulhu mythos and incorporating many strange superhero forms, including Spider-Man. I won't spoil it. Anyway, more will be revealed later. I've also read through the remaining drafts and they seem pretty good. Those who are interested can check them out. Chapter 98, Section 97, The Monkey King and Pandora. Are you sure he left Dong XZ here? Could it be that Laura and Winston made a mistake? They didn't even know the equipment had been stolen before. There's no way we could be wrong. The equipment showed that the item was nearby. Let's look for it again. The commercial plaza is a sparsely populated and relatively narrow street, with shops on both sides deserted and only a few customers coming and going occasionally. It is a far cry from the bustling scene of New Year's Day just over a week ago. At this moment, two figures were pacing back and forth on the street, which seemed extremely unusual, as if they were searching for something. Many passersby and shop staff noticed the two of them and cast strange glances at them. "Brother Wang, why don't you come later? There are too many people now." One of them noticed the stares around him and tugged at his companion. "What are you afraid of? You're a grown man, what's wrong with letting people see you?" The man called Brother Wang was tall and imposing, with a muscular build and a fierce face, the kind of person who inspired fear when he walked down the street. Brother Wang slapped his companion hard and said in a low voice, "Zio, every day we stay here, we're in constant danger. If the self-strengthening department catches us, we'll both lose our heads." "Yes, yes." The thin man called Zio nodded vigorously, seemingly eager to leave as well. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon a shop in the distance with its doors and windows closed. Brother Wang, could Su Zhao have taken Dong XZ there? Let's go over and have a look. Brother Wang strode to the front of the shop. When he saw the for rent sign, which had been posted for over a month, and that this was the only shop on the street that was closed, he stroked his stubble and said with a smile, "This should be it. Su Zhao can't possibly leave Dong XZ in the sewer, can he? Brother Wang, someone's here." Xiao turned around and saw an uncle walking out of the shop next door, his eyes filled with doubt and wariness. "You two want to rent this shop?" Seeing that the two men were acting suspiciously and didn't look like good people, the man put his hand on his phone in his pocket, preparing to go back and call the police. "Yes, my relative asked me to help find a shop. Now that I've found one, I'm going back home." Wang was cautious, so he immediately tore down the signboard and left the block with his companion. The uncle stood there to make sure the two didn't come back before returning to his shop. Some shop owners in the surrounding area breathed a sigh of relief. Although the bombing plot orchestrated by Su Zhao some time ago did not occur, it still caused panic among the shop owners in the commercial street. Not only did the number of customers decrease, but many shop employees also resigned as a result. This made the shop owners vigilant, fearing that a similar incident might happen again. However, the shop owners were unaware that after leaving, Brother Wang and Xiao returned shortly afterward. Instead of going back to the front door, they circled around to the back door, an area usually deserted so no one noticed them. "Pry open the lock, take the stuff, and we'll leave." Brother Wang tossed a crowbar to Xiao, grabbed one for himself, and forcefully shoved it into the crack in the door, trying to pry open the lock. He said, "Hurry up if it's the self-strengthening department. If anyone's nearby, we're all doomed." Seeing this, Xiao didn't dare to delay and quickly went to help. With the combined efforts of the two, the lock on the previously closed back door suddenly broke and the door opened. "Go in and have a look." Brother Wang nudged his companion and the two went inside. They quickly found the light switch, turned on the light, and saw rows of empty shelves in the shop. Among them, an object covered by a green curtain about 1/2 meter by 1/2 meter in size stood out in the empty shop. Especially since the shelves were covered in dust, while the curtain only had a thin layer of dust, indicating that it had been moved in recently. Brother Wang strode forward, pulled back the curtain, and as dust billowed up, a square mechanical device hidden underneath came into view, with a faint light flashing on it and the logo of the self-strengthening ministry printed on it. He grinned and said, "Sure enough, it's right here. That damn Su Zhao, that traitor, still keeping Dong XZ in Green Vine City. Did he really think we couldn't find it? Brother Wang, are Winston and Laura planning to use this thing to find the legendary monkey? That's so illogical." As Xiao spoke, he began to move the equipment. Fortunately, the equipment was not heavy, and the two of them could easily move it out. In this world, Superman is flying in the sky, and you still expect science. Let the experts figure out why Superman can't even be killed by a bomb. Bullshit experts. Brother Wang cursed as he lifted the equipment with all his might, his eyes glancing frequently toward the back street. Not far away was a van, their transport vehicle, which couldn't drive in because the road was too narrow. Fortunately, there are few people in the back block, so no one will notice that a shop there has been broken into by two thieves. "Brother Wang, I can't take it anymore, let me relax my arm." As soon as Xiao stepped out the back door, he couldn't hold on any longer and started yelling as he put the equipment on the ground, not caring whether Brother Wang on the other side agreed or not. "Damn it, are you looking for death? If the self-strengthening department comes looking for you, you should be thinking about how to explain your death to your family." Seeing that he could release it so easily, Brother Wang angrily covered the equipment with a cloth, glanced around nervously, and only breathed a sigh of relief after confirming that no one was around. He then lifted the equipment again and yelled at his colleague, "Lift it up now." But Xiao, on the other side, remained unmoved, his eyes fixed on what was behind Brother Wang. What happened? Brother Wang immediately noticed something was wrong. There were exits on both sides of the back street, and it was well ventilated, but he could feel that the wind behind him had stopped, as if a wall was blocking the wind. "Brother Wang, it's Superman, run." Xiao gasped for breath, then turned and ran towards the van. He slipped and had to brace himself against a wall to steady himself before continuing to run recklessly. "Why run?" Luo Wei noticed something was wrong and quickly helped Kara resolve the trouble. He then rushed over immediately, only to find two guys stealing something, and the logo on the device looked very familiar. Superman ignoring the equipment. When Brother Wang heard the word Superman, he turned his head and saw that tall figure who often made headlines standing behind him. He trembled and ran towards the van. Boom, but the next second a beautiful figure suddenly appeared in front of the van, blocking their escape route. Online, Good harvest today, you are the second batch. Kara blocked the two criminals, a pleased smile playing on her lips. Superwoman, are you real? Upon seeing Kara flying down from the sky, the two men instantly deflated, their legs trembling as they leaned against the wall. Calling me Supergirl or Superwoman sounds awful. Kara said the name she had thought of beforehand in a friendly tone. But the burly man known as Brother Wang and his accomplices were already pale with fright and dared not utter a sound. In Green Vine City, or rather in China, no criminal could escape from under Superman's nose. They're finished. On the other side, Luo Wei squatted down and lifted the curtain to reveal the equipment underneath. The logo on it was particularly eye-catching. It was the same logo as the one on the chest of the Self-Strengthening Special Task Force. His face was grim and he asked in a cold voice, "Explain what this thing is." "We were only responsible for bringing it back. We don't know its purpose, nor do we know where it came from. It has nothing to do with us." The two tried their best to distance themselves from the situation, as if the equipment were a virus that would kill them if they got infected. "Since they won't tell us, we can only leave it to the self-strengthening department to handle." Luo Wei stood up and said slowly, No, I'll talk. Please be magnanimous and don't hand us over to the self-strengthening department." When Brother Wang heard that they were to be taken to the self-strengthening department, his legs went weak, and he knelt on the ground, kowtowing and begging for mercy. Those who did this knew better than anyone what the self-strengthening ministry was, and that if they got caught doing this kind of thing, they would face a fate worse than death. "Follow me." Luo Wei carried the two men, signaling Kara to take the equipment. He then led them to a rooftop. This kind of thing naturally couldn't be spread. Although the self-strengthening corps had very low public awareness and presence, and almost no one knew of their existence, they still had to be cautious. Once on the rooftop, he tossed the two of them to the ground, then floated them in the air, looking down at them coldly and said, "Speak, I'm listening." "My cousin is so aloof." Kara sat on the railing behind, looking at Rose's expression, and truly felt that he was a completely different person when he was with her. During battles, my cousin rarely smiled, and his tone of voice was inscrutable. However, Kara believes that a qualified warrior should never show his emotions when facing the enemy, as that would become his weakness. "I've never met the people behind the scenes. They always stay hidden, communicating only by phone. I know their names are Winston and Laura. I don't know who the other person is either. I heard he's a criminal scientist, but he doesn't research criminals for the authorities. Instead, he helps criminals research how to commit crimes. I've only heard that he knows many famous criminals and has spent a long time in the United States, but they are of Chinese descent." Brother Wang rattled off a long string of words without daring to catch his breath, fearing that Superman might be in a bad mood and kill them outright or hand them over to the Self-Reliance Department. Although there have never been any official reports of Superman killing anyone, those in the underworld know that Superman must have killed someone. However, due to concerns about the impact, the authorities never report on these matters. Brother Wang continued, "Someone. Oh my God, they asked our team to pick up a shipment. By the way, Su Zhao is one of us. He's always daydreaming about becoming a legend and he idolizes you. He even falls asleep looking at your posters every night. But we have absolutely no idea what Su Zhao has been doing. Yes, we didn't expect that madman Su Zhao to cause you trouble. If we had known, I would have shot him dead." Zhao immediately knelt down and said, "You shouldn't be making trouble for yourselves." "Continue, what's the deal with the equipment and what does your backer want it for?" Luo Wei questioned in a cold voice. "The equipment was stolen by the people behind the scenes. They told us to hide it well. Later, Su Zhao stole a portion of it, and this equipment was one of them. As for the purpose of the person behind this, it seems they hope to use the device to find the Monkey King, the legendary monkey, the great sage equal to heaven. That's all. We don't know anything else. Our job is to hide these devices and hand them over to them once they enter China." After Wang finished speaking, he gasped for breath, trying to calm his wildly beating heart. Sweat dripped from his forehead and his back was already soaked with sweat. "Is it related to the Monkey King?" Luo Wei pondered. He knew that Brother Wang wasn't lying, the other party really only knew this much. It seems the person behind the scenes is very cautious. Although they wanted to keep the equipment safely stored in China, they never showed their face from beginning to end. However, what Luo Wei felt was most important was that the other party was actually after the Monkey King. "Big brother, can you let us go now? We bought plane tickets for tonight." Brother Wang knelt on the ground, looking up at Luo Wei in midair, his eyes filled with pleading and fear. A person who could withstand missiles was right in front of him. Anyone would be terrified, let alone when the other party was his own enemy. No, I told you you shouldn't cause trouble for yourselves. I'll have the self-strengthening department take you away. As for the rest, good luck to you. Luo Wei shook his head. The self-strengthening department was probably worried about the equipment and parts leak right now. It would be too unfair of him to just let the two people go. Moreover, what they are doing now don't. The two were still thinking of begging for mercy. Luo Wei had already had Shenlong dial Hua Xin's number. Meanwhile, in a secluded residence in China, in a dimly lit office with its curtains drawn, a slender, dignified middle-aged man sat in a chair, the faint sunlight filtering through the curtains and illuminating his face. In front of him were some books about Chinese mythology, and he was writing something in his hand, some of which mentioned the name of the Monkey King. Suddenly, a figure appeared in a dark corner opposite the desk. The figure gradually became clearer and revealed a woman. She was wearing a red hooded robe, the hood making her short, milky gray hair appear and disappear. The patterns on her face also looked extremely strange, like a woman in a mythological portrait. The woman slowly stepped out of the shadows and said, "Gerald, it seems your men have lost the equipment." "Don't worry, Pandora, I have a plan B," the middle-aged man spoke, and the two of them spoke in English. When the man looked up, he also noticed that the man spoke fluent American English, but had a Chinese face. "I'm here to tell you how to find the Monkey King, but don't let me down and don't expect me to collude with you either." Pandora walked coldly to the desk, her long, slender fingers tapping the surface. Her tone was unhurried, yet it carried immense pressure. "Don't have any other ideas either. I have always maintained a devout respect for you and will never do anything out of line. Those people will not find you." Gerald smiled and put away his pen and paper. "Besides, I have no ill intentions toward the Monkey King, I just want to see him. Better so." Pandora ignored the second half of the sentence. Her words were clearly directed at the first half. Then, as soon as she finished speaking, a breeze blew through the office. Her figure disappeared from the office, and if it weren't for the fragrance in the air, it would have been as if no one had ever been there. "Pandora, what on earth do you want?" After everyone left, Gerald took a book from the shelf, flipped through a few pages, and finally stopped at several strangely shaped creature illustrations. A passage mentioned a name that made him read it aloud. "Shazam, what does she have to do with it?" "P.S. I'm not sure if you can understand this part of the plot. It's an adaptation of the comic book storyline, and I'll try to explain it more clearly later." Chapter 99,098, The Monkey King and Pandora Part 2. "I'm going to the self-strengthening department later, you go back first." After knocking out the two begging criminals, Luo Wei turned to look at his cousin Kara, who was sitting on the railing. "I'm going too, maybe I can help with this. I've participated in research projects on Krypton and I can understand this mechanical device." Kara shook her head in refusal and jumped down from the railing. "No, you can't go right now." Luo Wei interrupted his cousin. "Your mental abilities aren't mature enough. There's a suspicious woman among them." "Did she suspect you before?" Kara asked, guessing. Luo Wei nodded. The woman he was referring to was Hua Xin, who possessed psychic abilities. Her psychic abilities were actually quite strong, but they had no effect on him. However, they posed a threat to the inexperienced Kara. "Okay." Kara pursed her lips regretfully, and after a moment of silence she slowly spoke again, reminding him, "Carl, I know your concerns, but I still want to remind you that the identity of a Kryptonian cannot be hidden forever, nor can Superman's. People will eventually find out the truth, and I hope you can be mentally prepared after all." Kara paused, took a deep breath, and said, "To Earth, we have always been outsiders, and even if Zod were willing to sit down and negotiate, he would not allow the Kryptonians to live a life of timidity. I understand Zod doesn't even want other races to exist near Krypton." Ro's expression darkened slightly. He understood his cousin Kara's advice. It was only a matter of time before the world knew about the Kryptonians. Moreover, that day seems to be not far off, as the Zod fleet is on its way to Earth. "They're here, so I'll head back now. You can come to my place for dinner tonight. Since your parents aren't home, invite Zioking along and let her try my new cooking skills." Kara walked up to Ro, raised her head and lightly tapped his cheeks, then pushed off with her feet and sprang into the air, flying towards the sky. "Call." Luo Wei touched his face, watched the girl disappear into the clouds, then turned around, picked up the two unconscious criminals, and flew towards the vehicle of the Self-Strengthening Special Task Force. He then met with the task force and got into a car to go to the Self-Strengthening Department's temporary base in Green Vine City. The Self-Strengthening Department does not have dedicated bases in cities all over the country. The government has only set up bases in a few important cities. Otherwise, when Hua Xin came to Green Vine City, she would not have needed to go to the police station to work. The task force drove a black SUV. The exterior looked unremarkable, but the interior was far more technologically advanced than that of ordinary cars. Weapons and various equipment for dealing with different situations were installed under the seats, and the windows were made of bulletproof glass, allowing people inside to see out but not outside to see in. Soon after, the vehicle entered the outskirts of Green Vine City onto a deserted road, and after several turns, finally passed through the woods and entered a seemingly ordinary factory building. "Mr. Superman, we've arrived." The driver brought the car to a smooth stop and turned to look at Superman in the middle of the back seat. Two special task force members sat on either side, their bodies tense. Upon seeing the location, they clearly breathed a deep sigh of relief and immediately opened the car door and got out. "Are you nervous?" Luo Wei followed down. The driver noticed that the two people's heart rates were fast and couldn't help but smile. The two task force members did not answer but stood straight on either side without saying a word. Because they were wearing masks and goggles, their expressions could not be seen, but the sweat on their foreheads betrayed their feelings. "They've seen your combat videos." Hua Zin's clear voice rang out. She held a report in her hand and then looked at the escort vehicle behind her. The special task force escorted two people off the vehicle. Two of the team members were carrying a white piece of equipment with the Self-Strengthening Ministry's logo prominently displayed on it. She frowned and said, "Indeed, Su Zhao hid him in Green Vine City. I stumbled upon them by chance, and the logos on the equipment looked familiar, so I thought you guys should know how to handle this kind of thing." Luo Wei stood to the side with his arms crossed, puzzled, and asked, "Aren't you a psychic superhuman? How come you didn't get the whereabouts of the equipment out of Su Zhao?" He remembered that Hua Zin was a psychic, so in theory Su Zhao, an ordinary person, could not possibly be a challenge for her. Even if she used her psychic abilities to manipulate Su Zhao into committing suicide, she would still draw her gun without hesitation. "Let's go inside and talk." Hua Zin listened with a solemn expression, then turned and walked into the factory. Seeing this, Luo Wei followed. The first floor seemed ordinary, but when he got to the third floor, he found that it was completely different from the factory floor filled with machine tools. The space here was spacious and divided into several areas. Many members of the self-strengthening department were working and making phone calls, and some special forces members were cleaning their weapons. Superman's appearance also attracted their attention, but after a few glances, they continued to work with their heads down. At the end of the road was a conference room. Hua Zin pushed open the door and led Luo Wei inside. A young man wearing a mask was already sitting in the conference room. Upon seeing this, the young man wearing the white mask immediately stood up, politely extended his hand, and said, "Hello, Superman." "He is the white mask, you've seen him before," Hua Zin explained. Luo Wei remembered the white mask. He had also participated in missions in Japan, and the young man's name seemed to be Zhang Fengshen. "Superman, this is probably not a simple attack. They stole the equipment not just to create panic, but for another purpose." Hua Zin didn't waste any more words. There were only 3 people at the meeting, so she went straight to the point about the incident. "According to our investigation and Su Zhao's confession, Su Zhao and his group were only responsible for hiding the equipment. They did not participate in any carjacking operation. The real mastermind is a criminal." "I know all that, get to the point." Lo interrupted the woman, saying that he had already learned about these things from the 2 guys earlier. They were only responsible for hiding the equipment, while the criminal scientist they mentioned was the mastermind. Hua Zin nodded and continued, "Actually, the interrogation went very smoothly at first. Su Zhao answered every question truthfully, and the lie detector showed no problems. But when I asked Su Zhao about the purpose of the person behind the scenes needing this equipment, he couldn't say. Later, during my examination, I discovered that someone had constructed a mental prison within Su Zhao's mind, restricting the content of that part of his memory and preventing him from speaking about it." "Wait, are you saying that Su Zhao's mind has been restricted?" Luo Wei interrupted Hua Zin again, having caught a key point. I suspect the person behind this is a mind controller, and their manipulation of minds is superior to mine." Hua Zin said with a serious expression, then noticed Luo Wei's serious expression and asked in confusion, "What, have you made a new discovery?" "The 2 people I interrogated on the rooftop have already told me the truth, including the ultimate goal of the person behind it all." Luo Wei recounted the interrogation of Brother Wang and Xiao on the rooftop. He said the interrogation was easy and he didn't feel any resistance, nor did he find any mental limitations in the 2 of them. However, Hua Zin said that Su Zhao's memory was sealed, preventing him from revealing the mastermind's purpose and plan. It's important to know that Su Zhao, Brother Wang, and Xiao are all in cahoots. They're all working for someone behind the scenes. If the person behind the scenes is blocking memories, they certainly won't only focus on Su Zhao. They won't let Wang Ji, Zio, and the other members off the hook either. After all, if anyone leaks the information, then blocking memories becomes meaningless. After listening to Luo Wei's account, Hua Xin remained silent for a moment and then said, "Could it be that you are more spiritually capable than me, which is why you made them speak up?" "Impossible, I didn't use any mental methods." Lo shook his head. He didn't use super hypnosis during the interrogation, which was currently his only mental technique. Strange, if that's the case, why did the person behind it only block Su Zhao's memories? Hua Xin frowned, her face full of confusion. No, the person behind it all sealed their memories, including the two I interrogated. It's just that their restrictions have been lifted. Luo Wei suddenly thought of something and asked, "When did you interrogate Su Zhao?" 3 days ago, Su Zhao was escorted back to Kyoto. However, before he left, I interrogated him again alone, but he still couldn't speak. Hua Xin recalled the details of the interrogation, recounted what had happened, and stated that she used her mental abilities, but Su Zhao remained silent. I have 2 guesses now. After listening, Luo Wei thought for a moment and looked at the two of them slowly, saying, "My first guess is that Su Zhao may really not know the purpose and plan of the person behind the scenes." Hua Xin and Zhang Fengshen's eyes both turned to him, waiting for their second guess. Secondly, before I interrogated those 2 people, someone unlocked their mental prison. After giving his second guess, Luo Wei frowned. Hua Xin and Zhang Fengshen's expressions were even more solemn and heavy than before, and the conference room fell into deep thought and silence. "Which one do you prefer?" Zhang Fengshen broke the silence with his words. "I prefer the second one because of the first one." Hua Xin said that she found a mental prison in Su Zhao's mind. Although we can't know what the memories in the mental prison are, it is likely the truth about the person behind the scenes. Luo Wei paused, the bright lights of the conference room shining on his face, but instead of making him appear bright, they made him look a bit gloomy. "So I think it's the second one. The person behind the scenes unlocked their mental prison before I interrogated them." "Can this be done?" Zhang Fengshen was surprised, his eyes revealing worry. "Yes, according to the self-improvement department's research over the years, as long as one's mental abilities are strong enough, it is even possible to control all living beings in the world." Hua Xin answered the question for Luo Wei, but then fell silent. "Who can do something under Superman's nose?" Zhang Fengshen slowly said that this was actually the problem he was really worried about. Superman's powerful senses and mental abilities were obvious to everyone. No one in the entire Green Vine City could escape Superman's perception. Not to mention, Superman is more focused than ever during interrogations, yet even when he is so focused, someone still manages to slip through his fingers. "There are many people in this universe who are more powerful than me." Unlike the other two, Luo Wei was more concerned about who did this, the mastermind behind the whole plan, that criminal scientist. To be honest, Lo knew that criminal scientist Gerald, as well as his son and daughter-in-law. All 3 of them made their living through crime and knew countless supervillains, but they were just ordinary people and had no ability to cause trouble under his nose. Moreover, no supervillain wants to be associated with Superman. "Superman, he's doing this to try and get you involved." Hua Xin, who was standing next to him, offered her analysis, which also revealed what Luo Wei was thinking. The person behind the scenes deliberately let you know about the plan and the purpose. It's obvious that they want you to get involved, and they know you very well. Although what Zio said sounds unbelievable, I think it makes a lot of sense. Someone behind the scenes is trying to pull you into this, but we don't know what they want to do. Zhang Fengshen stroked his chin, clearly shocked by the matter. Supervillains were trying their best to avoid Superman. Apart from those who were reckless, no one wanted to be associated with Superman. But now, someone was indeed doing just that. This proves that the other party is not afraid of Superman. He thought about it, a cold sweat breaking out on his back, and looked at Lo, asking, "Superman, didn't you find out the mastermind's plan from those 2? Maybe we can find some clues in there." The mastermind is Gerald, a criminal scientist of Chinese descent. His goal is to find the legendary Monkey King. His core team may consist of more than 3 people. Su Zhao and his group are just some small fry who are sent to their deaths. Luo Wei explained the basic situation. "Have you found the Monkey King?" Zhang Fengshen was deflated. What kind of clue was this? A criminal scientist going to find the Monkey King? That's a person who doesn't even exist in this world. Criminal scientist Gerald, I've heard of him. He was involved when he helped the Penguin commit crimes in Gotham, but he disappeared after Batman's crackdown on the Penguin. I never expected him to come to China. Hua Xin remembered this person. She had read about Gerald's deeds in a book. He was a villain who had planned many crimes and was a wanted criminal worldwide. This villain has now come to China. You can start your investigation with Gerald. Since he came to China and temporarily stored the stolen goods there, I think the Monkey King that Gerald is looking for is also in China. As Luo Wei was speaking, he suddenly remembered the device and asked, what was that stolen device used for? Actually, that was just a department. It's a component, but also the most important one. The mechanical devices built with it can create singularities and open teleportation channels. Of course, the experiment is currently only in the experimental stage, and the device itself was scrap, originally intended for destruction. Unexpectedly, it encountered superhumans, leading to its fall into outsider hands. Hua Xin explained with shame that although it was not a task she was in charge of, the dereliction of duty by the self-improvement department concerned the entire department and was not just one person's responsibility. After listening, Lo fell into deep thought. It seemed that Gerald wanted to create a device to create a singularity in order to open a passage, and it seemed that he was really aiming for the Monkey King. As far as he knew, the Monkey King should be in some space now, and a teleportation channel was needed to find him. However, he wasn't worried about Gerald. Even if Gerald found the Monkey King, he'd probably be killed by the monkey with a single blow. The only thing that worries him now is the real person behind the scenes. Based on speculation, Gerard is not the real mastermind. An ordinary person wouldn't have that much power. There must be others behind him. Luo Wei rubbed his temples, sat up from his chair and said, "That's all for today, you two. I'll go back and sort out my thoughts. Let me know as soon as you have any news. Hua Xin, you know how to contact me." Hua Xin nodded and asked Zhang Fengshan to see Superman off. He turned off the conference room lights and hurried back to his office to report the incident to his superiors and begin investigating Gerald and the recent intrusion list from China, searching for suspicious individuals. However, none of the three knew this. After they left, the lights in the previously dark conference room flickered a few times, and a figure appeared in a dark corner, a woman in a red robe with milky gray hair. She walked to the window, lifted a corner of the window, and gazed at Superman's receding figure on the horizon, her expression somewhat complicated. "Superman, not Clark. It's not what I expected." Pandora watched the figure disappear into the horizon. Then her gaze shifted to her left hand, where she held a strange magic box. Gleaming a faint glow, unlike the mother box, this magic box emitted a mysterious light that seemed to contain the power to change the world, almost bursting forth. Pandora stared at it for a long time, then tugged hard at the box, but the lid wouldn't budge. She sighed deeply, her eerie eyes filled with sorrow and helplessness, and said, "Alas, who can finally open you up? The Monkey King, Superman." She muttered to herself as her body disappeared into the empty room along with the lights in the conference room, leaving only a corner of the curtains swaying in the breeze. Chapter 100, page 99, The Monkey King and Pandora, Part 3. Lo didn't know much about Gerald, the famous criminal scientist in DC. He only knew that Gerald had worked for many supervillains. Rather than working for them, Gerald was more into the pleasure of it. He had an extremely fanatical attitude towards crime. Unlike the Joker, he wanted to enslave society. He was a guy with an antisocial personality at his core. Just as Gerald planned to do to the Monkey King, after learning about the monkey's power from the myth, he conceived the idea of enslaving him and making Sun Wukong work for him, so that he could carry out his crazy criminal activities more unscrupulously. His mentality is not that of a descendant of the Chinese people at all. In the room, Kara listened to Ro's brief account of the events. She also learned about the criminal scientist Gerald, but this person was different from the Chinese people she knew. He betrayed his people and is unworthy of the Chinese nation.